Nightfall. Between two towering buildings, an ordinary restroom door materialized inexplicably on the wall, accompanied by the voice of a man from within. Bro, just wait for me to finish in the restroom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the restroom door swung open, and Yang Bo strode out, a glimpse of the room behind him revealing Yang Tao standing within. Where's this? Yang Bo looked around in bewilderment, flanked by towering structures. On his left stood a solid wall, while to his right lay the entrance to a street. What the hell is going on here? Bro! Just as he turned, the restroom door that had appeared on the wall vanished before his very eyes. He hastily reached out, but his fingers met only the cold, damp wall. Instinctively, he sniffed the air, and his face paled. Who has such a lack of decency to relieve themselves here, and at such a height? Gazing at the shadow on the wall, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps, distancing himself from the wall that had so unsettled him. Yet the overwhelming urge to urinate left him in a quandary. How can a living person be made to suffer such anguish? If others can relieve themselves, so can I. Disregarding his current predicament, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching and began to surrender to his instincts. After a brief moment, he shook himself, attempting to repress the urge. A screeching halt caught his attention, and instinctively, Yang Bo turned to see a black luxury vehicle halting at the alley's entrance. Two men emerged from the car, striding directly toward him. Foreigners? Have I somehow crossed into another country? As a seasoned online reader, he was no stranger to the concept of time travel. Having merely stepped into a restroom only to find himself here, it would be absurd to think otherwise. The two burly men approached without uttering a word, their eyes cold and indifferent as they regarded him. What is going on? Is it forbidden to relieve oneself here? As Yang Bo stood there, bewildered, the men wasted no time and swiftly seized him. What are you doing? Yang Bo immediately began to struggle, but his strength paled in comparison to theirs. However, years of brawling had instilled in him a sense of calm. He focused on one of them and lifted his foot, delivering a fierce stomp onto the man's foot. Before he could escape, the man he had stomped produced a syringe and plunged it into his body. Oh no, this is the end. In mere seconds, a wave of drowsiness engulfed Yang Bo, his eyelids growing heavy and uncontrollable as modern anesthetics proved far more potent than the will of an ordinary person. Time slipped away, and eventually, Yang Bo gradually opened his eyes, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through his arms. Looking up, he saw that his hands were bound and suspended above a track reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. He was not alone. Many men and women dangled around him. Instinctively, he attempted to cry for help, only to realize his mouth was tightly bound with tape. In an instant, his mind became eerily calm, or rather, chaotic. Goodness gracious, does this scene not indicate that I am merely a lamb to the slaughter? I am still a virgin. How can I meet my demise like this? At that moment, footsteps echoed, and a figure appeared before him. Instinctively, he glanced up. The two locked eyes, a moment of mutual astonishment hanging in the air. An awkward silence ensued. The other person donned a crimson hoodie, paired with blue denim jeans, their short black hair exuding a sense of sharpness. However, Yang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that the person's complexion appeared rather pallid, as if they had been unwell for quite some time. Hey, Keller, we have a meal that has awakened. A cheerful smile spread across the other's face as they called out to someone behind them. Yang Bo, suspended above, found his view obstructed by other meals and could not discern to whom the remark was directed. But soon, he caught sight of the individual named Keller. A quintessential Caucasian male approached, dressed similarly to the first person, albeit in a black hoodie. Where's he? Buddy. Upon arriving, Keller immediately inquired, his voice brimming with excitement. Even someone as oblivious to social cues as Yang Bo could perceive the joy radiating between the two. To think I could clearly understand their conversation, is this English? Could this be a perk of my transmigration? Before his transition, his English proficiency had been limited to basic phrases: come for arriving, go for departing, yes for agreement, and no for negation. Nevertheless, the term meal, uttered by the pair, instilled a sense of unease within Yang Bo. It was apparent they were referring to him. Following the other person's direction, Keller made eye contact with Yang Bo. I never anticipated finding such a splendid meal this time. Let's lower him and take him to the party. Keller gazed at Yang Bo, unable to conceal a grin. A typical human would remain unconscious from anesthetic for at least 2 days, yet this individual had regained consciousness in merely half a day. Regardless of the circumstances, he was deemed worthy of being sent to the blood party. With this thought, Keller couldn't help but lick his lips. Yongbo had no opportunity for resistance, as he was ushered into an underground dance hall. Upon entry, the deafening music obscured any surrounding conversation, while dazzling figures swayed gracefully within the dance floor. These scenes struck him as eerily familiar. Coupled with the prior information, several words suddenly surfaced in Yongbo's mind. Vampires, Blade Runner, feasting upon humans. This familiar dance hall, combined with the avaricious gazes surrounding him, led Yongbo to finally surmise the nature of his transmigration. With this realization, a deep sense of unwillingness welled up within him. If the surrounding individuals were ordinary humans, he might have seized the opportunity to strike, but faced with such inhuman entities, Yongbo found himself utterly powerless. Realia, this one is yours, he is tonight's delicacy. A woman clad in revealing attire approached, and upon hearing Keller's words, she extended her hand to take Yongbo's, a sultry smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Who would have thought that this time such a delightful surprise would arise?" With that, she gently caressed Yongbo's face, her eyes twinkling with mirth as she added, "Hee, today must surely be an unforgettable day for you, handsome." The tape that had adorned Yongbo's face had loosened considerably over the course of the day. With a subtle twist of his head, he freed himself from its confines and gazed calmly at the woman before him, softly uttering a single phrase. "Beautiful lady, before my demise, might I request a reprieve from my virgin status?" Chapter 2. The ballroom incident. Regrettably, the alluring and seductive vampire maiden did not acquiesce to Yongbo's request. The reason was rather simple. Much like how humans would not impulsively indulge in a dish of enticing, aromatic sweet and sour pork laid before them, she was solely interested in Yongbo's blood, and his status as a virgin held no significance for her. The music in the underground ballroom grew increasingly deafening, the atmosphere gradually reaching a fever pitch. Cast aside upon a sofa, Yongbo coldly observed the throng on the dance floor, momentarily disregarding the advances of the ravenous female vampire beside him. "I wonder how many among this crowd are akin to myself, mere food," he mused. At that moment, a pungent scent of rust invaded Yongbo's nostrils, prompting an involuntary frown. A deluge of liquid cascaded from the ceiling of the ballroom, yet the frenzied humans, lost in their revelry amidst the dim light, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. Their eyes closed in the throes of their final ecstasy. The aroma of blood ignited the instincts of the concealed vampires, compelling them to reveal their fangs. "Here it comes." Yongbo cast a glance at the beautiful woman beside him, who had also unveiled her fangs, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, beauty! How I curse you! Of course, this is not a curse directed at you." Seizing the moment when the vampire, Realia, was momentarily distracted, Yongbo sprang from the sofa and slammed his head into her face, the violent dizziness threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Damn it! The physical prowess of vampires surpassed that of humans, and even with Yongbo's intent to perish alongside her, he had merely succeeded in transforming her nose into a visage reminiscent of Voldemort. With a forceful thud, Yongbo was propelled backward, a searing pain radiating from his abdomen as she effortlessly sent him flying. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, feeling as though his body had shattered. Warmth trickling down from his forehead, he recognized it as his own blood. The sound of his fall, along with the screams from the dance floor, was entirely drowned out by the thunderous music. The beautiful vampire, no, now she was the Voldemort-like vampire, Realia, leaped angrily to Yongbo's side, her face smeared with blood, a sight that struck him as somewhat amusing. "You scoundrel, I shall drain every drop of blood from your body." "Oh, just blood, is it? I have other fluids to offer as well." Even in the face of impending doom, Yongbo could not resist teasing her. It was instinctive. For a man who listened to comedic dialogues daily could not allow his wit to fall to the ground. "You." She ruthlessly kicked his head, and with a dull thud, darkness enveloped his vision, the ensuing pain engulfing him entirely. "Food, you have truly enraged me." Realia hunched over, gripping Yongbo as she lifted him from the ground, her gaze piercing into his soul. "Go on, hurry up, while it's hot." Realizing his imminent demise, Yongbo's eyes glazed over, blood streaming from his forehead and the agony in his abdomen clouding his senses. All he desired now was to succumb to slumber. A chilling warmth enveloped his neck, and he realized he had been bitten, his strength waning rapidly. Summoning his last reserves of energy, he opened his eyes to behold the golden hair and fair cheeks of his assailant, with adorably animated ears. With a final, desperate effort, he whispered into the other's ear, "To be honest, you are quite beautiful." Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his teeth into the delicate ear. The human bite force typically ranges from 23 to 68 kilograms. Although Yang Bo felt somewhat weak, the last surge of adrenaline enabled him to achieve his aim. With a mouthful of blood and a charming ear gripped between his teeth, he thought, "You wish to take my life, do you?" A piercing scream erupted as Yang Bo was hurled away, yet he felt no pain. As if experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. After biting the ear, he found himself too exhausted to keep his eyes open. Lying on the cold floor, he sensed the temperature plummeting, an overwhelming drowsiness overtaking him. He vaguely heard a loud bang, reminiscent of a door being kicked, but it was of no concern to him. "I merely sought to use the restroom." Moments later, Yang Bo jolted awake, gasping for the warm air that surrounded him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Turning his head, he spotted the marks he had left on the mottled wall. "Is this not the place where I first crossed over? Have I been resurrected?" The taste of blood and the sharp pain feel far too real to be a dream. At that instant, an electronic synthetic voice resonated in his mind. Vampire and Hunter module loading. Loading successful. Please select a profession, vampire, vampire hunter. Is this the arrival of a cheat system? Without hesitation, Yang Bo opted for the vampire hunter. He had no desire to experience the feeling of being prey once more. Now that he possessed the ability to resurrect, he longed to return to the vampire's lair, for he was no gentleman who believed in waiting a decade for revenge. If he had the power, he would act swiftly. "System, are you there?" Despite his calls, there was no response, and he silently repeated, "I choose vampire hunter." Vampire hunter class change successful to change classes. Please collect the necessary materials. A warm sensation coursed through his body, as though a transformation was occurring, though he could not pinpoint the exact change. The rush of warmth was swift, but it dissipated just as quickly, leaving everything in a tranquil state. Is that it? How utterly dismissive. After turning over every possibility, he found no discernible change in his physical prowess, leading to a sense of disappointment. The system seemed devoid of intelligence, lacking even the most basic of beginner prompts, leaving him to navigate this new reality on his own. "First, I must ascertain where I truly am." Stepping out of the alley and onto the bustling road, vehicles sped past him, and in that moment, he felt a sense of gratitude for traversing a modern society. Had he found himself in ancient times or an alternate world? He truly pondered how he would navigate survival. So many foreigners. Wait, it seems I am the foreigner now. Shaking his head to dispel this trivial thought, he aimlessly wandered along the street, seeking to ascertain his current whereabouts. Flanking the road were various shops, and he could distinctly comprehend the meanings of the signs, which left him somewhat perplexed. Just yesterday, I could understand English, which implies this system has been in place since then. But why am I only now able to choose a profession? Could it be that my system grows stronger with adversity? Lost in such musings, he continued to stroll along the path. Chapter 3. The disappearance of Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, has gone missing in the region of Afghanistan today. Yang Bo, filled with indignation, crammed the newspaper he had picked up into his pocket. He had finally come to realize where he truly was, Manhattan in the year 2008, specifically in the legendary Hell's Kitchen. At this point, Tony Stark had yet to transform into Iron Man, and the grand era of heroes had not fully dawned. Initially, Yang Bo had believed he had merely traversed into the world of Blade, yet it now appeared he had entered the vast cinematic universe of Marvel. Consequently, the peril level of this world had surged from 1 to a staggering 100, given that the appearance of various monsters and supernatural beings was commonplace in the Marvel realm. Raising his head, he gazed at the law office of Matt Murdock across the street, which served as another confirmation of his presence in the Marvel universe. Daredevil, known as Matt Murdock, had become blind after saving a blind man from an oncoming truck, inadvertently contaminating himself with radioactive materials. This misfortune heightened his other senses, and under the rigorous training of the blind martial arts master stick, Matt honed his superhuman abilities, ultimately becoming a formidable warrior. By day, he practiced law, while by night, he donned a mask to fight crime in the Hell's Kitchen of New York. Village chief of the beginner's village. Yongbo could not help but scoff, considering Daredevil one of the first heroes many crossing over encountered. His abilities were not particularly exceptional, aside from his enhanced hearing and perception. He remained within the bounds of humanity. Turning away, he had no desire to interact with these Marvel heroes, save for Blade, as he yearned to let this clandestine congregation of vampires experience the warmth of the sun. This timeline feels a bit off. According to the timeline, Matt's law firm should have opened only after the battle in New York, yet it is still 2008. Matt should still be undergoing Styx training. Reality and film are indeed two separate entities. While the movies portray Hell's Kitchen as perilous after wandering for half a day, I have only witnessed 2 robberies and 3 gunshots. It is not nearly as exaggerated as depicted in the films. With no direction, no money, and no identity, Yongbo realized that to survive in a place like America, he could only hide amidst the chaos, and Hell's Kitchen was the ideal refuge. What on earth is this? He stared in bewilderment at a sudden row of chicken legs appearing before him, 10 in total, one of which seemed to have been bitten into. Is this my world's hunger value? Could it be that I've played too many games and am now hallucinating? This fleeting thought vanished quickly, for whether he closed his eyes or shifted his gaze, the row of chicken legs remained glaringly in his line of sight. The passers-by around him seemed utterly oblivious to any anomaly, indicating that this phenomenon was visible solely to him. Could it be, my cheat isn't a system, but rather my own world? If he had truly transformed into a real-life version of Steve, everything would fall into place. The miraculous resurrection, the vampire mod, and even the row of chicken legs before him. Alongside the unresponsive system, Minecraft is a sandbox game of immense freedom, allowing players to slay monsters, embark on adventures, forge equipment, and construct wonders. Additionally, one can incorporate various mods to shape it into their envisioned realm. As an experienced player of Minecraft, Yongbo was thoroughly familiar with the game. Since I have become Steve, my body should be in a data mode. Why can I still feel pain? Could it be that my Minecraft abilities have not fully loaded? He extended his hand and pinched his arm, the sensation of pain remaining distinctly vivid. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Upon regaining his awareness, he noticed passers-by casting sympathetic glances in his direction. His earlier stance, standing still with closed eyes, swaying his head, had already attracted attention. And now his self-inflicted actions led others to suspect he might have suffered a head injury. Even Yongbo found it difficult to withstand the scrutiny of the crowd. His face flushed with embarrassment as he swiftly departed, the onlookers parting to clear a path, wary of contracting some peculiar ailment. Returning to the alleyway where he had respawned, he realized he was utterly unfamiliar with this city, yet this alley felt like his most intimate locale, having left a mark upon it. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue. Was this a benefit of his transformation into Steve? He had sprinted for over 10 minutes, and aside from a slight decrease in hunger, he felt no weariness whatsoever, not even a hint of breathlessness. He extended his hands to examine his pale skin, glancing at the grimy cobblestone ground. It was time to validate his most crucial ability. He gently tapped the ground, and black squares began to materialize on the gray stone surface, multiplying with each tap. A smile of exhilaration spread across Yongbo's face. Indeed, this essential ability had been preserved. If he could not destroy blocks, then Minecraft would be incomplete. A crisp sound rang in his ears as the stone beneath him suddenly vanished, replaced by a miniature block levitating above the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, the block zipped into his body. What the? This unexpected occurrence startled Yongbo, and despite being somewhat prepared, seeing the palm-sized block enter his body left him momentarily disoriented. Instinctively, he reached out to feel his body, reassured that everything was intact, and he exhaled in relief. It appeared that this block might be a decorative item. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily obtained. Had it flown into his backpack? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a translucent window appeared before him, revealing a backpack akin to the one in the game, featuring a grid of 36 slots. Within lay a gray stone block, evidently the one he had just knocked from the ground. At the very top of the interface lies a 2x2 synthesis window, accompanied by 4 equipment slots on the left. Unlike within the game, where a miniature version of Yongbo would typically occupy the player's avatar position, It has instead been replaced by 3 buttons: complete data mode, on, off, equipment display, on, off, revival permission, on, off. Of these 3 options, only revival permission is activated, while the other 2 remain deactivated. Upon observing the final option, Yang Bo could not help but express his discontent. Could we not conceal the last option? I fear my impulsive fingers may inadvertently select it. Chapter 4. The disappearance of trees. Yang Bo felt a stir within his heart, and the stone tablet from his backpack materialized in his hand, measuring merely a few centimeters in size. He directed it towards a gap in the ground, and an ethereal silhouette resembling the stone tablet emerged upon the earth. "Place," he uttered, and the stone instantly vanished from his grasp, returning to its original position. Were it not for his own hands having removed it, one would hardly believe the stone had ever been disturbed. "Ah, I must find a way to procure some wood. There exists a saying in my world: to seek wealth, one must first fell trees. Wood is the cornerstone of survival. Without it, one cannot craft a workbench, let alone fashion a wooden pickaxe." He raised his gaze, hoping to discern the time, but the towering edifices on either side of the alley completely obscured the sun. It must be around 10 in the morning. I should search for a nearby park. I recall there being a Central Park in Manhattan, New York. Central Park, nestled between the Upper East Side and Upper West Side, stands as Manhattan's largest park, sprawling over nearly 315 hectares and surrounded by towering skyscrapers. Its significance in America is unparalleled, akin to the revered status of the Forbidden City and the Great Wall in the hearts of the Chinese people. After inquiring with a few amiable residents, Yang Bo arrived at the familiar yet foreign Central Park. It felt familiar because he had previously played a game titled Prototype, whose map was set in Manhattan, naturally featuring the iconic Central Park. However, the expanse of Central Park in reality far surpassed that depicted in the game. Crossing the pedestrian walkway, Yang Bo entered the park, where the dense trees and lush greenery stood in stark contrast to the modern steel jungle behind him. As he beheld Central Park before him, a singular thought consumed his mind. I shall reside within this park from now on. The park was teeming with people, not only locals but also numerous tourists drawn by its allure. Yang Bo gazed into the distance at a patch of dense woodland, and upon identifying his target, he strode purposefully towards it. Upon arrival, he discovered that the number of visitors in the woods was hardly less than that in the grassy areas. Alas, even attempting to fell a tree is proving to be quite the challenge. How I wish I had traversed to a rural town instead. Seated on a bench within Central Park, Yang Bo awaited the opportune moment to act. His hunger, represented by the chicken drumsticks, had diminished by 3. Yet as long as he remained inactive, his hunger would not further decline. He rummaged through his pockets, revealing all his possessions: 3 1-yuan notes, a pack of white-label cigarettes, and a standard lighter, nothing more. Opening the cigarette box, he counted 8 remaining sticks, extracted one, and placed it between his lips. After igniting it, he inhaled deeply, allowing his taut nerves to relax momentarily. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. I wonder if my brother will be frightened by my sudden disappearance. As time passed steadily, Yang Bo remained seated, enjoying the gentle breeze. The surrounding tourists came and went in a continuous flow, yet he had nowhere to be, thus exhibiting remarkable patience. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, he gazed at the stunning fiery clouds on the horizon. Rising from his chair, he felt no discomfort despite hours of sitting. The digital enhancements had rendered him unaffected. Finally, the area began to clear. It was mealtime, and the number of visitors in Central Park had significantly diminished. Though a few lingered, it was a stark contrast to the daytime crowd. At least, in this somewhat shadowy grove, the tourists had thinned out considerably. Venturing into the woods, Yang Bo approached a massive tree, its trunk robust enough to require 2 people to encircle it. He worried that a thinner tree might not yield a suitable piece of wood. Knock, knock, knock. His hand struck the tree trunk with no pang of pain, akin to striking a cotton sandbag. In comparison to decorative stone slabs, the fissures in the trunk were evidently slower to manifest. With a resounding thud, the entire tree before him transformed into brown cubes the size of fists, tumbling and spinning on the ground. Yang Bo, initially taken aback, quickly stepped forward to gather the cubes into his backpack. Was this a one-click tree chop? He had anticipated 2 scenarios. Either a segment of the trunk would break off while the upper portion hovered in midair, or under the influence of Newton's laws. The tree would simply topple. Yet, the reality was entirely unexpected and perhaps better, as it drew no attention from others. Opening his backpack, he discovered that this one tree had provided him with 23 pieces of wood and 4 oak saplings. Without hesitation, he placed the wood into the synthesis slot of his backpack. One piece could be decomposed into 4 planks, and with those 4 planks, he crafted a core workbench from the realm of Minecraft. Casting a glance around to ensure he was alone, he set the workbench down. It appeared in a light brown hue, with a pair of pliers hanging from its side, far more three-dimensional than the textures in the game, although they could not be removed. Above the workbench, a 3x3 crafting grid was illustrated. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Yongbo focused his thoughts to open the workbench's interface. The interface mirrored the grid of the workbench, presenting a 3x3 window, and to his delight, a green book was visible on the side of the crafting window. A crafting guide. He had thought it was a lower version due to the absence of a backpack. With a crafting guide at his disposal, things became significantly easier. The original crafting recipes were deeply etched in his mind, including many commonly used items from various mods. Although some obscure items eluded him. Wait, how was a cake made again? He retrieved 3 pieces of wood and 2 sticks, crafting a wooden pickaxe, and began to strike the workbench. As cracks multiplied on its surface, a crisp sound resonated, and the workbench shrank into a mini form, vanishing into his backpack. Seek a place to burrow underground and ascertain if there exists a means to excavate roundstones, should that prove futile. The only recourse would be to devise a method of departing from Manhattan. Manhattan is an island, and although there are bridges connecting it to the mainland, encountering law enforcement could spell trouble. Until the issue of identity is resolved, it would be prudent for him to remain within Central Park. The act of raking the grass with bare hands is swift. In merely a few moments, a passage leading underground materialized. Yongbo leaped inside and, with a swift motion, used the soil to seal the entrance above. Instantly, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. With a click, Yongbo produced a lighter to illuminate the area. And an involuntary thought surfaced in his mind. If the ancestors are buried upright, the descendants shall surely thrive. Chapter 5, Survival in the Cave. The faint glow of the lighter appeared exceedingly precious within the cavern. Observing the soil around him, overgrown with various roots and tubers, Yongbo remained motionless, mindful of the reality surrounding him. He feared that digging too deeply might lead to suffocation. Releasing the lighter, he stood still for about 10 minutes, experiencing no sensation of asphyxiation or discomfort whatsoever. He felt no sense of panic. Could it be that I no longer require oxygen? After inhaling a couple of deep breaths filled with earthy aromas, a smile involuntarily graced Yongbo's face. Was this invincibility? Once again, he retrieved the lighter, the familiar click illuminating his surroundings anew. Yongbo raised an eyebrow in contemplation, pondering, could it be that the blocks in my world can create air? Such speculation hardly seemed exaggerated, for in my world, merely placing a wooden door underwater conjured air from thin air, with the danger of suffocation seemingly non-existent. Yongbo extended his hand deeper into the earth, unearthing increasingly bizarre objects from the soil. Gazing at the digitized bones in his hands and the human skull embedded in the wall, his expression shifted as he murmured, although I know not who you are or the reason for your interment here, I sincerely thank you for your contribution. With a series of knocks, he dislodged the soil encasing the bones, which yielded 8 bones in total, a drop rate surpassing that of the skeletal archers in the game. Observing the remaining skull, he returned it to its original position and covered it with soil blocks once more. It appeared that the resources within the game could indeed be acquired in reality. However, Yongbo merely entertained these thoughts for now. Setting aside the notion of fist-sized diamonds or arm-length gold, which were not within the reach of his impoverished self, his immediate goal was a suit of iron armor. Though the soil was divided into topsoil, subsoil, and bedrock, in the face of the rules governing my world, they were uniformly transformed into dirt blocks, stripping away any distinction. After digging approximately 17 meters, he gazed at the gray ground beneath him, excitement swelling within. He tapped his hand against the surface above, which similarly revealed cracks, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Yongbo ceased his actions, aware that this signified an insufficient digging level. My world possesses a remarkably scientific developmental path. Initially, one could only gather wooden items. such as logs, planks, doors, and fences, objects with a hardness of 1. To excavate higher and harder materials, one must possess the appropriate tools. Otherwise, any attempts at forceful excavation would yield naught. At last, he glimpsed stone. He decided to dig a little to see if he could convert it into cobblestone. If not, he would have to devise another plan. With a wooden pickaxe in hand, he struck the stone beneath his feet. This time, it went exceedingly well, as numerous cracks appeared with each blow to the stone's surface. With a familiar sound of dropping items, a piece of cobblestone was drawn into Yongbo's backpack. At last, he could welcome the Stone Age. With a wooden pickaxe in hand, he tirelessly gathered the surrounding stones, preparing to construct a sanctuary, a home of his own. The wooden pickaxe boasted an impressive durability of 59 points. In an effort to conserve materials, Yongbo utilized the pickaxe until it was nearly spent, reluctantly stowing it away in the corner of his backpack, intending to let it shine once more when he crafted a furnace. To prevent any risk of collapse, he laid a layer of cobblestone on the ceiling, ensuring he would not be buried alive beneath the earth. After setting down the workbench, he crafted 2 stone pickaxes and a furnace. Glancing at his hunger gauge, which was now perilously low, his brow furrowed in concern. With the issues of stone and wood resolved, it was time to devise a solution for his food predicament. Yongbo sighed in resignation. Truly, a wealthy man faces no hardship, while a poor man struggles immensely. Opening the furnace interface, he noted its simplicity. 3 slots were visible. The top slot was designated for items to be smelted, the lower one for fuel, and the right side served as the output slot where processed goods would appear. He placed the nearly depleted wooden pickaxe into the fuel slot and added 3 pieces of wood into the raw materials slot, intending to first produce some charcoal for torches. The moment he inserted the wood, the furnace ignited automatically, flames flickering from the window above. The fire was far more vivid than that in the game, illuminating the modest space around him. Typically, the furnace required 10 seconds to smelt a single item. For Yongbo, this duration was merely a blink of an eye. He retrieved the charcoal from the furnace and, along with some sticks, crafted a dozen torches. They would suffice for now, especially since he did not need to delve into mines. In reality, minerals were not as ubiquitous, and should he wish to mine, he would have to wait until he left New York for the abandoned mines of the Midwest, hoping to encounter remnants of old veins. Using cobblestone, he fashioned a set of stone tools, finding the stone sword to be quite comfortable in his grip as he expanded the room slightly. Selecting an appropriate spot, he raised the height a bit and planted the saplings that had previously fallen into his backpack onto the soil. Satisfied with the overhead height, he nodded approvingly. It should suffice. Now to see if they could thrive underground. From his backpack, he retrieved the bones contributed by an anonymous volunteer, utilizing the crafting interface to convert them entirely into bone meal. In the realm of Minecraft, bone meal acts as a fertilizer for plants, expediting their growth when applied correctly. With the crumbled white mosaic of bone meal in hand, he aimed it at the sapling, silently wishing for its use. A flurry of green particles materialized, merging with the sapling, yet this time the bone meal failed to hasten its growth. One attempt was insufficient. Thus, he tried again, utilizing 4 units of bone meal. A block-formed oak tree emerged in the basement, transforming the previously spacious area into one that now felt somewhat cramped. Indeed, it is cultivable, which greatly simplifies matters. If one were to visit the park daily to fell trees, it would hardly take much time before someone arrives to investigate the situation. Gathering the timber and the 3 fallen saplings, he noticed the crimson apples resting on the ground and joyfully approached to collect them. At last, sustenance was at hand. With no hesitation, he took a bite of the vibrant apple. Its crisp texture and delightful sweetness made Yongbo feel it was the most exquisite apple he had ever tasted. First, he would examine the vampire mod, and then venture out to see if he could scavenge some scrap iron. If he could transform it into ingots, it would be immensely convenient. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. I must devise a means to procure some bones. Without bone meal, the growth rate of plants is excruciatingly slow. I remain oblivious to the whereabouts of this American Baibao mountain. Sitting upon a round stone half-brick, Yongbo held a cigarette between his lips, leisurely exhaling wisps of smoke. In his hand, he twirled a sharp stake, his gaze icy, as memories of the previous night, when he was confronted with the gruesome sight of food, flooded his mind. I wonder where these ruffians are concealed. It would be fortuitous to encounter a blade warrior, for I might glean some intelligence. Stowing the stake, he rose to his feet. The stake, a tool employed by hunters within the vampire module to combat the creatures of the night, is easily crafted with 2 wooden sticks and a plank. Yet, it significantly increases the likelihood of acquiring vampire drops. Upon slaying a vampire with the stake, one would obtain a vampire's soul and blood. Moreover, upon unlocking the skill Common Use of the Stake, one can eliminate any vampire with health below 35 in a single strike. The skill True Use of the Stake allows one to dispatch vampires with health under 200 from behind. Approaching his workbench, he retrieves some sticks to craft wooden ladders, placing them in the passage leading to the surface. After a slow ascent, he used a shovel to dig through the soil above, peering around to confirm the absence of onlookers before leaping from the hole and sealing the entrance behind him. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings, particularly within this dense forest. The visible visitors had vanished, yet the faint echoes of a woman's scream alerted him to the fact that matters were far from simple. Damn, the wilderness is alarmingly loud. How audacious. Yongbo was not one to revel in live broadcasts, although he might occasionally receive invitations to join in on drives. He preferred the company of a pristine, new vehicle, especially when devoid of peril. He followed the sounds, heading in the opposite direction, being cautious as his hunger level dwindled to a mere 8 points, equivalent to 4 chicken legs. Should he continue running, he feared he would not have the strength to escape danger. After a lengthy trek of over 10 minutes, Yongbo re-entered the realm of modern society. The Manhattan skyline was aglow with lights, and the streets bustled with pedestrians. Compared to the daylight, the city exuded an enchanting allure at night. Suddenly, a foul stench assailed his senses, weighing heavily upon him, and a new realization dawned upon him. There are vampires. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced in the direction from whence the odor emanated. A young Caucasian man clad in a brown short-sleeved shirt approached him, though the man's focus was elsewhere. He merely passed by. A golden aura enveloped the man, and remarkably, this halo did not impede Yongbo's ability to discern the pallor of the man's face. Even when obstructed by passers-by, he could perceive the golden outline of the figure. Is this vampire perception? Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. The effect before him evoked memories of the skill vampiric perception from the hunter class in the game, which allowed players to sense nearby wild vampires and vampire players. However, this skill was exclusive to 4th-tier vampire hunters, and he was merely a level 0 novice hunter. How could he possibly possess such an ability? He silently murmured. Open the vampire module skill panel. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the vampire module skill panel manifested before him. Since he was currently a hunter, the panel displayed only hunter skills. Some were visible in the middle, yet apart from vampiric perception, all others appeared in an unusable gray. In the upper right corner of the page, the remaining skill points were displayed. Typically, a newly transitioned profession would show 0 skill points, but his was distinctly different, revealing a perplexing -1. Is this how it works? Can we strike a deal where I illuminate all the skills now and repay it upon leveling up? Unfortunately, Yongbo had no system to facilitate such a wish, and his lofty aspirations were evidently dashed. Naturally, he turned and followed closely behind the vampire. Thanks to his newly acquired skill, Yongbo only needed to maintain a distance of 20 meters from his target for the golden aura surrounding the vampire to remain visible. Even if the vampire vanished from his line of sight, he could still detect the lingering scent in the air. Unable to resist, he licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if gazing upon a stunning beauty. Such height and physique. One ride would surely break my back. But where did they go? Distracted by the malevolent presence, the vampire had suddenly disappeared. However, Yongbo was not overly concerned, for the scent lingering in the air continued to guide him. He quickened his pace and soon spotted the vampire re-emerging into view. The number of pedestrians around them dwindled, and Yongbo sensed that the vampire had become aware of his pursuit. After all, he was no trained scout. The vampire turned to glance at him, hands tucked into pockets, retreating towards a less populated area. As the vampire entered a narrow alley, a playful smile crept onto Yongbo's face. How audacious! His boldness stemmed from the knowledge of his ability to resurrect, yet he found himself curious about the vampire's own confidence. Watching the vampire concealed around the corner, awaiting his approach, Young Bo subtly shook his head. His gaze grew colder, and the smile faded from his face. A stone axe materialized in his hand, and he crouched low, moving stealthily towards the alley's entrance, employing a stealth skill akin to that in a sandbox game, minimizing any noise his body might produce. At a distance of merely 2 paces from the alley, young Bo halted, utilizing the unique effects of his abilities to clearly perceive the vampire lurking in the corner. It was evident that the creature was poised for action the moment Yang revealed himself. He would undoubtedly be yanked into the alley and subjected to a rather forceful kiss. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. The vampire and Yang stood at opposite corners, with Yang brandishing his stone axe. Should the vampire's impatience compel it to reveal itself, Yang was certain he would deliver a delightful surprise. As the sound of footsteps faded, the vampire, unable to contain its restlessness, began to fidget, torn between the desire to glance outside. A minute passed, and the vampire could no longer restrain itself, cautiously peeking around the corner to assess the situation. Surprise! Just as the vampire turned its head in response to a noise, young Bo leaped, bringing his stone axe crashing down upon its skull. The creature's health, previously at 28 points, swiftly diminished by 13. Chapter 7. The Time to Prosper with a Single Swing. Yang Bo brought the vampire crashing to the ground. However, as he had not fully activated his data mode, the sharp stone axe became embedded in the creature's skull, resembling a grotesque Halloween decoration. A guttural roar emerged from the vampire's throat, its hands pressed against the ground in a futile attempt to rise. As it lifted its head, it was met by Yang Bo's icy gaze, devoid of any emotion. Strike while the iron is hot. Yang Bo, adhering to the wisdom passed down by his ancestors, withdrew the stone axe and delivered another ruthless blow to the vampire's head. With a resounding crash, the creature crumpled back to the ground, its health, originally reduced to 15 points, diminished by another 9. Health points reflected the vampire's current physical condition, and despite its unnatural resilience, it struggled to endure the repeated assaults. Noticing the vampire's dwindling health at a mere 6 points, Yang Bo's stone axe vanished, replaced by a wooden stake designed for hunting vampires. With no hint of compassion, he raised the stake high and plunged it into the creature's back. The heart is on the left side, right? Yet, the sharp stake failed to penetrate the vampire's defenses. Observing the -1 that appeared above the vampire's head, Yang Bo felt a twinge of frustration. The vampire's health had not yet reached the critical threshold of 15, rendering his stake little more than a decorative item, inflicting only a forced 1 point of damage. Undeterred, he continued his assault, finding the speed of the stake's strikes vastly superior to that of the stone axe. As the vampire's health plummeted to 4 points, the stake slid into its body with the ease of penetrating sand. With its health completely depleted, the vampire let out a chilling scream as its form began to ignite from within, ultimately reducing it to a pile of black ashes. Surprised by the spoils that fell from the vampire's remains, Yang Bo's previously indifferent expression thawed, and he took a step forward to collect the scattered items into his backpack. So it really can drop loot. A glance around revealed that lights had begun to flicker in nearby windows, attracted by the vampire's final, anguished cry. He kicked the ashes left behind, only to be astonished to discover a number of metallic objects emerging from the remnants. Goodness! It seems there are indeed some treasures left behind. Yet, it was only logical. The natural heat of the vampire's demise could reduce clothing to ashes. But if it could vaporize various metals like in the movies, they would not be vampires, but rather walking explosive trucks. Picking up a glimmering golden necklace from the ground, he turned to leave, spitting in disdain as he did so. Pauper. After navigating through winding paths back to the bustling street, Yang Bo felt a breath of relief. Although it was his first encounter with a humanoid creature, his body felt completely at ease, even invigorated mentally. His hands trembled slightly with excitement, barely under his control. Reaching a bench placed along the road, he settled down comfortably and opened his backpack to inspect the treasures he had acquired. Vampire Fong, 1, Vampire Blood, 1 fortune smiled upon him, for the very first vampire he encountered yielded the coveted vampire blood. This precious substance serves as a crucial ingredient in the crafting of blood potions, which bestow upon players a minimum of 3 distinct random status effects. While the efficacy of these potions may hinge on luck, humanity possesses an enigmatic confidence in this regard, and Yang Bo is no exception. Seated on a bench, He steadied his emotions before rising to stroll along the path. Aware of his ability to sense nearby vampires, and knowing that they drop valuable materials, he felt compelled to seek out solitary vampires, demonstrating his fervor and gratitude for the kindness shown to him in being spared as a meal. Yang Bo held little concern for the vampire's lair. Presently, he was ill-equipped to confront multiple vampires in combat, even if he were aware of the location of their stronghold. His strength would not suffice to breach it, which is why he had refrained from inquiring about the information the previous vampire possessed. After wandering for over 10 minutes, a familiar scent wafted through the air once more, igniting Yang Bo's excitement. He turned to see a striking black woman elegantly walking down the street, her statuesque figure capturing the attention of the men around her. Unlike the pallid visage of the previous white vampire, her complexion bore no hint of paleness. Instead, her exposed skin glistened as if coated in a layer of oil, reflecting the ambient light in a manner that beckoned one to reach out and explore the tantalizing allure of her curvaceous form. Without hesitation, Yang Bo fell back into stride behind her, but soon sensed something amiss. He realized he was not the only one following her. Several men, dressed like petty thugs, trailed closely behind. Is Manhattan really this competitive now? Do we have to queue up to find a vampire? He mused, observing the trio of thugs as they loitered and eavesdropped on their conversation. Let us follow this girl. Once we reach a secluded spot, we'll have our fun. That figure is simply irresistible, one of them exclaimed. Garcia, you're not wrong. Look at that voluptuous rear. I swear she could drain you dry. Their lewd banter rendered Yang Bo speechless, and he gazed upon the trio with pity as they trailed behind this vampire. As night enveloped the city, the vampire emerged from her hiding place in search of suitable prey. Eva, the vampire walking just ahead of Yang Bo, also sought her quarry. Casually casting a glance over her shoulder at the quartet, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Ah, food delivered right to my door every day. How splendid, she remarked, instinctively licking her lips. With her catch already in sight, Eva began to sway her hips enticingly towards a more secluded area, unable to contain his disdain. Yang Bo couldn't help but think, do all these vampires come from the same school? Is this the only trick they know? Despite his complaints, Yang Bo showed no hesitation as he trailed behind the trio of assailants. Observing the occasional glances cast by the vampire, the three men quickened their pace, encircling their target as the number of pedestrians dwindled. The leader, wearing a lascivious smile, provocatively inquired, Hey, sweetheart, care to join us for some fun? I assure you, you'll enjoy yourself. The black vampire, grinning broadly, regarded the encroaching trio without a hint of anxiety and boldly responded, Oh, are the three of you together? Then, casting a glance at Yang Bo, who stood a short distance away with a cheerful demeanor, he added, What about you? Care to join? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo cheerfully agreed, eagerly moving closer to the group. Chapter 8. The Fives encounter Yang Bo's unexpected participation did not elicit any disdain from the three young ruffians. Rather, it ignited their peculiar enthusiasm, rendering them even more exhilarated. You go first. No, you, big brother, you go first. Why not let our new brother take the first turn? The group engaged in a playful exchange of deference, following the vampire to a secluded corner. Observing this display of camaraderie, Yang Bo couldn't help but marvel at the genuine emotions that exist among mortals. Then I shall go first, he said with a cheerful smile, stepping forward to face the black vampire. The two exchanged scrutinizing glances, both revealing a sense of satisfaction. An attractive gentleman from Asia. I haven't. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yang Bo leaped forward, delivering a crushing blow with his stone axe, sending the vampire crashing to the ground. The abrupt turn of events caught the three ruffians off guard. Oh shit, they exclaimed as they drew their firearms, aiming at Yang Bo. One of the Mexican fellows nervously uttered, Hey, friend, don't move, or I won't hesitate to send you away. A piercing scream interrupted him as the female vampire, having been felled by Yang Bo, sprang up from the ground. Infuriated by her injury, she lunged at an unsuspecting ruffian. Ah, help me. The unfortunate soul screamed in terror as the woman tackled him. The remaining two swiftly directed their weapons at the assailant. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? They hesitated, contemplating whether to pull the trigger, but Yang Bo was already in motion. Gripping his axe, he struck again. sending the vampire staggering back a meter, just as she released her grip on the ruffian. However, the moment was slightly too late. The ruffian had already been bitten, clutching his neck with trembling hands as blood oozed through his fingers. In a frenzy, he exclaimed, "She has gone mad. She actually bit me, damn it." With shaky resolve, he raised his arm and squeezed the trigger, the bullet striking the vampire. "Carrie, you're insane," the Mexican ruffian exclaimed in panic. Though they wielded firearms, they were mere thugs, not terrorists, and only resorted to violence when absolutely necessary. "She has gone mad. She wants to kill me." The vampire's anguish cries resonated once more as she crouched low, preparing to pounce on another victim. Young Bo, of course, would not allow her this opportunity. "Watch out," he warned, leaping with vigor to strike again. The strength of this vampire was evidently greater than that of the one he had previously encountered, as evidenced by her 53-point life force. What kind of monster is this? It was clear that the three individuals were encountering a vampire for the first time. Faced with a creature that could still move after being shot, they struggled to comprehend the situation. The two standing ruffians, no longer holding back, simultaneously pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot effortlessly siphoned away a fraction of the vampire's vitality. It was evident that ordinary small-caliber bullets posed little threat to such a creature. However, if silver bullets were employed, the outcome would be entirely different. With Yang Bo's final strike, the vampire emitted a wretched scream as her body ignited spontaneously. In mere seconds, the dark figure vanished, leaving behind scattered items that were automatically absorbed into his backpack. What sorcery is this? She has disappeared. The three ruffians were profoundly shaken, witnessing a living being evaporate before their very eyes. Yang Bo gently prodded a small clump of black ash on the ground with his stone axe, hoping the female vampire would yield something of value. To his surprise, a few bullets clinked out, yet no other metallic treasures were revealed. Is she truly so impoverished? Frowning, he raised his gaze to the ruffian sprawled on the ground, preparing to assess his condition. However, this figure was enigmatic and posed a threat with a mere movement. The three raised their handguns, aiming them at Yang Bo. "Friend, what on earth is happening?" Yang Bo smiled, harboring no fondness for these thugs, yet compared to the vampire, they were at least human. At the very least, they would not regard him as sustenance. "Have you heard of vampires?" The trio froze, and the ruffian on the ground took the opportunity to rise. Vampires? Indeed. The three recalled the scientifically implausible woman and her transformation into ash, their belief wavering into the realm of possibility. The leader suddenly reacted, his gaze instinctively darting to the bitten Carrie. Tales of vampires were woven into their childhood stories, yet they had dismissed them as mere fables. Upon noticing the shift in their demeanor, Yang Bo beamed with a radiant smile. "It is precisely as you surmise. Once bitten by a vampire, as long as one is not drained completely, one is destined to become a new vampire. At least, that is how it unfolds in Blade." The Mexican leader, evidently a man of loyalty, swiftly approached Carrie, grasping his hand that clutched the wound and pulling it aside to reveal the two gaping, bleeding punctures on his neck. His pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily holstered his firearm, urgently exclaiming, "Friend, you must possess a means to save him, do you not?" Yang Bo slightly shook his head. While the game offered milk as a remedy, it was clear he had no cows at his disposal. "Wait, I could send them to procure milk." There was indeed a solution, albeit one that required an abundance of milk and garlic, as well as bread and $500. Initially, the leader observed Yang Bo sinking into despair, yet upon hearing his subsequent words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes as he eagerly replied, "Very well. I shall go buy it. Let us go together." The gunfire moments ago undoubtedly drew attention from the surroundings. Although this place is rather secluded and devoid of any corpses, remaining here is certainly not a prudent choice. At this moment, the young African-American man, Carrie, who had been bitten, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and anxiously inquired, Am I going to become one of those monsters?" Yang Bo glanced at him and replied with a reassuring smile, "Fear not, I shall redeem you. Internally," he added, "even if you transform into a vampire." However, the method of redemption would certainly differ. As they traversed the quiet path, the leading man, supporting the weak-legged Carrie alongside another, suddenly inquired, "Are you a hunter of those monsters?" "Indeed. I am a vampire hunter. Yang Bo responded earnestly. I will make these creatures, who feast upon humanity, understand who the true hunter is. Chapter 9. Hunters must eat. Yang Bo sat in a flamboyant car, indifferent to its brand. For him, as long as it kept the rain at bay, it was a good vehicle. Prior to his journey across dimensions, he had never even owned a car, rendering him unfamiliar with its make. This automobile belonged to Leo, the Mexican-American leader of the trio. He's starting to show symptoms. We need to tie him up to prevent any harm, Yang Bo exclaimed, glancing at Carrie, who was half reclined in the back seat, eyes tightly shut. His forehead beaded with perspiration, and his gray hoodie completely soaked through. Upon hearing this, Leo quickly nodded. There's a tow strap in the trunk. I'll retrieve it. He exited the car in a flurry, swiftly returning with a rope about the thickness of 2 fingers. Without waiting for further instruction, he promptly secured Carrie. After a flurry of activity, Leo finally exhaled in relief just as Gore, who had been sent on an errand, rushed back, panting with 2 bags filled with garlic, milk, and bread, along with 2 ordinary metal buckets. I got the supplies, sir. Do you think it's sufficient? Yes, Yang Bo replied, reaching for a head of garlic. An idea sparked in his mind, and the garlic swiftly transformed into the form used in the vampire module. Noticing Yang Bo with the garlic, Leo hesitated and asked, Sir, I know garlic can ward off vampires, but can bread and milk do the same? He wisely refrained from mentioning the matter of $500. Yang Bo, pouring milk into a bucket while ignoring Leo's question, replied, The bread is my dinner. For a moment, silence enveloped the trio as they watched milk fill the bucket. It did not take long before the metal container brimmed with milk. To their astonishment, Yang Bo lifted the bucket, and in a miraculous transformation, the once 30-centimeter tall bucket shrank to about 20 centimeters, its walls appearing significantly sturdier. Even more astonishingly, when Yang Bo opened the back door, the pure white milk inside the bucket remained perfectly still, as if solidified. The 2 exchanged glances, unspoken understanding passing between them. If vampires were real, then a mystical bucket of milk was not beyond belief. With the bucket in hand, Yang Bo pried open the mouth of the young black man, who had already begun to sprout elongated teeth. Fortunately, it was not too late. He poured the milk into the man's mouth, and as it had a defined purpose, the previously motionless milk transformed back into liquid, flowing directly down his throat. At the moment he finished the entire bucket, Carrie's trembling body stilled, and he opened his eyes to find the 3 of them staring intently at him, causing him to jump in surprise. Suddenly recalling the agony he had just endured, he began to feel his body. I'm all right, he exclaimed, and immediately turned to Yang Bo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Upon realizing that the other party had no further inquiries, Yang Bo smiled faintly and turned to extract the bread from his bag, transforming it into the bread of my world, and began to eat. While savoring his meal, he remarked, No need for thanks. I am merely receiving my due reward. Contemplating the $500 nestled within his backpack, Yang Bo's smile radiated even more brightly. After a brief pause, he continued, Are you interested in joining me for a little venture? As he sat in the car, Yang Bo rolled down the window, his gaze fixated on the pedestrians outside. The number of passers-by had notably dwindled. It was indeed quite late. A familiar scent wafted through the air, causing Yang Bo's demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. He straightened his posture and stated, The man in the black shirt ahead. Upon hearing his words, the others in the car perked up, following Yang Bo's pointed direction. They spotted a man in his 30s, clad in black trousers and a black shirt, adorned with a glaring gold watch on his wrist, a quintessential image of a successful individual. Had it not been for Yang Bo, the 3 would never have believed this man was a vampire, a creature that feasted on human blood. Leo felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the calmness exuded by Yang Bo eased his own nerves. He opened the car door and, alongside Carrie, approached the vampire as per Yang Bo's prior instructions. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Gore retreated to a shadowy corner, awaiting the arrival of their target. Leo retrieved a folding knife from his pocket and pressed it against the vampire's waist, insisting, If you wish to live, follow me. The vampire was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an affront in broad daylight. The humiliation ignited a surge of rage within him, however. With a few scattered onlookers nearby, he hesitated to retaliate. He furrowed his brow and replied, "Fine, I won't resist. I'll come with you." Internally, he seethed, "You wretched fool. I shall transform you into a blood servant and relish in tormenting you." In the hierarchy of vampires, he considered himself somewhat of a success. Typically, he had no need to hunt for food, but a minor issue with his vehicle had compelled him to stroll the streets today. He never anticipated such a predicament would arise. As he stepped into the shadows, his anger became unbearable, triggering his transformation. His eyes glowed a menacing red as he bared his sharp fangs. "You pathetic scoundrels, I will ensure your demise." But before he could finish, a stone axe loomed rapidly before him, and with a resounding thud, he was felled in an instant. Upon witnessing Yang Bo's decisive action, the other three wasted no time, brandishing specially prepared silver knives and plunging them into the vampire's flesh. The efficacy of silver weaponry against the vampire was evidently superior to Yang Bo's stone axe, as the skin surrounding the punctured areas instantly darkened, as if succumbing to necrosis. Yang Bo watched in astonishment as the opponent's health, which had once soared above 100 points, dwindled to half in the blink of an eye. He raised his stone axe once more, striking the foe squarely in the mouth, silencing their agonized cries abruptly. He then brandished a wooden stake, plunging it mercilessly into the vampire, leveraging the unique property of my world that repelled enemies, leaving the creature utterly defenseless. "Hurry, act swiftly," he urged. The three companions, upon hearing his call, hastened to rummage through the spoils of the vanquished vampire, now pinned against the wall by Yang Bo. 2 minutes later, the four of them beheld the vampire as it ignited in silence, transforming into a cloud of ash that vanished into the ether. "Thus, may our future collaborations be filled with joy," Yang Bo mused, a smile gracing his face as he gazed upon the ashes of the defeated vampire. Chapter 10. Harvest and return. As the dawn's light unveiled the veil of night, it expelled the brutal morning rays, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yang Bo sat in the vehicle, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. Surrounded by his companions, he remarked, "Let us proceed to Central Park. These fellows will not emerge during daylight. The ordinary vampires of this realm are not resilient enough to withstand the sun's direct glare. During the day, they merely seek refuge in the shadows." After a night of toil, they had dispatched a total of 7 vampires, far fewer than Yang Bo had anticipated. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the 3 individuals in the vehicle perked up, although their spirits were elevated. The fatigue from an entire night without rest urged them to return home for a brief slumber. With a flick of his fingers, Yang Bo sent the cigarette, but arcing to the pavement as the car made its way toward Central Park. Minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady halt beside the park. The driver, Leo, inquired, "Sir, shall we return this evening?" Having tasted the sweetness of success, having aided in the elimination of 6 vampires throughout the night, the trio was quite pleased with their endeavors. Yang Bo cast a glance at Leo and replied with a smile, "Certainly. Please take care of the items we acquired last night, and ensure you procure a phone card for me." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, making his way into the park as Leo and his companions drove away. The sun had only just begun its ascent, and the park was enveloped in the chill of dawn. A few nameless birds flitted through the skies, and Yang Bo surveyed the lush green grass around him. Were it not for the morning dew adorning the blades, he would have relished the thought of reclining upon the ground for a much-needed rest. Having been awake throughout the night, he felt no weariness after initiating the data transformation process. He retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack, savoring its delightful aroma as he consumed it. It seemed somewhat disappointing that regardless of the flavor, any bread subjected to the data transformation was rendered into a standard loaf. Fortunately, it was quite palatable and could be stacked. Once his hunger was satiated, he ventured into the forest, heading toward home. Suddenly, he noticed the dense underbrush surrounding him. He mused whether clearing the grass might yield seeds. If so, he would no longer need to worry about food. Although he currently possessed over $100. He was a man of practicality and could not afford to squander his funds frivolously. Every cent must be judiciously spent. Raising his fist, he struck the grass beneath him, and the once verdant patch of greenery shrank to a mere 3 or 4 centimeters in height, as though sheared by a mower. To his dismay, no seeds had fallen. He lifted his hand once more, clearing away the surrounding weeds until a smooth expanse of grass emerged. As he had surmised, the destruction of the weeds indeed yielded seeds. And after clearing several hundred square meters, he collected a bundle of seeds, following the path etched in his memory. He ventured deeper into the forest until he reached the vicinity of his home, observing a patch of earth that contrasted with the surrounding greenery. Yang Bo rubbed his temples in frustration. Placing the exit here is rather conspicuous. Although the expanse is all grass, the color variation is somewhat apparent. The clod of earth from last night has now spread into a patch of grass, yet the vibrant green stands out awkwardly against this deep green backdrop. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bo retrieved his shovel and excavated the grass block, revealing the passage below. He leaped inside and promptly sealed the entrance behind him. Today, he intended to expand his home slightly and cultivate some wheat, leaving the entrance dilemma for another time, if necessary. He could simply dig a tunnel leading to the external sewer system. After all, the inhabitants of New York's sewers would hardly miss one more occupant. First, he decided to fell the oak trees that had grown, thereby further enlarging his woodland area, alleviating concerns about a shortage of timber. He retrieved a piece of I-beam steel from his backpack, a remnant he had salvaged from a construction site. Unfortunately, it could not be directly converted into iron ingots. But now that it was in his possession, there was no reason to discard it. The issue of iron ingots loomed large. Would he truly have to commission them from a steel mill? Yang Bo scratched his head in frustration. The cost of purchasing steel was exorbitant, and the meager earnings he had garnered from slaying vampires were insufficient. At that moment, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He swiftly turned to see a vampire hunter from the motte appearing at the edge of the woodland, meandering aimlessly. Dressed in a black tailcoat topped with a hat and adorned with a stylish cape, he still bore the unmistakable form of a blocky figure. Upon spotting him, Yang Bo's initial tension transformed into excitement as he rushed forward, gazing up at the vampire hunter, who stood approximately 6 feet tall. The prospect of encountering a vampire hunter meant he could elevate his own hunter level. Leveling up hunters below level 5 was a straightforward process. One merely needed to find newly spawned vampire hunters in the wild, engage in dialogue, and submit the required items to enhance their profession, thereby earning skill points for new abilities. He opened the operation interface, which displayed a single slot, above which was inscribed in bold letters, "To train. Please submit 1 vial of vampire blood." Without hesitation, Yang Bo retrieved a vial of vampire blood from his backpack and placed it in the slot. Upon confirming the submission, the message altered. "To proceed with your training, please pay 5 vials of vampire blood." Yang Bo glanced at the 2 remaining vials of vampire blood in his backpack and sighed in resignation. The acquisition of vampire blood required one to slay vampires with stakes, and it was not guaranteed to drop. Last night, he had vanquished 7 vampires, yet only 3 vials had materialized. He needed to devise a strategy to locate a vampire congregation. With no means to level up at the moment, Yang Bo resolved to first expand his home and then venture out to seek materials that could be transformed into iron ingots. After spending over an hour, his abode had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once cramped and dim basement had been reconfigured into a 2-story layout, dispelling the previous gloom. Clapping his hands together, Yang Bo beamed at his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. "First, I shall venture out to procure a few items, beginning with a single bed. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to sit on the ground every day." Ascending the ladder cautiously, I listened intently but detected no other sounds. I then excavated the grass blocks above the tunnel and leaped out. Phew, no one is around. Exhaling a breath of relief, Yang Bo sealed the entrance and proceeded towards the outskirts of Central Park. It would indeed be wiser to choose a different exit. Otherwise, this situation is simply too cumbersome. Chapter 11: Encounter with Blade. As Yang Bo emerged from the bustling furniture store, his countenance was decidedly grim, muttering incessantly to himself. "A double bed selling for $2,000? Your earnings outpace my theft." Initially, Yang Bo believed that the over $1,000 in his pocket would suffice to acquire some furnishings. However, upon entering the store, he realized they could easily rob him, yet still offer some furniture as a consolation. In that moment, he found himself at a loss to determine whether the capitalist should be hung from the street lamp or the vampire, feeling an uncanny resemblance between the 2 seemingly disparate species. Strolling along, he soon arrived at the crowded Times Square, surrounded by towering billboards and opulent shops, the bustling throng overwhelming his senses. "Oh my heavens!" he exclaimed, embodying the naivety of a country bumpkin, having lived in a third-tier city prior to his journey, where he had never encountered such high society. He had never ventured to the major cities back home. It was the height of summer, and the surrounding scenery was strikingly vibrant. "Goodness, that woman looks dubious." Yang Bo observed a woman passing by, her attire blown by the wind revealing all that should be concealed. In America, the notion of modest undergarments was non-existent. And without spending a penny on a dowry, he had feasted his eyes to his heart's content. It seems there is no concept of dowry abroad. In that instant, he felt a reluctance to depart, taking a seat on a bench and ostentatiously retrieving a bottle of milk, remnants from the previous night's purchase by Gore. He gulped it down heartily. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of a vampire. A vampire sunbathing in broad daylight? Following the scent, he spotted a young black man walking along, clad entirely in black with a matching trench coat, donning dark glasses. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been night, such an outfit would have rendered him a perfect shadow, silent and undetectable. Upon catching sight of the man, Yang Bo sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him. "Blade. Intentional cultivation of flowers yields no blooms. Unintentional sowing of willows results in shade." Blade, whose true name was Eric Brooks, bore the legacy of his mother, Miriam, who was bitten by the vampire Deacon Frost just before his birth and succumbed shortly thereafter. Thus, he inherited a hybrid lineage of both human and vampire, ultimately evolving into a vampire hunter. In Yang Bo's mind, Blade equated to infinite vampires, infinite vampire blood, vast wealth, and abundant upgrade materials. Disregarding any potential suspicions, Yang Bo hurriedly approached Blade, exclaiming, "Hey there, handsome." At the sound of his voice, a group of self-assured men turned their heads simultaneously. But Yang Bo paid them no mind as he approached Blade, saying, "I wish to make your acquaintance and discuss matters concerning those monsters." Beneath the dark lenses of the Blade Warrior's sunglasses, his eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Yang Bo. He was aware that the other party likely possessed certain knowledge about him, yet the pressing question remained, how did they come to know it? "Who are you?" he inquired. "As long as you initiate the conversation, we can proceed." Yang Bo replied with a faint smile, gesturing for the Blade Warrior to observe their surroundings. "It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Perhaps we could find a coffee shop to discuss matters." Passers-by, drawn in by the allure of the handsome figure, discreetly assessed the two. Noticing this, the Blade Warrior nodded slightly, his curiosity piqued, eager to discern Yang Bo's intentions. While America may lack various establishments, it certainly abounds with coffee shops. The two soon arrived at the nearest one, locating a relatively secluded corner. "I am Yang Bo. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." He extended his hand, clasping it firmly with the Blade Warrior's. "Eric Brooks." Upon revealing his name, the Blade Warrior settled comfortably onto the sofa, awaiting Yang Bo's elucidation. Sensing that the latter had an agenda, Yang Bo regarded the Blade Warrior, lightly drumming his fingers on the table as he gathered his thoughts. "I require information regarding the layers of those monsters. I can assist you in eliminating them." "Why?" The Blade Warrior perceived Yang Bo as merely an ordinary human, detecting nothing particularly extraordinary about him. He was not surprised that Yang Bo knew of him. Anyone with knowledge of vampires would inevitably be acquainted with his identity. Upon hearing the Blade Warrior's question, Yang Bo's smile diminished, his expression turning serious as he addressed him. "Why? Huh. You cannot fathom the sensation of being suspended in an abattoir, akin to a pig awaiting slaughter. From that moment, I vowed that all vampires must perish, no matter where they might be or who they are." Speaking such words in the presence of another vampire, the Blade Warrior displayed no irritation. Rather, he found himself in agreement with Yang Bo's sentiment, though he remained somewhat astonished and curious, asking, "How did you escape?" In his recollection, he could not recall anyone managing to flee from the slaughterhouse. Yang Bo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a dull sound as he coldly remarked, "I did not escape. I am merely a hunter returned from hell, a vampire hunter. Now, in our initial meeting, it is natural that you would not trust me. I do not require you to put yourself at risk. Simply inform me of their locations, At this, the Blade Warrior fell into silence. Yang Bo felt an urge to produce a cigarette and light it. However, adhering to his sense of decorum, he refrained. Just then, the waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Raising his cup, he took a tentative sip, the bitter taste causing him to don a mask of pain. Grabbing the nearby sugar container, he disregarded the Blade Warrior's amused expression and poured in a copious amount of sugar. Damn. I should have asked Blade for help with the coffee earlier. Instant coffee truly is superior. It seemed that Yang Bo's authentic demeanor had struck a chord, prompting the Blade Warrior to remove his glasses and place them upon the table. He gazed at Yang Bo and said, "Excellent." Just as I was about to head to one of their strongholds. Thank you. However, may I trouble you with a request? If the numbers are not too overwhelming, might I take matters into my own hands? Without driving a stake through a vampire's heart, one cannot obtain the essence of their blood, which is quite disheartening. He yearned for advancement, and to achieve that, he must personally eliminate each vampire to maximize his acquisition of their blood. To ascend to the next level, 5 vials are required. For the second level, 10. For the third, 15. And for the fourth, 20. Even if the drop rate for vampire blood is 50%. He would still need to vanquish at least 100 of them, not to mention the service fees owed to the hunter NPC prior to each upgrade. Alas, contemplating this, it seems the number of vampires is not as abundant as one might think. Chapter 12. Let us hunt those who are ensnared in darkness before a towering edifice. Yang Bo stood beside the Blade Warrior. He gazed upward, counting the floors. This was merely an ordinary apartment building. 2,803. Are you certain that vampires reside on the 28th floor? Shouldn't they be lurking in shadowy basements or abandoned factories? The notion that these beasts enjoyed a more favorable living condition than his own stirred a sense of discontent within Yang Bo. The Blade Warrior, sensing the undertone of resentment in Yang Bo's words, nodded slightly, albeit perplexed by the source of his agitation. They are indeed on the 28th floor. You may follow me to observe, he stated, striding confidently into the apartment. Yang Bo hastily followed, interjecting, No, allow me to handle this. With no security personnel in sight, the two effortlessly entered the elevator. It was evident that the Blade Warrior had prepared meticulously beforehand. Just wait for me at the door. I can still manage to take down a few vampires, Yang Bo declared. The Blade Warrior remained silent, pressing the button for the 28th floor as the elevator hummed softly. Ascending gradually, with a gentle chime, the elevator doors smoothly arrived at the 28th floor. Without waiting for the Blade Warrior to make a move, Yang Bo dashed out, swiftly scanning the surroundings and pinpointing room 2803. The Blade Warrior furrowed his brow slightly at Yang Bo's hastiness, but chose to refrain from commenting. Gazing at the closed door, Yang Bo turned to the Blade Warrior, raising a finger to signal silence. A stone pickaxe materialized in his hand, an act that rendered the Blade Warrior's expression serious. He longed to inquire about Yang Bo's peculiar ability, yet the moment was clearly not appropriate for questions. Observing from a distance, he watched as Yang Bo crouched, tapping the security door of 2803 with the pickaxe. Thud, thud. A series of gentle knocks echoed, surprising the Blade Warrior as cracks began to multiply on the security door. With a peculiar sound, the sturdy door abruptly vanished. Simultaneously, he noticed a transformation in Yang Bo's demeanor. The once perpetually smiling visage had turned icy and resolute as he stepped into the room without a hint of hesitation. The Blade Warrior promptly followed, drawing a gleaming silver katana from his coat. Through the system's abilities, Yang Bo could effortlessly ascertain the vampire's locations within the room. 4. Rather few, aren't they? Upon entering the chamber, heavy curtains blocked the sunlight from outside, rendering the interior exceedingly dim. However, with the light filtering in from the doorway, Yang Bo could still discern the tidiness of the living room. Surprising him, these vampires clearly did not favor residing in squalor. Approaching the window, he yanked open the thick curtains, allowing the warm, blinding sunlight to flood into the long-neglected living space. The vampires within the room had been roused, in Yang Bo's line of sight. 2 vampires stood behind the door, seemingly engaged in discussion. Yang Bo paid no heed as he gripped his pickaxe, methodically collecting every piece of furniture and appliance in the living room into his backpack. Ah, free furniture is truly delightful. He stowed the pickaxe away, wielded a stone axe in his right hand and a stake in his left, and advanced steadily towards the bedroom door. With a resounding thud, Yongbo kicked the door open. The sheer force he exerted was far beyond what a mere wooden door could withstand, and it flew open instantaneously, slamming against the vampire standing in the doorway, who had not yet comprehended the unfolding chaos. Inside the room were two vampires, one male and one female. The male was pinned against the door, while the female glared at Yongbo with fury. "Who are you?" It was evident the two had been resting, as the woman was clad only in a simple undergarment, a black lace ensemble. In response to her question, Yongbo raised his stone axe and proclaimed, "I am your father." Taking a step forward, he leapt lightly, harboring no intention of mercy, and swung the axe towards her. The vampire reacted swiftly, baring her sharp fangs and letting out a feral roar as she recoiled, narrowly evading Yongbo's strike. In a flash, she lunged at him, but with a deft maneuver. He reversed his grip and brought the axe down upon her thigh, eliciting a piercing scream. Bound by the rules of their kind, she retreated with remarkable speed. With a bold stride, Yongbo thrust the stake forcefully into her mouth. "Hold that properly," he commanded, raising the axe once more to bring it crashing down onto her head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The other vampire, now freed from the door, sprang out and reached for Yongbo with a fierce grip. He sidestepped the attack, adhering to the principle that injuring 10 fingers is not as effective as severing one. The axe struck again at the female vampire, and a flurry of strikes had already reduced her vitality to below 15%. "You shall be purified," Yongbo uttered softly, quoting a line from the Night Hunter vein in League of Legends, which he found quite fitting for the moment. The stake plunged brutally into the female vampire's back. Due to her earlier injury, she could not emit a shrill scream, her face contorting in agony as she turned to ash. The male vampire, clearly devastated by the loss of his companion, charged at Yongbo with a furious glare, his eyes ablaze. Perhaps driven by rage, he moved faster than before. Yongbo remained calm, deftly avoiding the oncoming assault, and seized the opportunity to thrust the stake into the male vampire during his moment of rigidity. His choice of weapon was deliberate, swift, compact, and capable of forcing the enemy back upon being struck. Time was of the essence, as the two other vampires from the adjacent room were now rushing towards the bedroom, closing in on the chaos. With a resounding thud, the adversary's body collided uncontrollably against the wall. Yongbo leapt slightly, bringing down his stone axe with force, triggering a critical hit. In the realm of Minecraft, such critical strikes are easily achieved. Merely leaping and striking the foe before landing results in a damage multiplier of 1.5. After spending considerable time in this enchanting world, one instinctively learns to jump while attacking enemies. "Fear not, I shall swiftly send you to her," employing both hands. Yongbo paid no heed to the intervals between his strikes, incessantly launching attacks while bounding and leaping. The male vampire was rendered powerless, pressed against the wall in impotent rage. Just as he contemplated advancing a step, an unseen force thrust him back against the wall. At that moment, two barefooted male vampires dashed into view, their bodies clad in nothing but 2 pairs of undergarments. With a swift motion, Yongbo drove a stake into the vampire's skull, depleting its health completely, and then turned to confront the 2 vampires charging in. Could it be that vampires have their share of flamboyance as well? Chapter 13. I am skilled in tidying up within the confines of the apartment. A fierce skirmish erupted, punctuated by intermittent roars and the clashing of weaponry. Yongbo's countenance darkened as he grappled with 2 vampires whose remarkable synergy and prowess left him at a disadvantage, even with dual weapons in hand. He sustained a minor blow that inflicted 6 points of damage, which was significant considering his total health stood at a mere 20 points. If this continued, he would only be able to withstand 4 more strikes. Caution is imperative before the vampires could mount a counterattack. Yongbo charged forth, refraining from leaping, acutely aware that in midair he would be utterly vulnerable. "Do you require assistance?" The voice of the Blade Warrior resonated from the doorway, observing Yongbo's peculiar expression as he battled valiantly. To the Blade Warrior, it seemed that with the might behind Yongbo's bizarre stone axe, a single blow to a vampire's head should suffice to fell them instantly. Yet, in reality, the vampire remained sprightly after sustaining the strike, highlighting a stark contrast between the anticipated damage and the actual outcome. The Blade Warrior found Yang Bo's performance baffling, whether it was his peculiar ability to open doors or his current assault. Without halting his movements, Yang Bo replied, "I must personally slay them." In the midst of combat, he refrained from elaborating further. The moment the two vampires laid eyes on the Blade Warrior, their expressions morphed into one of palpable dread. For the reputation of the Blade Warrior resonated throughout the vampire community like thunder. Seize the opportunity while they are weakened. The stone axe struck one vampire upon the head. Although it lacked the potential for critical damage, the blow was sufficient to momentarily dazzle the creature. Bolstered by the Blade Warrior's intimidating presence, Yang Bo managed to vanquish both vampires, sustaining only a single injury in the process. As he collected the fallen loot, he sheathed his stone axe. Exhaling a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, finally I can level up." Fortune smiled upon him, as 4 vampires had dropped 3 vials of vampire blood, complemented by the 2 already nestled within his backpack, enabling him to ascend to the next level. Turning to the Blade Warrior stationed at the threshold, Yang Bo declared, Allow me a moment to tidy up here. Please wait a moment." The Blade Warrior, poised to caution Yang Bo about the impending arrival of law enforcement, was taken aback by the sight of Yang Bo wielding the stone axe against the furniture within the room. In a mere blink, all the furnishings had vanished. Astonished, he opened his mouth wide. Upon entering, he had found the living room oddly barren, and now the mystery was laid bare before him. Observing the assortment of furniture now stowed in Yang Bo's backpack, he approached the doorway and stated, "All done, let us depart." "Do you possess any further information regarding other vampires? Since I have the time today, I can offer my services free of charge." Even the seasoned Blade Warrior, who had weathered countless storms, could not suppress a sigh at Yang Bo's words as he surveyed the empty room. Truly, how utterly shameless. With no new vampire intel at hand, it was customary for him to resolve matters directly after acquiring information on vampires. "If you do not call me today, the vampires here will not survive until nightfall." For the vampire slayer, the principle is to eradicate the root of the problem. Only the deceased vampire is a good vampire. Yang Bo felt neither surprised nor disappointed by this notion. He merely nodded gently, glanced at the bright sunlight outside the window, and turned to the vampire slayer, saying, "Could you leave me a phone number? I would like to befriend you." "Certainly." The vampire slayer readily agreed. He did not harbor any aversion towards Yang Bo, who shared the same objective. Rather, he found Yang Bo's unique abilities quite intriguing. Having known each other for only a day, he refrained from inquiring directly, as everyone harbors their own secrets. As the vampire slayer recited a series of numbers, Yang Bo silently committed them to memory. After reinstalling the security door, the two departed from the premises. As they stepped out of the building, a police car, sirens blaring, halted in front of the apartment. Their earlier commotion must have attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors. Yang Bo, walking alongside the vampire slayer, jested, "Thankfully, this is America. Had it been China, the neighbors would have flocked over to witness the spectacle." The vampire slayer paused momentarily before asking, "Are you of Chinese descent?" Yang Bo shrugged. For there was nothing to conceal, of course. "By the way, Eric, I need to return home for a bit and cannot accompany you for now. I will call you tonight after I purchase a new phone, and we can communicate then." His mind was set on elevating his hunter level and organizing the contents of his overstuffed backpack. He then produced a loaf of bread, smiling at the vampire slayer. "Care for some bread?" "No, thank you." The vampire slayer declined, having expended considerable energy in their recent battle. In his world, the mechanism dictated that vigorous activity resulted in rapid depletion of hunger. After consuming 2 loaves of bread to replenish his hunger, Yang Bo noticed a taxi approaching and gestured, saying, "I shall take my leave now. See you tonight." A little over 10 minutes later, Yang Bo returned home laden with his spoils. He promptly emptied the chaotic contents of his backpack, arranging them in their rightful places. "Goodness, these individuals are quite affluent," Yang Bo exclaimed, eyes wide as he retrieved a stack of cash from the bedside table, easily amounting to $7,000 or $8,000. It was known that the locals seldom used cash, opting instead for credit cards. Thus, this windfall was a delightful surprise. In the drawer, he found some jewelry, presumably belonging to the female vampire. After tidying up, he surveyed the disarray of clothing strewn across the floor, along with bed linens, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If only I had some lava, I could simply toss everything in. Even an iron ingot would suffice. With a flint, I could incinerate it all. Speaking of burning, Yang Bo's gaze shifted to the nearby furnace as a thought struck him regarding the rebar in his backpack. Since this object cannot be directly transformed, could it be smelted into iron pellets or ingots in the furnace? With this thought, Yang Bo felt a surge of excitement. If this method proved viable, the source of iron ingots would no longer be a concern. Approaching the furnace, he opened the operation interface and nervously placed the rebar from his backpack into the furnace. As he witnessed the flames ignite, Yang Bo leaped with joy. It truly can be smelted. With this, crafting a set of iron equipment would significantly enhance his strength. Chapter 14. Capitalizing on the wool of capitalism. Fixated on the I-beams being forged within the furnace, 10 seconds slipped away in an instant. The I-beams, once positioned in the upper grid, vanished, replaced by 3 gleaming ingots of iron. Such a bounty. This simply would not do. I must devise a means to acquire more. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Bo momentarily abandoned his plan to visit the construction site during the day. With guards present, should he take too much, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain authorities. Pondering further, a sudden epiphany struck him. Were there not abandoned subway stations in New York? Perhaps he could procure some tracks. He would wait for Leo and the others to arrive in the evening. Being locals, they might possess superior strategies. He was not overly concerned about the trio's return. After all, in this bustling world, everyone is driven by self-interest, and they did not appear to be wealthy individuals. Having tasted the sweetness of the previous night, they would surely seek him out today. Navigating this unfamiliar city, the presence of these 3 ruffians would certainly facilitate matters. Moreover, problems that could be resolved with money were hardly problems at all. First, he resolved to fell the overgrown oak trees and replant seedlings. The weed in the planting area had already grown substantially, yet it was not ripe. Yang Bo cast it but a fleeting glance before hastening to the vampire hunter's side. He opened the hunter's upgrade interface and placed 5 vials of vampire blood from his backpack onto the screen, clicking the training button above. Was that all there was to it? Although he had prepared himself mentally after clicking train, he felt no discernible change in his body, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Alas, a little special effect would have sufficed. I do not expect earth-shattering phenomena, but surely a flash of golden light would be warranted. After a brief moment of lamentation, Yang Bo opened the hunter's skill panel to inspect it. To his astonishment, the skill points in the upper right corner shifted from -1 to 1. He extended his hand in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. What? 2 skill points for leveling up? Was this not akin to invincibility? Normally, a hunter would receive 1 skill point per level, with the maximum level being 15, thus yielding a total of 15 skill points. With 25 skills available, players typically could only choose 1 or 2 skill paths. However, with Yang Bo's newfound ability to gain 2 skill points per level, reaching level 13 would enable him to activate all skills and emerge as a tri-specialized hunter. The hunter's first skill, ordinary use of stakes, permits the user to dispatch vampire creatures with health below 35 in a single blow. After activating the skill with his skill points, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction. The next encounter with vampires would be considerably more manageable, although it appeared he would require 10 vials of vampire blood this time. It seemed he had to put in some diligent effort. With ingots in hand, Yang Bo retrieved the flint he had acquired during the expansion of his home and fashioned it into a fire starter. Approaching the rubbish, he aimed it at the ground and silently invoked its use in his mind. With a sudden click, a burst of flames ignited into existence, consuming all the rubbish that came into contact with it. Yang Bo was exceedingly pleased with this effect. In his world, both flames and lava could effectively eradicate the unnecessary debris, all while being remarkably eco-friendly and leaving no trace. After organizing his belongings, he retrieved a map of New York that he had purchased from a newsstand and pinpointed his current location. The nearest subway line lay to the north. Alas, he wondered how far it truly was. For now, he would excavate and see. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo decided to dig a passageway leading to the subway tunnel. For one could never be too cautious. Should he find himself cornered in his home by a deranged superhero or a supervillain, it would spell trouble. He took out his tools and directed his efforts towards the northern wall, digging swiftly. To prevent a collapse, he also replaced the blocks above his head. As time slipped by, he realized it was nearly time to ascend. He pondered if Leo and the others had arrived yet. Rising from his comfortable sofa, he stretched lazily. And after a productive afternoon, his home could finally be deemed accessible from all directions. Not only had he excavated an exit to the northern subway tunnel, but he had also established an exit in the lake at Central Park, thanks to the presence of a wooden door. The water was restrained by the rules of his world, preventing it from flowing through the exit. Navigating through the original tunnel, Yang Bo climbed into the open air. Emerging in a tangled thicket, a place where few would venture, thus far safer than his previous entrance. Upon exiting his home, he glanced at his wristwatch. It was now 8 in the evening. He pulled out a cigarette, mimicking a crow, and placed it between his lips, producing a kerosene lighter he had acquired earlier to ignite it. He began to stroll towards the location where he had parted ways with the trio that morning. After a 10-minute walk, he spotted a flamboyant car parked at the entrance to the park, a sight that was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary driver. Leo, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, immediately opened the car door and stepped out upon seeing Yang Bo. "Sir, you have arrived." Yang Bo smiled and nodded, responding, "There's no need for such formality. Since you are willing to join me in confronting those monsters, we are friends. Feel free to call me by my name. No more, sir. It feels somewhat awkward. How was your day of rest? Everything all right for the evening?" As he settled into the car alongside Leo, he could sense Leo's excitement. The prospect of befriending someone with extraordinary abilities like Yang Bo was enough to bring him quiet joy. "We 3 took the day off, absolutely no issues. And we even prepared some special items to deal with those creatures." Leo turned to the young African-American in the back seat and said, "Carrie, bring out the bat." Carrie promptly produced a wooden baseball bat from beneath his feet, which was intricately entwined with shimmering silver chains. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these chains were fashioned from interconnected silver necklaces. Additionally, the bat was adorned with several nails to prevent the chains from detaching. Yang Bo took the bat, expressing his astonishment with a compliment. "Leo, you are truly a genius." Their objective was to subdue the vampires, facilitating the retrieval, cough, of their spoils. Hence the choice of a baseball bat. If the intent were to eliminate the vampires outright, a silver blade would have been the superior option. Leo chuckled and remarked, "We cannot afford custom silver bullets, but I have commissioned some silver crossbow bolts. However, they will require some time." "You have done excellently, Leo. Tonight we must broaden our range or venture into areas with a higher population of vagrants. I sense that the yield there will be considerably greater." Yang Bo's mind involuntarily recalled his own encounters, realizing that vagrants were the prime targets for these vampires, as their deaths or disappearances would elicit minimal response. Chapter 15. The Black Business Vehicle. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, a vampire collapsed at the feet of the 4. In contrast to the initial tension and chaos, Yang Bo and his companions had now become quite adept at their task. Through the trials of the night, Yang Bo discovered that with the elevation of his hunter level, he gained not only skill points but also an expanded range of perception. Though it was merely an additional 5 meters, it was sufficient to ignite his anticipation for reaching level 15, at which point he would become a walking radar for vampires. Yang Bo picked up the fallen loot from the ground and patted Leo on the shoulder, saying, "Leo, let's call it a night. We should take a couple of days to rest. With so many vampires dispatched tonight, their attention will surely be drawn to us, so please be cautious." Leo stuffed the spoils he had retrieved from the vampire into his pocket, nodding earnestly. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. We'll head to another city for a few days. If you need us, just give us a call." Yang Bo was pleased with Leo's plan. When one incurs the wrath of others, it is wise to make a swift exit. "All right then, stay alert as you leave, and ensure your weapons are ready. Do you know of any abandoned subway stations or construction sites? I need to find some materials. Please take me there." Upon hearing this, Leo fell into thought. While Carrie interjected, "In Queens, I know of an abandoned construction site. It seems the developers encountered some issues, and the project was halted." Yang Bo's interest peaked as he inquired, "Is there an abundance of steel beams and construction materials at that site?" Carrie hesitated, surprised by Yang Bo's query, then nodded. "The site is completely sealed off. but I saw it about a week ago. I'm not sure of its current state. Take me there to have a look." The group did not pry into Yang Bo's intentions. Leo was astute enough to recognize that if Yang Bo wished to share, he would. The group dispersed into pairs and returned to the vehicle parked at a distance. As they settled into the passenger seat, Yang Bo cautioned, "Leo, you should really consider switching cars. Your vehicle is far too conspicuous. It would be wise to acquire a dilapidated old car. If trouble arises, you can simply abandon it without regret." "Understood, I'll figure something out." Guided by Carrie, they set off towards the abandoned construction site in Queens. The clock had struck 3 in the morning, and a few pedestrians still lingered on the streets. At that moment, a sleek black business sedan passed by. Yang Bo's gaze was immediately captured. "Leo, be careful and follow that car." In his heightened perception, he sensed 3 vampires within that vehicle. The design was unmistakable. If he was not mistaken, this car was likely on the prowl for prey. Leo pressed the accelerator, gradually tailing the vehicle ahead. Yang Bo retrieved a pack of cigarettes, sharing them among the trio, while his mind raced with confusion. Could it be that the underground dance hall was not the opening scene of the Blade Runner narrative? How audacious of the slaughterhouse, now emptied, to venture out in pursuit of victims. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Yang Bo earnestly addressed the 3 companions. "There are 3 vampires in the car. Leo, find a secluded spot and devise a way to bring them to a halt. Let us resolve this swiftly. We shall not hold back this time, nor do we require their supplies." "Assuredly," they replied, "we know what to do." Moments later, the black luxury vehicle veered into a sparsely populated lane. Leo pressed the accelerator forcefully, aligning their car parallel to the adversaries, and rolled down the window to make a provocative gesture. The vampires inside the car, seemingly unfazed by the provocation, maintained their stoic demeanor. Leo quickly maneuvered their vehicle in front of theirs and shouted to the occupants, "Be careful, hold steady." He slammed on the brakes and then accelerated again to avoid being rear-ended. After several such maneuvers, the pursuing vehicle had significantly slowed down. Upon coming to a halt, the rear vehicle stopped as well. Carrie, skilled and confident, grabbed a baseball bat, opened the car door, and approached the business vehicle, raising the bat to strike the car with a resounding thud. "Hey, step out. I'd like to borrow some money from you today." He struck the vehicle again, embodying an audacious demeanor that invited the occupants to exit. Leo and another companion followed suit, brandishing baseball bats as they stepped out. Despite the vampires' typically placid temperaments, they could not withstand repeated provocations. 3 robust men in suits emerged from the vehicle, their presence imposing compared to Yang Bo and his companions. Did these 3 grow up eating Yao Ming's meals? They're all so tall. Yang Bo mused internally, unable to stifle his thoughts. Though he had always felt his height of 185 centimeters was commendable, these 3 towering figures surpassed him by at least 10 centimeters. Their muscular forms stretching their black suits to the limit, epitomizing the archetype of enforcers. Vampires can have such elite figures. The trio of vampires advanced swiftly toward Yang Bo's group, their demeanor indicating displeasure. "You are courting death," the foremost vampire exclaimed, unable to contain his fury as he reached for Carrie, his sharp claws concealed beneath the dim light, making them difficult to discern. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Leo drew his pistol, aiming it at the vampire's head and pulling the trigger. The vampire was momentarily taken aback that mere street thugs would dare to shoot. A bullet found its mark, creating a gaping wound in the vampire's forehead. Although vampires are physically stronger than humans, a headshot proved fatal, and the wounded vampire collapsed, his body igniting in flames. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire erupted as the 3 companions unleashed their weapons. The remaining 2 vampires, having heard the shots, instinctively raised their arms to shield their heads. Herein lay the vampire's impressive resilience. While a human would have been incapacitated by bullets striking their arms or body, these 2 vampires endured multiple shots yet remained intent on advancing. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Bo did not hesitate. He brandished his stone axe and struck with a powerful jump attack, revealing the opponent's health. With a maximum health of 100 points, only 72 remained. The damage inflicted by ordinary bullets on the vampire was exceedingly meager. "You handle that one. I shall take care of this one," Yang Bo shouted. engaging both hands to relentlessly assault the vampire before him, eliciting its anguished cries. Meanwhile, Leo fired to suppress the vampire, while Carrie and his companion wielded baseball bats entwined with silver chains, stepping forward to deliver formidable blows. After a mere 10 seconds, all three vampires were reduced to ashes. Glancing at the remaining van, Yang Bo felt a surge of inspiration. He took out his pickaxe and struck the vehicle, causing it to tremble twice before it disintegrated into miniature loot that he swiftly collected into his backpack. Two figures then emerged at the spot where the van had vanished. If we can take the van back and see if we can smelt iron ingots, that would be splendid. Chapter 16. From shotguns to cannons, this was the first time Leo had witnessed Yang Bo's extraordinary ability. Initially, he had assumed that Yang Bo could merely conceal the weapon in his hands, but now it was evident that his prowess surpassed even Leo's expectations. Demonstrating his strength before Leo was a calculated move on Yang Bo's part. By leading Leo and his companions in their hunt for vampires, he was undoubtedly drawing attention to himself. It was entirely possible that the vampires were already fixating on them. A judicious display of strength served to inform Leo and his companions of his capabilities, should they indeed fall into the clutches of the vampires. Any attempt by Leo and his friends to betray him would come at a higher cost. Let us clear the scene and depart swiftly. Upon hearing Yang Bo's command, the young man Carrie and Gore began rummaging through the ashes of the vampires, salvaging all metal items. They then kicked away the remnants, erasing the last vestiges of the vampire's existence. Leo glanced at the two unconscious figures on the ground and inquired, "Yang Bo, what is the story with those two? Are they vampires as well?" With narrowed eyes, Yang Bo approached and examined their condition. Discovering they were not pivotal characters in any narrative, he waved his hand dismissively. "These are merely food for the vampires. They have only fainted. Just toss them aside to avoid any further harm. When daylight arrives, they will likely be discovered and taken to a hospital, which is beyond our concern." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the clothing of one of the individuals, pulling them up and carelessly positioning them by the roadside. Leo, exhibiting even more force, yanked the man's arm and dragged him across the pavement without pausing at the curb. Yang Bo watched, his eyelids twitching, as he brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. He finally uttered, "Let us go." The car sped along until it reached the abandoned construction site indicated by Carrie. The area was now thoroughly cordoned off, obscuring any view of the interior. Yang Bo opened the car door and addressed the others. "I will enter first. Wait for me here. If I do not return in half an hour, you may leave without me." With that, he pried open the outer barbed wire and strode inside. The deserted site was littered with an abundance of building materials, predominantly wooden planks. Strange, there seems to be no I-beams, only some rebar. However, it should still be possible to forge iron. I just wonder how much is needed to create a single ingot. I-beams are essential for constructing buildings, while regular structures rely solely on rebar and concrete. Yet, observing the scaffolding and rebar in the corner, Yang Bo felt that this expedition was already worthwhile. As he dug into the ground with a pickaxe, he pondered the morality of his actions. Am I being unethical? Is this not theft? With a sharp smack to his own face, he chastised himself, stopped daydreaming, and focused on the task at hand. Under the cover of night, Yang Bo filled his backpack with various metal items, satisfied with his bounty as he made his way back to the car. "First, take me back to Central Park, and then you should lay low for a while." Minutes later, the car came to a steady halt outside Central Park. Yang Bo opened the door and stepped out. Leo, observing Yang Bo's departing silhouette, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Yang Bo, do you reside in the park?" Yang Bo turned his head to glance at Leo, and with a serious demeanor, he playfully replied, "Indeed, it naturally empowers my abilities." After waving goodbye to the three with a casual flick of his hand, he left them in a state of bewilderment as he ventured towards the distant woods. Upon returning home, Yang Bo eagerly retrieved the treasures of the night and placed them into the furnace. Watching the furnace illuminate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reclining on the soft couch in a relaxed posture, he wiggled slightly to enhance his comfort. Though he no longer felt exhaustion, he believed in the importance of indulgence. He took out the stolen phone and inserted the SIM card that Leo had purchased for him. "Heh, now that I'm in America, I can access the site directly without needing to scale any walls. At that moment, he truly appreciated the benefits of his transference. However, once the phone powered on, his expression stiffened in disbelief. What the hell? There is no signal. Are American telecom companies utterly incompetent? I'm in Manhattan. Furious, young Bo nearly hurled the phone away. But his rationality prevailed, allowing the device to remain intact. After a moment of reflection, young Bo reasoned that the absence of signal was likely due to the depth of his residence, situated more than 10 meters underground in the heart of the park. He couldn't entirely blame the telecom companies. First, he resolved to harvest the wheat and trees, and once he had smelted all the iron, he would purchase some string to see if it could be transformed into the kind found in his world. If successful, the possibilities would be boundless. After preparing for his endeavors, young Bo decided to patiently fish at home, which would provide sustenance and potentially yield various enchanted books, a splendid opportunity for multifaceted gains. He crafted 9 furnaces from cobblestones in one go and positioned them beside the original furnace, significantly accelerating the iron smelting process. As time ticked away, young Bo kept himself occupied by undertaking a thorough renovation of the underground environment, although he felt a pang of annoyance at the pilfered appliances. Alas, I was so focused on the acquisition that I neglected the fact that my home lacks electricity. If only I had a power generator. He retrieved the car from his backpack and meticulously examined the items left behind. In the glove compartment, he discovered a sleek black handgun. Young Bo raised an eyebrow at the firearm. This was his first encounter with freedom. Regrettably, his knowledge of weaponry was limited, and he was uncertain of the model of the handgun. Touching his chin, he murmured to himself, "Why do I feel an urge to shoot something upon acquiring this?" The allure of both cold and hot weapons is unparalleled for men, and young Bo was certainly no exception. After toying with it for a while, he stowed the pistol into his backpack. While it may prove unnecessary against the vampires themselves, their minions certainly posed a threat, making this weapon their best refuge when the time came. The flames in the forge gradually dwindled, as the iron ingots remained unfinished due to a lack of firewood. The initial batch of 4 iron ingots would suffice for now. He planned to craft a set of iron armor and tools, and of course, an anvil, as it would inevitably come in handy. Adorning himself with the armor, young Bo felt no sensation whatsoever, as if the iron plating were merely an illusion, offering him no discomfort at all. At last, he possessed armor. This moment could be likened to trading a bird's gun for a cannon. Chapter 17. The vampire's minion seated by the lakeside, young Bo fiddled with his mobile phone. The good news was that he finally had a signal. The bad news was that he lacked any form of identification, rendering him unable to utilize various registration-required services. He retrieved the number left to him by Blade and dialed it. Beep, beep. After a series of busy signals, Blade's voice emerged from the phone. Young Bo? Young Bo was taken aback. This was a new number he had just acquired, yet the other party had discerned his identity instantly. Indeed, it is I. Is it convenient for you today? Could you provide me with additional addresses of vampires? I find myself rather eager. There was a moment of silence on Blade's end. Beside him sat a silver-haired elder and a black woman, if young Bo were present. He would undoubtedly recognize her as the leading lady from the first Blade film. Where are you? Blade asked calmly. I'm at Central Park. Call me when you arrive, and I'll wait for you at the park's entrance. After hanging up, a smile graced young Bo's face. Another opportunity had presented itself. He strolled towards the park's exterior, settling at a CAF entrance where he waited for over half an hour. A sudden roar of engines broke the silence as a sleek black Dodge muscle car pulled up beside him. Through the window, young Bo glimpsed the 2 occupants inside. Rising to approach the vehicle, he opened the door and slid into the back seat. Eric, if I recall correctly, this car has a 2-door configuration. Have you modified it? Before Blade could respond, young Bo turned his cheerful gaze towards the woman seated beside him. Although he had little interest in her, the woman, being the lead actress, was undeniably beautiful. Hello, I am young Bo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Karen, however, ignored him. She was still grappling with her altered perceptions after being bitten by a vampire the previous day and had yet to fully adjust. Noticing her demeanor, young Bo refrained from pressing the matter further and directed his attention to the driving Blade. Where are we headed? First, we shall take her home, Blade replied, pressing down hard on the accelerator, causing the car to surge forward. Karen resided in the Bronx, the northernmost of New York's 5 boroughs. Predominantly inhabited by African and Latin American descendants, with a scarce Asian population. It boasted one of the highest crime rates in the nation and was also the poorest borough. As Yang Bo observed the surroundings, the architecture transformed from opulence to decay, reminiscent of America in the 1990s, with newspapers and debris strewn across the ground. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this environment, in stark contrast to the bustling Manhattan, offered Yang Bo a peculiar sense of comfort. With a screech, the car came to a halt in front of an apartment building. Yang Bo frowned slightly at the sight, as his senses detected the presence of a vampire within a room on the second floor. Karen exited the vehicle and Blade earnestly cautioned, "Do not forget what we told you. Stay vigilant. They are everywhere." With that, Blade drove away, leaving behind Karen's frustrated cry, "But it's daytime." Seated in the back of the car, Yang Bo chuckled. "What's this? Are you planning to find someone special?" Karen bears a striking resemblance to the mother of Blade. Perhaps due to the fact that he lost his mother at a tender age, this connection fosters a deep affinity within Blade for Karen, which explains his impulse to rescue her. Blade chose not to respond to Yang Bo's inquiry, instead stating directly, "She is already attracted the attention of those vampire minions. We must extract information about the vampires from their lips." After circling the apartment, Blade parked the vehicle once more at the entrance. Yang Bo cast a glance at a nearby police car and followed Blade into the building. Inside the elevator, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on those who idolize vampires? They are troublesome. After all, they remain human." Blade's response prompted a nod of agreement from Yang Bo. In Blade Trinity, the vampires exploited this very weakness, leading Blade to unwittingly slay a minion masquerading as a vampire on the street, resulting in a government manhunt for him. Yet, Yang Bo remained unfazed. The moment he was bitten and subsequently resurrected in the alley, he vowed to eliminate every vampire, regarding anyone who stood in his way as an enemy. Upon reaching Karen's floor, the duo spotted a man in police uniform entering her room, exchanging a glance before dashing towards the door. Blade, faster than Yang Bo, burst into the room, colliding with the officer who was about to draw his weapon, knocking him to the ground. Grasping the man by the collar, Blade declared to Karen, "He is a minion, a would-be vampire." With every utterance, he delivered a punishing blow. Should the minion prove sufficiently loyal and demonstrate his capabilities, perhaps his master would elevate him to become a new vampire. At this juncture, Karen finally grasped the situation, her expression turning grim as she exclaimed, "Wait. Are you using me as bait?" Blade, gripping the minion, forcefully slammed him onto the table, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself." Yang Bo entered the room, observing the battered minion. He retrieved a wooden stake. Had it not been for the necessity of this man leading them to the vampire's lair, he would have brandished a brand new iron axe. "Eric, do you require my assistance? I feel your approach is lacking effectiveness. Rest assured, when it comes to punishment, no one dares claim superiority over us Chinese." He then turned to Karen, asking, "My lady, could you kindly fetch me a needle?" Furrowing her brow, Karen replied, "What do you intend to do?" "He is a police officer." Yang Bo chuckled as he approached the minion, seizing him by the neck from behind and pressing down, revealing the brand on his neck. "This is a vampire's mark," he explained. "It indicates that this officer is the private property of a vampire. Should any other vampire wish to harm him, they must seek permission from his master." Blade, observing the mark on the minion's nape, remarked gravely, "This is the mark of Deacon Frost. We have been pursuing him for quite some time." Yang Bo added, "My lady, in my eyes, he is no longer human but a weapon wielded by vampires against us. Do you comprehend?" With a forceful grip, he swiftly brought the officer to the ground. The Blade warrior crouched down, beginning to search the officer's person. With a single hand, he deftly removed the watch from the officer's wrist and tucked it into his pocket. Yang Bo observed the Blade warrior's skillful movements and couldn't help but comment, "Eric, as the esteemed Blade warrior and daywalker, must you be so proficient at robbery?" Unfazed, the Blade warrior retorted confidently, "What do you think I rely on for my livelihood? I can't solicit funds from the public." After finishing the heist, he nonchalantly pulled the officer up from the ground and asked, "Officer Krieg, will you obediently become a bloodhound?" Chapter 18. Officer Krieg, how did I not think of this excuse? Yang Bo revealed a look of regret, stepping forward to explore the situation. deftly slipping the pistol from the opponent's waist into his own pocket. Just because Dao Feng looked down on it didn't mean he shared the same sentiment. He was indifferent to whether it was a police firearm or not. Upon hearing Dao Feng's words, Karen opened her mouth, poised to retort, but ultimately chose silence, as she found merit in Dao Feng's reasoning. Damn it, a fake. Enraged, Dao Feng landed a punch squarely on Officer Krieg's face, forcefully tossing the watch onto him. Yang Bo merely chuckled, saying nothing, as Dao Feng seized the opponent by the collar and led him outside, with Karen following closely behind. Once at the elevator, Yang Bo pressed the button for the second floor. Dao Feng, puzzled, inquired, "What is your business there?" "There's a vampire on the second floor. I'm going to handle it." Ding. The elevator doors opened slowly, and Yang Bo stepped out, utilizing the vampire hunter's perception to see through the walls and locate the vampire hiding within the room. Hearing Yang Bo's words, Dao Feng dragged Officer Krieg out of the elevator, furrowing his brow as he asked, "How do you know there's a vampire here?" Yang Bo retrieved a newly crafted iron axe from his backpack, although both the iron axe and the stone axe inflicted the same damage of 9 points. The iron axe boasted significantly greater durability. To avoid the scenario of weapon durability faltering during combat, he opted for the iron axe. Without turning his head, Yang Bo fixated on the vampire in the room and declared, "The stench these creatures emit is like a beacon in the night for me." He raised his foot and forcefully kicked the wooden door. The condition of this apartment was markedly inferior to the previous one they had visited. The flimsy wooden door was no match for such an assault, and with a resounding crash, it was kicked open. A familiar scene unfolded before Yang Bo. The tightly drawn curtains allowed not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate, and the room's furnishings exuded a vintage aura, leaving one to ponder how long this vampire had resided there. "Who are you?" A white male, appearing to be in his 40s and clad in gray pajamas, stood up from the sofa upon hearing the door being kicked in, glaring at Yang Bo, the unwelcome guest. Ignoring the inquiry, Yang Bo charged towards him. The vampire reacted swiftly, retrieving a handgun from beneath the sofa cushions and aiming it directly at Yang Bo, pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, a bullet hurtled towards Yang Bo, but an invisible barrier manifested, momentarily absorbing the bullet's impact before it struck him, causing his body to involuntarily recoil a step. -2 Yang Bo's 10 red hearts diminished by 1. Without hesitation, he drew his handgun from his backpack, aiming at the vampire and pulling the trigger in kind, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Although he had never fired a weapon before, he was well aware of the straightforward nature of such matters. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and the figure outside, known as Blade, immediately discarded his hold on the police officer, drawing a handgun from his waist before swiftly entering the room. A barrage of bullets erupted from Yang Bo's firearm, and by sheer chance, one bullet struck the arm of the adversary wielding a gun. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo dashed over, leaping onto the sofa, and transformed his handgun into an iron axe, bringing it down upon the opponent's head. At that moment, Blade burst in as well, and with a resounding bang, a silver bullet laced with concentrated garlic pierced the vampire's skull. As he watched the vampire disintegrate into ashes, Yang Bo turned to Blade and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Should I commend your marksmanship or lament your taking of my kill?" Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains to allow sunlight to pour in. Blade, holstering his firearm, regarded Yang Bo with a grin that revealed his pearly whites, saying, "By your expression, it seems you resent my snatching of your prey. I am the hunter. Naturally, I would bemoan the loss of my quarry." With that, he glanced around the room, intent on locating some funds for their endeavors. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Karen was calling out, "That guy has escaped." Yang Bo and Blade exchanged a knowing glance before racing outside. The officer, Krieger, who had previously been discarded in the corridor, had vanished. Meanwhile, Karen appeared somewhat flustered as she looked at both men. Pursue him. According to the narrative, Krieger would lead Blade to a bar, and if he managed to escape, finding a clandestine bar in a sprawling city would prove to be a formidable task. The trio quickly dashed out, only to witness the police car that had been idling at the roadside speeding away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from view. Yang Bo's expression darkened. This made the search for the bar housing the vampire archives increasingly challenging. The only certainty was that this bar lay within the vicinity. He turned to Karen, who was trailing behind them, and inquired, "Are you aware of a bar run by Japanese individuals in the Bronx?" Yang Bo's recollection of Blade's storyline was hazy, yet he vividly remembered the animated vampires dancing in the bar. Disappointingly, Karen confessed her ignorance of such a place, as she was a doctor with little time for such locales. The three settled back into the car, this time with Yang Bo occupying the passenger seat and Karen in the back. "You need to leave this city," Yang Bo urged. "No, I must accompany you. It is the only way I can survive until I find the antidote." Blade turned to Karen, his demeanor serious, and declared, "There is no antidote." His tone brooked no argument. He had longed to shed his vampiric identity, yet despite the passage of years, no solution had emerged. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Bo listened attentively to the conversation between the two, adjusting his seat to find the most comfortable position before reclining slightly. He remarked, "Blade, you are not truly a vampire. Rather, you embody an entirely new species. Even if a vampire antidote were to exist, it would hold no effect on you. I do not detect the foul stench characteristic of vampires emanating from you. However, the beauty in the back seat is beginning to exude a certain odor. In my perception, this Blade warrior cannot be classified as a vampire. While he possesses certain vampiric abilities, he remains unafraid of sunlight, silver, or garlic. Apart from a lingering thirst for blood, he is categorically different from other vampires." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Blade remained silent, accelerating the vehicle as he pursued the route taken by the police officer moments earlier. Chapter 19. The vampire bar events unfolded far more smoothly than Yang Bo had anticipated. In no time at all, the group found themselves at the vampire bar. Dao Feng gestured for Yang Bo and Karen to observe the mark emblazoned on the exterior wall of the establishment. "It appears we've struck gold. That is a vampire insignia." Yang Bo, who had been momentarily lost in thought, instantly perked up upon hearing Dao Feng's words, his eyes alight with excitement. "Gold? Where's the gold?" Dao Feng replied. "This mark indicates the presence of their safe house nearby, a refuge where they can hide come dawn." Yang Bo's gaze drifted to a distant building, resplendent in hues of blue, and scenes from various narratives began to dance in his mind. However, it was still daylight, and no vampires stood guard outside the bar. Surveying the surrounding environment, he noted the dilapidated alley walls plastered with an array of newspapers, which fluttered precariously in the breeze before settling on the ground. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been night, Yang Bo wouldn't have been surprised if a bearskin governor emerged, for the atmosphere was eerily reminiscent of a scene from a Terminator film. In the back seat, Karen, the young woman of color, inquired, "Do these vampires brazenly operate a bar in broad daylight? This is a nightmare." The police car that had previously parked outside the bar caught Dao Feng's attention. Upon hearing Karen's remarks, he opened the car door and stepped out, declaring, "Today, we may encounter something far more terrifying than vampires." Karen instinctively asked, "What is it?" "Me." Yang Bo also exited the vehicle, his admiration for Dao Feng stemming from this man's unapologetic bravado. Upon spotting the police car stationed at the entrance, Yang Bo pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he said, "Let us go. I can hardly contain myself." Although it was still daytime and the bar remained closed, neither Yang Bo nor Dao Feng were there for libations. Ignoring the skeptical glances of passers-by, Dao Feng retrieved a handgun from his black trench coat and handed it to Karen, imparting seriously, "Remember, mercy towards vampires is cruelty to yourself, facing them. Pulling the trigger is as simple as that." Karen hesitated before accepting the weapon, only to hear Dao Feng continue, "Do not be swayed by what the movies portray. Holy water and crucifixes are utterly ineffective." Yang Bo interjected, "I must respectfully disagree. I possess holy water capable of harming vampires. I simply cannot retrieve it at present. As for crucifixes, pure silver ones can also serve a purpose." Dao Feng glanced at Yang Bo, though obscured by dark sunglasses. His expression conveyed a clear sentiment. "You must be the reincarnation of a contrarian." Though perhaps not the most precise wording, the essence remained intact. The trio arrived at the bar's entrance, only to find the door firmly shut, suggesting that it was not yet time for business. This was to be expected. Even if this bar were not a vampire safe house, no establishment would operate in the morning hours. If one did, consider it as if I had never spoken. Through the thick walls, Yang Bo could distinctly perceive the situation within. A multitude of vampires congregated in the bar, seemingly at rest without making any movements. At this moment, Yang Bo felt his adrenaline surge, pondering, with so many vampires, even a mere 30% drop rate would suffice to elevate me to a level 200, thereby granting me 2 new skills. With this thought, he turned to Blade and suggested, "Why not let me handle this alone? I can gradually clear them out myself." Blade removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his jacket pocket, responding earnestly, "The number of vampires here is undoubtedly vast. You cannot manage them alone." Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo possessed the ability to resurrect. Although he had some unique powers, Yang Bo's combat prowess in close quarters appeared rather average to Blade. He could manage a couple of ordinary vampires, but facing over 10 would be utterly insurmountable. With a sigh, Yang Bo took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "In that case, please leave as many vampires for me as possible. If I don't slay some vampires in a day, I feel utterly restless." Blade simply nodded in silence, then forcefully pushed against the bar's heavy door, his expression darkening. The door was extraordinarily thick. Unless one used a vehicle or explosives, it was virtually impossible to gain entry. "Do not worry, we shall enter from the side. I have a plan," Yang Bo said, flashing an enticing smile. With his ability to manipulate the world around him, walls and doors posed no obstacle. After surveying the distribution of vampires inside the bar, he led the two to a vampire-free area, producing a pickaxe and striking the blue wall of the bar. The sudden appearance of the pickaxe startled Karen, but she quickly acclimated. After all, legendary vampires had manifested. So Yang Bo conjuring a pickaxe seemed quite reasonable. Thud, bang, as cracks spread across the wall, to Blade and Karen's astonishment. The wall simply vanished from their sight. "Do you possess such abilities as well?" Karen inquired curiously, glancing at Blade. He surveyed the gaping hole in the wall, drew his specially crafted long knife from his back, and twirled it with flair, declaring, "My ability is to send vampires to hell." With that, he boldly stepped into the bar. Yang Bo followed suit with his axe, continually advising, "Blade, do not kill these vampires outright. Merely sever their hands and feet, and I will take care of the rest." Inside the dimly lit bar, only a scant few vampires lay resting on the sofas, completely unaware of the trio's entrance. Utilizing the vampire's night vision, Blade paid no heed to the surrounding darkness as he advanced with his long knife. However, Yang Bo found himself at a disadvantage. Within such a dimly lit environment, the intricate details of the bar remained obscured. He could discern the precise location of the vampire. Yet the establishment housed more than just the vampire alone. There were also several of the vampire's minions, who, despite their allegiance, were still human. He withdrew a torch, securing it against the wall, illuminating a small area around him. Blade Runner. The vampires within, roused by the sound of footsteps, opened their eyes only to be met by the sight of Blade Runner himself. Even more terrifying was the fact that Blade Runner had caught sight of them as well. With a swift motion, Blade Runner severed the vampire's arm and thigh, eliciting a chilling scream that reverberated throughout the bar, igniting a frenzy among the patrons. Yang Bo, witnessing the vampire writhing on the ground in agony, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been concerned that Blade Runner might single-handedly eliminate the entire horde of vampires, as this formidable being was known for dispatching vampires with astonishing efficiency. Approaching, he plunged his slender stake into the body of the fallen vampire, whose blood level plummeted below 35% following the loss of an arm and thigh, thereby triggering the standard use of the stake, resulting in the vampire's instantaneous demise. Chapter 20. A bloodbath. Picking up a fallen bottle of vampire blood and vampire fangs from the ground, Yang Bo felt a surge of elation within him. What a promising start. With ample vampire blood at his disposal, he could elevate his hunter profession, thereby significantly enhancing his prowess. At this moment, Blade Warrior was immersed in a frenzied slaughter. Although he could not perceive the golden outlines adorning the vampires as Yang Bo did, his extensive experience in dealing with these creatures allowed him to distinctly sense their presence. Typically, he refrained from executing vampire followers, but Yang Bo harbored no such reservations. Anyone bearing the mark of a vampire was met with a bullet to the forehead. Wretched traitors were far more despicable than the enemy. He gathered human hearts and pure salt from the ground, items dropped by the vampire followers. It was worth noting that such treasures typically required the slaying of wild hunters in the game, while the human heart is an expected drop. I can hardly believe this vampire follower also yielded pure salt. Pure salt could be crafted into blessed salt, which could then be transformed into holy water at the alchemy station. When applied to the purification altar, the salt water would convert into holy water, inflicting considerable damage upon vampires. The bar reverberated with the anguished wails of vampires, occasionally punctuated by the sight of one igniting in flames. Blade and Yongbo resembled harbingers of death, capitalizing on the vampire's momentary disarray to dispatch over a dozen of them on the first floor, along with 7 vampire acolytes. Hearing the commotion from below, the vampires on the upper level rushed down. Blade produced a specially modified handgun from his trench coat, aiming it at the staircase leading to the second floor. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, transforming the horde of descending vampires into mere targets for Blade's marksmanship, much to Yongbo's chagrin. Oh, these are all precious materials. Extinguishing the cigarette, but with a decisive stomp, he turned his gaze towards the bar counter. In his line of sight, a vampire lurked behind the counter, weapon in hand. As Yongbo approached, the vampire sprang up, brandishing a shotgun and firing without hesitation. Anticipating the attack, Yongbo deftly dodged the shotgun blast, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he raised his weapon, landing a bullet squarely on the vampire's forehead. He realized that even a standard bullet could inflict substantial damage upon a vampire's skull. A sneak attack? Did he truly think I was unprepared? Avoiding the bullet was a simple task. All it required was a well-timed evasion, just as the opponent aimed their weapon. Achieving this merely necessitated a courageous heart. And Yongbo, if nothing else, possessed a remarkable disregard for death. Leaping onto the bar counter, he raised his axe and brought it down fiercely upon the vampire, who was either a server or a bartender. Subsequently, he switched to a stake from his backpack and plunged it into the vampire's throat. With a faint hiss, the vampire opened its mouth to emit a silent scream, igniting into flames. As this creature of the night was reduced to ash, the remaining patrons upstairs refrained from descending to their doom, restoring a semblance of tranquility within the bar. Blade surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the police officer. Turning to Yongbo to say, "It seems there is a secret passage leading elsewhere." Yongbo, casting his gaze downwards, selected several enticing bottles from the liquor cabinet and tossed them into his backpack. In response to Blade's observation, he casually remarked, "The hidden passage is within the refrigerator in the kitchen." Blade's expression conveyed disbelief, as if to think, who would conceal a secret passage in a refrigerator? Yet, his body obediently moved toward the kitchen. At this moment, Yongbo informed Blade, "The upper floor has not been fully cleared. Some individuals are still hiding." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Blade paused at the threshold of the kitchen door and replied, "I will check the back first." Yongbo shrugged, retracting his torch as he proceeded toward the staircase leading to the second floor. The bar's exterior was entirely sealed, leaving the upper level devoid of any windows. Fortunately, the corridor was illuminated by several lights, preventing it from being shrouded in darkness. In the long hallway, numerous guest rooms lined either side, adorned with photographs that exuded a peculiar sense of artistry. Yongbo found himself parched, thinking, no surprise this bar is run by the Japanese. The artistic elements are indeed pronounced. He kicked open a door, resembling a cinematic villain, coldly surveying the room's interior. His gaze fell upon a massive circular bed where 3 young women and a vampire were curled up together, devoid of clothing, clutching a single sheet in a terrified huddle, as if seeking warmth from one another. The vampire, upon noticing Yongbo's entrance, immediately unleashed a furious reprimand before leaping from the bed, employing a technique reminiscent of a crow taking flight and lunging toward him. "Bastard!" Just as Yongbo was about to draw his firearm, the familiar voice struck him, prompting him to holster his pistol and retrieve the silver-inlaid baseball bat left by Leo. He swung the bat toward the vampire's abdomen, the silver acting like acid, corroding the exposed flesh into a darkened mass. Yongbo detached the silver chain from the bat and wrapped it around his hand, spitting on the ground as he declared, previously it was a matter of racial conflict. Now, it is a personal vendetta, you little devil. He unleashed a series of left and right hooks and jabs. The vampire emitted a pungent odor as its body succumbed to the corrosive effects of silver. Blade had discovered the passage leading underground, concerned for Yongbo's safety, and, accompanied by Karen, made his way to the second floor. Following the sounds, they found Yongbo relentlessly pummeling a naked man, quickly realizing the individual was indeed a vampire. However, Yongbo's demeanor indicated that this was no ordinary vampire, as he seemed intent on inflicting torment. Glancing at the vampire's health bar, Yongbo stowed away the silver necklace in his backpack and brandished a stake, thrusting it into the abdomen of the diminutive vampire. Observing the creature's body engulfed in flames, he remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "You truly have it easy. Were it not for the current circumstances, Yongbo would have relished the opportunity to take this vampire back with him." Upon encountering the vampire's acolytes, he envisioned abducting them to his home, using this diminutive vampire to transform the followers into vampires themselves. Thus, the source of vampire blood would become effortlessly accessible. He then turned to the three trembling anime girls on the bed and declared, "Sing Chin Chin for me, and I may spare you." He had been profoundly impressed by this song when he watched Blade Trinity. Chapter 21. The Archivist accompanied by dynamic background music. Yongbo successfully eliminated all the vampires on the second floor. Although a few followers remained hidden, he could not locate them. With a look of regret, he made his way toward the bar's kitchen. Karen, noticing his unwilling expression, gently inquired, "What's wrong? Have the vampires not been cleared out?" Yongbo shook his head, casting a complex glance at her as he replied, I wanted to bring back those 3 middle school girls who can sing and dance, but alas, I am not that twisted." Karen retorted, "The fact that you can so casually express your thoughts reveals a certain level of abnormality." Leading the way, Blade opened the refrigerator door, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. It was unclear when these vampires had constructed such an underground base. Following the stone staircase, they arrived at a technologically advanced elevator, its metallic surface exuding a chilling aura. Yongbo couldn't help but recall the laser corridors from Resident Evil. If they have lasers installed in here, even 10 blades would be futile. The elevator smoothly descended, soon arriving at a hall reminiscent of an underground bunker, where rows of server-like devices were neatly arranged, their metallic cabinets illuminated by red lights. Yongbo's eyes sparkled at the sight of these machines. "If I could bring these servers back, connect a power line and a network cable, I could undoubtedly play Minecraft in 8K ray tracing." Blade, evidently accustomed to such scenarios, remarked nonchalantly, "This is the vampire's archive. It's undoubtedly where they store important documents." Upon hearing this, Yongbo immediately exclaimed, "An archive? Not servers? You can't be telling me these technologically advanced facilities are merely drawers." Blade nodded, and Yongbo skeptically approached the nearest filing cabinet, pulling out a pickaxe to strike it. Insurance filing cabinet filled with documents. Yongbo stood in a daze, gazing at the hall brimming with equipment, as if he could see his supercomputer drifting away from him. Karen, observing the surrounding devices, struggled to reconcile the vampires with the high-tech apparatus before her, uncertainly muttering, This is too advanced." Their followers are spread across various industries, politics, finance, real estate. Suddenly, a series of flatulent sounds echoed through the vast underground space, jarring in the silence. Yongbo instinctively covered his nose, suddenly recalling that since activating his data mode, he could detect the scent of vampires but not any other odors, and lowered his hand. "What is that sound?" Karen frowned, clearly affected by a biochemical assault. Yongbo chuckled, "You'll find out shortly." As the trio turned a corner, they encountered the previously fleeing Officer Krieger, who was positioned beside a small refrigerated box filled with blood bags. In his hands, Krieger held a blood bag, feeding a mass of a vampire huddled in the corner, a mass that must have weighed at least 600 pounds. Its corpulent form sprawled around, making it difficult for Yongbo to discern whether it was seated on the ground or slumped on a bed. Apart from its hands and head, which exhibited some minimal mobility, the rest of its body had essentially lost the capability for movement. Observing the creature, Yongbo couldn't help but jest, "Goodness. This is reminiscent of pigs from the Great Leap Forward era. If such a being can transform into a vampire, I wonder which vampire possesses such a grotesque appetite. Can it even draw blood in one bite?" Officer Krieger, absorbed in his feeding, was startled by the voices behind him. He quickly turned to see the three individuals who had appeared. Daywalker, how did you find this place? Stepping forward, Blade caused Krieger to panic, loosening his grip on the blood bag, which fell onto the corpulent vampire. Despite the blood's allure, the creature paid no attention to Yang Bo and the others, struggling to grasp the blood bag with its small hands, a task that was immensely challenging for it. Krieger, my food, return my food to me, it implored, revealing two sharp fangs that, when juxtaposed with other vampires' menacing visages, made Yang Bo find this one somewhat endearing. No need to rush, we can eat later, Yang Bo mused, contemplating taking this creature back to assist in its transformation into a vampire. With no worries of it escaping, moving even a little was an arduous feat for it without assistance. Blade approached, disregarding the incapacitated Krieger, addressing the corpulent vampire. You must be the archivist, Paul. At that moment, Paul awakened from his blood-induced stupor, his small eyes reflecting sheer panic. Blade warrior, how did you find this place? Damn it, Krieger, you led them here. His agitation triggered a series of guttural sounds, prompting Blade to retreat a couple of steps. The vampire's sense of smell was far more acute than that of ordinary humans. Piglet, tell me where Frost is, Blade demanded, retrieving a black bag from his coat and producing a flashlight. Paul, in a flurry, asked, what is this? A UV light. Let us play a game, I ask. You answer. Answer poorly, and you'll become a roasted pig. Yang Bo, witnessing Blade's deadly weapon, swiftly intervened, as he still desired to keep Paul intact and not transformed into a roasted delicacy. Wait, don't act yet. This creature is of use to me. Blade looked at him, perplexed, as Yang Bo continued, Officer Krieger surely knows where his master is. Furthermore, as long as we remain here, Frost will undoubtedly come looking for you. The Blade nodded in agreement with Yang Bo's words, acknowledging that he was not the only one in search of Frost, as the latter was also seeking him. However, he was now intrigued by Yang Bo's intentions regarding the rather portly individual. Yang Bo, casting a warm and amiable smile upon Boer, remarked, Boer, I sense that you are a rare talent. Come, join me. Should you have any reservations, you may remain here, awaiting our victory over Frost before making your decision. I believe you possess the wisdom to discern the best course. Boer felt the sincerity in Yang Bo's offer. Although uncertain of what he was needed for, it was certainly preferable to facing death at the hands of the Blade. He was acutely aware of his precarious position among the vampires. The title of archivist was merely a euphemism for waiting to meet his demise. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, Very well, I accept your proposal. Chapter 22, The Book of Elbosis Seizing the Incapacitated Krieger. Officer Krieger struggled incessantly on the ground, evidently in a state of panic as he attempted to extricate himself from Yang Bo's grasp. No. What are you doing? Let me go. Yang Bo regarded Krieger with an expression of disbelief, then turned his gaze to Knife Edge and inquired, Has he always been this courageous? Does he not ponder how he managed to breach the bar and arrive here? This remark left Knife Edge at a loss for words. Indeed, the intelligence of these vampire acolytes seemed somewhat lacking, for if they were of sound mind, they would not subscribe to such vampiric beliefs. With a swift motion, Yang Bo raised his fist and struck Krieger's head with unrelenting force, admonishing, Silence. Did you not wish to become a vampire? Allow me to fulfill your desire. After receiving Yang Bo's blow, Krieger felt as though his mind had ceased to function, dazed and dragged to Bo's side. Knife Edge, upon hearing Yang Bo's words, furrowed his brow and remarked, You wish to transform him into a vampire? Isn't that rather beneficial? His desire has always been to become one, has it not? Then I shall grant him his wish. Yang Bo responded with a beaming smile, feigning concern for Krieger as he gripped Krieger's hair and forcefully tugged, exposing the vulnerable neck, positioning it near Bol's mouth. Hey, Bol, now is your moment to shine. Bol gazed at the enticing neck before him, his mouth uncontrollably salivating. He had fully satisfied his hunger earlier. Yet, the fear of Frost restrained his desires, and he nervously said, No, he is a follower of Frost. If I were to transform him into a vampire, Frost would not spare me. Before Bol could finish, Yang Bo interjected with blunt clarity. It seems you have misunderstood your situation. Perhaps my earlier leniency gave you the impression that you could negotiate with me. Yang Bo narrowed his eyes at Bol, enunciating each word. Now, either you turn him into a vampire, or I will eliminate you. 10-9. 3. I will bite. And shouldn't it be 8 after 9? Yang Bo regarded Bol's submissive demeanor with a raised eyebrow, stating nonchalantly, "What? Do you take issue with my arithmetic?" Bol waved his hands frantically, insisting, "No, no." As Yang Bo once more lifted Krieger from the ground, presenting his neck before him, Bol, left with no choice, opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Krieger's fair neck. A piercing scream escaped Krieger's lips. Although he had longed to become a vampire, he had never anticipated the pain of being bitten would be so excruciating. Moments later, Bol released his grip, thoroughly satisfied as he licked his lips. Typically, he subsisted on blood bags, but nothing could compare to the taste of fresh blood. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had savored such vitality. Now, they simply needed to await the outcome. If Krieger could survive, he would undergo the transformation into a vampire. Yang Bo cast the pale-faced Krieg onto the ground. Karen, who had remained silent, approached directly and crouched down to examine his condition. This transformation held significant allure for her as a blood expert. The only lament was the absence of suitable equipment. Observing Karen's focused demeanor, Yang Bo kindly cautioned, "My dear, what you're doing is rather perilous. It would be prudent to bind him." Karen paused momentarily, then swiftly reacted by shedding her outer coat, revealing a form-fitting black tank top that accentuated her alluring figure. The sound of 2 whistles echoed through the subterranean space as Yang Bo and Dao Feng exchanged knowing smiles. Noticing their demeanor, Karen rolled her eyes at the pair. At that moment, Bor's voice interrupted their silent exchange. Do you need me to provide you with Frost's address and details regarding his blood god scheme?" Bor's thoughts were straightforward. Since he had been compelled to betray Frost, he was certain the latter would not spare him. Thus, he felt compelled to place his bets on Dao Feng and this unfamiliar man before him. Upon hearing about the blood god plan, Dao Feng's interest was piqued. He turned to Bor and inquired, "Share the information you possess." Though Yang Bo wished to keep Bor around, he knew that if Bor did not cooperate, Yang Bo would not hesitate to sever ties. Bor nodded, though even this simple action seemed laborious. "Frost intends to resurrect the blood god." As he spoke, he extended a finger to tap on the keyboard, bringing forth a 3D display. Simultaneously, a large metallic door slid open. Maglara is about to descend. The 12 holy spirits will awaken the blood god. This is the prophecy. Observing Dao Feng's bewildered expression, Bor continued to elucidate. "This is the prophecy from the Book of Elbosis. The pages of the Book of Elbosis are just beyond that door." He pointed with his pudgy little hand towards the now open metallic portal. Dao Feng's gaze sharpened at the mention of the Book of Elbosis, the legendary vampire scripture. He was familiar with its name but had never encountered the physical tome. Noticing Dao Feng's silence, Bor divulged another crucial piece of information. The Daywalker is essential for resurrecting the blood god. Your blood is the most vital sacrifice. Frost will undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture you. Yang Bo, unable to restrain his skepticism, retorted, "Why is the resurrection of the vampire progenitor contingent upon the Daywalker's blood? Are the bloodlines of the 12 vampire elders so impure?" While watching a film, Yang Bo had always found it perplexing why the resurrection of the blood god required the blood of the warrior, simply because he was the protagonist. Moreover, the Daywalker was not irreplaceable. It would suffice to bite a pregnant woman nearing labor, and with a sufficient base, a new Daywalker would surely emerge. Bor displayed a resigned expression as he replied, "I know not. The prophecy is written thus. Currently, the only known Daywalker is him. Perhaps his renown among vampires is simply too great." Such an explanation was somewhat acceptable to Yang Bo. As he observed the blade turn and prepare to head towards the room where the pages were kept, he addressed Bo, saying, "At present, I cannot take you with me. You understand that you're—" He cast a fleeting glance at Bo's imposing physique, which would instill terror in any ordinary person, and continued, "Provide me with Frost's address. Once I have resolved matters with him, I shall return for you. Frost is currently situated not far away in the Edgewood Tower. However, he has likely already been informed of your descent from the bar and is probably en route." Yang Bo silently nodded and remarked, "I believe you possess the means to deal with him. I shall take my leave." With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the fallen police officer and followed the blade into another room. Chapter 23. Fierce battle and death. Once more, amidst numerous transparent glass cases lay yellowed sheets of paper, adorned with an array of chaotic drawings and symbols. These pages, belonging to the vampire's scripture, exuded an air of archaeological significance. Clutching the unconscious police officer, young Bo hastily followed Blade, uttering, "Frost will be here shortly. It would be prudent for you to leave now. Their numbers are certainly—" Yongbo's words trailed off as his gaze fell upon a throng of vampires rushing from a nearby passage, their numbers staggering, easily exceeding 100. "Be careful, they are coming." Blade promptly unsheathed his katana, preparing for battle. Karen, the sole female among them, spoke with a hint of panic. "What should I do?" Yongbo cast a glance at the African-American woman before addressing Blade. "Given that the vampires are targeting you, engaging them head-on would be unwise. You and Karen should retreat the way we came. I will hold them off." Blade, after a brief moment of contemplation with his katana in hand, responded, "We shall go together." He was no fool. If Frost dared to approach, he must have been well prepared. In the narrative, he had been cornered here. A stark contrast to their current predicament. Turning, he took Karen by the hand and dashed toward the archive's entrance, having already heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps. Yongbo quickly followed him back to the archives, where he caught sight of the nearest vampire. Upon noticing him, the creature raised its submachine gun. Aiming directly at Yongbo calmly, he retrieved a round stone from his backpack to barricade the doorway. Then, a flurry of gunfire erupted, leaving Yongbo's face pale with anger. Damn it! The treatment of being captured alive versus dead is vastly different. Had these vampires been so ruthless in the narrative, Blade might have perished long ago. Cracks began to form on the stone behind him, spreading rapidly, catching Yongbo off guard. Looking at Blade, he shouted, "You two go first. I have a way to escape, perhaps even faster than you." He continued, "Aside from your sword, leave me all the tools for dealing with the vampires. I intend to teach them a lesson." Without hesitation, Blade shed his trench coat and tossed it to Yongbo, as most of his equipment resided within it. There were no sentimental farewells. He simply took Karen's hand and departed. He held no concern for Yongbo, if he truly sought to overreach. There was little he could do. As Blade vanished from sight, Yongbo's expression turned grave. He glanced at the discarded Krieg, murmuring, "Alas, time is of the essence." Without further delay, he swung his axe down, the intense pain jolting Krieg awake with a scream. Yongbo showed no mercy, delivering 3 decisive blows that depleted Krieg's life force. Surprised, he picked up the vampire fang that had fallen to the ground. Did this mean the transformation was successful? Yongbo was taken aback. It had only been a little over 20 minutes, yet his adversaries had already been classified as vampires. Had he known this would transpire, he would have dispatched them with stakes long ago. The gunfire from behind the wall had ceased, no matter how extravagant they were. It was improbable for them to fire at a wall. With the absence of bullets, the cracks on the round stone began to gradually mend, albeit at a sluggish pace, requiring at least a minute. Casting a glance at the vampire's position, Yongbo opted for a relatively concealed spot to dig towards them. However, the sound of his efforts resonated clearly within the confines of the basement, drawing the attention of the entire group of vampires. The moment he breached the opening, Yongbo wasted no time. He drew his specially crafted handgun, the Blade S Remnant, and aimed it at the horde of vampires, pulling the trigger without a second thought to any potential loss of items. His sole intention was to eliminate this cluster of fiends. With silver bullets infused with concentrated garlic juice, any vampire struck would ignite instantly. In mere moments, 7 or 8 vampires joyfully turned to ash. Bang, bang. Their retaliation was swift. Even as Yongbo hurriedly sealed the breach, he was struck 4 times, forced back several paces. Observing his health diminished to half, he hastily retrieved a loaf of bread and began to eat. Damn, their firepower is fierce. These vampires showed him no mercy, unleashing their firearms at the mere sight of him, a stark contrast to their attempts to capture the Blade. Before he could finish his lamentation, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the round stone at the entrance into a myriad of fragments. A swarm of vampires surged in. There he is. Eliminate that wretched creature. Beware the Blade Warrior. Bang. 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 Yongbo swiftly executed a roll, a barrage of bullets peppering his previous position. The vampires moved with remarkable efficiency, advancing towards him under the pressure of fire, affording him no time to dig a pit for himself. Damn it, I'm all in. With a swift maneuver, he pressed the trigger, unleashing a volley of specialized bullets that struck the fastest vampire in their charge, eliciting a cacophony of screams. Yet, he too suffered, receiving several more rounds, reducing his life points from 20 to a mere 3. Once again, he took refuge behind another support column, his face paling to an ashen hue. Frankly, he had underestimated the firepower and prowess of these vampires. In the original narrative, they were merciless yet timid, which led Yang Bo to perceive them as weak. They must be dealt with individually. This cluster of vampires was exceedingly difficult to kill, and they offered no materials. Suddenly, a green spherical object entered his line of sight, and in that moment, everything around him seemed to slow. Yang Bo's pupils constricted sharply as he discerned every intricate detail of the object before him. His ears seemed to play tricks on him. Fire in the hole. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it, they even have grenades. Boom. The powerful shockwave tore through Yang Bo's body, awakening without loss of life. Yang Bo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and as he swiftly opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at the familiar stone ceiling of his home. He realized he was in his bed. Has he changed his respawn point? Could it be that even a bed in the game could serve as a respawn point? He would have to be more cautious when sleeping in the future. Rising from his bed, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Glancing at the vampire blood in his backpack, he prepared to elevate his hunter level to 2. The vampire blood, acquired from his recent visit to the bar, was more than sufficient for this upgrade, with some remaining. Now that he was aware of the location of this group's lair, it would be much more convenient. Once he reached level 2, he would venture to the vampire's den for a special dungeon exploration. Chapter 24. Upgrades and new skills with the acquired vampire blood in hand. Yang Bo approached the vampire hunter and opened the upgrade interface. The text displayed had undergone a transformation. To train, please submit 2 bottles of vampire blood. With a slight grimace, he retrieved 2 bottles of vampire blood from his inventory and placed them in the designated slots below. Ascending to level 2 required 12 bottles, and to reach level 3, 18 bottles. Alas, the journey ahead seemed daunting. It would be prudent to rely less on handguns to dispatch vampires, for although convenient, the lack of material drops posed a significant issue. After placing 10 bottles of vampire blood, the hunter's level surged from 2 to 3, consequently bestowing Yang Bo with 2 skill points. Currently, only 1 skill tree was available for allocation, thus alleviating any concerns about choice paralysis. Increase attack speed. Disguise. The skills were straightforward and clear. Upon witnessing the skills illuminate, Yang Bo extracted his stake from the inventory and waved it through the air, astonished to find the attack interval reduced by at least half. Indeed, leveling up and acquiring skills was the true path to success. With a satisfied smile, Yang Bo stowed away the stake. The disguise skill could not be tested at present, as he silently recited its activation, only to realize he could still see himself. Disguise permits the user to become invisible before monsters, making it challenging for them to detect the user. During the skill's effect, the user is unable to engage in melee attacks, destroy blocks, place blocks, or consume food, yet can still utilize a crossbow for ranged attacks. Zombies and vampires will detect players from approximately 10 meters away, while skeletons and creepers remain oblivious. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yang Bo promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Blade's number, murmuring, "What a pity, I am but a petty person." "Hey, Yang Bo, you've escaped?" Blade's voice crackled through the line, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Yang Bo frowned and replied, "I'm back home now. Are you being pursued? If convenient, please come to Central Park to pick me up." Same old place. As Blade sped through the streets, he felt his mind struggle to comprehend Yang Bo's words. Just minutes had passed since he left the bar, and now Yang Bo claimed to have traversed from the Bronx back to Manhattan and returned to Central Park. "Yang, are you certain you're not joking?" With a hint of exasperation, Yang Bo responded, "What is there to joke about? If it's convenient, come pick me up. If not, I'll take a cab myself. Just give me half an hour." Blade hung up the phone, gripping the steering wheel tightly. At the next intersection, he executed a stylish drift, tires screeching against the pavement, billowing clouds of smoke as he headed toward Manhattan. Ding ding. The phone rang again. Blade glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing deeply, and his expression soured, yet he still answered the call. "Mr. Coulson, what brings you to call me?" The words of the Blade were laced with sarcasm, and the familiar voice of Coulson, ever the good-natured man, resonated through the phone. "Eric, didn't you previously refer to me as Phil?" Upon which he inquired, "What is it, Mr. Phil?" Deep down, Blade was already aware of the reason behind Coulson's call. Yet he was keen to discern the true intentions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric's actions had been excessively ruthless this time. While the detestable vampires could be disregarded, the demise of over 10 followers, individuals who ostensibly held legitimate identities, was a significant concern. Navigating through the bustling streets, Blade maneuvered his vehicle with the grace of a nimble fish, skillfully avoiding surrounding cars as he sped towards Central Park. Growing impatient with Coulson's prolonged introduction, he interjected, "What precisely do you want? If there is nothing urgent, I shall hang up, as I have matters to attend to." Coulson, though somewhat exasperated by Blade's demeanor, understood his perspective. However, as a professional agent, he was bound to follow the directives of his superiors. Sitting in his office, he maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke into the phone. "Who is the man accompanying you?" "I have no idea," Blade replied candidly, accelerating the car. "We've only known each other for 2 days." His feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. were complex. He was part of an auxiliary team and was aware of the tenuous agreement that existed between the agency and the vampires, a fragile equilibrium. The sound of Coulson's knuckles tapping on his desk echoed through the line. "Ensure he remains cautious. After all, the followers are still human." "Phil, I understand. Moreover, the vampires in New York have already breached the agreement. I am aware. I will inform the director. Stay safe, and I shall visit you for a drink when time permits." The vampire faction was vast and ancient, and compared to their American counterparts, the European vampires held greater significance. With that, Phil ended the call, a faint smile emerging as he observed Yang Bo's silhouette outside the bar. Another individual with special abilities, perhaps? Half an hour later, Yang Bo watched as a powerful black muscle car raced towards him. He waved his arm, capturing Blade's attention, and with a screech, the car came to a halt before him. He opened the rear door and slipped inside. "Blade, please take me to the building where Frost resides," he said, almost playfully. "I have some scores to settle with him, having just been thwarted by a bunch of insignificant lackeys." He had acquired 2 new skills and was determined to reclaim his standing. Blade nodded slightly and started the engine, redirecting the vehicle towards the Bronx. They shared a tacit understanding, refraining from discussing how Yang Bo had returned to Central Park, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Just as he needed serum to suppress his bloodlust, he had confided in no one but Whistler. "What are you planning to do?" Blade suddenly inquired as they drove. Yang Bo gazed out at the passing scenery, his demeanor serene as he replied, "We'll go there and eliminate them. It's that simple. If one can be slain, then let it be slain. If 2 can be vanquished, then let 2 be vanquished. In other places, I dare not speak. But my fervent wish is that within the confines of my current city, there exists no trace of these repugnant individuals." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Dao Feng's face illuminated with a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth seemingly glimmering. "I stand with you." The two engaged in a lively exchange, their rapport deepening considerably due to their shared disdain for vampires. Dao Feng's perspective was refreshingly straightforward. As long as one engages in the eradication of vampires, then they shall be regarded as steadfast allies. Chapter 25, Assistance in an Abandoned Factory on the Outskirts. Yang Bo gazed greedily through the car window at the surrounding landscape, filled with forsaken steel pipes and various obsolete equipment. "Dao Feng, have these discarded pipes and devices truly been left to rot?" The vehicle rolled into a workshop, the secure base of Dao Feng and Hui Te, although it was easily detectable by vampires. "I cannot say for certain, but I have been here for quite some time, and no one has come to clear this mess." Dao Feng opened the car door and stepped out, striding towards a white-haired elder. "I have returned." Hui Te cast a glance at the vehicle, his expression revealing his displeasure at the sight of Yang Bo and Karen disembarking, as if someone owed him $8 million. Eric, why have you brought strangers again? Daofeng removed his various pieces of equipment and settled into a nearby chair, the insatiable desire for blood beginning to erode his reason. Hearing Hui Ti's words, he replied directly, "This is the individual I mentioned to you yesterday. Had it not been for him, I would not have escaped so easily today." Hui Ti observed Daofeng seated in the chair and approached, binding his hands. He opened a nearby metal box, which contained a neatly arranged row of crimson potions. Yang Bo, who had been surveying the dilapidated equipment, walked over upon seeing Daofeng restrained. "Daofeng, why do you not procure blood bags? You are aware that your strength derives from blood. If you were to feed, your power would undoubtedly surpass what it is now. Humans do not consume blood. However," Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly, "humans do not drink blood. But they do indulge in a dish called Mao Shui Wang." Mao Shui Wang? Daofeng paused, taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered this term and was utterly oblivious to its meaning. Mao Shui Wang is a culinary delight primarily made with duck blood, renowned for its spicy and aromatic flavor. Theoretically, human blood could serve as an ingredient. The most would find it rather distasteful. Suddenly reminded of Mao Shui Wang, Yang Bo could not help but smack his lips. Having subsisted on bread for the past few days, his palate craved something more flavorful. "I cannot abide this. Once we resolve this vampire situation, I must head to Chinatown for a feast." Daofeng was genuinely astonished. He had never imagined that there truly existed delicacies prepared with blood. While there are renowned blood sausages abroad, they remain niche foods, unbeknownst to him. What was more crucial was that in the Marvel universe, vampires require specific components found in human blood, absent in that of animals. I must try it when the opportunity arises. Although animal blood may be ineffective, its flavor should not be lacking for a vampire. Yang Bo retrieved a jug of milk, about to speak, when Hui Ti had already prepared a syringe, aiming it at Daofeng's neck and inserting it. The efficacy of the serum has diminished significantly. Implicitly, this suggests that once the serum loses its effectiveness, one must rely solely on their willpower to resist the insatiable thirst for blood. However, it is a well-known fact that very few have succeeded. Otherwise, vampires would not be so rampant. In that fleeting moment when desire overwhelms reason, the bitten individual is already lost. What remains is merely a monster governed by insatiable cravings. Seated upon a chair, the figure known as Blade exhibited visible veins on his face, writhing in agony and emitting low, tortured growls, embodying a state of sheer desperation. Yang Bo, observing from the side, felt a shiver of fear. Fortunately, he had already been drained of blood, for under such torment, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to despair. As Blade wrestled with his suffering, Huster casually discarded the syringe onto the table and produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Casting a glance at Yang Bo, he gestured slightly. Yang Bo stepped forward, withdrew a cigarette from the pack, and lit it for him. The two then began to indulge in the swirling smoke. "You are quite remarkable," Yang Bo remarked with a smile. "You are also commendable. By the way, are these dilapidated devices around us of any use? If not, may I procure some scrap metal?" "Indeed, take as much as you like. The furnace will cease to function when it breaks down," Huster replied nonchalantly, unaware of Yang Bo's intentions. "Everything around here does not belong to me. If you need it, feel free." "That is precisely what I wanted to hear." Yang Bo was just about to grab a pickaxe to assist Blade and Huster in tidying up the chaotic environment when Blade, having regained some effect from the serum, stood up, his bare torso glistening with sweat. Loosening the bindings around his wrists, he stretched and looked at Yang Bo, asking, "What do you need this scrap metal for? And did you just pull out a metal bucket?" "This is no mere scrap metal in my hands," Yang Bo replied with a grin. And then he produced a container of milk from his backpack, explaining, "This is a bucket of milk, but it possesses extraordinary properties." As he tilted the milk bucket, he proclaimed, "Behold, this miraculous milk that doesn't spill even when inverted." Blade, Huster. Fortunately, upon Karen S. return, he immediately began studying the blood of vampires. Otherwise, yet another individual would be left speechless in this moment. "Your sense of humor is lacking," Yang Bo continued. "This milk can eliminate all statuses." "Blade, have you ever played games?" Let us pretend I didn't ask. Judging by your demeanor, It's clear that your primary form of relaxation involves slaying vampires. I intended for you to try this out to see if it had any effect on you. But your partner's reflexes are simply too swift. Regarding such conceptual items, neither Blade nor the well-informed Huster could comprehend what Yang Bo meant by eliminating all statuses. Both displayed expressions of confusion, particularly Blade's countenance, which reminded Yang Bo of a widely circulated image on the internet featuring an African American. Yang Bo observed the two individuals and drew an analogy, gesturing towards Karen, who was engrossed in her research. He remarked, much like her, who, after being bitten by a vampire, is in the process of transformation. However, to my eyes, she merely appears to be afflicted by a peculiar poison. The moment she consumes this bucket of milk, she will be liberated from its effects. May I take a look? To be candid, Huist did not have faith in the milk's purported properties. As Yang Bo handed the bucket to Huist, he noticed that upon closer inspection, the vessel appeared to be composed of numerous small, square blocks intricately assembled together. He approached a microscope, intent on taking a sample for analysis. Yet no matter what method he employed, he found himself utterly incapable of extracting even a minuscule amount of milk from within. Even when he extended his hand into the bucket, he could not feel the milk inside. Keenly observing Huist, who had fallen into a profound silence at the experiment table, Dalphone could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Is there any possibility for this substance to transform me from a half-vampire into a fully human being?" "Honesty is indeed the ultimate weapon," Yang Bo replied, shaking his head without a shred of concealment. "You are inherently a half-vampire, thus the milk holds no efficacy for you. However, it may have some effect on your cravings for blood. The specifics elude me. I merely intended to use you as a test subject." Chapter 26. The release from bloodthirst. In this moment, Blade was indifferent to the thought of becoming a mere guinea pig. His sole desire was to ascertain whether this milk could truly quell his insatiable thirst for blood. If it indeed possessed such power, then aside from his enhanced strength, heightened senses, and remarkable recuperative abilities, he would not differ significantly from an ordinary human. "Yang, might I request a taste? What do you require?" Initially, Yang Bo sought to comprehend the nature of the milk he held, pondering whether it could be as absurdly potent as depicted in games. Blade's demeanor mirrored that of a lamb prancing before a wolf, playfully declaring, "Eat freely, no limits." However, upon reflection, Yang realized that Blade, this superhero, appeared to possess little in terms of resources, relying primarily on the bounty gained from slaying vampires and scavenging their remains to fund his endeavors, while disregarding other possessions. Contemplating this, a smile graced Yang's face as he addressed Blade. "If you happen to encounter any solitary vampires in the future, would you be so kind as to bring them to me? Rest assured, as long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, the vampires you deliver shall not survive a day in my presence." This arrangement posed no conflict with Blade's interests. Aside from being somewhat troublesome, he readily nodded in agreement. "No problem, but solitary vampires are a rare find. If I capture too many, they will undoubtedly band together." Yang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "It's a trivial matter. Whatever you manage to gather will suffice. By the way, before you indulge in the milk, I have something remarkable for you. Do take a look and see if it piques your interest." He then produced an object resembling a pixelated human heart, which in the realm of the game served as sustenance for vampires, akin to Yang consuming bread. Vampires could consume it to replenish their blood supply. And when in possession of empty vials filled with blood, consuming the heart would automatically refill the vials. It could also be utilized at the alchemical altar for enhancements. Yet, upon presenting the pixelated heart, Blade examined it several times, unable to discern its true nature. "What is this? I feel an inexplicable allure towards it. This is a human heart. Don't ask me why it appears this way. I am equally perplexed." Blade chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. "Your description is oddly fitting." Yang Bo's eyes widened as he gazed at Blade, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, the prophecy has come to fruition." Unaware that he had inadvertently revealed a truth, Blade reached out, accepting the pixelated heart from Yang, and inhaled its scent. A frown creased his brow, despite the object's appearance defying the nature of a human heart. The aroma it exuded stirred a deep craving within him. Had he not recently injected the serum, he might have succumbed to the urge to consume it immediately. "Yang, could you enlighten me regarding the origin of this item?" Yang Bo gazed at the blade, contemplating the idea of allowing it to consume his heart, pondering whether this act might enhance its power. Thus, he resolved to weave a benevolent falsehood. To speak candidly, you may find it hard to believe, but I stumbled upon this. I possess a peculiar ability that grants me certain remarkable items upon the demise of a vampire, such as this vampire's heart. The blade, swayed by Yang Bo's words, found them a plausible explanation for Yang Bo's necessity to slay the vampire himself. However, it lifted its gaze to Yang Bo and inquired, "What do you gain from killing the followers? Is it that evident?" Yang Bo fell silent once more. Indeed, as an ordinary individual, how could I possibly deceive someone like the blade, who dances daily on the precipice of death? Perhaps he perceives far more than he articulates. With this reflection, Yang Bo's eyes grew clear, devoid of chaotic thoughts, and he spoke plainly. "I must confess, I lied. This is a drop from the followers. Vampires yield only their fangs. I wish for you to sample this vampire's heart. I am aware that it has been long since you have tasted human blood, and your true potential remains untapped. We are about to confront a horde of vampires, who may very well arrive by nightfall. Surely, you do not believe your base is entirely concealed. You might escape. But what of him?" As he spoke, Yang Bo pointed towards Whistler, who was attempting to warm a bucket of milk. He then produced another bucket of milk, offering it to the blade, saying, "You may drink this milk first, and then contemplate my proposal. Only when your strength is augmented can you vanquish more vampires and other monstrous threats to humanity." As anticipated, sincerity proved to be the ultimate weapon. Faced with Yang Bo's stark reality, the blade regarded the heart and the milk in his hands, his expression growing profoundly intricate. He had never envisioned himself as indecisive. Yet when confronted with the choice before him, hesitation crept in. Whistler was not merely his partner. He was akin to a mentor and a father figure, having adopted him at a tender age and imparted various survival skills. Should anything befall Whistler, the emotional toll would be unbearable. Casting a deep glance at Yang Bo, he raised the milk to his lips, and in that moment, the milk, which had previously remained still, seemed to come alive, flowing into his mouth. The blade felt an unexpected lightness envelop his body, and the weight of his suppressed spirit began to lift, inducing a sensation akin to euphoria, prompting him to exclaim, "Shit." The startled Whistler and Karen, engrossed in their research, were momentarily taken aback by the blade's sudden outburst. Upon confirming that he was unscathed, they returned to their respective studies. The blade, now staring at the empty metal bucket in his hands, smiled, revealing 2 rows of pristine, even teeth. "Thank you. I have never felt so liberated." As he gazed at the human heart in his hands, the peculiar allure had vanished, yet he still felt an insatiable hunger. Receiving the empty bucket from Daofeng, Yang Bo observed him without urgency, silently awaiting the choice he would make. 2 minutes later, Daofeng returned the heart to Yang Bo, smiling as he declared, "I shall not partake. I understand your intentions for both myself and Whistler, yet this is not the wisest decision. I realize this object is not a genuine human heart, but its aroma is indistinguishable from the scent of blood I am familiar with. Even if I cannot become human, I refuse to be a vampire governed by desire." Upon hearing Daofeng's words, Yang Bo felt no trace of disappointment within. Perhaps he had known all along that Daofeng would not forsake his principles. "Very well," he conceded. "I shall not press you further. Perhaps in the future, when you find a partner, you might occasionally break the rules, and your strength will naturally grow." Chapter 27. As night falls, what could possibly be the connection between seeking a girlfriend and running a red light? When the subject of girlfriends arose, the first person that came to Blade's mind was the dark-skinned beauty, Karen. He soon recalled that Karen was currently undergoing the transformation into a vampire, which, although mitigated by a special serum, could only delay the inevitable. "Yang, does the milk I just used truly have the ability to resolve Karen's predicament?" Upon hearing Blade's inquiry, Yang Bo turned to regard Karen, who was bent over, testing blood samples. He chuckled softly and replied, "It's quite simple. Isn't there still a barrel of milk from Whistler? You can have Karen drink it, and then we shall see the results." Blade cast a sidelong glance at Whistler and nodded slightly. Since Blade had no desire to consume hearts, there was nothing else to occupy his time but to wait until nightfall to see if the vampires would attempt a surprise attack. If they did not come, he would take the initiative to strike first. "I suggest you prepare yourself. I have a premonition that the vampires might launch a surprise attack tonight. Additionally, I wish to venture out to procure some scrap metal. Just a smidgen, mind you. Blade's expression grew somewhat serious at Yang Bo's mention of looking for scrap metal, but he merely grunted in acknowledgement before turning to approach Whistler. Yang Bo wore a knowing smile as he observed Blade's retreating figure, thinking, take one last good look at your surroundings. Upon exiting the workshop, he found himself amidst a landscape reminiscent of a wasteland, littered with various discarded equipment. The metal pipes twisted and turned in a manner that to Yang Bo's eyes appeared as gleaming ingots of iron. He would also need Blade's assistance in acquiring some coal, relying solely on what was far too wasteful. Thankfully, he had traversed into a modern society where most necessities could be procured with relative ease. He retrieved a workbench from his backpack, placing it on the ground, and crafted 3 furnaces from round stones, setting them beside him. Armed with a pickaxe, he began to clear the area of equipment, the sound of clanging metal ringing out incessantly. Joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and as the sky gradually darkened, Yang Bo sat before the furnaces, contentedly gazing at the ingots of iron within a nearby box. He had ingeniously modified the furnaces into an automated system using funnels, allowing for a continuous supply of iron ingots simply by placing various iron items into the upper box. Just as he prepared to venture further afield to chop some trees, Blade's voice resonated from the entrance of the workshop. Yang Bo, it's time to eat. Blade's words faltered as he surveyed the transformed state of the workshop, unable to contain his astonishment. Yang, what on earth have you done? The once cluttered maze of pipes and dilapidated equipment now appears as though it has been thoroughly cleaned by a dog. Not only the pipes, but even the surrounding trees have vanished, leaving only barren yellow earth. In a fleeting moment, Blade questioned whether his left foot had been transported to the desolate western wilderness when he had exited the workshop moments ago. Yang Bo responded to Blade's exclamation with a sincere smile, saying, I merely tidied up the surroundings for your convenience. It is hardly fitting to live in such disarray. Indeed, your arrival is fortuitous. Could you assist me in procuring some coal, as much as possible? Da Feng approached Yang Bo, observing the furnace still ablaze. Yet, no matter how intently he gazed, he could not discern what was being consumed within. Even standing merely a meter away from the furnace, he felt no warmth from the flames, only the faint crackle of combustion. What is this? A furnace for burning materials. There was no extensive explanation, for it was too cumbersome. Yang Bo feared that any clarification would only lead to more inquiries from Da Feng. Have you come to dine? Da Feng nodded, realizing that Yang Bo was reluctant to elaborate. He glanced around, feeling a slight heaviness in his chest, reminding himself, a promise made must be fulfilled. Even amidst tears, just as Yang Bo was about to return to the workshop with Da Feng, the distant roar of approaching vehicles reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned his gaze, spotting numerous cars speeding towards them. Smiling at Da Feng, he remarked, it seems we shall not be dining today. Da Feng looked on in bemusement at Yang Bo, who was munching on bread to satiate his hunger, unsure how to respond. Yang Bo, gazing at the illuminated headlights in the distance, conveyed to Da Feng, since we are here, we must find peace within this moment. Through a unique interpretation of his abilities, Da Feng understood this to mean, since they have dared to come here, let us prepare for their arrival. Furrowing his brow, he queried, what do you mean by that? With a light chuckle, Yang Bo clarified, I mean, since they have the audacity to arrive, let us ensure they are well attuned. Without further ado, he strode towards the workshop, where Karen and Huisite awaited. Although Huisite was Da Feng's mentor, the passage of time had rendered him rather frail. Yang Bo intended to construct a steel sanctuary and secure both individuals within. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say, his backpack contained several sets of iron blocks, a meter-thick steel, and he doubted these vampires could penetrate such fortifications with their claws. Huisite, Karen, the enemy approaches. Come swiftly. Yang Bo constructed a white room at remarkable speed, leaving only a 2-meter-high entrance. Upon hearing of the impending threat, Huisite immediately retrieved a double-barreled shotgun and Da Feng's long blade from a nearby workbench. As Da Feng dashed over, Huisite hurled the sword towards him. Catching the long blade, Da Feng revealed a signature smile, a grin that echoed the unpredictability of life and death. The roar of the vehicles grew ever closer, and Karen had already reached the sanctuary, her face devoid of panic, simply expressing her gratitude to Yang Bo. "Thank you for your kindness." Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. In the future, I may require your assistance, so do not refuse." Karen was no mere ornament. This resourceful girl possessed an extraordinary talent in blood genetics, and her concocted serums could effortlessly combat vampires, far surpassing the efficacy of concentrated garlic extract, silver, or ultraviolet light. Even the ultimate boss, Blood God, from Blade Runner 1 was utterly fragmented before a mere few syringes. With that, Yang Bo gestured to Huisi Te, saying, "Hurry up. Leave this to me and Blade. At your age, it's best to remain back and direct from a distance." Huisi Te shot Yang Bo a fierce glare, yet he was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Staying outside would only render Blade hesitant. Furthermore, he found Yang Bo's creation of this house exceedingly intriguing, sealing the entrance with an iron gate. The throng of vampires had already breached the workshop. Yang Bo observed the multitude of vampires entering from outside, a smile creeping onto his face. Disguise. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into thin air. Chapter 28. Frost compromised with a resounding gunshot. A piercing scream followed, startling Frost among the vampires, who turned to find the previously vanished Yang Bo had inexplicably reappeared behind them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, causing several vampires to collapse and disintegrate into ashes. It was only after the sudden assault that the vampires reacted, launching a counterattack. Yang Bo, observing Frost amidst the crowd, were a smile before vanishing from their sight once more. Frost could not contain his frantic shout, "Find him and kill him." At that moment, he recalled the man who had abruptly disappeared in the archives, and it seemed certain that this was the culprit. Panic began to set in for Frost, who was unaware of the significant limitations of Yang Bo's disguise skill, such as the inability to attack with weapons other than a crossbow or the automatic failure of the invisibility effect beyond 10 meters, easily detectable by the simplest electronic sensing devices. To him, an adversary capable of vanishing at what was far more formidable than any blade. He couldn't shake the unsettling thought of being vulnerable while he slept, fearing an unseen assailant might slit his throat. Suppressing his inner rage, he aimed at the spot where Yang Bo had disappeared and pulled the trigger, even though he knew the opponent would not remain stationary. Yang Bo, watching from a concealed corner, smiled at Frost's predicament. This fellow might just meet the criteria for a level 1 vampire baron. I must eliminate him with a stake. The vampire baron, a remnant of the old royal bloodline, harbored deep-seated hatred for all and would not hesitate to attack intruders, even those of their kind. In the game, barons could be found within the vampire forest and would drop pure blood upon defeat. The purity level of the blood was contingent upon the baron's rank. A level 1 baron would yield level 1 pure blood upon being slain, and so forth. Pure blood was a crucial material for enhancing a hunter's level later in the game, and Yang Bo did not wish to miss this opportunity, uncertain of when he might encounter such a high-ranking vampire again. Bang, bang, bang. Pulling the trigger once more, Yang Bo reappeared before the throng of vampires, who reacted far more swiftly this time, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck him. The disguise skill could not activate under attack, and Yang Bo leaped to a nearby cover, fortunate that the workshop was cluttered with various debris. "Move quickly," commanded Frost, and the vampires, as if bereft of reason, rushed toward Yang Bo's concealed location. Another series of gunshots echoed, reminding Frost and his cohort that the Blade Warrior was still present. With rapid movements, the Blade held firearms in both hands, creating a cacophony of gunfire that drew the attention of all the vampires. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo, wielding a silver long knife, swiftly approached one vampire. With a decisive strike, he severed the vampire's arm along with a portion of its thigh, and before a scream could escape, his other hand thrust a stake through the creature's throat. Utilizing silver weapons can swiftly diminish a vampire's vitality to below 45%. Thereafter, a mere gentle thrust with a stake will invoke the mystical power that extinguishes the vampire's existence. In that moment, Yang Bo felt as if he had stepped into another realm, boldly enduring the onslaught of bullets as he ruthlessly vanquished 7 or 8 vampires. However, upon being struck by a bullet, darkness engulfed his vision. Disappeared? What transpired? This time, the vampires were truly alarmed. unlike before. Young Bo had faced the attacks and vanished before their eyes, a feat far beyond mere invisibility. Frost's light brown pupils dilated in shock, a chill racing to the crown of his head. An adversary capable of both invisibility and teleportation was nothing short of a waking nightmare. Hurry, disregard everything else. Capture the Daywalker at all costs. He knew that only by seizing the blade and completing the awakening ritual could he hope to survive in Yang Bo's presence. At this moment, Yang Bo opened his eyes, greeted once more by an expanse of darkness, though this darkness bore a curvature. He extended his hand and remarked, "Pardon me. Could you please make some room?" Karen gasped, her body seemingly equipped with springs as she leapt from the bed, clutching her backside. Turning to face Yang Bo, who lay upon the bed, she incredulously inquired, "You weren't outside?" Meanwhile, Whistler, observing the situation through the iron door, was startled by Karen's exclamation. He swiftly turned with his double-barreled shotgun, equally astonished to see Yang Bo, and hastily lowered his weapon, asking, "How did you return?" Though the angle prevented him from witnessing Yang Bo's battle, the cacophony of gunfire and the furious cries of vampires had not escaped his ears. Yang Bo sat up, stretched his limbs, and smiled faintly, saying, "Just some minor tricks. Whistler, step aside. I shall venture out and entertain those charming little creatures for a while." He placed a stone button against the wall and instructed the two within the room. "Whatever you do, do not press this button." As he neared the exit, Yang Bo turned to Karen with a mischievous grin, saying, "My dear, the sensation is quite delightful." Pressing the button, the iron door swung open with a resounding bang, and Yang Bo strode forth, leaving behind a flustered Karen and a contemplative Whistler. Upon witnessing Yang Bo's emergence, the vampires outside, no longer brimming with reckless bravados, raised their weapons to aim at him. Yet, this time, they refrained from pulling the triggers. Frost approached with a complex expression, stating, "Stranger, this is a matter between us and the blade. We have no desire to be your enemies. As long as you remain uninvolved, I can offer you what you desire, be it wealth, power, or even prolonged life." In that moment, he found himself compelled to compromise. None wished to confront an adversary of such formidable capabilities. Yang Bo regarded Frost with a calm demeanor, acknowledging that, truthfully, aside from their aversion to sunlight, vampires were rather splendid beings. Blood consumption? That was hardly an issue. Akin to how humans require sustenance, the most significant aspect was the vampire's protracted existence. If they were to harness their prolonged lifespans to investigate and rectify genetic deficiencies, thereby evolving into a race of immortals, it would not be entirely inconceivable. However, they must never, under any circumstances, regard themselves as sustenance. The silver blade, lent to him, glided gently across the ground. Prolonged life? Huh. Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, "Savor the final moments of your existence, Frost." With that, he disregarded Frost's ghastly expression, and his figure vanished once more before them. Chapter 29. The accident. The vanishing of Yang Bo's figure signified the collapse of negotiations, and the terms proposed by Frost merely evoked a sense of amusement within him. The Marvel Universe was on the brink of a grand epic, and the audacity of mere vampires to speak of power was laughable. Setting aside the other superheroes and supervillains, even the Inhumans residing on the moon were beyond the current capabilities of the vampire clan. Withdraw. Frost lamented his decision to come here. Daywalkers were not limited to just Blade. Though the other Daywalkers operated discreetly, they would not encounter an adversary like Yang Bo. The vampires surrounding Frost, upon hearing his command, rushed toward the exit as if granted amnesty. However, a terrifying scene unfolded. Yang Bo appeared beside their vehicle, wielding a white pickaxe, and with a few gentle taps, the car vanished into thin air. "Damn it, what manner of monster is this?" they thought. "We must eliminate him." Observing the group raise their weapons, Yang Bo activated his disguise skill, disappearing from their sight. Frost, witnessing Yang Bo's disappearance, immediately urged, "Do not concern yourselves with him. We must leave this place." The vampires, shaken from their fury, quickly realized that remaining there could spell their doom. Seeing their retreat, Yang Bo felt compelled to reveal himself. The vampire's speed was alarmingly swift. Once they exited the workshop, should they scatter, he would have no means to pursue them effectively. Brandishing his long knife, he aimed carefully at the last fleeing vampire. mindful to avoid any fatal strikes, for silver had a potent effect on vampires, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise. The group of vampires pursuing Blade soon sensed the shift in circumstances and were left bewildered by Frost's retreat. Weren't we here to capture Blade? Why does it seem our leader is fleeing? As they redirected their focus towards Yongbo, he furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged bullets fired from behind. Watching Frost's figure recede into the distance was vexing. Ordinary vampires were mere distractions that Yongbo could easily track down, but Frost was different. His title of Vampire Baron gleamed prominently above him. Regardless of his rank, even being a novice was significant. The sound of bullets ricocheting off nearby objects filled the air, and a stray bullet fortuitously struck Yongbo's head, causing a slight decrease in his health. How unfortunate, he thought, as the footsteps behind him grew ever closer. He prepared to confront the approaching vampires when Blade, pursued relentlessly, arrived brandishing a submachine gun and ruthlessly squeezed the trigger. Indeed, two individuals proved far more formidable than one. Yongbo emerged from behind the barricade, bread in hand, and swiftly charged towards the vampires, armed with a stake. As soon as he spotted a vampire with health below 45%, he dashed forward to claim ahead. In that fleeting moment, he was struck by 4 or 5 bullets. Fortunately, he was clad in iron armor, which mitigated the damage to a mere 2 points from the bullets and 3 points from the submachine gun. Grasping a vampire to use as a shield, he barely blinked before the creature's health bar plummeted like a waterfall, from 70 to just 20 points, a stroke of luck as the vampire wielded non-silver bullets. Dragging this vampire along, he rushed to the next victim, indifferent to the terror etched on their face. He swiftly dispatched the vampire in his grasp and seized another to bolster his defenses. Something was amiss. Despite being hit multiple times, he felt no ill effects. The boss had already fled. We must retreat. Panic ensued among the vampires, who soon realized why Frost had made his abrupt exit. Yet, Yongbo was not one to relinquish the opportunity presented by these hapless prey. With a makeshift shield in front of him, he charged towards them, transforming the stake into a deadly weapon. At this moment, Dao Feng joined him, aiding in the elimination of the remaining vampires. "Yang, are you all right?" Dao Feng inquired. Noting his companion was unscathed, Yongbo rolled his eyes in response. "Damn it, I must eliminate Frost tonight. I've already died once because I needed to capture the Daywalker, and you lot Haven T even fired a single shot at him. Dao Feng, fetch the car. We need to pursue that scoundrel Frost." Upon hearing Yongbo's command, Dao Feng glanced at the fleeing vampires, contemplated briefly, then nodded and dashed towards his vehicle. Yongbo rummaged through his backpack, pulling out some bread, his displeasure evident as he stuffed it into his mouth. His hunger level was equally unsatisfied due to his health not being full. After dispatching the last vampire that had failed to escape the workshop, he collected the spoils from the ground. The rewards were substantial. He had gathered enough vampire blood to advance to level 3. Soon, he could seek out the vampire hunter to upgrade, gaining 2 skill points. Once he unlocked the Hunter-S weapon station, he would be able to craft the Hunter-S iconic weapon, the crossbow. With the appropriate bolts, Yongbo wouldn't have to struggle as he did now. From a distance, he could effortlessly eliminate these vampires, who barely had 100 health points. The roar of the engine echoed as Dao Feng pulled up in his sleek black car. Without hesitation, he opened the door and slid inside. It was evident that he too was invigorated. With Yongbo's collaboration, he felt exhilarated this evening. With a screech of tires against the pavement, the car surged forward like a released arrow. Though the vampires were swift, they paled in comparison to the car's speed, and soon Yongbo spotted the fleeing vampires. "Dao Feng, ignore them. Let us find Frost. Those creatures are merely minions. We can deal with them later." The automobile maintained its speed, surging forward without hesitation. It wasn't long before Yongbo caught sight of a conspicuous line of bold letters amidst the dim, dilapidated factory district. Vampire Baron. Blade, that scoundrel, was directly ahead. Accelerate and crash through. The roar of the engine captured Frost's attention. He initially believed it to be one of his subordinates. However, before he could feel any joy, the sleek black vehicle rapidly expanded within his field of vision. With a resounding crash, it became evident that despite Frost's formidable physique, he was no match for the might of steel. The tremendous force transformed him into an airborne figure in an instant. Blade, splendidly executed. Chapter 30 Master. Shall we take a cab? One cannot help but remark on the formidable constitution of vampires, particularly their resilience against blunt force trauma. For a being endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, the notion of internal injuries is hardly a significant concern. Frost soared into the air, performing a mid-air rotation that lasted for 2.5 weeks, before crashing down with a resounding thud. His elastic form rebounded twice upon impact. Had he been an ordinary human, he would undoubtedly have been grievously injured, incapacitated upon landing. Yet, remarkably, Frost's complexion merely paled further, and he rose from the ground as if nothing had transpired. Yang Bo swiftly flung open the car door and darted out, lunging towards the nearest vampire, brandishing both his long knife and a stake. As the saying goes, do not pursue a desperate foe. This adage implies that one should refrain from chasing an adversary in dire straits. However, Yang Bo discerned no signs of desperation among this group of vampires. The luxury vehicles nestled within his backpack attested to their affluence. Thus, he resolved to eradicate them completely. A barrage of bullets erupted towards Yang Bo. Yet his 20 years of solitary training had honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. He swiftly retrieved a shield, having previously hesitated to employ it for fear of impeding his killing efficiency. However, the prospect of being slain and having to resurrect only to find these vampires vanished was a far graver concern. This shield proved remarkably effective, though its durability waned alarmingly fast. Once he assumed a defensive stance, his agility diminished considerably, another reason he had been reluctant to wield it. Upon regaining his footing, Frost beheld Yang Bo defiantly brandishing a wooden shield, absorbing the relentless onslaught of gunfire from his subordinates. In a panic, he shouted, "Eliminate them! Dispatch the Daywalker without hesitation." No sooner had he uttered these words than he turned tail and fled, displaying utter disregard for the lives of his underlings. At that moment, his sole desire was to escape, to retreat to a safer haven, to seek out other Daywalkers, and ultimately return to enact his vengeance as the Blood God. Yang Bo, observing Frost's retreating figure, felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Crouching behind his shield, he drew his pistol, aiming it at the vampires, only to be met with an unexpected clicking sound. No bullets left. This firearm had been a gift from the Blade during their last encounter, although it had been magically enhanced to increase its capacity. The intense skirmish had depleted the special silver ammunition. While he possessed other weapons in his backpack, they were equipped with standard rounds, ill-suited for dispatching vampires. It would be far more effective to charge forward and strike them down directly. At that moment, Blade also felt the weight of immense pressure. The vampires, who had once sought to capture him alive, were now unleashing their full fury, bullets raining down upon his vehicle, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, realizing that this situation was untenable. He quickly retrieved the stones he carried, encircling himself for protection, and brandished a shovel, digging into the earth. Thanks to his vampire sensing skills, he could clearly discern the vampires above him. In the midst of the authentic warfare, the ancestors indeed did not deceive me. I discovered a hapless individual, excavating the ground beneath their feet. With a startled cry, the vampire had yet to react before tumbling directly before Yang Bo. Upon witnessing Yang Bo's sinister grin, panic surged within as it attempted to retreat. Surprised, were you? Unexpected, was it not? With a swift motion, the long blade and stake penetrated the vampire's form, and as I gathered the fallen debris from the ground, Yang Bo hastily dug towards the next victim. Due to the nocturnal hour, the surroundings were devoid of illumination, save for the sparse starlight above. The vampire, still preoccupied with the confrontation, remained oblivious to the earth beneath them, which began to mercilessly consume its comrades. It was only as the gunfire around them dwindled that the remaining vampires sensed a dire situation. Turning to survey their surroundings, they were met with the alarming realization that from the initial throng, only a handful remained. An inexplicable atmosphere of dread began to permeate among this group of vampires. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air as one of their own was swallowed by the earth, a square opening appearing abruptly before being swiftly sealed, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. "Damn it, the enemy is underground," exclaimed one vampire, pulling the trigger against the ground, yet it proved futile. Another vampire vanished without a trace, and panic began to spread, prompting the remaining vampires to abandon resistance and scatter in disarray. In this wave of chaos, Yangbo profited immensely. Upon witnessing the fleeing adversaries, he leaped from the ground, returning to the car, where he gazed at the battered door and urgently inquired, "How is it? Can the car still run?" Just as he posed the question, Yangbo noticed that the tire on the side of the vehicle was completely flat. Even if the engine were intact, it would be in vain. With a swift pull, the door of the driver's cabin was wrenched off with a creak. Alas! Knife Edge's expression darkened. This vehicle had served him faithfully for several years, and now it faced a tragic fate. He entered the driver's seat and turned the key. But the starter showed no signs of life, not even a tremor. Observing Yangbo outside, Knife Edge shook his head. "It's no use. The car is wrecked." Frustrated, he struck the steering wheel, lamenting that this was his closest opportunity to eliminate Frost. Yangbo, however, remained unperturbed, confidently stating, "Do not fret. I still have the vehicles the vampires drove here. I will search for one with the keys." Internally, he hoped for the laziness of some vampires who might have neglected to remove the keys. After rummaging through the third vehicle, Yangbo finally discovered one with the keys still intact and excitedly called out to Knife Edge, "This one has the keys. Hurry over." Knife Edge dashed to the car, opened the door, and skillfully started the engine. "Get in," Yangbo instructed as he settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle surged forward, navigating through familiar terrain until they reached the main road, where they spotted Frost attempting to hail a ride. As they approached, Yangbo leaned out of the window, rapped on the car door, and with a beaming smile, called out, "Master, need a ride?" Frost collapsed to the ground upon hearing Yangbo's voice. Devoid of any thoughts of escape, the arrival of Knife and Yangbo signified but one thing: his subordinates were doomed. With a screech, the car came to a steady halt before Frost, and without uttering a word, Knife leaped from the driver's seat, raising his fist to strike Frost fiercely in the face. Grasping Frost's hair, he yanked him up from the ground. "Frost, I have finally found you." Upon witnessing Frost's disheveled appearance, Yangbo suddenly recalled that Knife's mother had been bitten by Frost. Moreover, after giving birth to Knife, she had not perished but had transformed into a vampire, remaining by Frost's side. If one were to force a narrative, Frost could be deemed Knife's stepfather, an absurdity that defied comprehension. Contemplating this, Yangbo cast a complex glance at Knife, remaining silent as he observed the cathartic blows raining down upon Frost's face. Chapter 31. Torment, stop hitting him. "Please, stop," Yangbo exclaimed, instinctively lifting his gaze to the heavens, anxious that rain might soon descend. Upon hearing his words, Dao Feng paused his actions. Yangbo continued, "He is of great significance to me. I must deal with him myself. You understand the reason." "Very well," Dao Feng replied after a brief hesitation of merely 2 seconds. He was acutely aware that if it were not for Yangbo, not only would they fail to take revenge on this group of vampires, but he would also be incapable of safeguarding Huisite. He was not a man prone to ingratitude. Casting a cold glance at Frost, who was rendered speechless, he casually discarded him onto the ground and turned to Yangbo, saying, "I only hope his death is not swift." Dao Feng's request posed a dilemma for Yangbo. If only he had an alchemy station at his disposal, he would have the confidence to concoct healing potions, ensuring that this fellow would find it exceedingly difficult to perish. However, at present, he was utterly impoverished. Not only did he lack healing potions, but he didn't even possess a single gold ingot. Glancing at Frost's slowly regenerating health, Yangbo sighed, "Let us return for now." He then grasped Frost and headed towards the vehicle, flinging him into the back seat before taking his own place beside him. Drawing forth an iron sword, he fixed his gaze on the opponent's health bar, ready to inflict several stabs as soon as it reached 20%, bringing it down to 10%. Upon returning to Dao Feng's base, Yangbo tossed Frost into Dao Feng's hands, stating, "You should hang him up for now." Throughout the journey, Dao Feng had witnessed Yangbo repeatedly venting his frustrations by stabbing Frost with a sword composed of blocks. Strikingly, he was baffled by the method Yangbo employed. Despite the sword's considerable size, it left no wounds. Were it not for Frost's unconscious state and involuntary convulsions from pain, Dao Feng might have assumed that Yang Bo's weapon was merely an illusion. Now, Dao Feng suddenly felt as though he had awakened an extraordinary hobby within Yang Bo. Yang Bo, I find that I do not despise him as much as I once did. Perhaps you should just eliminate him. There was a distinction between relishing the slaying of vampires and indulging in cruelty. As Yang Bo prepared to free the two individuals confined within iron blocks with a pickaxe, he responded to Dao Feng's comment with an air of indifference. Your mother is not dead. She remains at his home, having completely transformed into his likeness. Do you have anything further to say? It had been mentioned before that once one becomes a vampire, they become unable to resist the bloodthirsty desire, ultimately devolving into a monster, their thoughts entirely assimilated. Dao Feng stood frozen in place, processing Yang Bo's words, his eyes filled with confusion. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Hui Si-Te and Karen emerging from the white room, their expressions darkening significantly. He directly addressed Yang Bo. Yang Bo, may I borrow your longsword for a moment? As soon as the words were uttered, a steel sword spun and embedded itself beside him. Yang Bo did not cease his task of dismantling the iron pieces. He merely remarked, at most 7 strikes. By the 8th sword, he is undoubtedly doomed. I shall conduct a little experiment on him. Just as Yang Bo was finishing his sentence, the blade picked up the sword and thrust it into Frost's body. Karen, observing Frost suspended in midair, furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired, who is he? Before Yang Bo could respond, Wister quietly interjected. Deacon Frost is one of the high-ranking vampires in New York. Unbeknownst to them, Deacon Frost had become the sole leader of the New York vampires, having placed all other elder vampires under house arrest to serve as offerings in the summoning of the blood god. Wisto paused and continued, after years of investigation. It turns out he is also the murderer of Blade's mother. Initially, Karen felt that Blade's actions were somewhat ruthless. However, upon hearing this revelation, she immediately reassessed and found no fault in his actions. Yet, noticing the pained expression on Blade's face, she understood that he was recalling memories of his mother. She stepped forward, gently grasping Blade's arm, and spoke softly, Eric, let us pause for now. He is already unconscious. I will find a way to awaken him. And then you may proceed. Upon hearing Karen's words, Yang Bo could not help but exclaim, I have seen many saintly figures, but this living devil is a first for me. His gaze towards Karen held a hint of admiration. Such a woman, clear-minded, decisive, and exceptionally capable, was indeed rare. Most women would either complain of cruelty or simply be compliant. Before long, Yang Bo had stowed away all the iron pieces into his backpack. Wister, being the man behind Blade, was also a researcher, and his curiosity regarding Yang Bo had reached its peak. He approached and asked, I studied the structure you created earlier. It seems to be composed of high-strength iron. But with such weight, why doesn't the ceiling collapse? They are not a cohesive unit. Nor do they have support. Is this your special ability? Are you a magician? A barrage of questions left Yang Bo somewhat bewildered. He shrugged helplessly and smiled wryly. Just consider me a magician. He placed a hand on Wista's shoulder and earnestly said, Trust me, it's in your best interest not to ponder too much about me. Saying this, he produced a cigarette and offered one to Wister, pulling out a lighter to ignite both their smokes. Taking a deep breath, he approached Frost, who had already been stabbed several times by Blade. Although still filled with fury, Blade refrained from further action, recalling Yang Bo's advice. If he were to truly kill Frost, not only would Yang Bo be left with an explanation to provide, but he himself would also be unable to justify his actions. Yang Bo glanced at Blade and said, Rest assured, leave it to me. I will ensure that his death is worth it. Frost's health regeneration rate was gradually diminishing, likely due to the depletion of the unique energy within his body. Yang Bo retrieved a human heart from his backpack and forcefully inserted it into Frost's mouth. Upon consuming the heart, Frost's health began to recover at an astonishingly abnormal rate. The wounds inflicted by the blade were visibly mending before one's very eyes. In just a matter of seconds, his health had surged back to 80%. Yet, Frost remained with his eyes firmly shut. Pretending to be unconscious, are we? Yang Bo was not fooled into believing that Frost, with 80% health, was still in a state of unconsciousness. He exhaled a plume of thick smoke towards him and chuckled, Do relish this exquisite torment. Chapter 32. Phil Coulson with a heart-wrenching scream. Yangbo picked up the Pure Blood 1/6 that Frost had dropped, feeling a twinge of disappointment. What a letdown. The final boss yielded only a basic level of Pure Blood. The dawn was breaking outside, and after a night of tireless work, Yangbo, Karen, and Whistler had gathered satisfactory experimental data. Stowing away their belongings, Yangbo called out to the dazed Blade, "Hey, stop musing and take me back. I wish to rest." He was aware that Blade was likely preoccupied with thoughts of his mother, yet he was not particularly adept at offering consolation. Such matters were better left to Karen, who might coax out some emotions. "If it's convenient for you, please find a moment to bring Paul to me. You are the only one in this city I trust with such a task, and I will owe you a favor." Blade snapped back to reality. Recalling Paul's corpulent figure, and a hint of discomfort crossed his face as he replied, "You've presented me with quite the dilemma. I shall deliver him to you tonight." After bidding farewell to Whistler and Karen, they boarded the vehicle, heading towards Central Park. As the sun ascended, its warm rays enveloped Yangbo, imbuing his sleepless spirit with a sense of elevation. Unable to suppress a yawn, he suddenly recalled the vampire cultists and turned to Blade, saying, "You ought to change your location. Your presence has been compromised, and those vampire hounds will undoubtedly trouble you." In response to Yangbo's words, Blade's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm as he assured, "Do not worry. As long as I do not provoke them, they will not dare to trouble me. However, you must exercise caution, for they will certainly come after you." "Dare?" Yangbo queried, surprised that Blade used the word dare rather than will not, which piqued his curiosity. Their bond had deepened. After all, they were brothers in arms, his life for Blade's bullets. Some questions no longer required delicate phrasing. He asked directly, "Why do you say they do not dare?" With a smile, Blade elucidated, "I am a half-vampire, and slaying vampires is a matter pertinent to our kind. They will not employ humans against me. Most importantly, should the vampire cultists decide to confront me, the situation changes dramatically." Yangbo's mind wandered to the plot of Blade, Trinity, where vampire cultists masqueraded as vampires, only to be slain by Blade, an event meticulously recorded by the vampires, leading to an official manhunt for him. Yet, one aspect eluded his understanding. Why would vampires hesitate to confront Blade without leveraging official power against him? Unless Blade had his own backing, a force more formidable than the vampires, which would explain his brazen assault on that policeman without a hint of concern. Considering that attacking an officer is a grave offense in any nation. "Blade, would you be so kind as to enlighten me on who stands behind you?" Blade, with one hand steadying the steering wheel, reached into his pocket, rummaging through it before tossing a small black notebook to Yangbo. Yangbo extended his hand and received the item, immediately recognizing the emblem of the steel eagle emblazoned upon it. This brought to mind the most renowned organization of Marvel, SHIELD, though it has not yet undergone a name change, its full title being the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph of Blade, accompanied by some information. Eric Brooks, Level 8. Yangbo mused, in the comics, Blade was once a member of SHIELD's Howling Commandos, ranking as a Level 10 agent, equal to Director Fury. As a vampire hunter, he dealt with various supernatural anomalies, including the extermination of non-human creatures such as vampires. However, having never read the comics, Yangbo was completely unaware that Blade was also an agent of SHIELD, and a Level 8 agent at that. "Blade, could you enlighten me on how you ended up in such an illustrious position?" he inquired, returning the credentials to Blade. Blade replied, "I merely carry a title. My primary role is to assist SHIELD in eliminating certain non-human threats, while they help me with some official matters. The rest of the time, I operate independently." Yangbo nodded, reclining in his seat and remaining silent. SHIELD, Kamartosh, the Sanctum. This Marvel universe is becoming increasingly intriguing. I wonder if the Ancient One has noticed my uninvited presence? Moreover, does this universe have a spear-wielding division? Lost in thought, the two returned to Central Park. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yang Bo did not head directly home, but instead made his way to a nearby fast food establishment, craving a change from his monotonous diet of bread. Entering the Golden Arches, he ordered several burgers and snacks, then chose a window-side seat to enjoy his meal. A striking crimson convertible pulled up outside, and a man clad in a sleek black suit emerged from the vehicle. As if sensing Yang Bo's gaze, he looked up, offering a slight nod and a warm smile. However, upon recognizing the man, Yang Bo's expression shifted to one of amusement. Phil Coulson, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. There was no way he had come here seeking him. Yang Bo would sooner believe otherwise. As Yang Bo surmised, Coulson walked in without hesitation, making his way directly to Yang Bo's side. "Hello, Mr. Yang Bo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Coulson. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said. Extending his hand toward Yang Bo felt no aversion to this rare, good-natured agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, the moment he laid eyes on Coulson, a notion sparked in his mind, an opportunity presented on a silver platter. How could I not seize it? In my world, certain materials are exceedingly difficult to procure, but establishing a pact or transaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. could render those materials effortlessly accessible. With this thought in mind, Yang Bo rose enthusiastically, a broad smile gracing his face as he grasped Coulson's hand. "May I call you Coulson? For some reason, you struck me as particularly amiable upon first glance." The sudden surge of enthusiasm left Coulson momentarily flustered. However, his years of experience as an agent enabled him to effortlessly maintain a composed demeanor. "Mr. Yang Bo, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Yang. If you prefer the American way, you can address me as Yang. Please, have a seat." He gestured for Coulson to take a seat opposite him. Coulson nodded slightly and, getting straight to the point, stated, "I'm an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Counterterrorism, and Logistics. I have come specifically to meet you. I am quite curious about your identity and would appreciate it if you could elaborate." Yang Bo, internally critiquing the name of the S.H.I.E.L.D., looked at Coulson earnestly and replied, "I truly have no idea how I ended up here. I am merely an ordinary citizen of Huagua." Chapter 33. More stacked modules. Years of experience as an agent had taught Coulson that Yang Bo was not lying, but he was certainly concealing certain truths. He raised his arms and placed his hands on the table. "Would you be interested in joining us? We wholeheartedly welcome talents like you, endowed with special abilities." Upon hearing Coulson's invitation, Yang Bo languidly leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers on the table, a contemplative expression gracing his face. S.H.I.E.L.D. "Pa, the serpent shield is more like it. If I were to join now, I'd end up as a mere morsel for the Hydra." Yang Bo was acutely aware of his own intellect. While he could easily slay a few vampires in a fit of enthusiasm, he had no desire to associate with those who thrived on scheming. With a hint of regret, he addressed Coulson, "I apologize, but I must respectfully decline your invitation to join your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. At present, I simply wish to exist peacefully as a vampire hunter." Coulson, undeterred by Yang Bo's refusal, recognized that they had yet to truly understand one another. His previous inquiry was merely a preliminary probe. "No worries, but I would offer a friendly warning. The vampire factions are not as straightforward as they may seem. Their principal stronghold lies in Europe, and they tend to disregard their kin here in America, yet they are all descendants of Dracula." Yang Bo nodded slightly, perceiving Coulson's words as a gesture of goodwill. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "Thank you for your advice." At that moment, his fast food order was ready. Yang Bo stood and smiled, saying, "Please hold on. I shall retrieve my breakfast lunch." With that, he made his way to the service counter. Behind Coulson's back, Yang Bo furrowed his brow. He wished to enlist S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance in gathering certain materials, yet he had nothing of value to offer in return, leaving him unable to negotiate. The only leverage he possessed was information gleaned from films, which was of utmost importance and could undoubtedly attract the attention of either S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra if disclosed. Returning to his seat with a tray in hand, Coulson noticed Yang Bo's troubled demeanor and kindly inquired, "Yang, you seem somewhat perturbed. Feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you." Gazing at Coulson's amiable expression, Yang Bo, though aware of his role as an agent, felt a sense of affinity. With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head and admitted, "I am pondering how to procure a modicum of assistance from you without formally joining your ranks." Coulson's smile grew even brighter. Compared to the targets he had previously encountered, Yang Bo's forthright nature caught him off guard, yet he found it refreshing. People inherently have needs. Mutual assistance fosters friendship over time. "You may share your concerns. I am all ears." Coulson did not respond directly. Yet he had already formulated a plan in his mind. If the situation proved manageable, he would acquiesce. "I wish to find a volcano, one that is actively erupting. I require some lava." "Is that all?" "Just that?" Coulson replied promptly, "Not a problem at all. If it suits your convenience, I can arrange for you to visit the nearest volcanic crater." He refrained from inquiring why Yang Bo needed the lava, as locating volcanic magma was a task exceedingly simple for him, requiring no international travel. In fact, with a bit of urgency, one could make a round trip in a single day. It is noteworthy that the United States harbors one of the most volcanically active regions on Earth, boasting 165 potential active volcanoes. At that moment, he had set his sights on Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. Having recently read in the news that the volcanoes there had resumed their continuous eruptions, with lava nearly spilling onto the road. Seeing Coulson so readily agree to his request left Yang Bo momentarily stunned. After scrutinizing Coulson earnestly, he suddenly smiled and said, "I genuinely wish to befriend you. Would you mind sharing your phone number?" He retrieved his mobile device and placed it on the table, sliding it towards Coulson. Yang Bo found Coulson quite agreeable. Although there was a hint of desire in Coulson's demeanor, it was understandable given his profession, was it not? Coulson picked up the phone, entered his number, and after a brief ring, he hung up and returned the device to Yang Bo. Yang Bo chuckled, tucking the phone into his pocket. "I need to return home briefly to gather a few items. We can set off whenever you are ready." He then grabbed a hamburger from the table and began to eat, seemingly unaffected by the presence of Steve. As he devoured 3 hamburgers and an assortment of snacks in just over a minute, astonishing Coulson. Jokingly, he remarked, "Yang, thank goodness you haven't joined us. Otherwise, the director would surely have to dismiss me." Yang Bo smiled and asked, "Shall I head home first, or will you wait for me here?" Coulson pondered for a moment and replied with a grin, "If it won't take long, I can wait here. I find myself rather hungry as well. It wouldn't consume too much time." With that, Yang Bo rose and made his way to Central Park, returning home to organize the various odds and ends he had on him, while crafting numerous iron buckets. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. More stacking modules activated. Wow. Yang Bo was startled by the sudden pop-up, his face lighting up with delight. "Ah, you mischievous little thing. Always presenting me with new surprises." The more stacking modules feature would allow previously non-stackable items to be combined, such as lava buckets, water buckets, potions, and so forth. He had been contemplating that, on this trip to the volcano, if the lava he brought back was insufficient, it would be rather unprofitable. But now, everything seemed splendid. This time, he intended to visit the volcanic crater and bring back some lava, as he wished to attempt crafting a portal to see if it might lead to hell. Unfortunately, he lacked a diamond pickaxe. Otherwise, he could have crafted an enchanting table. First, he would enhance his hunter level, and then he would seek out Coulson to embark on their volcanic adventure. After careful planning, Yang Bo approached the vampire hunter. Despite the passage of 3 days, the vampire hunter remained unchanged, steadfastly retaining his square demeanor. Opening the interface, he placed the recently acquired vampire blood into the designated slots on the screen, silently affirming his action with a thought of confirm. 15 vials of vampire blood were expended, evoking a pang of regret within Yang Bo. Indeed, earning money is arduous and consuming it feels like a burden. These 15 vials required the demise of at least 30 vampires, and with a mere click here, they vanished. This experience left Yang Bo with the distinct sensation of spending money in a game. One light tap, and his wallet was emptied, yet he emerged stronger. Chapter 34. Hunter's Exclusive Weapons. Eagerly, Yang Bo opened the Hunter's skill panel, where the previously displayed 0 skill points had transformed into 2. Gazing at the information pertaining to Hunter skills, he swiftly opted for the most practical abilities, Hunter's Weapon Forge, and Swift as the Wind. The Hunter's Weapon Forge enables the crafting of exclusive hunting weaponry, albeit the creation of substantial equipment such as battle axes, crossbows, and armor will completely deplete a barrel of magma. Simpler items like crossbow bolts and pitchforks, however, will still require 1/5 of a barrel of magma. This necessity is precisely why Yang Bo was so impatient to enlist Coulson's help in sourcing magma, even if it meant incurring a personal favor. Swift as the Wind further enhanced Yang Bo's attack speed, resulting in progressively shorter intervals between his strikes and a corresponding increase in damage dealt over the same duration. As he proceeded toward the exit, Yang Bo found himself pondering, glancing down at his familiar legs, murmuring to himself, "Have I significantly increased my movement speed? Could it be that leveling up has also augmented my swiftness?" Without dwelling on it, he realized he had no reference point to gauge this newfound speed. But as long as he wasn't moving slower, it sufficed. Upon exiting Central Park, Coulson remained seated in the same spot, now indulging in a hamburger. In contrast to Yang Bo, Coulson appeared remarkably refined. Noticing Yang Bo's gaze, he smiled and nodded, hastening his eating. By the time Yang Bo approached the restaurant, Coulson had finished his hamburger and stood to meet him. "Your arrangements have been made. Now you simply need to accompany me to the airport." "Thank you very much." Coulson personally opened the car door for Yang Bo, a gesture not motivated by courtesy toward Yang Bo, but rather by his affection for his beloved Laura. Indeed, Coulson, with his peculiar fondness, cherished this bright red convertible, which he had affectionately named Laura. Gently closing the door, he felt a pang of regret, silently vowing, "Next time, I must ensure to drive one of the vehicles from the mission." Oh, my poor Laura. As the car traversed the road, Yang Bo finally experienced the essence of stability. Despite it being a sports car, Coulson drove it with the demeanor of an old-timer. Nonetheless, Yang Bo was not one to mind the delay, sitting quietly in the vehicle to avoid drawing the attention of Coulson, the fervent husband figure. The journey to the airport was somewhat dull, and Yang Bo engaged in casual conversation with Coulson, spending an hour before arriving at New York Airport. He mused, "Had it been blade driving, we would have arrived in no more than half an hour." After parking, Coulson guided Yang Bo to a tarmac where a sleek, black Quinjet, gleaming with a metallic sheen, awaited them. It exuded an aura of advanced technology, as though it were simply missing the words black technology emblazoned upon its fuselage. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. truly acquired a Quinjet this early? Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly a formidable global organization. While their technology may not rival that of Wakanda, it undoubtedly possesses numerous capabilities that surpass contemporary advancements. As the passengers aboard the aircraft prepared for departure, Yang Bo and Coulson had just boarded when the boarding gate closed. The turbine engines, resembling electric fans, whirred to life, and the plane swiftly ascended, heading towards Hawaii. Like country bumpkins entering a city, Yang Bo and his companion gazed in awe at the aircraft's interior decor. Eventually, they arrived at a lounge. As they settled into their seats, Coulson smiled and inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you like it? Once you join us, you'll have the opportunity to fly this plane regularly." Yang Bo rolled his eyes at Coulson's remark, replying, "I prefer beautiful women. What do you offer those to?" To his surprise, Coulson nodded affirmatively. "Our organization boasts many exceptional female members selected from various countries. As the saying goes in the East, the one near the water gets the first taste of the moon. If you join us, I can personally arrange for you to have a lovely partner. Of course, the rest depends on your own abilities." Yang Bo's mouth fell slightly open. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. was so formidable. With such an attitude, they didn't need to wield a heavy stick. They simply filled your mouth with dates, playing the game through open means and exerting their influence. Do others receive such treatment? Upon voicing this question, Yang Bo regretted it immediately, realizing it was a pointless inquiry. If everyone received the same privileges, there would be no need for S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. Coulson chuckled and replied, "Certainly not. Typically, agents must undergo rigorous selection processes to join our Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Agency. Only individuals with unique abilities are afforded certain privileges. At this point, Coulson paused, looking earnestly at Yang Bo and said, "But you are different. Aren't we friends? I will ensure you receive the best treatment." Hearing Coulson's words stirred a wave of emotions within Yang Bo. At that moment, he genuinely felt that Coulson was quite impressive. After all, he was A-S-H-I-E-L-D, agent, articulate and efficient. It was no wonder that online discussions suggested that without Coulson, the Avengers would have long since disbanded. He reached into his backpack for a cigarette, intending to smoke, but upon remembering he was on an airplane, he reluctantly returned it to his pocket. Noticing this, Coulson smiled and said, "Could you spare me one? I haven't smoked in ages. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt." With that, he pressed a button on the wall, and a soft whirring sound echoed, likely from the lounge's ventilation system. Wow, this is incredible. Being around Coulson is so delightful. Perhaps I should find a way to lure him over to my side. Presently, S-H-I-E-L-D appeared to be thriving. But that was merely a FAAD. In reality, it was riddled with vulnerabilities, having been infiltrated by Hydra. Yang Bo suspected that aside from a few renowned senior agents, the remainder of S-H-I-E-L-D was compromised. However, the fleeting thought of enticing Coulson away vanished quickly. Yang Bo did not believe his personal allure could convince the future director of S-H-I-E-L-D to work for him. He took out a cigarette, lit it for Coulson, and then ignited his own, inhaling deeply before gently exhaling towards the ventilation outlet. Chapter 35, Volcanoes and Lava Seated Within the Aircraft. Yang Bo's gaze was immediately drawn to the thick, dark smoke billowing forth from the volcano's mouth. The Kuan-style plane sought a relatively flat area at a distance from the volcano, descending gently. Coulson rose and declared, "We have arrived." He stood and opened the door to the lounge. Upon seeing Coulson emerge, the passengers inside the cabin handed him 2 gray protective masks. After receiving them, Coulson turned and handed one to Yang Bo, explaining, "Volcanic ash poses significant harm to the respiratory system. Wearing this mask will greatly alleviate the situation. Heating advice is akin to nourishment." Yang Bo refrained from elaborating on his digitized body, which rendered him impervious to such trivial ash. If inhaling it could inflict damage upon him, then surely Steve would perish upon entering the ashen canyon of my world, where flakes of scalp drifted through the air. He accepted the mask, donning it over his face as the rear door of the Kuan-style aircraft slowly opened, a gust of strong wind rushing in from the outside. Yang Bo stepped out, with Coulson following closely behind. "I can manage on my own," Yang Bo asserted. Coulson gently shook his head, responding, "This volcano is still erupting. It would be best if I accompanied you. Should any emergencies arise, I would be able to assist." Yang Bo merely chuckled softly and chose to disregard him. Turning towards the volcano's mouth, the aircraft had landed some distance away from the crater, as closer areas were occupied by solidified black lava, rendering it impossible to land the plane there, not to mention the considerable danger involved. Hawaiian Volcano Park is situated by the ocean, and today the surrounding sea breeze was quite boisterous. Volcanic ash filled the sky, cascading down like a dark, gray snow. As Yang Bo trod upon the solidified lava, a warm sensation enveloped his feet. He retrieved a bucket from his backpack, aiming to scoop up some of the black lava below. Alas, not a moment of respite. The warm, solidified lava remained unyielding to his attempts, and Yang Bo's expression turned to one of resignation as he glanced at the distant, flowing molten rock. Compelled to continue his trek, Coulson observed with astonishment as the iron bucket materialized in Yang Bo's hand only to vanish moments later. Despite having learned through surveillance and other means of Yang Bo's spatial storage abilities, witnessing it firsthand was still a shock. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe of 2008, the chaotic events of later years had yet to unfold. Even as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson had only encountered a handful of superhuman events during this period. However, in the times to come, an array of extraordinary occurrences would keep Coulson exceedingly busy. As they drew nearer to the lava, the surrounding temperature escalated. Suddenly, a charred aroma wafted through the air. Yang Bo sniffed the air and turned towards the source of the scent, noticing that faint white smoke was emanating from Coulson's polished shoes. unable to contain his laughter. He teased, "Coulson, don't walk any further. At this rate, you'll melt away." Yongbo casually lifted his foot to examine his travel shoes, finding them completely unscathed. The attire he wore had been digitized, making any damage impossible. He had realized this during a previous encounter with gunfire. Coulson, sensing the warmth beneath his feet, glanced at the unaffected Yongbo and offered a wry smile, saying, "I had hoped to accompany you, but it seems that's not feasible. Do take care." Yongbo nodded. And without Coulson at his side, he quickened his pace, swiftly making his way towards the flowing river of lava. It did not take long for him to reach the molten stream. He retrieved an iron bucket and aimed it at the fiery lava. His assumptions proved correct as he easily filled the bucket with the molten substance. "Well then, thank you for the hospitality." He took out additional iron buckets, which could traditionally hold a maximum of 64 units, and rapidly collected the lava from the ground, successfully severing the entire river in no time. Having gathered a substantial bounty, Yongbo glanced at the blackened earth, contemplated briefly, and then produced a pickaxe to excavate the solidified lava. As the sound of items dropping echoed, he collected the fallen blocks, realizing at that moment that this material was certainly not obsidian, otherwise it would not yield to his iron pickaxe. Solidified volcanic lava 1. Of no use whatsoever, it had not transformed into any material from my world. He grimaced, closed his backpack, and began retracing his steps. Had Coulson not accompanied him, he would have leaped into the lava to expedite his return home, avoiding any time wastage. Perhaps he should inform Coulson of Captain America's news in advance as a form of gratitude? Constantly owing favors could pose a dilemma. Though Yongbo was not a paragon of virtue, he could not treat the assistance of others as a foregone conclusion. Spotting Coulson waiting at a distance, he approached him. Coulson smiled and asked, "Have you completed the task?" Yongbo nodded, observing Coulson's gas mask while contemplating his next words. "Coulson, I want to express my gratitude for your assistance this time. No need for thanks. This task was quite simple for me. You need not dwell on it." Coulson replied in his ever-calm tone, devoid of any noticeable change. The two walked side by side towards the aircraft, where Yongbo removed his mask and earnestly stated, "Coulson, I wish to share something with my friend, as a gift for him. This matter holds great significance for my friend." Coulson paused, also removing his mask. His expression serious as he regarded Yongbo, uncertain of what he was about to convey. "You may speak freely. I am merely your friend now, not an agent." Yongbo pointed towards Coulson's earpiece, and Coulson instantly understood his intent, pressing a button on the device. He then retrieved a small black gadget from his jacket pocket and switched it off. "Well, as an agent, it's normal for me to possess a few devices. Wouldn't you agree?" He then reached for a button on his collar. Yongbo nodded, fully aware that the various chaotic devices affixed to Coulson's person were likely not limited to what met the eye. However, the words that followed were certain to alert Coulson to the gravity of the situation. Leaning closer to Coulson's ear, he whispered softly, "Captain America is not dead, and the internal security of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is far from assured." In that moment, Coulson's defenses crumbled. He nearly stumbled, on the verge of kissing the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, a frozen smile plastered across his face. The revelations contained in Yongbo's words rendered his mind momentarily blank, and it took several seconds for him to regain his composure, an almost unfathomable lapse for an agent of his caliber. Coulson suddenly felt a parching dryness in his throat. Uncertain whether it was due to the environment or the sheer terror of the news he had just received. In a fit of agitation, he yanked a button from his jacket and cast it to the ground, stomping on it until the electronic components within were exposed. He then extracted a small black object from the heel of his shoe and hurled it into the distance. With a voice tinged with hoarseness and tension, he inquired, "You know what you are saying, do you not?" Chapter 36, Master Ancient One by the Edge of the Volcano. Yongbo gazed at the anxious yet hopeful expression on Coulson's face and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "It's true. Why would I deceive you? You are hardly a stunning agent. This is merely a matter of mutual assistance between friends, though I must admit I am uncertain of his current whereabouts." In order to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Red Skull, Captain America had followed him onto the aircraft that was poised to devastate major cities. During the climactic battle, the Red Skull vanished into a wormhole formed by the cube's energy. Captain America, realizing the aircraft sustained severe damage and was on the verge of assaulting New York, resolved to force it down onto a nearby glacier. However, he was subsequently hurled into the icy depths of the Arctic Ocean due to the crash. Yongbo organized this information and conveyed it to Coulson, stating, "Due to the super soldier serum, he is not dead yet. He is merely awaiting someone to discover him and rescue him." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Coulson's demeanor transformed into one of fervent excitement. As an agent, he was expected to remain composed, yet the revelation that his idol, Captain America, was still alive overwhelmed his emotions. "Young, could you spare me a cigarette? This news is simply too." Coulson accepted the cigarette that Yongbo offered and placed it in his mouth, while Yongbo produced a lighter to ignite it. Buzz, buzz. A faint yet rhythmic vibration emanated from Coulson, who then inserted the earpiece he had previously stowed away. After pressing a button, he spoke. "Director, I'm fine. Yes, it might be due to the high temperatures. I am currently standing on still warm volcanic rock." After a brief exchange, Coulson tucked the earpiece back into his pocket, and Yongbo deduced that the caller was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once Coulson ended the call, he regarded Yongbo with a complex expression and inquired, "How did you know the captain was alive? Or rather, why did you choose to share this information with me?" "I saw it on television," Yongbo replied with a hint of jest. "Remember, this is a message for a friend, not for an agent." He was unperturbed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and felt fearless even against Thanos' snap. What did he have to fear from the agency? Worst case, they could just dig into the Earth's core. Could they really obliterate the planet? Coulson took a deep breath, discarding the cigarette butt, and said earnestly, "I know what to do. I believe it's time for us to depart. I can hardly wait to find my idol." After a brief pause, he continued, "As for the pressure from the vampire cult, I will devise a plan for you. But please refrain from killing the cultists whenever possible. After all, they are still human. Whenever possible." Yongbo raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across his face. With S.H.I.E.L.D. to bear the blame, he felt liberated in his approach to the vampires. I mustn't make it too difficult for Coulson. I should first convert that group of cultists into vampires before sending them on their way. As the two individuals walked side by side towards the Quinjet, a sudden spark erupted in the air before them, reminiscent of fireworks during a festive celebration, swiftly spinning into motion. The moment Yongbo beheld the spark, his expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue. He was no fool. It was evident that the one capable of opening a portal at this juncture could not possibly be Doctor Strange. Coulson also drew a handgun from his waist, but Yongbo swiftly halted him with a gentle shake of his head, indicating that such a weapon would be futile against whoever awaited them beyond the portal. The spark rapidly coalesced into a gateway, revealing a room adorned with antiquity, a quaint bedroom where a bald figure clad in a beige robe gazed at him with a serene smile. The newcomer was none other than the Ancient One from the Marvel Universe, who stepped forward with an air of unhurried composure and softly inquired, "Greetings, visitor from another realm." Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Yongbo's heart raced with trepidation. The Ancient One was a formidable protector of Earth, had she not decided to retire. The events surrounding Thanos would surely have unfolded differently. "Greetings, Supreme Sorceress," Yongbo replied. The Ancient One displayed no surprise, maintaining her gentle smile, and took another step forward, silently closing the portal behind her. She scrutinized Yongbo with earnestness, then inquired softly, "You are quite enigmatic. I cannot perceive your future or your past. Might you share the purpose of your visit, young man?" Faced with the Ancient One, Yongbo felt an immense weight upon him. Though he was unafraid of death, he pondered the possibility of being confined within the mirror dimension. Wait, the mirror dimension? Perhaps there lies a chance to escape. I must certainly explore that possibility. With this thought, the tension within Yongbo eased considerably, and a faint smile graced his face. "I am unsure, really. I was merely using the restroom at home, and suddenly found myself here. Could you possibly send me back? As the guardian of Earth, tasked with protecting it from threats from alternate dimensions or realms, the Ancient One had encountered numerous peculiar travelers. Yet, someone as shrouded in mystery as Yongbo was a first. She shook her head, responding, "I am truly sorry. I cannot ascertain your dimensional coordinates and am unaware of your origin." Had it not been for Captain America's earlier appearance, I would not have even sensed your existence. Yang Bo felt a pang of disappointment, comprehending why the Ancient One had not sought him out initially. What exactly does this powerful being intend? Does she mean to eliminate me, this visitor from another world? May I inquire what brings you to my attention? Yang Bo asked. The Ancient One replied with utmost seriousness. Since your arrival, the timeline has shifted, straying from the sacred timeline, which could precipitate a significant crisis. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the Ancient One possessed knowledge of the sacred timeline, a concept he associated with the plots of the films he had watched. To disrupt the sacred timeline, in essence, was to alter the narrative itself. However, Yang Bo was acutely aware that the current timeline had long since descended into chaos. Otherwise, he would have first encountered the Time Management Bureau upon his initial arrival. The exchange between the two left Coulson, who stood by, utterly perplexed. As he observed the emergence of Gu-E from the portal, he stepped forward and softly introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Agent Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. May I inquire as to your name?" Gu-E replied with a courteous smile, "Hello, Agent Coulson. I am Gu-E." Chapter 37. The tea that cannot be refilled indefinitely. Kamartosh, a secluded village nestled within the Himalayas, serves as a sanctuary in the magical realm. Yang Bo sat upon a stool, gazing through the window at the howling snowstorm outside. Before him rested a steaming cup of tea, exuding a fragrant warmth. Opposite him sat the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, her eyes vacant as she peered into the future through the eye of Agamotto, which radiated a green luminescence from her chest. This state of contemplation had persisted for some time. After engaging in various discussions, Ancient One had begun to utilize the time stone to glimpse what lay ahead. Lifting the cup, Yang Bo savored a sip, a wave of exquisite aroma flooding his palate. Even though he was not particularly fond of tea, he recognized that this brew was incomparable to any he had previously encountered. He had accepted Ancient One's invitation to visit Kamartosh, driven by his profound curiosity regarding the portal spell. If I could master the portal, I would never again fret about sudden interdimensional travel during a bathroom break. Despite the days that had passed, the memory of his earlier predicament still loomed over him, casting a shadow in his mind. "Cannot see." Ancient One's voice suddenly pierced through his musings, startling Yang Bo, who was contemplating how to initiate his inquiry about the portal spell. Hastily setting down the cup, he inquired, "What do you mean, cannot see?" With a gaze that bore a mix of complexity and concern, Ancient One replied, "In the timelines of the future, there is no trace of you, even though you stand before me. Your essence transcends that of the Eye of Agamotto." The Eye of Agamotto served as the vessel for the Time Stone, a relic of nearly limitless power, allowing her to observe the vast expanse of the universe's future. Yet, no matter how intently she focused, she could not perceive Yang Bo in any forthcoming visions, even in the next fleeting moment. The room contained only her own silhouette and a cup of tea suspended in midair. She had never encountered such a phenomenon and was uncertain whether it bore auspicious or ominous implications. Yang Bo, perplexed by Ancient One's statement, pondered, "What do you mean you cannot see me? Is the time stone malfunctioning?" He dismissed the notion of his absence from the future as inconsequential. After all, he was not a native of the Marvel Universe, and perhaps the time stone simply did not pertain to him. His sole desire was to ascertain whether he could indeed learn the portal spell. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Ancient One. Master Ancient One, may I inquire about learning the portal spell?" Upon hearing Yang Bo's request, Ancient One nodded slightly and replied, "Any individual with potential may learn. However, if you wish to master the spell, you must first engage in meditation to connect your mental energy with the otherworldly deities. You must earn their favor and establish a corresponding pact to wield their magic." Yang Bo paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he responded, "Must I truly rely on the power of the gods? Is there no way to attain this through my own practice?" The deities of the Marvel realm were not known for their amicability. Every interaction came with a predetermined cost, particularly concerning contractual agreements, which could easily lead to one's own subjugation. He certainly does not possess the formidable prowess of the Ancient One. Daily, he siphons energy from the dark dimension. But when the Dark Lord Dormammu comes to collect, he is effortlessly rebuffed by the Ancient One, who boldly declares, I borrowed this energy based on my own merit. Why should I repay it? Of course, it is possible, but for an ordinary mage apprentice. Mastering the art of conjuring a portal would typically require 5 years of diligent study. If you are inclined, I can arrange for someone to instruct you immediately. The Ancient One stated this with a nonchalance that suggested 5 years was but a fleeting moment to her. Upon hearing this, young Bo felt a pang of distress. This was merely for the basic act of creating a portal. The feasibility of long-distance teleportation remained a separate concern. Could it truly take a decade or more merely to relieve oneself? If you wish to expedite your learning of spells, I can facilitate a tour of the multiverse. As she spoke, the Ancient One abruptly rose, swiftly striking Yang Bo's chest with her hand, a force propelling him backward. In Yang Bo's perception, everything around him appeared to slow down, including his own movements. This was his first encounter with such an extraordinary sensation. In that moment, he comprehended what the Ancient One meant by observing the multiverse. In the film, when Doctor Strange learned magic, he too had been struck in the chest by the Ancient One, sending his soul to a fantastical realm. Suddenly, time resumed its normal pace, and Yang Bo found himself sitting on the ground, glancing at his health bar, which had diminished by 1.5 hearts, causing him to exclaim in disbelief, "Wow! Such a gentle tap carries more force than an ordinary firearm?" After patting himself off and rising, he regarded the Ancient One with a gaze akin to that reserved for a formidable weapon. The Ancient One, in turn, regarded him with a complex expression, sending shivers down Yang Bo's spine, prompting him to inquire, "Ancient One, what is it? Did you not say I could observe the multiverse? Your soul and body are so intertwined that separation is impossible. Your body is your soul, and your soul is your flesh. You cannot learn the spells of Kamartaj." Upon hearing her words, he was not overly concerned about his physical condition. Given his ability to resurrect, a unique union between body and soul seemed entirely reasonable. However, he could not accept the notion that he was incapable of learning the portal spell. The Ancient One, observing him with keen interest, was filled with curiosity about his extraordinary existence, having never encountered someone whose body and soul were in such perfect harmony. If she could achieve something similar, perhaps her own body would not suffer collapse. Do not be disheartened. I believe you have your own path. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. I am someone with a golden finger. A mere portal spell is beneath my aspirations. One day, I shall possess a travel map module imbued with teleportation abilities, allowing me to traverse wherever I desire. With this realization, Yang Bo felt invigorated, and the previous frustration regarding his inability to learn spells dissipated entirely. 2 days later, clad in a flowing black robe, Yang Bo was returned to Central Park in New York by the esteemed Master Gui. This journey to Kamartaj proved to be immensely fruitful for him, particularly as his backpack brimmed with an array of eclectic items. After all, it was Gui's curiosity regarding his unique abilities that prompted this gathering. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Gui, whose expression reflected a hint of displeasure at the portal's flickering visage, caused the gateway to dissolve into the ether in an instant. It seemed that Master Gui was being somewhat stingy. After all, was it not merely a matter of excavating a few vintage pieces of furniture? Upon returning home, Yang Bo eagerly retrieved his cherished seat and wood tea table from his backpack, complete with an exquisite tea set. The contents of his backpack remained unchanged whether stored or extracted. Thus the tea still emanated a gentle steam. He savored a sip of the warm brew. Ah, this is the essence of life. Chapter 38. The Nether placing the lava into the cauldron of the hunter's crafting station. Yang Bo retrieved the prepared materials to forge 2 exclusive weapons for the hunter, a crossbow and a battle axe. Subsequently, he crafted a substantial quantity of crossbow bolts. The sole silver lining was that the bolts did not require feathers. Otherwise, he would have been unable to create any ammunition at all. Yang Bo brandished the newly crafted ordinary hunter's battle axe, swinging it gently, and found its feel satisfactory, albeit the damage output on the panel was somewhat lacking. However, it did inflict an additional 10 damage to vampires and possessed the inherent property of knockback too. First, he set about constructing the Nether portal, hopeful that it would grant him access to the Nether. If successful, acquiring diamond and obsidian would be a trivial task. The chests within the Nether fortress could yield numerous items from the overworld, most importantly, blaze rots. Once he crafted a brewing stand, he could finally bid farewell to the days of self-inflicted damage for health recovery. With a water bucket and lava in hand, Yongbo moved to a corner of the room, sealing off the surroundings with cobblestone, leaving only a one-person wide passage. He placed the water above the portal frame and retrieved an iron bucket filled with lava from his backpack. Utilizing the mechanism where lava source blocks interact with water to form obsidian, he spent a brief moment constructing a 2x3 nether portal. Gazing at the deep purple obsidian frame, Yongbo found himself fervently praying, "May Notch bless me. The portal must activate." He produced the flint and steel he had crafted, aimed it at the obsidian frame, and silently invoked its use. A crisp crack echoed, followed by a flash of flame, and from the once empty frame, a swirling purple portal materialized. Listening closely, he discerned faint, eerie whispers and other unsettling sounds emanating from the portal, which emitted a particle effect reminiscent of purple snowflakes, as if unseen entities were seeping through. Yongbo's face broke into an excited smile as he beheld the purple portal. "I am about to rise. Diamonds, nether alloys, ender pearls. I shall claim them all." Without hesitation, Yongbo stepped directly into the nether portal. Standing within, everything around him appeared to be shrouded in a purple filter, and the whispers in his ears became clearer. Soon, he felt the world around him begin to twist and undulate, and moments later, the scenery shifted. Through the violet haze, Yongbo found himself in a forest dominated by deep blues and teals. A strange forest? Yongbo instinctively lowered his head, aware that this realm was home to a particularly formidable creature, the Enderman. The Enderman boasted high attack power and health, coupled with the ability to teleport, often appearing behind players once provoked. The iron armor he wore would be as insubstantial as paper before such a foe. Quickly, he retrieved cobblestones from his backpack and constructed a 3x3 platform above his head, allowing him a moment to breathe and survey his surroundings. The ground of the eerie forest is predominantly composed of peculiar fungal rock formations, interspersed with some nether rock and bizarre warts. Scattered across the terrain are odd fungi, nether sprouts, and entangled wraith vines. Tall, shadowy figures traverse the woodlands. Yongbo instinctively glanced at a dark silhouette, locking eyes with a pair of violet orbs. The Enderman felt provoked and immediately opened its mouth in anger, its body trembling as it emitted a shrill cry that echoed through the desolate hellish expanse, causing Yongbo to shiver involuntarily. How's one supposed to navigate this? In the game, as long as one avoids aiming the crosshair at the Enderman's head, the creature remains unprovoked. But how does that translate to reality? Who would he glance at a shadow flitting past? Another deafening roar erupted, and Yongbo could hardly suppress the urge to smack himself for inciting yet another Enderman's ire. With no choice, he retrieved his iron axe from his backpack, bracing for the Enderman's teleportation. With a sharp bass sound, the Enderman, which had been moving with its elongated limbs, suddenly vanished, leaving behind a flurry of purple, snowflake-like particles. Yongbo quickly turned around, and indeed, the Enderman had teleported right behind him, letting out another furious cry. He swung his iron axe fiercely at the creature, and upon being struck, the Enderman's dark form blushed red, staggering back slightly but then charging forward once more. Unfortunately for Yongbo, he was standing on a platform only 2 blocks high, while the Enderman, standing at 3 blocks, was unable to reach the cunning Yongbo. Experienced the methods of an outsider. The Enderman possessed a remarkably high health level, totaling 40 points, double that of Yongbo's. However, as Yongbo diligently honed his skills, the Enderman's health steadily diminished. At that moment, another Enderman's voice echoed from behind him. But Yongbo remained unfazed on the platform below. Ender Pearl. After the Enderman's health was depleted, a blue pearl fell to the ground, which Yongbo approached and subsequently absorbed into his backpack. Holding the round Ender Pearl in his hand, he noticed a small black skull at its center, with a pair of violet eyes that followed his gaze, maintaining their haunting stare. Quite beautiful, indeed. The Ender Pearl is among the few relatively round items in my world. Though it still has edges, it appears significantly more appealing compared to other items. Yongbo tucked the pearl into his backpack. He decided to farm for more pearls here. One can never have too many of these teleporting treasures. With the pearls in hand, he could execute some rather flamboyant maneuvers, granting him a rather conspicuous superpower. Perhaps he could even craft an ender cannon, thus gaining teleportation abilities. As Yang Bo reveled in these delightful thoughts, he suddenly came under attack. His body involuntarily retreating a step. Frantically glancing around, he discovered that the Enderman behind him was clutching a round stone. Yang Bo hastily retrieved a round stone from his backpack to seal the gap, glancing at his diminished health bar, which had decreased by 7 points, leaving him with a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Damn it, so you're playing tricks on me, are you? Well, bring it on. Feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered by the Enderman, Yang Bo grappled with his frustration and, brandishing his small axe, began to unleash his pent-up wrath. Due to the absence of a targeting reticle, nearby Endermen were occasionally drawn to him. Although he dispatched his foes with remarkable swiftness, their numbers did not dwindle. On the contrary, they continued to multiply. However, this turn of events was fortuitous, as it allowed him to gather all the Ender Pearls in one fell swoop. Chapter 39. The Fortress of Hell in the grand and imposing realm of the Nether. Yang Bo had amassed a considerable collection of Ender Pearls. Endermen lurked everywhere. This eerie forest was perilously dangerous. With a grumble, he cleared the surrounding Endermen, not daring to lift his gaze for fear of an ambush. Reluctantly, he switched to his pickaxe and began to dig downward. Thud, thud, thud. After several minutes, Yang Bo emerged from the depths, escaping the confines of the eerie forest, and was finally greeted by a breathtaking vista. The towering ceiling of nether rock, soaring hundreds of meters above, imparted a sense of impending doom, while the distant expanse of the lava lake, perhaps more aptly described as a sea of lava, was mesmerizing. Yang Bo could not help but swallow hard at the sight. It was truly magnificent. Such a sensation had eluded him during his previous gaming experiences. Perhaps playing Minecraft in VR would allow him to grasp this extraordinary feeling even more vividly. Previously, the eerie forest had been rife with bizarre fungi, rendering visibility far inferior to what he beheld now. A sudden snort interrupted Yang Bo's reverie. Across the platform of nether rock, a multitude of zombified piglins roamed. The most commonplace of creatures in the nether, classified as passive entities, although they were among the most troublesome denizens of this infernal realm. This was contingent upon not provoking them. A careless strike against one would unleash the wrath of all nearby zombified piglins. Yang Bo observed a nearby family of piglins, a pair of adult zombified piglins and a juvenile, frolicking contentedly together, were it not for their golden swords and decayed forms. This scene would have appeared remarkably harmonious. Phew. Fortune smiled upon him. No piglins had spawned in close proximity. His keen eyes caught sight of a peculiar patch of nether rock nearby, adorned with golden specks. This discovery filled him with elation. Nether gold ore. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the location of the nether gold ore, wielding his iron pickaxe, when suddenly an inexplicable sorrow washed over him. I spent over 10 minutes mining without encountering a single piece of nether gold ore. Am I truly that unlucky? The thought flitted through his mind. But he swiftly cast it aside. With the power of Minecraft at his fingertips, how could he possibly be an unfortunate soul? Absolutely impossible. For safety, he first encircled himself with nether rock to ward off any wandering piglins. Then, with his iron pickaxe, he struck the nether gold ore. As cracks began to form, a resounding bang echoed as the block shattered, yielding 3 droplet-shaped gold nuggets and several colorful experience orbs, which he promptly absorbed into his being. When destroyed, nether gold ore can yield between 2 to 6 gold nuggets. Utilizing a pickaxe with the Fortune enchantment can increase the yield, while employing a pickaxe with the Silk Touch enchantment allows one to obtain the entire nether gold ore block, which can then be smelted in a furnace to produce a complete gold ingot. However, prior to his journey to another realm, Yang Bo had never witnessed anyone deliberately employing a precision pickaxe to excavate nether gold ore, then smelting it. This particular area contained a modest quantity of gold ore, merely 5 pieces, yet he could hardly suppress the smile adorning his face. Once he returned, he would inquire with Coulson or Blade about any acquaintances who dealt in gold, liberating himself from financial concerns. In modern society, possessing wealth could resolve over 99% of troubles. He had acquired a total of 15 gold nuggets, insufficient to forge even 2 gold ingots. Peering cautiously from his hiding spot, he quickly spotted several exposed gold ores. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo dashed towards another vein of gold, Yet his actions drew the attention of a nearby hell piglin. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt narrowly missed his scalp, startling Yang Bo into a quick maneuver, skillfully taking refuge behind a zombie piglin. The not-so-bright piglin, without hesitation, aimed and fired at Yang Bo's position. At that moment, time seemed to slow as Yang Bo watched the bolt arc gracefully through the air, landing squarely on the zombie piglin before him. A flash of crimson light erupted. The surrounding zombie piglins surged into a frenzy, coordinating their assault on the offending piglin, which was promptly torn to shreds by the relentless horde, vanishing into a cloud of smoke. Ah, indeed, they are brothers in appearance. Though not of the same species, their facade of harmony crumbles under attack, leading to a relentless cycle of vengeance. Savoring the moment, Yang Bo approached the nearby gold ore, brandishing his pickaxe to mine, collecting all the fallen gold nuggets. He then crafted 4 gold ingots at his workbench, fashioning a pair of golden boots to equip in his inventory. Now, he need not fear assaults from the piglins. It appeared that piglins possessed an almost obsessive fondness for gold. As long as a player donned gold-crafted gear, ordinary piglins would refrain from initiating attacks. Thus, he continued to collect gold while searching for the Nether Fortress. Fortune favored the diligent. After expending over an hour, a dark crimson architectural complex emerged before him. He had initially thought the Nether was magnificent enough, yet the fortress was equally impressive, with towering pillars rising amidst the sea of lava. Standing 50 to 60 meters tall, surpassing the height of a 12-story building in reality. Taking out nether bricks, he swiftly constructed a bridge across the lava lake towards the fortress, eager to reach his destination, surrounded by the searing lava that bubbled ominously. Silently, he prayed, "Please, do not spawn any nether wraiths. Please, do not spawn any nether wraiths." Yet, as fate would have it, what one fears often manifests. A chilling scream pierced the air without warning, resonating in his ears and sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, what one dreads often comes to pass. Wasn't this game merely a building simulation? The anguished cries of the wraiths would be deemed terrifying even in a horror game. Casting a glance around, he indeed spotted the spectral figure of the malevolent spirit hovering in the air, along with the fiery orb hurtling towards him. The appearance of the spirit resembled that of a white jellyfish, its form entirely alabaster and impressively large, with its body proportionate to its head, adorned with several tendrils beneath. This malevolent entity could only be encountered in the lower realms, drifting aimlessly, setting aside its somewhat eerie wails and the gaping maw it displayed during attacks. The spirit could be considered rather endearing overall. The fireball it expelled had already approached his face. Its velocity was not particularly swift. Yang Bo adjusted his stance and wielded his iron sword, swiftly striking the fireball. "Begone!" he exclaimed, sending the fireball soaring towards the spirit in the sky. With a piercing shriek, the spirit was obliterated by its own fireball. When the fireball is deflected by the player and strikes the spirit, it inflicts 1,000 points of damage. Chapter 40. The Blaze Wraith confronting the malevolent spirits that obstructed his path. Yang Bo watched helplessly as the experienced orbs and the tears of the souls plummeted into the sea of magma below. This was one of the reasons he harbored a dislike for these wraiths. Their immense size often meant that when they spawned in the Nether's desolate expanses, their drops would invariably fall into the fiery abyss. Only in the Soul Sand Valley, where the terrain permitted, could he hope to salvage the items dropped upon their demise. Clinging to the hellish bricks, Yang Bo leapt with the agility of a rabbit towards the Nether Fortress, casting a wary glance at the molten sea beneath him, which induced a dizzying sensation. It was far too exhilarating, akin to engaging in bungee jumping without a tether. Fortunately, the Nether was devoid of winds. Were he to be swept away? He smacked his lips softly and cautiously peeked out. A multitude of creatures roamed the long bridge constructed from the infernal bricks, including countless zombie pigmen and other unique denizens of the Nether Fortress. The furthest sentinel, a blaze wraith, had already detected the unexpected intruder. It ignited in flames, emitting a haunting whistle. A fireball hurtled towards Yang Bo at great speed, swifter than the projectiles launched by the previous wraiths. He quickly crouched, the fireball whizzing past his scalp. Was this some form of cheating? How could the blaze wraith's aim be so precise? Earlier, he had noted the presence of 3 or 4 pitch-black wither skeletons on the bridge, which posed a significant challenge. Rushing past them was out of the question. and the ranged attacks from the blaze wraiths were equally formidable. This predicament was troublesome. Huddled on the infernal rock, Yang Bo enveloped himself, hoping to evade a sneak attack from the lurking foes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled his previous encounters with vampires. A smile crept across his face. Indeed, subterranean warfare was an eternal strategy. He drew forth his iron pickaxe and began to excavate the hellish bricks with haste. Listening to the sounds above, he mentally retraced the positions of the wither skeletons he had observed earlier. Here, he thought, feeling he had reached the right spot, and promptly began to dig above them. With a resounding thud, the bricks were breached, and Yang Bo swiftly retreated, fearing the potential descent of some grand treasure. The unmistakable clattering of bones echoed as the wither skeletons collided, confirming his choice was not in vain. Seeing no monsters descending, Yang Bo cautiously approached the opening, peering out to find no wither skeletons in sight. After a moment of hesitation, he leapt upward. In that instant, he finally laid eyes on a wither skeleton, and it, too, spotted him. The creature brandished its stone sword, preparing to deliver an unanesthetized cranial operation. However, the skeleton's swing fell short of Yang Bo, who had vanished into the hole below. Without hesitation, the wither skeleton leapt down after him. Yet, a complication arose. The wither skeleton stood at a height of 2.5 meters, whereas the tunnel Yang Bo had excavated was only 2 meters tall. Creatures in this world did not bend, thus the master of footwork, Yang, was once again called into action. A total of 4 withered skeletons descended, akin to the heroic deeds of the gored warriors rescuing their grandfather, ultimately collapsing beneath the flowing robe of the mage that Yang Bo was approaching. Miraculously, one skeleton head had dropped from these 4. Picking up the fallen coal and the withered skeleton head, Yang Bo could hardly believe his fortune. Having dispatched merely 4, he had already acquired 1 head. By this calculation, he would only need to vanquish 12 more to gather 3 withered heads and challenge the wither. However, this was merely Yang Bo's fanciful speculation. The drop rate of the withered heads possessed an enigmatic quality. The first head had a notably high drop rate. The second felt as though the chances had diminished by half, while the third was utterly governed by the whims of fate. Furthermore, with his iron armor, felling the wither, a boss of the lower realm, would prove to be a formidable challenge. Peering once more from the cave's entrance, Yang Bo noted with relief that no withered skeletons were in sight. Yet, in the distance, the number of blaze creatures had increased by 2. With a determined shout, he leaped forth to slay them. Ascending from the cave, he grasped the platform above, effortlessly scaling the mere 2 or 3 meters in height without the need for blocks. This was a stark contrast to Steve's limitations. Upon his ascent, he was immediately greeted by the fireballs of the blaze. 3 fireballs flew towards him in a triangular formation. Yang Bo brandished his shield, successfully blocking the incoming projectiles. Seizing the opportunity during the blaze's attack, he dashed forward, drawing forth his crossbow. A crosshair materialized in his vision as he aimed at one of the blazes and pulled the trigger. The bolt struck, inflicting -4 damage. Yang Bo sighed, lamenting that his hunter's weapon was ill-suited for dealing with such common foes. He would need to prepare a set of weapons tailored for ordinary monsters. Once again, 3 fireballs were launched. Yang Bo raised his shield, the sound of repeated impacts resonating around him, and he discerned the differences between the blazes in the game and their real-life counterparts. In the game, blazes could release 3 fireballs per attack, albeit with a somewhat erratic accuracy. In reality, however, a blaze discharged only a single fireball per strike, yet its precision was akin to having aimbot enabled. With his crossbow reloaded, Yang Bo charged forward while aiming and firing. Though the damage was modest, it was better than nothing. After 2 rounds of attacks, he found himself before the blaze with the least health. Switching to his iron axe, he executed a downward strike upon the blaze. The outcome was exceptional. Critical hit particles burst forth as the blaze's health bar, already low, was instantly depleted. Collecting the blaze's dropped rod, Yang Bo was suddenly struck by a fireball that soared towards him. 2.5 hearts vanished in an instant, and he was afflicted by a burning debuff, suffering damage every second. With only 20 health points remaining, this hit cost him 9 points of life. Raising his crossbow, Yang Bo aimed at the now airborne blaze. Upon hitting his target, he quickly surrounded himself with blocks, fortifying his position. It is now safe, The onslaught of the fiery creature was excruciating, despite my formidable iron armor. Could it be that I am facing a hard mode? I retrieved some bread from my satchel and began to consume it slowly, unperturbed as the fiery being, having lost its target, gradually descended from the air. Relying on crossbows while suspended in midair would be quite taxing. Listening to the cacophony of various monsters outside, Yongbo settled onto the ground and pulled out his mobile phone from his bag, only to find that there was no signal whatsoever. However, checking the time on his digital watch proved to be unproblematic. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. I must return by evening. It seems I need to hasten my exploration. Chapter 41. The treasure chest in the fortress, picking up the experience orbs and blaze rods dropped by the fiery entity. Yongbo gazed at the exposed fortress area in the distance and made his way towards it. From afar, he spotted several withered skeletons wielding stone swords, standing guard like sentinels at the entrance to the magma chamber, prepared to thwart intruders such as himself. At the heart of the magma chamber lay a single magma well, a defining feature of the fortress, as it represented the sole connection between the fortress area and the open terrain. Quickly constructing a platform 2 blocks high, Yongbo withdrew his crossbow and aimed at one of the skeletons, releasing a bolt that soared gracefully through the air and struck its target. The attacked skeleton immediately locked onto Yongbo's position, its long, dark legs carrying it towards him with a clattering sound. Standing beneath the platform, Yongbo felt a profound sense of security. The 2.5 block tall skeleton could not reach him, proving easier to handle than the Enderman, as it possessed neither the health nor the special ability to pick up blocks. With a swift strike from his axe, he dispatched the skeleton, though this time it did not yield a withered skull. Collecting the coal that lay on the ground, he casually tossed a stone sword into the magma lake below. Let us open the chest. With no obstacles in his path, Yongbo sprinted towards the fortress area. Entering the spacious chamber, he found a magma well at its center, emanating a bright glow accompanied by a bubbling sound. He promptly blocked the well with a piece of netherrack to prevent any unfortunate misstep. Instantly, the room, constructed of hellish bricks, darkened. Producing a torch, he ventured deeper into the fortress, the sounds of blaze entities and zombified piglins echoing in his ears. It appeared that the monsters within were plentiful. Yongbo steeled himself, cautiously peering around the corner, periodically placing torches on the walls until a crossroads emerged before him. Carefully sealing off the third passage with netherrack, he ensured that even if withered skeletons lurked in other directions, he need not worry. Holding his shield aloft, a sudden explosion reverberated as a fireball collided with it. Startled, Yongbo turned to find a blaze standing at one side of the intersection, resembling a cunning adversary lying in ambush. After neutralizing the blaze, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that, aside from the zombified piglins, no other foes were present. With keen eyes, he spotted a staircase leading downward at the far end of the corridor and, without hesitation, proceeded towards it. The chest. Upon descending to the lower level of the fortress, he turned the corner and immediately saw the brownish-yellow chest nestled in a distant corner. Excitedly, he rushed over. With a creak, he lifted the lid, revealing a modest assortment of items: obsidian, diamond horse armor, gold ingots, and nether wart. Though lacking diamonds, Yongbo felt that opening chests remained the best method for acquiring wealth, surpassing anything available in the overworld. With everything stuffed into his backpack, Yongbo drew out his axe and felled the chest, leaving him destitute. The chest, however, was a treasure in his eyes. Continuing his exploration, he soon stumbled upon another chest. Upon opening it, he was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the blue diamonds within. It seemed he had indeed smuggled himself into Europe. Although there were only 2 diamonds inside, combined with the obsidian he had obtained from the previous chest, he was now able to craft an enchanting table. In the Marvel universe, within the archives beneath the vampire bar, Blade observed the slumped figure of Paul on the ground. A headache brewing. Hey, how did you become so corpulent? Paul, gluttonously draining a blood bag, looked up with an innocent expression in his small eyes. I was once a sumo wrestler. After becoming a vampire, I was left here and just kept getting fatter. Blade felt a twinge of frustration. Yongbo had posed a significant challenge. While he could indeed carry Paul with all his strength, the problem lay in the exit leading upwards, not to mention the elevator. Unless he blasted through the wall beside him, which, according to his investigation, led to the subway. Pulling out his phone, Blade dialed Yongbo's number, but only received a series of beeps in response, prompting him to hang up in resignation. Why is there still no signal? Where has Yongbo gone? Just then, as Paul finished the blood bag, he suddenly remarked, "Hey, after you killed Daywalker Frost, a new vampire clan has arrived in New York. You should be cautious." A flicker of surprise crossed Blade's indifferent face. He hadn't expected Paul to relay information voluntarily. With a slight chuckle, revealing his white teeth, he replied, "Fear not. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." He then turned towards the wall, occasionally tapping the hilt of his blade against it. He had decided to resort to explosives to facilitate their escape with Paul. Half an hour later, Yongbo stood on the bridge of the Nether Fortress, gazing down at the fiery sea of magma below. He removed his gear and took a deep breath. All things are permissible, all things are ephemeral. Closing his eyes, he leaped from the high bridge of the Nether Fortress, feeling the rush of wind around him, truly experiencing the thrill of bungee jumping without the rope. He spun in the air, executing 2.5 rotations, and landed perfectly in the magma without causing a ripple. In an instant, Yongbo's health plummeted, akin to a dam bursting, and within 5 seconds, with a resounding crash, he transformed into smoke at the bottom of the lava lake, vanishing into the nether. Back home in Central Park, Yongbo calmly opened his eyes. Indeed, the death return technique was effective. He quickly sat up, eager to sort through the spoils of his nether journey. 5 diamonds in total, a stroke of incredible luck, especially considering this was a fortress. He took a handful of round stones and placed them into the furnace to smelt some stone, thus enabling the creation of an alchemy table. However, the smelting process would require some time. Yongbo then reclined on the nearby sofa, finally feeling that things were progressing as they should. He planned to visit the bookstore shortly to purchase some books and also to acquire some sugarcane for his own cultivation, as it would prove useful for enchanting books in the future. He retrieved his phone from his backpack, and in an instant, it seemed to convulse, inundated with incessant notifications. What on earth was happening? A multitude of missed calls and messages awaited his attention. Yongbo scrutinized the screen. What was going on with Blade and Coulson? Had something gone awry? Chapter 42. Is something amiss? Of course, see Coulson. A small cargo truck was inching along the highways of New York. Perhaps due to the driver's unfamiliarity with the vehicle, Blade found himself unable to unleash his wild side, gazing at the seemingly interminable line of cars ahead. Even Blade's typically composed demeanor began to fray. Beep, beep. As he rolled down the window, the cacophony of horns echoed around him. "Damn it," he exclaimed, slamming his hands against the steering wheel. Thankfully, the wheel was of high quality. Otherwise, it might have succumbed to his extraordinary strength. Ringing. The sound of his phone broke through his frustration. Blade glanced at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his lips. He answered, and Yongbo's voice resonated on the other end. "Eric, what's up? I went on an adventure today. There was no cell signal out there." Blade replied with a tone of reproach. "You finally returned my call. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to dig up that scoundrel, Pole? I blew up an entire wall." On the other end, Yongbo was momentarily stunned, his voice wavering with confusion. "Pole? What?" A foreboding sensation stirred within Blade. "Yongbo, you haven't forgotten about Pole, have you?" "Huh, how could I? Pole is that exceedingly rotund vampire, right? I've had quite a bit on my plate these past few days. How could I possibly forget?" Yongbo's response lacked conviction, as the recent events involving Coulson and the Ancient One had overshadowed his recollections of Paul, prompted by Blade's words. He recalled another matter. The trio of thugs he had encountered earlier were still awaiting his call. Blade, astute as ever, recognized that Yongbo had completely brushed aside the matter of Paul. "I hope Paul is still of some use to you. If not, shall I simply eliminate him?" Paul, crammed in the back of the truck, shivered involuntarily, a wave of unease washing over him. Why did his back feel so cold? The cramped space was stifling. Had it not been for his vampire constitution, he would have been sick long ago. Hearing Blade's words, Yongbo quickly interjected, No, it's my fault. Paul is quite valuable. Please keep him for now." "Where is he?" "I'll come to you." "Stuck on the bridge heading to Manhattan. Then I'll wait for you at Central Park." After reluctantly hanging up, Yongbo sighed. While transporting the truck was a simple task, Bringing Pole back would prove to be a challenge. It was better to let Blade endure the traffic. Meanwhile, the stones had been thoroughly heated. Yongbo approached to retrieve them, leaving the remaining ones in the furnace to continue burning, ensuring they would be ready for future use. First, he would construct the alchemy station. Although he could not concoct elixirs, the ability to brew potions would be immensely beneficial. As Yongbo pondered the art of alchemy, he was suddenly reminded of the cultivation mod in my world. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he mused. How splendid it would be to acquire the cultivation mod. Though its capabilities within the game are somewhat limited, it embodies the essence of cultivation. He found himself perplexed, wondering how one might obtain new mods, for there seemed to be no discernible pattern. Sighing softly, he opened the operational page of the workbench beside him, retrieved the materials for crafting a potion station, and set about creating one. Let us start with a single unit to avoid waste. After all, time is abundant. Nearly lost my train of thought. Those brainwashing songs from before my transmigration are truly potent. Merely uttering that phrase has summoned their melody into my mind. He placed the potion station atop the furnace, realizing he lacked the necessary materials to concoct potions. Thus, he retrieved some borrowed currency from his chest and departed his home. His first task was to procure carrots, books, sugar, glass bottles, and watermelons. Previously, he had not considered the necessity of these items, but now, as he calculated, the list was rather extensive. Frankly, had this been before his transmigration, purchasing such items would have taken him little time. The convenience store downstairs could have satisfied 70% of his needs, while the rest could be ordered online with a mere tap on his phone. Yet, now he found himself in America, specifically in the year 2008. Yongbo contemplated reaching out to Coulson. He retrieved his phone, located Coulson's number, and dialed. The call was promptly answered, and Coulson's voice, laced with excitement, resonated through the receiver. "Yong, is that you back?" "Yes, I'm back. Where are you now? Is it convenient to talk?" Coulson hesitated briefly, an unusual occurrence for him. "I'm currently in the recovery room. We've located the captain and are in the process of thawing him out. You know how it is, when he was extracted from the ice." He resembled frozen fish from a supermarket upon hearing Coulson's words. Yongbo couldn't help but burst into laughter, rising to his feet. "Haha, Coulson, are you sure the captain is your idol? I can't shake the feeling that you might be a secret hater." Not wishing to delve further into playful banter, Yongbo quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he said, "Coulson, I've come to seek your assistance with a few matters." "Absolutely. Just tell me what you need." Coulson's reply was immediate and confident, devoid of any hesitation. His years of experience as an agent had taught him that Yongbo was straightforward and adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange when interacting with unfamiliar individuals. He knew that anyone who aided him would not be left at a loss. "I require some items: glass bottles, puffer fish, gunpowder. San, perhaps I should compile a list for you. Additionally, I have a minuscule amount of gold on hand. Could you assist me in liquidating it? Rest assured, I'll offer you a 5% commission." Coulson chuckled on the other end. "No problem. Are you currently at Central Park? It seems the captain won't be waking up anytime soon. I'm not too far from you. Let us meet and discuss this." "Sounds good. I am at the same place where we last met." After hanging up the phone, Yongbo recalled the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger. After the captain awakened and escaped from the building, he ran to Times Square, which is merely 3 or 4 blocks away from his current location. True to his thoughts, as he walked from his home to the entrance of the square, a black car parked by the roadside suddenly blared its horn. With a smile on his face, Coulson stepped out of the vehicle. "Thank you for the message," he said sincerely as he approached Yongbo and extended his hand. "No need for thanks. It's your expertise that made this possible. While I knew where he was, finding him alone would have been nearly impossible. Without you, he would have remained encased in ice forever, like a frozen fish." Yongbo grasped Coulson's outstretched hand, chuckling as he spoke. He then gestured towards a bench in Central Park, saying, "Let us wait over there for a moment. Blade will be coming to deliver something to me shortly." Chapter 43. Avoiding spoilers is truly challenging on a park bench. Yongbo and Coulson sat together. Passers-by cast curious glances at this peculiar pairing. Yongbo retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Coulson while lighting one for himself. "Coulson, next time you visit me, Could you perhaps don a more casual attire? Your black suit is rather conspicuous. One might mistake you for someone filming a scene from Men in Black. Coulson, upon receiving the cigarette, paused and glanced down at his formal attire, then surveyed the surrounding tourists. Yes, I will ensure to dress differently next time. By the way, you mentioned needing something? Mainly some sand. A glass bottle would suffice as well. I can provide you with a list of other items later. Though they are not particularly rare, it's merely the hassle I wish to avoid. Coulson nodded, refraining from inquiring about Yang Bo's intentions for these items, mentally noting the request. Coulson, I have some gold. Could you assist me in handling it? Being broke in America feels like hell. You need money? I can offer you 200,000 right now. Coulson did not directly acquiesce to Yang Bo's request, but instead proposed to gift him the sum, rather than loan it. At Coulson's words, Yang Bo shook his head, responding, I am not particularly in need of money. It's just that I lack avenues to sell gold here. He produced a gold nugget from his backpack, tossing it in his hand. The radiant hue immediately captured Coulson's attention. The nugget, about the size of an infant's fist, left Coulson momentarily speechless, not due to the quantity, but rather Yang Bo's nonchalant demeanor regarding the gold. Is this gold? Yang Bo nodded, tossing the nugget to Coulson with a touch of arrogance, stating, I don't even consider this much. I only have a few hundred pieces at the moment. I'll seek more when time permits. He anticipated a look of astonishment from Coulson. It was met with a serious expression as Coulson inquired, You can conjure gold? In that instant, Coulson's mind raced with thoughts of alchemy and the fabled ability to turn stone into gold. The proliferation of gold could serve as a silent weapon, capable of dismantling a nation's financial system, particularly in countries adhering to the gold standard. Well, that is not the case. I unearthed all of this through hard work. Coulson recalled the ease with which Yang Bo had breached the wall on surveillance footage, nodding slightly. Relieved, yet unaware of the nature of the world from which Yang Bo extracted the gold. Suddenly, Coulson remembered something Yang Bo had mentioned while in Hawaii and quietly asked, Yang, what did you mean when you said that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division is not safe? Given Yang Bo's knowledge of Captain America's information, Coulson placed great importance on his words, especially regarding S-H-I-E-L-D. Yang Bo, upon hearing Coulson's words, raised an eyebrow and revealed a knowing smile that hinted at deeper secrets. He was indeed eager to divulge what he knew. A feeling akin to the thrill of spoiling a plot, which brought an unusual sense of satisfaction, albeit one that was perilously addictive. However, considering the current state of S-H-I-E-L-D, he shook his head. There were far too many infiltrators within the agency. No. It was more accurate to say there were too few within Hydra. Yang Bo was only aware of a handful, such as Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Maria Hill. Now is not the opportune moment, Coulson. When I wish to share this spoiler, when I wish to inform you. I shall do so naturally. Otherwise, I fear you might suddenly sacrifice yourself for the organization. With a casual shrug, Yang Bo spoke lightly. Yet Coulson felt a heaviness in his heart, although his expression remained relatively unchanged. The smile that had graced his face vanished. There are villains among the masses. This thought flashed through his mind, taking root as he reflected on his colleagues within the agency. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. Yang Bo's words pierced his heart like a nail, leaving him speechless. Fu! A cry of frustration escaped him, a curse that he instinctively held back due to years of self-discipline. Coulson quickly waved his hand, inadvertently burning his finger on a cigarette, but as he became lost in thought, Yang Bo, observing Coulson's plight, remarked with a hint of malice, Coulson, you Americans are truly unfortunate. You can't even utter a proper curse. Although the phrase went untranslated, Coulson understood the jest behind Yang Bo's words. Ignoring his burned finger, Coulson managed a wry smile and asked, Yang, could you please tell me? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. No, I fear that if I tell you, you will sleep even less. Yang Bo chuckled, shaking his head. Just then, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he turned to Coulson and said, Wait, it's Blade. After answering the call, Blade's voice came through. I've arrived. Where are you? Yang Bo turned to see a truck parked at the park entrance and instantly recognized it as Blade's transport. given that someone of Bo's stature would certainly need a truck. Hold on. I'll be right there, he replied before hanging up. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the truck, with Coulson following closely behind. As he opened the door, Blade jumped down and immediately remarked, "Those vegetarians are protesting again today. I really don't understand the point of it all. They've completely blocked the road." Yongbo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Americans often rallied over trivial matters, waving the banner of freedom. It certainly appeared free, but while you choose to be vegetarian, I too have the liberty to eat meat. Who are you to infringe upon my freedom? Yongbo found it perplexing, but suddenly, a question sprang to mind. Speaking of which, for vampires, could a comatose individual be considered a vegetarian? Dismissing this rather trivial thought, Yongbo embraced Dao Feng and chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work. Is Bo Air in the carriage?" Dao Feng nodded, yet upon mentioning Bo Air, his dark complexion deepened further as he turned to the side and inquired with a hint of surprise, "Coulson, what brings you here?" Coulson smiled and replied, "Yang needed to discuss something with me. It's been quite a while since I last saw Eric." The two exchanged greetings and began conversing. Although they had known each other for a long time, their encounters had been infrequent. Meanwhile, Yongbo surveyed the rear of the truck. With the sun still above the horizon, he hesitated to open the door, fearing that Bo Air might be sun-damaged, which would be a regrettable waste of time. "Dao Feng, let us first procure some supplies, and then we shall return in the evening." "Certainly." Dao Feng responded affirmatively, and the three of them climbed into the truck, heading towards the nearest shopping mall. Chapter 44, The Newfangled Vampire. As they emerged from the shopping mall, the sky had succumbed to darkness, and the streetlights cast their glow upon the pavement. Yongbo and Coulson returned to the truck, their hands burdened with a plethora of bags. Some items that could be transformed into materials had already found refuge in Yongbo's backpack, while the remaining possessions were merely for show. Blade had not accompanied Yongbo into the mall, opting instead to keep a vigilant eye on Bo from the vehicle, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. "Let us return," Yongbo declared, his face adorned with a contented smile as he stuffed the remaining items into his backpack, gently patting Blade. With a rumble, the truck roared to life, speeding towards Central Park. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an overwhelming crowd, even more numerous than during the day, causing Yongbo some consternation. "Never mind. We shall address this later in the night." He parked the vehicle in a nearby lot and leapt down, surveying the area for any pedestrians. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he approached the rear compartment, opening the door to find Bo crammed inside. Strangely, Yongbo sensed that Bo appeared somewhat diminished. The moment Bo caught sight of Yongbo, he erupted with excitement. "Oh, Yang, you have finally arrived." His exuberance caused the entire truck to sway, a testament to the sheer force of his enthusiasm. "I thought you had forgotten me. I nearly starved in the archives." Yongbo chuckled at the sight of Bo, his plump form jiggling with each movement. "How could I forget? I still rely on you for assistance. However, there are quite a few people outside, so you must wait here for a while. When the night deepens and the crowd thins, I shall bring you back. But you really ought to consider shedding a few pounds." With that, he retrieved 2 dark red human hearts from his backpack and tossed them to Bo. The latter sniffed the delectable aroma and instantly devoured the morsels. "These are exquisite." "My goodness." Yongbo merely smiled. Such delicacies held no allure for him as a vampire hunter. Coulson, witnessing Bo for the first time, was left utterly astounded, his impression of the creature indelibly etched in his mind. He leaned into Blade and whispered, "Is the diet of vampires this lavish nowadays?" Blade shook his head gently. "This is a situation I, too, have never encountered." Gazing at the vampire fangs nestled in his backpack, a bold notion sprouted in Yongbo's mind. If Bo could transform into a vampire in my world, it would be incredibly convenient. With that thought, Yongbo's eyes sparkled with fervor as he regarded Bo, who shivered slightly, bewildered by the intensity of the gaze. "What are you planning?" he inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Let me make it clear. I can assist you with anything, but I will not sell my body." Yongbo retorted, "I could practically swim in the fat on your body. I merely wish to ask if you desire to grow stronger." A flicker of eagerness passed through Bo's eyes. Who wouldn't he desire to grow stronger? Naturally, he too wished to escape a life of immobility reliant on others for sustenance. And the dreadful fate of being forgotten and left to starve. Of course I want to. Beside him, Blade and Coulson exchanged glances, remaining silent as they focused on what Yang Bo intended to do next. Yang Bo leapt onto the vehicle's compartment, brandishing a vampire fang. In the game, utilizing this item would induce a 3-second poisoning effect and grant the state of blood disease, which would dissipate after a duration of 20 minutes, during which the player would transform into a vampire. Ordinarily, vampires were unable to use such an item, as the system would prompt, "You are already a vampire." With the vampire fang aimed at Boar, Yang Bo silently invoked its use, and the item was promptly consumed. Instantly, Boar's corpulent form took on a greenish hue, with particles of green energy swirling away from him. I feel so weak," Boar lamented, sensing an overwhelming frailty and a painful sensation within his body. The 3 seconds of poisoning passed in the blink of an eye, and before he could ponder further, his body began to recover. "I feel so. Wait, that sensation is gone." Had it not been for the lingering injuries, he would have thought the prior experience was merely an illusion. Yang Bo approached to assess Boar's condition and was astonished to discover he could see Boar's status bar. It read, "Blood disease," indicating an infinite duration, though in reality, it would last only 20 minutes. Boar, puzzled by his bodily state, inquired, "Have I truly become stronger? Why do I not feel any different?" Yang Bo rolled his eyes, replying, "You're overthinking it. It's not that simple. Just wait here." With that, Yang Bo jumped down from the compartment and retrieved materials from his backpack to craft an invigorating altar. Unfortunately, he lacked glass, and his search for nearby construction yielded no results. Observing Yang Bo as he produced a peculiar item from his backpack, Blade and Coulson stood rooted in place, their expressions indicating they recognized he had encountered a dilemma. "Yang, was what you said earlier true? Can you really make Boar stronger?" Yang Bo, interrupted from his thoughts, turned to see Blade and Coulson beside him. He settled at the workbench, smiling as he replied, "It should be possible to strengthen him. But I'm merely experimenting at this point. However, I currently lack sand, and without it, the next phase of my experiment cannot proceed." Coulson, upon hearing this, immediately offered, "I can assist with that. How much do you need?" He reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone. A considerable amount, but for now, just some for emergencies." To Yang Bo, glass was merely a consumable, needed in vast quantities. Hundreds of cubic meters would hardly be excessive. However, the immediate priority was to produce the 3 pieces of glass required for the construction of the enthralling altar. Coulson nodded and promptly dialed the logistics department of SHIDLD. "I need a substantial amount of sand delivered to the parking lot west of Central Park." "Understood." The voice on the other end did not inquire about the reason. Coulson's authority allowed him to requisition such materials with ease, without the need for any reporting. After concluding the call with a sense of accomplishment, Coulson turned to Yang Bo with a smile and remarked, "It seems we shall have to wait for a while." Yang Bo nodded enviously, wishing he could summon anything he desired with just a phone call. With nothing else to occupy his time, he retrieved the watermelon he had bought from his backpack. Instead of converting it directly into the game's version of watermelon, he sliced it into numerous pieces, as this method yielded a significantly greater quantity. "I truly am a man well suited for living." Chapter 45. The vampire hunter Coulson and Blade appeared as naive country folks stepping into the city, their eyes fixed in wonder at Yang Bo's actions, brimming with curiosity. The gold and watermelon placed upon the so-called workbench astonishingly fused into radiant watermelon slices. "Yang, what purpose does this serve?" Coulson inquired, pointing at the gleaming watermelon slice in Yang Bo's hand. It appeared utterly unscientific. Yet, upon reflection, Yang Bo's extraordinary abilities were beyond the realm of modern science. This sparkling watermelon slice, it is merely an alchemical ingredient, capable of crafting healing potions. See, just like this. With that, Yang Bo retrieved materials from his backpack, reconstructing an alchemy table and placing it upon the workbench. Coulson and Blade, intrigued, gathered closely, attentively observing Yang Bo's subsequent actions. He dug a small hole in the ground, filled it with water using a bucket, and transformed the purchased glass bottles into those of his world, filling 3 with water from the source block. First, he inserted blaze powder into the alchemy table as fuel, then placed the 3 water bottles within its compartments. Next, he procured the nether wart and glowstone obtained from the nether. After a brief wait, 3 bottles of pink healing potions materialized. Coulson and Blade watched in disbelief, questioning whether they had succumbed to an illusion. A mere 10 minutes of events that would take a lifetime to heal. Impossible. How can this be? Why is it pink? Observing their astonished expressions, Yangbo chuckled, waving the healing potion playfully. Coulson, would you care to give it a try? Coulson nodded eagerly, for him. Sustaining minor injuries was trivial, but the potency of the potion in Yangbo's hand was of utmost interest. Certainly. What must I do? Seeing Coulson's earnest demeanor, Yangbo smiled and shook his head. No need to rush. Opportunities for experimentation will present themselves. His creation of the healing potion was not without purpose. It was to test whether the transformation of Boar would grant him a unique vampiric ability. It is known that the vampires in his world can siphon blood from a distance without needing to engage directly with their prey. Let us discuss this further once Boar has transformed into a vampire. At that moment, a construction vehicle approached with an unstoppable momentum, racing toward the parking lot. Simultaneously, Coulson's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he remarked, "It seems our sand has arrived." Upon answering the call, the construction vehicle drove directly into the parking lot. Coming to a steady halt before the trio, Coulson hurried forward, addressing the driver, "Please park the vehicle here and await my call." Understood. The driver, evidently well-trained, displayed no hesitation as he promptly exited the cab and departed the parking lot. A truck brimming with sand caught Yangbo's attention as the driver departed. He swiftly ascended the side ladder, retrieving a shovel from his backpack to collect all the sand from the truck bed into his bag. At last, he had obtained the sand. He leapt off the vehicle and dashed to retrieve his furnace, commencing the process of glass making. Knife Edge had witnessed Yangbo's previous endeavors in burning materials, thus he was not overly curious. However, the ease with which Yangbo had absorbed an entire truckload of sand into his spatial domain, combined with the barren land outside his base, sparked a sudden thought in his mind. "Yang, how much can your special space hold?" The moment this question arose, Coulson also perked up with interest. Yangbo found himself momentarily perplexed by this unexpected inquiry. Steve's backpack, when equipped with modules, how much can it actually contain? He pondered silently, lowering his head in contemplation. Memories of various gaming modules from his previous life flashed through his mind. Multi-page backpack, increased stacking, enhanced storage, AE. Observing Yangbo's silence, Knife Edge assumed that his question had touched upon a secret and quickly interjected, "I was merely curious. You need not feel pressured." Upon hearing Knife Edge's words, Yangbo snapped back to reality, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It's nothing to worry about. It's not a secret. I too wonder how much I can actually store. There's simply no way to calculate it." Knife Edge. Coulson. A refreshing breeze swept through, alleviating the slightly awkward atmosphere. A voice from the truck bed called out, "Yang, are you still there? I feel as though my body has undergone a transformation." Yangbo immediately approached, leaping onto the truck bed to inquire of Boar, who appeared to be free from his previous blood-related affliction. "Can you see the red heart above my head?" Red heart? A puzzled expression crossed Boar's face as he stared at Yangbo's head, shaking it in disbelief. "No, how could there be a red heart?" Yangbo glanced at Boar's health bar, which read 110 points. "It seems Boar has not been fully digitized." Then try mentioning the backpack. Although Boar was somewhat perplexed, he complied with Yangbo's request and uttered the word backpack. Yangbo scrutinized Boar's expression closely, but noted no changes, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Is this transformation even considered successful? Seeing Yangbo's troubled demeanor, Boar began to panic. Could it be that I am now devoid of value? With Frost already dead, the other vampires would have no means to care for him. If Yangbo abandoned him, his current physique would only lead to starvation. In that moment, Boar trembled slightly, his small eyes fixed on Yangbo, awaiting his judgment. Yangbo then asked Boar, "Do you sense any special abilities you may have acquired? Try testing it on me." Bull immediately recalled the ability that had just manifested in his mind, instinctively exclaiming with the eagerness of a chick pecking at grain, "Yes, yes, yes." Hesitantly, He extended his hand and nervously added, "It seems to be a blood-sucking ability. Perhaps we should seek out a vampire. I feel that I can draw blood from one." Yongbo, being a vampire hunter, although a vampire himself, was not foolish enough to let Yongbo venture into the streets to find a human. Upon hearing this, Yongbo raised an eyebrow and smiled at Bull, saying, "That notion of yours is indeed intriguing. Given the opportunity, I could allow you to hunt a vampire yourself. But for now, let us test it on me." Bull, upon hearing this, said nothing further. He extended his hand towards Yongbo, a copious amount of blood materializing in his palm. Simultaneously, a plethora of red particles enveloped Yongbo, causing his vitality to plummet rapidly. "Capture it," Yongbo instructed, tossing Bull an empty glass vial. As Bull caught the vial, a crimson liquid inexplicably filled it. Chapter 46. The struck Paul in a small parking lot west of Central Park. Yongbo called out, "All right, Paul. Wait for me a moment." As Paul filled a blood vial, Yang waved his hand for him to pause and then leaped out of the carriage. While munching on some bread to replenish his lost hunger, he approached the furnace and retrieved the glass that had been meticulously crafted. He then set to work at the workstation, creating the invigorating altar necessary for the vampire's advancement. This altar served a purpose akin to that of vampire hunters, but it specifically provided for the elevation of vampires. 3 pieces of glass, a gold ingot, and 3 iron ingots were all that was required. With the invigorating altar prepared, Yang approached Paul, attempting to place the altar inside the carriage. To his delight, it could be positioned just as easily as on the ground, an exhilarating discovery for Yang. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that in the future, beacons and tidal cores could also be mounted on specialized devices for easy transport? His mind drifted to the airborne mothership within SHIELD, and he immediately conceived a plan. Although the mothership was somewhat underwhelming, it could still soar through the skies at a respectable speed. Taking one during the turmoil within SHIELD would be quite advantageous. Otherwise, it would be wasted if destroyed. Nevertheless, I should first gather some personnel and subordinates. Am I to operate the aircraft alone? Lost in thought, he turned to Paul and said, "Hand me the blood vials." Then, he tossed a few empty vials to Paul, instructing, "Fill these up, and stop when I say so." Complying obediently, Paul accepted the vials, feeling an immense surge in strength solely from this blood-sucking ability. No longer did he have to await his demise. Now, he sensed he could freely siphon the blood from all creatures within a 3-meter radius. A crimson glow enveloped his hands as Yongbo's health, which had just been restored, rapidly dwindled once more. Within 10 seconds, he hastily called out, "Stop." Paul immediately ceased his blood-sucking ability. Yongbo took back the filled vials from Paul and poured them all into the invigorating altar. The initial levels of vampire advancement, from 1 to 4, were remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to infuse fresh blood into the altar. In reality, there was no right-click, but he thought to simply proceed with the action in his mind. He jumped out of the carriage, pulling the onlookers, Blade and Coulson, away from the altar, and shouted towards the carriage, "Paul, focus on this altar and think of using it." As soon as Yongbo's command resonated, the blood within the glass vessel atop the altar visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. With a thunderous clap, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, directly targeting the invigorating altar, while Paul was caught in the blast, enveloped in smoke and emitting a scent reminiscent of roasting meat. With unwavering resolve, Paul remained silent, though it was likely he was rendered momentarily stunned by the shock. Yongbo resumed eating his bread. When one's hunger was fully satisfied, recovery ensued at a rapid pace, only slightly slower than consuming a healing elixir. Regardless of the astonishment of Coulson and Blade, Yongbo continued to eat as he made his way toward the cabin, glancing back at the roof above the altar before entering. If such a formidable lightning bolt failed to damage the roof, the thunderstorms in my world are indeed unparalleled. Cautiously, he touched the cabin and, finding no sign of electric leakage, he gently leaped inside. Noticing Bull's eyes rolling back, Yongbo sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, "This isn't my fault. Your physique clearly indicates you wouldn't have escaped." Fortunately, Bull had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be mentally cursing Yongbo. "I couldn't run away, but you could have at least given me a heads up. Let me brace myself for it." Approaching Bull, who was still emitting wisps of smoke. Coulson and Blade, driven by curiosity, climbed into the cabin as well. They were primarily intrigued by the sudden appearance of lightning and, more importantly, it seemed Yongbo had anticipated it. Blade sniffed the air, gleefully exclaiming, "Oh, this reminds me of a medium-rare pork chop." Meanwhile, Coulson directly inquired, "Yang, how did the lightning strike? It seems you knew it would happen, didn't you?" Yongbo nodded, his expression turning serious as he prepared to weave a tale for Coulson. "You see, in our Eastern world, beings like them are aberrations that cannot coexist with heaven and earth. Each time they elevate their power, it incites the wrath of the heavens, just as this lightning has. However, the principle of the Tao states that while the heavens manifest 50, they conceal 49. Every existence leaves a trace of variability. If this aberration survives the thunder tribulation, grasping that fleeting chance, their power will be significantly enhanced." Coulson was momentarily bewildered, primarily because the event unfolded right before his eyes. Although the brilliance of the stars was dimmed in this bustling city, the cool, luminous moon sufficiently attested to the clear night. Yet, the lightning struck unannounced within the cabin of this vampire, subtly affirming Yongbo's assertions held some truth. On the other hand, Blade wore a skeptical expression. As a half-vampire, he had never heard of any vampire being struck by lightning during a power enhancement. Yang. Vampires are merely humans infected by a virus, not the kind of beings that can transform into bats as depicted in stories. At his words, Yongbo simply turned to gaze deeply at Bull, offering no explanation. He pulled a human heart from his backpack and placed it into Bull's mouth. The instinct to feed compelled Bull to devour it eagerly, and as he fed, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Yongbo noticed a plus sign appearing next to Bull's life bar. Curiously, he clicked on it. Isn't this a vampire's skill bar? Just as Yongbo was astonished, Bull awoke leisurely, his eyes widening as he saw Yongbo, nearly moved to tears. "Boss, I think I just got struck by lightning." Yongbo patted Bull's ample flesh with a smile, cheerfully replying, "Not think. You indeed were struck by lightning, and there's more to come." A few minutes later, the invigorating essence within the altar surged once more, prompting Yongbo to leap from the compartment, followed in a flurry by Coulson and Blade. Thunder cracked ominously as a robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and Boar's form radiated an enticing aroma, now perhaps at 4/10 maturity. This time, both Coulson and Blade were visibly unsettled. Once could be mere coincidence, but twice surely could not be. "Yang, were you being serious just now?" Blade inquired earnestly, a tingle of anticipation stirring within him. If being struck truly enhances one's power, that would be rather splendid. Yongbo chuckled, "Of course. I was merely teasing you. You both must be at least 40, and you believe that? If you examine closely, the lightning strikes the altar, not Boar, understand?" Chapter 47. The plump bat and the transmission awaken. Awaken. Clap. Clap. Yongbo extended his hand and struck Boair's face with fervor. As expected, he received the treatment he adored. Boair slowly regained consciousness, gazing at Yongbo with a look of bewilderment. "Where am I?" Boair inquired. A few seconds later, he gathered his wits and took the heart from Yongbo's hand, struggling to consume it. Observing Boair as he ate, Yongbo pondered. Could it be that being struck by lightning aids in weight loss? Why do I sense that Boair has shed some weight? However, upon seeing the layers of flab adorning Boair's body, he swiftly quashed that notion. "How do you feel? Any changes?" Boair, sensing the shifts within his body, replied earnestly, "It seems I've grown somewhat stronger, but beyond that, I feel nothing significant. Now, silently invoke your skills." After a few moments, Boair shook his head and stated, "I feel nothing at all." Yongbo observed the plus sign next to Boair's health bar and mused. Could it be that only I can enhance his skills? If that is the case, it would be exceedingly convenient. I need not worry about Boair harboring any rebellious thoughts. I shall elevate him to level 3 and then assess his performance. With this thought, a smile blossomed on Yongbo's face as he focused his intent and accessed Boair's skill panel. "Boair, there may be some changes shortly. Do not be alarmed." Seeing Boair nod, Yongbo examined the skill points in the panel. Upon leveling up, like him, Boair would acquire 2 skill points. The first skill available for the vampire was Night Vision, a remarkably practical ability since vampires thrive at night. Without hesitation, he allocated the points. Boair's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment as he gasped, for everything around him appeared as bright as day. However, recalling Yang Bo's earlier words, he remained silent, his gaze toward Yang Bo growing increasingly reverent. Next was the regeneration skill, an active ability that bestowed the user with 19 seconds of life recovery, and 19 seconds of bloodthirst 3. Bloodthirst is akin to hunger, accelerating the consumption rate of satiety. Yet, like hunger, if one remains still, there is virtually no depletion. Following that was the skill Yang Bo envied most, transform into bat. Upon activation, it allowed the user to morph into a bat, though it would automatically revert in sunlight or water within the main world. Lastly, there was the fourth skill, summon bats. When utilized in bat form, it would unleash a swarm of bats around the user, creating disturbances for enemies. Having exhausted the 4 skill points, Yang Bo clapped his hands and emphasized earnestly, "I have granted you special abilities. Be sure to put them to the test." He informed Boair of the skill's effects, and with each revelation, Boair grew more animated, his eyes shining with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Thank you." My lord. Yang Bo waved his hand, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the title. He was a fine youth raised under the red banner, not a feudal lord of a bygone era. Or, from now on, you may simply call me Yang Bo. Your acknowledgement means more to me than anything else. Now, transform into a bat for me to observe. Boar eagerly nodded, his heart brimming with the intention to metamorphose as per Professor Yang Bo's guidance. A swirl of white mist enveloped him, and his rotund form vanished, replaced by a gray bat. Yang Bo remarked, "Boar, you must embark on a weight loss journey." Indeed, Boar had successfully transformed, yet the bat's physique was remarkably unbalanced. Its plump body resembled a sphere, and its diminutive head appeared exceedingly disproportionate as it flapped its half-meter wings while hovering in the air. Yang Bo had no doubt that, had this been an ordinary world, Boar's transformed size would have rendered flight impossible. "I can do it. I can do it." The bat emitted Boar's excited voice, as he had forgotten how long it had been since he had experienced the freedom to move. "Can I go outside?" Yang Bo nodded in affirmation, saying, "You shall fly in the air. Following closely behind me, I will lead you to our future residence." With that, he unearthed the altar from the carriage and stowed it in his backpack. Blade and Coulson were wholly captivated by the sight of the plump bat, particularly Blade, who, as a half-vampire, gulped and murmured, "Yang, could you grant me the ability to transform into a bat as well? I would endure a lightning strike for that." Flight was a universal desire. Even Blade, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, was not exempt. Meanwhile, Coulson's mind was consumed with a singular thought: to ensure Yang Bo was well cared for, preventing him from encountering other vampires. The mere notion that all vampires possessed the ability to metamorphose into bats sent shivers down his spine. With vampires inherently superior to ordinary humans, their transformation into bats conferred unparalleled agility and stealth, rendering even seasoned agents like them vulnerable to ambush. "Yang, can you bestow such abilities upon all vampires?" Yang Bo, perceiving Coulson's concern, shook his head and smiled as he explained, "Rest assured, Coulson, your fears shall not come to pass. Moreover, I have conceived a new idea. I intend to establish a hunter association dedicated to hunting down those vampires lurking within the city. Relying solely on my own strength to eradicate all vampires from the world would be excessively slow." Upon hearing this, Blade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he immediately declared, "Yang, if you truly establish such an association, I shall undoubtedly join. No one is more passionate about hunting vampires than I. Even if you hesitate, I will find a way to include you." Yang Bo nodded, now determined to locate a place to establish the Hunter Association, aimed specifically at purging this detestable scourge. Coulson, however, felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. He discerned the underlying implication in Yang Bo's words. He could effortlessly grant others such abilities. Yet he stood on the opposing side of the vampires. Yang Bo observed that Coulson had ceased his discourse and promptly extended an invitation. "Come, let us visit my humble abode. I am aware that you both must be exceedingly curious." Coulson, invigorated by the proposition, nodded in affirmation and remarked, "Really? I might just pick up a few gifts to bring along." With a light-hearted chuckle, Yang Bo led the two into the verdant expanse of Central Park's forest. Upon arrival, Coulson and Blade were momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the surrounding woodlands. Reflecting on Yang Bo's remarkable abilities, they shifted their focus to the ground, and indeed, they discerned a patch of earth that was distinctly different from the surrounding greenery. Yang Bo then produced a shovel and began to excavate the grassy square, revealing an entrance that descended into the depths below. With a gracious gesture, he invited, "Welcome to my humble dwelling." Chapter 48. A second purge of the vampires. In the underground chamber of Yang Bo, 3 individuals and a plump bat were seated upon a sofa. Surrounded only by the crackling of torches, Yang Bo produced 2 bottles of cola, gently placing them on the coffee table before Blade and Coulson. "There are no other refreshments in the house, so I shall not be courteous." At this moment, neither of the men was in the mood to indulge in beverages. They were captivated by the expansive surroundings and the peculiar decor, leaving them utterly astonished. Coulson's face bore a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Yang, your abilities are truly remarkable. According to the information I have, you have only been in New York for 4 or 5 days. Yet you have excavated such a space beneath Central Park." Yang Bo glanced around the underground chamber he had unearthed, remaining silent, thus tacitly acknowledging Coulson's observation. He twisted open a bottle and drank heartily, letting out a belch. "Coulson, about those matters I mentioned, please keep an eye on them. This is your retainer." With a thud, a gold ingot was tossed onto the table, causing Coulson's eyelids to flutter. "Goodness, I feel utterly drained." Blade, gazing at the gold ingot on the table, displayed a glimmer of envy. He was impoverished, even more so than Spider-Man. He relied on slaying vampires to get by, yet not all vampires carried watches, and often there was no time to remove them before their possessions turned to ash upon their demise. Coulson nodded but replied, "I can assist you in gathering information, but I do not require payment in money. Would it be possible to settle this with information instead?" His intuition suggested that Yang Bo possessed significant knowledge of which he was unaware. He placed the glass bottle containing cola back onto the table, producing a crisp sound upon contact. Leaning back against the sofa, Yang Bo rummaged through his pockets, only to discover his cigarettes had been exhausted. Frowning, he discarded the empty pack into the wastebasket. Coulson, noticing this, smiled and retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opening it and offering it to Yang Bo. "I've had this on me for 2 days." Yang Bo's eyes sparkled as he accepted the cigarettes and the elegant lighter. He was but a mortal, fond of such pretentious trinkets. After lighting one and taking a drag, he said, "I know what you wish to learn, my friend. You are not yet psychologically prepared for it." Coulson chuckled, replying, "It's better to know sooner than later, is it not?" Yang Bo nodded, contemplating the truth in his words. However, he decided to wait, at least until Captain America had matured, before disseminating any information. Captain America still held considerable esteem in America. "There's no rush, rest assured. Coulson, I do possess some insights, but your offer is insufficient. Of course, if you consider me a friend, I would advise you to leave SHIELD and join my Hunters Association." As Yang Bo spoke, a look of triumph illuminated his face, and he continued, "If the Hunter Association gains strength in the future, you will undoubtedly be a figure of great significance." Coulson, however, felt as though he were an accomplished civil servant suddenly asked to abandon his stable job to pick up trash. Although he understood that Yang Bo's organization might not be lacking in potential, the chasm between it and a global entity like SHIELD was insurmountably vast. The pressing matter at hand was how to deal with the vampires. Casting a discreet glance at the corpulent bat lounging on the sofa, Yang Bo persisted. "We don't need too many people at the outset. A dozen will suffice. We must eradicate all the vampires in New York. And if any from other regions dare extend their reach here, we shall eliminate them without hesitation." Blade concurred with Yang Bo's assessment. The vampires in New York were currently leaderless, reduced to a mere swarm of insignificant rabble. After deliberating on a detailed plan, Coulson remained a silent observer. An hour later, the intense solo debate concluded, and it was evident from Blade's frequent nods that Yang Bo had effortlessly swayed him, altering some of his perspectives. Yongbo stroked his chin and said, "Blade, seek out a suitable location to serve as our base. It need not be conspicuous, simply leave it to me." Blade flashed a brilliant smile, as if a ray of light had pierced through, for through his discussions with Yongbo, he had finally glimpsed the hope of completely eradicating the vampires. He was equally astonished by Yongbo's formidable financial resources, as if to say, "I will throw money at this problem until the vampires are obliterated. How fortunate it is to be wealthy." This thought echoed as his most genuine sentiment that evening. Once their discussion concluded, Coulson rose to express his intention to leave. "I believe it's time for me to return. Unlike the two of you, I am not brimming with energy. According to plan, Rogers should awaken tomorrow, and I wish to keep a watchful eye on him." The three of them, along with the bat, departed from Yongbo's underground mansion. As they bid farewell to Coulson, Yongbo and Blade commenced their hunting expedition for the night. Driving the truck directly to Frost's building, Yongbo's attention was drawn to a man on the roadside, dressed like a vagabond. Even in the shadows, the golden frames he wore were hard to obscure. "Stop! There's a vampire by the roadside." With a screech of brakes, Paul, in bat form, was unable to secure himself and slammed against the windshield with a thud. Yongbo swiftly seized Paul and hurled him out of the window. "Go for it." Slightly dazed, Paul had yet to comprehend the situation before Yongbo propelled him toward the vampire by the roadside. With a resounding thud, Paul collided with the vampire, leaving both momentarily bewildered. Paul was the first to regain his senses. Having never fought before, panic surged within him as he flapped his wings frantically, attempting to distance himself from the vampire's proximity. At that moment, the vampire also realized what was happening and seized Bull's wings. "A bat?" After uttering those words, it cast its gaze toward the truck, precisely meeting Yongbo's enigmatic smile. "Bull, revert your transformation." Following the command of trainer Yongbo, Bull finally came to his senses. A dull, anguished cry emanated from beneath Bull's terrifying form. Even with the vampire's resilience, being pinned under several hundred pounds of flesh rendered it immobile. "Suck it." A crimson light materialized in Bull's hands, and the cries grew fainter. Unlike the absorption of Yongbo's essence, the blood within the vampire was genuinely extracted, gathering in Bull's hands. Yongbo descended from the truck and approached, offering Bull several glass vials for collection. The vampire's blood was fully drained. However, rather than igniting, it transformed into a substance akin to powdered stone, crumbling into dust. "Well done." Receiving praise, and given that this was Bull's inaugural effort, he was swept into a fervent state, his small eyes gleaming with desire, eager to seek out another vampire to test his skills. Transformed back into a bat, he suddenly spotted the fallen vampire fangs and vampire blood on the ground, promptly fluttering his wings to retrieve them. "Something peculiar has appeared beneath me." Yongbo extended his palm to accept the items Bull had gathered, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. "I never expected Bull to perceive the dropped items. Typically, the spoils from monsters were visible only to him, and unless he picked them up and retrieved them from his backpack, others would remain oblivious to their presence." Chapter 49. I have fallen in love with this feeling. Thud. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. "Ha." Bull's maniacal laughter echoed through the hall. Yongbo and Blade exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness. "Yong, I believe this fellow has lost his mind." "Indeed, I concur." Yongbo nodded, affirming Blade's assessment. Ever since Bull had vanquished the vampire, he had succumbed to an exceedingly abnormal fervor. A crimson glow emanated from Bull's hands, and it did not take long for the vampire beneath him to fall silent. "Ha. Let this be a lesson for your mockery." With that, he transformed into a bat once more, flapping his wings and soaring into the air. A horde of vampires, armed with weapons, charged down from the elevator. Yongbo drew his shield and crossbow, while Blade unsheathed his long sword behind him. In response, Bull flew directly above the group of vampires and reverted to his original form. Several hundred pounds of flesh descended from the sky, leaving the vampires no time to react as three were immediately flattened, while the rest were left dazed and disoriented. "Bull, damn it, what does that fat pig want?" It appeared that the vampire community was not particularly vast, as many recognized Bull, primarily due to his unforgettable physique. Upon hearing the term fat pig, Bull's expression darkened. his small eyes gleaming with hatred as he fixed a furious gaze upon the vampire who had insulted him. "Bick, what do you think I want? I intend to slay you." Bull unleashed his vampiric abilities, causing torrents of blood to erupt from the vampire named Bick, merging with Bull's own body. Bick, under assault, immediately cried out in panic. "Damn it, take him down." He was the first to raise his firearm and pull the trigger towards Bull, not even needing to aim. His massive form made it difficult to miss. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets pierced Bull's body, yet he remained unfazed, a true embodiment of a meat shield. Impervious to fear. At the moment the gunfire erupted, a crossbow bolt flew through the air, striking one of the vampires, accompanied by Yang Bo's cold voice. "He intends to slay you. Why do you not simply allow him to do so?" The other vampires. "It seems you are the one being slaughtered." Another crossbow bolt shot forth, repelling yet another vampire, while all their attacks were effortlessly deflected by a wooden shield. A shadow darted from the side, wielding a silver-bladed sword, leaping into the fray among the vampires. After a flurry of strikes, 4 or 5 vampires fell, and the remaining ones, upon seeing Blade, appeared as if they had encountered a specter. "It's Blade! Run!" Since Blade had dispatched Frost, his reputation among the New York vampires had become legendary. His mere photograph could ward off evil in the homes of ordinary people. "Blade, you're stealing my kills again. Just know that I shall not accompany you any longer." Yang Bo reluctantly sheathed his weapon and picked up some fallen vampire fangs from the ground. Casting a glance at the fleeing vampires, he pursued the one named Bick, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow that, buoyed by the repelling force of my world, sent Bick crashing back towards Boer, unperturbed by the psychological impact such a strike might inflict. A silvery gleam shot towards the other fleeing vampires. It was a silver-tipped dart, an iconic weapon of the Blade, defying the laws of science. After dispatching all the vampires, the dart returned to Blade's hand, showing no regard for reason. Out of more than a dozen vampires, only 4 remained, and Yang Bo felt a sense of helplessness. Blade was the bane of vampires, eliminating them almost instantaneously, leaving Yang Bo no opportunity for a follow-up strike unless they had previously coordinated their efforts. "Boer, how are you?" Boer, seeing the returned Bick, wore an expression of sheer excitement. "I'm great. Never been better." "Well then, I'll leave these few to you." With a swift kick, Yang Bo sent Bick tumbling to the ground before Boer, who immediately aimed the crimson glow of his weapon at him. Under the influence of his vampiric abilities, the bullets embedded within Bick's body were forced out one by one, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Yang Bo paid no heed to Boer and approached Blade, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Blade, weren't we in perfect sync last time?" Blade, coolly sheathing his long knife behind him, glanced at Boer and remarked, "I was concerned that the one I brought back with such difficulty might perish here." After a brief pause, he continued, "It seems my worries were unfounded. Didn't he expect you to care so much?" Yang Bo chuckled and made his way to the elevator, preparing to cleanse the upper floors of remaining vampires. Blade's voice trailed from behind. "I merely wish to avoid wasting my time." In the elevator, Yang Bo utilized his abilities to locate the surviving vampires within the building and quietly pressed the button for the 3rd floor, calling out to Boer at the entrance, "Boer, just wait downstairs and be careful not to get yourself killed." The elevator doors gradually closed, the hum of the machinery resonating in his ears as it ascended slowly. Yang Bo ready to shield, having spotted several vampires lined up to welcome him at the elevator's entrance. In a special recovery center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it was deep into the night, many busy figures were still present within a designated room. Coulson stood before a massive glass wall, visibly excited as he gazed at the handsome man lying in a special containment unit. "Phil, what is the situation?" Hearing the voice, Coulson turned to see the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, with his egg-shaped head adorned by a pirate-like black eye patch obscuring one eye, approaching the glass wall to look at Captain America lying in the infirmary. "Director, Steve Rogers is making excellent progress in his recovery. Based on his current condition, he is expected to awaken in 2 days." Nick Fury nodded and turned to Coulson, his gaze sharpening as he inquired, "You have had another encounter with that individual possessing extraordinary abilities this evening, have you not? What are your impressions of him?" Coulson nodded gently, responding earnestly, He is exceedingly enigmatic, endowed with remarkable powers, and I sense he possesses a wealth of information that remains beyond our grasp. His strength is difficult to assess accurately. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury contemplated deeply, then requested, "Please compile a report for me." With that, he shifted his focus back to Captain America, the notion of assembling a specialized team growing ever more compelling in his mind. Chapter 50. The American curves the following day. The radiant sunlight enveloped Yongbo, bestowing upon him a warm and comforting sensation. Despite having endured a night of labor, fatigue eluded him, and the gentle rays of sunshine kindled within him a desire to succumb to slumber. By the serene lake in Central Park, Yongbo reclined on a sofa, grasping a rather pitiful fishing rod, barely over a meter in length, with a fishing line attached. This rod was so inadequate that one might hesitate to use it even for catching frogs. Yet, Yongbo seemed utterly unconcerned, embodying a languid demeanor. The crystalline waters of the lake allowed for a clear view of the fish gracefully swimming beneath the surface, while a float of fist-sized proportions bobbed above. The equally sized hook below, devoid of bait, would only entice a fish with an intelligence quotient above 0. The exorbitant price of lapis lazuli in reality, over $20 per gram, was enough to induce a headache. Who could fathom how many grams were needed to procure a single piece of lapis lazuli? Yongbo, idly browsing online for lapis lazuli, winced at the steep prices. Not that he couldn't afford it, as the gold he possessed would suffice. If all else failed, he could resort to fishing for sustenance. Fishing could indeed yield enchanted books, albeit with some effort. Yet, given enough time, one could always reel in the desired tone. As he pondered, the serene surface of the lake suddenly rippled, as if a fish was darting towards the float. Yongbo's eyes brightened, his spirits lifted. It was here. As the float dipped beneath the water, he swiftly tugged, and a fishing rod identical to his own sprang from the depths, landing within his backpack. A fishing rod? Yongbo hastily unzipped his backpack to investigate, and disbelief washed over him as he gaped, his eyes gleaming with fervor. By the heavens! Bait of the sea's favor, experience repair. My divine rod. Yongbo could not help but rise, marveling at the fishing rod in his hands. Though he had acquired such an item countless times in the game, this was reality. This rod was just one attribute short of the coveted durability 3, making it nearly the most formidable rod in the original game. Bored with the old, Yongbo cast aside his previous rod, now clutching the newly acquired 3-attribute enchanted fishing rod as he resumed his fishing. The new rod proved remarkably effective. Within moments, the water once again shimmered with ripples, and with a forceful tug, a pair of leather boots emerged from the depths. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as Yongbo's body was propelled uncontrollably, crashing into the water. Damn it! He instinctively dove beneath the surface, heading straight for the lake's bottom. From his backpack, he retrieved a wooden door and placed it on the lake bed, the formidable power of the rules expelling all water from within its confines. Who the hell is it? Yongbo seethed with indignation, glancing at his health bar in disbelief as it displayed a significant reduction. Despite his armored attire, he had lost half of his health. It could only be a heavy sniper rifle who wished for his demise. Was it a vampire? If indeed it were a vampire's envoy, only those who claimed to be from the underworld could act in broad daylight. However, Yongbo harbored doubts about their vampiric nature. For if they truly wished to exploit their followers, summoning the police would have been the most prudent course of action, rather than resorting to such measures. The heavy sniper rifle was clearly aimed at his life. Yongbo sank to the bottom of the lake, indifferent to the murky sludge surrounding him, munching on bread while contemplating whom he might have offended. The underwater silence was profound, the only sound being the gentle flow of water, with all other noises muted by the lake's depths. From his submerged vantage point, he could vaguely discern 3 or 4 indistinct figures on the shore. Squinting slightly as he murmured, "Today, I shall uncover the truth." If they were indeed vampires, so be it. The stakes had already reached an impasse. But if they were others, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, as he resolved that whoever they were, they would pay the price. Casting a glance at his fully restored health, Yongbo steeled himself, retrieving his phone from his backpack and switching it to camera mode. In his hands, the device transformed into a digital form, impervious to water damage. He stowed the wooden door with his axe and swam towards the surface. Before he could even breach the water, The individuals on the shore had already spotted his silhouette. Without a word or a moment's hesitation, they all aimed their firearms at his form. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon him, piercing through the water with visible trails. In the blink of an eye, Yangbo had sustained 7 or 8 shots, his health plummeting rapidly. It appeared that their orders were clear: eliminate him. Yet in that moment, he found an eerie calm, drawing forth a shield while simultaneously consuming a healing potion, his vitality swiftly replenishing. As his head broke the surface, before he could fully assess the situation, a fresh volley of bullets descended upon him, the relentless clattering of gunfire shattering his shield within mere seconds. However, those precious moments sufficed. He had captured images of these assailants on his phone. Then darkness enveloped his vision, and through past experiences, he recognized the sensation of death once more. Moments later, Yang Bo's figure reappeared upon the bed in an underground space. Exhaling deeply, he felt an icy resolve settle within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and moved towards a corner, retrieving a pickaxe from his backpack, and continued to dig deeper. Uniform combat gear, an array of automatic rifles. Although America is a land of freedom, it could not possibly extend to the extent of a private special forces team operating with impunity in a public park during the day, especially with heavy sniper rifles in tow. Yang Bo's mind raced with theories. Only officials could orchestrate such a brazen act. Nevertheless, his immediate goal was to establish a new safe house deep underground, a sanctuary known only to himself. As the excavation commenced, the temperature surrounding Yang Bo began to rise steadily. He glanced upward at the depth. This was the spot. Subsequently, he initiated lateral expansion, and before long, a small chamber of over 50 square meters had been unearthed. Yang Bo encased the perimeter with stone bricks. It appeared that he would need to venture into the nether to seek diamonds. At the very least, to forge a diamond pickaxe and mine some obsidian to bolster his defenses. He laid down a bed upon the ground to establish a respawn point, then placed a chest to store some essential materials, ensuring that he could restart should he encounter any difficulties. He swiftly constructed a nether portal and stepped through, finding himself amidst the familiar surroundings of the nether, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it was possible now. He would test whether he could return through the portal to the surface. Stepping back into the portal, he experienced the familiar disorientation, and when he regained his senses, he was back in his home above ground. He leaped directly down the tunnel he had excavated, landing softly in his secret base thanks to the water below. He retrieved the blocks he had just mined from his backpack and refilled the tunnel, thus ensuring that even in the event of a nuclear strike, he need not worry about the safety of his sanctuary. The group of adversaries should still be lingering nearby. Chapter 51. The Attack of the Hydra in the Subterranean Realm. Yang Bo sprinted through the passage leading to the lake. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed Blade. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and the weight on Yang's heart lifted, confirming his inner thoughts. Yang, don't you need to sleep? I just fell asleep. You're right. I actually don't need sleep, and my illusory wings won't refresh either. I've been attacked. At this revelation, Blade, who had initially sounded languid, instantly snapped to attention, leaping from his bed to grab a weapon nearby, preparing to rush out. Where are you? I'm coming over immediately. Karen, who was researching vampire blood, couldn't help but inquire upon witnessing Blade's swift actions. Yang has been attacked. I need to go. Without further ado, Blade hopped into his recently repaired black car and sped out of the abandoned factory. Karen opened her mouth to speak but remained silent, watching the vehicle vanish through the factory doors. Meanwhile, Yang Bo dashed through the tunnel, consumed by a singular thought: to confront and eliminate an enemy. Hearing Blade's voice brought a fleeting smile to his face as he remarked, Blade, you needn't come. I called to check if you were attacked, but it seems this group is specifically targeting me. Rest assured, there is no danger. If these individuals were indeed arranged by the vampires, Blade would undoubtedly also be at risk, considering Yang's reputation among the vampires paled in comparison to Blade's. Where are you? Blade disregarded Yang's reassurances, persistently inquiring about his location. Yang, wishing to shield Blade from danger, was aware that their adversaries wielded heavy sniper rifles. Given Blade's physique, he might evade an attack, but if hit, even Blade's formidable constitution would not save him from devastation. I'm en route to Washington. You can't make it here. If I need your assistance, I will certainly call you. Yang fabricated this response, knowing that if he admitted to being at home, Blade would undoubtedly rush over. Before Blade could press further, Yang hung up the phone, stowing it in his backpack while retrieving the submachine gun he had previously acquired from the vampires. His sole desire was to eliminate these foes. Soon, he reached the tunnel's end, confronting a wooden door beyond which lay the lake, mysteriously shielded by an unseen force. With a splash, he plunged into the water, opting not to swim hastily towards the shore. He was now distanced from where he had been fishing earlier. As Yang surfaced, he spotted a group of individuals clad in combat gear in the distance. They had not fled but seemed to believe he had concealed himself beneath the water after his sudden disappearance. However, it wasn't long before they discerned his presence and turned their gazes toward him. Damn, there are definitely observers in the distance, and it's not just one. Yang Bo hastily sprinted towards the shore. If he were to be trapped in the water any longer, it would become a dire predicament, for the open expanse would render him a mere target. Taking refuge behind a large tree, he finally exhaled in relief, realizing that the enemy's observers in the forest had lost their efficacy. Given a chance, he was determined to eliminate at least one or two adversaries, though he harbored no illusions of achieving more. After all, his opponents were seasoned professionals, while he was merely an unemployed youth, relying solely on his audacity and a shield to confront them. Drawing forth his newly crafted shield, Yang Bo listened intently to the sounds of footsteps approaching from a distance. Although he lacked the supernatural ability to see through walls like a vampire hunter, his profession had significantly enhanced his hearing. Unbeknownst to him, the Special Operations Team, equipped with thermal imaging, approached the very tree where he was concealed without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a metallic clatter echoed as a green, spherical grenade rolled to his side. A grenade? With little time to spare, he raised his shield before him, and an enormous explosion followed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the tree. Realizing his cover had been compromised, he could no longer afford to remain passive. To do so would indicate a severe lack of experience. With his shield raised, he lifted his submachine gun and aimed at the group, pulling the trigger without aiming, relying purely on chance. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him that day, as fate seemingly nudged him towards success. After emptying a magazine, he managed to hit two unfortunate souls. His counterattack momentarily stifled the assailant's audacity, forcing them to take cover behind trees, occasionally peeking out to fire, coordinating their actions with remarkable precision, leaving him bewildered as to whom to target. Living targets are difficult to hit. Let's finish off those two on the ground first. The two individuals sprawled on the ground were utterly oblivious to their impending demise. Yang Bo switched to a new weapon, aimed at the fallen men, and once again squeezed the trigger. The body armor they wore proved ineffective against the relentless barrage of bullets. The overwhelming force effortlessly ushered them into the realm of the departed. Seeing the enemy's health deplete, Yang Bo, shield raised, charged forward as gunfire erupted anew, with some adversaries hurling grenades. Yet, from the front, none could breach the protection of his shield. Reaching the two corpses, he grasped their clothing and stowed them away in his backpack. Success. I can indeed store bodies. He had previously attempted to collect vampires and humans, but without the appropriate modules, he found it impossible to store living individuals. However, corpses posed no such challenge. Bang! A familiar, dull gunshot rang out behind him, propelling Yang Bo forward once more. Another sniper. Turning his head, he glimpsed a figure prone in the distance, but alas, the range rendered the details indistinct. Having achieved his objective, Yang Bo raised his hand towards the sniper and extended his middle finger. Fuck, he mouthed, aware that the adversary would undoubtedly recognize the gesture. A faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. A soft flash of light, and another bullet struck his body. With his health depleted, he collapsed to the ground, dissipating into white smoke. In a secret underground base, 100 meters deep, Yang Bo rose from his bed and discarded the enemy's corpse from his backpack. Observing the metallic eagle insignia on the clothing, he wore an expression of confirmation. After capturing a photograph of the body, he stowed it back into his backpack. He hurriedly contacted Blade once more to inform him that the matter had been resolved, alleviating any concerns. Then, he turned and stepped into the portal to the lower realm, intending to collect more mushrooms to craft fermented spider eyes. Now that he was aware of his enemies' identities, there was no need to venture back to face death. The Hydra. Perfect, I still lack an excuse to borrow something from you, he mused, a renewed sense of his redistributive ambitions bubbling within him. Chapter 52. Spider Eyes and Invisibility Potion. With a flicker, the metallic lighter ignited, and Yang Bo lit his cigarette. Gazing at the lighter, he recalled Carlson, which in turn reminded him of the group of individuals from earlier that day. After a fruitful expedition, Yang Bo returned from the lower realms to the Marvel Universe, 10 hours having elapsed since the attack. Despite this, he had no desire to investigate whether those individuals were still present. Being shot indiscriminately by others was hardly a pleasant experience. To his dismay, 3 fortresses yielded merely 7 diamonds. The fortresses were truly impoverished. After crafting a diamond pickaxe, Yang Bo organized the items in his backpack and placed them into a chest, taking along the necessary materials for concocting the invisibility potion as he proceeded towards the passage leading out of the park. After such a lengthy interval, Yang Bo still could not comprehend why Hydra had opted to eliminate him directly. Was it perhaps due to Captain America's influence? Or had some accord been struck with the vampires? Logically, one would expect an initial temptation or seduction. His will was not so unyielding. Spitting disdainfully on the ground, his anger flared even more. The tunnel was eerily quiet, save for the sound of torches and the echo of his own footsteps. He retrieved his phone from his backpack, glanced at Carlson's number, and after a moment's deliberation, dialed it. The phone rang, and after a few seconds, Carlson answered. Before he could speak, Yang Bo interjected, "Carlson, I've been attacked." On the other end, Carlson's brow furrowed, his expression one of considerable concern. Yang S.H.I.E.L.D. has an agreement with the vampires. An all-out war is ill-advised. However, I can provide you with new equipment, some specialized weaponry to deal with those fiends. Yang Bo chuckled, realizing Carlson had misunderstood, thinking he had been assaulted by vampires. I was attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives while I was fishing in Central Park, a professionally trained armed squad, complete with snipers and observers. Carlson, do you have anything to say? Carlson froze upon hearing Yang Bo's words, recalling Yang Bo's previous remark about S.H.I.E.L.D. not being safe. A chill ran down his spine. If what Yang Bo said was true, the internal situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Yang, how are you holding up? I'm fine for now, but if I'm all right, others may not be. Carlson, I need your assistance. I'll be waiting for you at Times Square. Yang Bo strolled leisurely through the tunnel, as if he were merely out for a casual walk. All right. Upon hearing Carlson's response, Yang Bo ended the call. Carlson, having hung up, wore a complex expression. Yang Bo had always been under his purview. Just this morning, he had compiled Yang Bo's information and uploaded it to the headquarters database. He hoped fervently that this was merely a misunderstanding. Carlson dared not dwell on the implications. If there truly was an issue within S.H.I.E.L.D., it would spell disaster. It seemed that today's day off was now a lost cause. Draped in a tailored suit, Carlson departed from his residence, driving his Laura towards Times Square. Meanwhile, Yang Bo exhibited no urgency in his journey, instead searching for the silhouette of a spider within the dimly lit sewers. Is it possible that the sewers of New York are this pristine? Apart from the repugnant flow of wastewater coursing through the center, the environment was far cleaner than he had anticipated. After traversing a considerable distance, Yang Bo finally stumbled upon a spider's web. Extending his hand, he deftly seized the spider engaged in its web spinning, applying a firm grip that swiftly extinguished its life. He silently intoned the word transformation. The spider, originally no larger than the pad of his finger, instantly morphed into a crimson-eyed entity the size of an infant's fist, transforming from a common appearance to one reminiscent of the Cthulhu mythos. Fortunately, the spider eye was not damp. Otherwise, Yang Bo would have undoubtedly discarded it. As he continued his quest for more spiders, the number of spider eyes in his backpack multiplied, yet Yang Bo's expression betrayed a hint of indignation. Each spider, possessing 8 eyes, yielded only one upon transformation. What a sham. Yongbo resolutely dismissed any thoughts regarding the fact that a single transformed spider I could equate to nearly 100 spiders. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone echoed through the expansive sewer, startling Yongbo, who glanced at the caller ID and smacked his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten about Coulson. Answering the call, he said, "Where are you?" "I've arrived at Times Square." I'm in the sewers, and I can't pinpoint my exact location. Please hold on." Yongbo examined the nearest exit, climbed the ladder affixed to the wall, and upon hearing no vehicular sounds above, cautiously pushed against the manhole cover overhead. He had no desire to emerge directly onto the street, only to be whisked away by passing cars. Clambering out from the roadside sewer, he paid no heed to the astonished or mocking gazes of pedestrians, brushing himself off and turning to leave. As he surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of recognition sparked within him. "What a familiar place this is," he exclaimed into the phone directed at Coulson. "I'm by the roadside of that mall from last time." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Through his phone, Yongbo could distinctly hear the roar of Coulson's car, indicating that Coulson was genuinely anxious this time, as evidenced by the urgency with which he treated his Laura. Moments later, Coulson arrived, steering his fiery red convertible to a stop beside Yongbo. He swung open the car door and took a seat in the passenger side. "Coulson, find a safe place." Coulson initially scrutinized Yongbo from head to toe. Although aware of Yongbo's healing abilities, he felt relieved to see no apparent injuries on him. All right. Every agent typically possesses their own safe house, and Coulson was no exception. As they drove, Coulson gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "Yang, how did you deduce that the individuals who attacked you were from S-H-I-E-L-D? Yongbo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lazily observed the coolly dressed young women by the roadside, occasionally marveling inwardly. When he heard Coulson's words, he turned with a broad smile and said, "Well, I have their corpses with me. Would you like me to take them out?" Coulson, taken aback, thought to himself that this was not the first time he had recognized the convenience of Yongbo's abilities. "No need. We will be at my safe house shortly." Yongbo nodded, tossing his phone from his pocket into his backpack, thus alleviating any concerns about being tracked by Hydra operatives. "It seems I still need to locate that brilliant hacker, Sky. Otherwise, I will be at a significant disadvantage technologically. With Sky's assistance, his quest to find Hydra would be greatly facilitated." He glanced at the milk in his backpack, recalling the brainwashed Hydra members, and a cold smile crept across Yongbo's face. Chapter 53. Are you teasing me? Soon, the towering edifices surrounding them dwindled, as Coulson guided Yongbo into a residential area of New York. Although they had departed from the bustling heart of the city, the ambience here offered Yongbo a far more pleasant atmosphere than the steel jungle he was accustomed to. Coulson maneuvered the vehicle into a quaint three-story villa. Before the car could reach the garage, the pristine white garage door ascended automatically. It was a rather unremarkable American garage, neatly housing an array of tools. To be honest, Yongbo found the style of the house quite appealing. Casting a sidelong glance at Coulson, he wore a teasing smile and remarked, "Coulson, this place is perfect for hiding a beautiful mistress. Have you ever brought a woman here for some fun?" Yongbo's words struck Coulson like a dart to the lungs. He managed a wry smile and shook his head, thinking that if it weren't for his patience, he would have tossed Yongbo out. He had no girlfriend, let alone a mistress to hide. "Yang, let us not jest. The priority now is to ascertain who those assailants are." "All right, fine," Yongbo replied, opening the car door and stepping out. He glanced at the cramped garage and queried, "Are we going to talk here?" "Follow me." Coulson led Yongbo toward the staircase that ascended to the second floor, but instead, they veered toward a small room beneath the stairs. Much like Harry Potter's abode at his uncle's house, Coulson opened a little door and retrieved a remote, pressing a button that revealed a hidden passageway leading underground. Yongbo chuckled from behind. As expected, no one can escape the fate of residing underground. Coulson recalled Yongbo's home and nodded slightly, acknowledging his statement. The subterranean space was rather modest, hardly comparable to Yongbo's residence, roughly the size of a living room. Yongbo stepped into the center and extracted 2 corpses from his backpack, discarding them onto the floor. Coulson immediately approached, crouching down to inspect them. As he examined the bodies, Coulson's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he removed the masks from their faces, and his countenance mirrored that of fury. Young. They are members of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Forces. I recognize them. Given the vast number of personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. and the multitude of divisions, it was remarkable that he could recall the names of such obscure soldiers. He lifted his gaze to Yang Bo, who was busy concocting potions nearby. I don't know their mission. As he stuffed the completed invisibility potion into his backpack and replenished the materials to continue his work, Yang Bo replied, I understand this does not concern you, but I would like to know the location of your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. What do you need the address of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for? Coulson inquired. Yang Bo responded flatly, just to seek revenge. Coulson was taken aback, struggling to grasp Yang Bo's train of thought. He had never considered that someone might impulsively decide to retaliate against S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Shouldn't a rational person be hiding, avoiding detection by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Do not be anxious. I shall return to investigate. This place is quite safe, and you may stay here for the time being. Once I have gathered sufficient information, I will contact you. Coulson aimed to pacify Yang Bo, dispelling his perilous thoughts. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was acutely aware of the insurmountable challenge for outsiders to penetrate the agency, akin to ascending vertically in a spiral. I am not jesting, Yang Bo declared, inserting the synthesized fermented spider eye into the alchemical station, transforming the night vision potion into an invisibility potion. He beckoned to Coulson with an air of mystery, saying, Come, I have a secret to share. One could only imagine Coulson's expression upon learning that S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in fact, Hydra in disguise. Regrettably, his phone was undoubtedly being tracked. Otherwise, he would have captured the ensuing scene. Seeing Yang Bo's enigmatic demeanor, Coulson approached him. Hail Hydra! Yang Bo whispered conspiratorially into Coulson's ear. Coulson's reaction was one of displeasure, instinctively drawing his firearm and aiming it at Yang Bo's forehead. No, it cannot be. Yang Bo, are you one of Hydra? As A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Coulson was well aware of Hydra's existence and the peril it posed. He gazed at Yang Bo with a complex expression, truthfully never having considered him an operative of any other organization. After their interactions, Yang Bo had struck him as an ordinary person who had suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities, albeit somewhat petty. Yang Bo chuckled at Coulson's chameleon-like expression. It was merely a jest, Coulson. However, the tale I am about to unfold does indeed involve Hydra. If you wish to hear it, then please take a seat. Coulson hesitated, uncertain whether to trust Yang Bo's words, yet he recognized that in a one-on-one encounter, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his weapon. This story is lengthy, and it begins with World War II. Yang Bo adopted the demeanor of a storyteller, yet his subsequent words caught Coulson off guard. I prefer brevity. Allow me to summarize. Following Germany's defeat in World War II, the Hydra organization under the Red Skull was dismantled. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was just beginning to take shape and, lacking personnel, fully embraced the scientists left behind by Hydra. Yet Hydra's motto was to sever one head, only for two to sprout in its place. At this point, Yang Bo shrugged playfully, adding, however, I can confirm that Hydra operatives do indeed perish when shot. They do not grow a second head. Those loyal to Hydra's creed seize the opportunity to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., leveraging its protection to flourish and expand until the present day. Yang Bo approached the two corpses, delivering a light kick as he remarked, These are indeed Hydra agents. Coulson's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts, his mouth slightly agape. While he was aware that Yang Bo might possess knowledge of certain secrets, he never anticipated such a monumental revelation. For a moment, he felt a parched sensation in his mouth. With some difficulty, Coulson opened his lips and inquired, Who are the agents of Hydra? Yang Bo responded with a calm smile, The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Upon hearing this name, Carlson immediately retorted in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Allow me to finish before you speak, Yang-bo replied earnestly. There's also Maria Hill, Melinda May, Hawkeye, Nick Fury. He enumerated a series of names, exceeding a dozen in total. At this moment, Carlson's heart remained undisturbed, even bordering on amusement. But Yang-bo's subsequent revelation nearly caused him to collapse. Aside from these individuals, over 80% of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents you are acquainted with are affiliated with Hydra. For instance, there's the clairvoyant John Garrett and his protege, Grant Ward, the captain of the strike team, Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, and let's not forget the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce. As he spoke, Yang-bo wore a sincere smile, utterly unconcerned about the profound impact his words would have on Carlson. Chapter 54. A traitor within our shield, are you jesting? Certainly not. Yang-bo observed the disheartened Carlson, and his mood, previously dampened by the ambush, began to lift. He turned back to the alchemical table, resuming his work as the bubbling sounds of the concoctions brought Carlson back to reality. Even someone as trained as Carlson found it hard to digest such news. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure of his next steps. If Yang-bo was indeed serious, then the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce, was an agent of Hydra. How could they proceed under such circumstances? The atmosphere in the safe house grew quiet, and Yang-bo was in no rush. He knew that Carlson needed time to process the shocking revelation. After more than 10 minutes, Yang-bo continued his relentless potion making, producing not only invisibility potions but also speed, strength, and healing elixirs. Were it not for the limited number of glass vials, he would have endeavored to create every potion he could in one day. Yang, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? Though Carlson wished to dismiss Yang-bo's assertions, the corpses strewn about were irrefutable. They were indeed members of S.H.I.E.L.D. task force, and most alarmingly, they had been slain by Yang-bo. As the individual responsible for liaising with Yang-bo, Carlson's ignorance of this situation clearly indicated that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. was intent on keeping him uninformed, and that person held considerable authority. I have no evidence. Carlson, you are misunderstanding the situation. I am merely an ordinary civilian attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. My only recourse now is to retaliate. Evidence is of no consequence to me. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond salvation. It is more akin to Hydra. I share this with you solely because I consider you a friend. Nothing more. Now, I wish to know the location of the Nexus. Of course, I won't put you in a difficult position. If you find it inconvenient to share, I can seek it out myself. The Nexus is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 3 principal bases, primarily because it is situated in New York, conveniently close to him. Yang-bo maintained an air of indifference. He knew Carlson would be compelled to unravel this mystery and would not choose to remain passive. May I inform Director Fury of this matter? You are aware that I am currently unable to make a definitive decision. Yang-bo refrained from elaborating further. Whether or not the information reached the future was of no concern to him. If things went awry, he could always retreat to the lower realms, surfacing only occasionally. After all, he had no family in this world, where he lived mattered little, and if solitude became unbearable, he could simply gather some companions to join him in the lower realms. Just as Carlson concluded his statement and attempted to contact Director Fury, his phone rang first. With the call coming from none other than his superior, Director Fury. Carlson, Tony Stark has been located. Cease your current tasks and prepare to make contact with him. This time, Carlson did not keep secrets from Yang-bo, allowing Yang-bo to hear Fury's voice, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, you found it so quickly? Has the new era arrived?" He did not bother to suppress his voice, and Fury on the other end of the line equally caught his words. "Mr. Yang-bo?" Fury immediately called out his name, demonstrating why he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His intellect was commendable. Yang-bo took a couple of steps forward to draw closer to the telephone and said, "Hello, Director Fury. How is Carlson now?" Fury's first thought was that Carlson had been taken hostage by Yang-bo, His mind raced as he considered the implications. Coulson was a subordinate he held in high regard. He is well, very well. Coulson, why don't you say a few words? Coulson interjected. It seems that this is my superior we're talking about. He began to engage in casual banter with Fury, which left listeners puzzled. However, Yang Bo understood that the two were exchanging information in a coded manner, as S-H-I-E-L-D was far from secure, and Coulson could not afford to be careless. A few minutes later, Coulson hung up the phone and turned to Yang Bo, saying, Director Fury will send someone over shortly. He wishes to speak with you. No problem, that's a trivial matter. Yang Bo readily agreed, then continued, Coulson, could you prepare some firearms for me? Heavy weaponry would be ideal, and I also need grenades and explosives. After enduring the beating from a heavy sniper rifle, Yang Bo found himself developing a fondness for such high-caliber weaponry. Upon hearing this, Coulson walked over to a nearby cabinet and opened it, prompting Yang Bo to lean in with eager eyes. Inside were not clothes, but an abundance of weapons and ammunition. Coulson, you always manage to surprise me. It was only fitting that as an agent, his safe house would be stocked with arms. It would be absurd otherwise. Coulson struggled to retrieve a sleek black sniper rifle from within and handed it to Yang Bo. I believe you will find this to your liking. Yang Bo accepted it, feeling no strain at all. For him, the distinction lay between what he could lift and what he could not. Fatigue was simply not a factor. Observing Yang Bo's expression of satisfaction, Coulson smiled and introduced the weapon. This is the AS-50 anti-material long-range sniper rifle, specifically designed by the British International Precision Company for the U.S. Special Forces, more precisely, tailored for the U.S. Navy SEALs. It utilizes BMG-12, 7mm x 99mm ammunition. It possesses formidable power. This is a personal collection of mine, and I believe it will meet your expectations. Yang Bo nodded rapidly, a broad smile spreading across his face. If he were not satisfied with this rifle, there would be no weapon capable of pleasing him. He pulled back the bolt, producing a crisp sound, and took the additional parts and magazines that Coulson offered, stuffing them all into his backpack. He then leaned in to take another look at Coulson's armory, but was stopped by Coulson. No, Yang, I have nothing of value left here, but you might seek out Director Fury. I am certain he will not be stingy. Yang Bo cast a glance at the miserly Coulson, then turned to the alchemy table to stow the item in his backpack. After meticulously organizing everything and hoisting the body from the ground, the two ascended from the subterranean safe space. Soon, the egg provided Yang Bo with new instructions, and under Coulson's guidance, they arrived at an uninhabited clearing on the outskirts. A transport aircraft, familiar to Yang Bo, descended gently from the sky, its rear doors swinging open. Seated in Coulson's vehicle, Yang Bo beamed at the S-H-I-E-L-D agents clad in combat gear. Chapter 55. Who is the undercover agent? The transport plane soared swiftly and smoothly towards the S-H-I-E-L-D hub in New York. Throughout the journey, Yang Bo remained unperturbed, confident that Hydra would not attempt to eliminate him and Coulson. The 3 aircraft carriers designated for the Insight project were yet to be constructed, ensuring that Hydra would remain concealed. Under Coulson's guidance, Yang Bo finally entered Fury's office, where he beheld the gleaming head of the director, which appeared even more radiant than in the films, perhaps due to the realities of the world, and the texture seemed more appealing. Hello, Director Fury, Yang Bo greeted, unfazed by Fury's piercing gaze, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. Fury, wearing an expression reminiscent of someone owed $8 million, though it could simply be his natural demeanor, assessed Yang Bo with a scrutinizing glance before extending his hand in return. Mr. Yang, this is your first appearance in Hell's Kitchen. According to my findings, just as Fury prepared to impose pressure, Yang Bo interrupted him directly. Enough with the briefing. It serves no purpose, he declared. You wouldn't want to find yourself abruptly eliminated, would you? Upon hearing Yang Bo's blunt remarks, Fury's expression darkened further. After a brief pause, he opened his mouth to speak. You're not the only one who possesses. Spare me the platitudes. I am well aware. As of now, we have Dr. Banner, the Inhumans, extraterrestrials, and your last resort, Carol Danvers. By the way, you should give her the beeper she left you. If it fails at a critical moment, You 1T of time to lament. You. Fury finally lost his composure. While the rest was manageable, only he and Danvers knew about the beeper. And Yongbo's knowledge of such details implied that Hydra's intelligence was undeniably accurate. The last time I placed my trust in someone, I lost an eye. How can you shamelessly utter that you trust me? Are you certain you're relying on a person and not a cat? Yongbo's mockery continued, leaving Coulson utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Can I truly be hearing this? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly been blinded by a cat? Goodness, I feel as though I might be silenced. At his words, Fury forced a smile, fearful of Yongbo uttering anything further that could be perilous. He glanced at Coulson, sending him a warning look. Mr. Yong, what is your intention? Humanity is often wary of the unknown, and Yongbo's revelation of so many secrets had shattered Fury's defenses. He no longer perceived Yongbo as a pliable soft target. Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, Yongbo raised an eyebrow, responding, You ask me? Well, at this moment, I wish to open the door, step outside, and eliminate every S.H.I.E.L.D. member in sight. I presume your subordinates cannot withstand 50 caliber bullets, can they? As an AS-50 anti-material sniper rifle materialized in Yongbo's hands. Fury's smile froze upon his face. Simple, brutal, and utterly lawless. These are the most genuine thoughts of Fury. At this moment, he suddenly comprehended why Hydra had refrained from recruiting Yongbo. After all, if one were to bring him into their ranks, it would be a matter of whose orders would prevail, and notably, Yongbo has no family, rendering him free from threats and unrestrained in his actions. Let us deliberate further, Fury exclaimed as he glanced at the sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Yongbo promptly stowed away the weapon. Adopting an expression as if nothing had transpired, Fury inquired, Mr. Yongbo, could you enlighten me regarding the source of your information? Yongbo cast a surprised glance at Fury, incredulity evident in his voice as he responded, Why, Director Fury, it seems we are not in a police station, are we? When did agents begin to require evidence? He added, If I am not mistaken, you possess the capability to compel the truth, such as through a system of interrogation. Fury found himself at a loss for words. Since Yongbo entered the office, he had forfeited the upper hand in their conversation. The situation with S.H.I.E.L.D. had become irreparable, and what remained was to extract the last flicker of light and warmth from it, dragging Hydra down into the abyss alongside them. I have already informed Coulson of those whom you can trust. The rest will require your gradual investigation. However, I can assert with certainty that 80% of them are affiliated with Hydra. Fury reclined in his chair, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin, his mind racing with myriad possibilities. Yet, he realized that if Yongbo's assertions were indeed accurate, he was truly beyond salvation unless all trustworthy subordinates possessed the prowess akin to Captain America. The notion of the Avengers Initiative resurfaced in his mind, this time more fervently than ever before. While Fury contemplated, Yongbo turned his gaze towards Coulson, who was intently observing the view outside, as if captivated by the sight of an unclad beauty. An unexpected silence enveloped the office. After a while, Fury managed to regain his composure and calmly addressed Yongbo. What is it that you seek? Fury was skeptical that Yongbo merely desired revenge. He was certain the latter had ulterior motives. He could only hope that their objectives did not conflict, and that a collaboration might be forged, thus extinguishing any nascent thoughts of incorporating Yongbo into the Avengers. I seek the Tesseract or assistance in locating Sky. Yongbo presumed Fury would categorically refuse, yet was taken aback when Fury began to ponder the request, eventually asking, Who is Sky? Shouldn't you be inquiring about my intentions for the Tesseract? Yongbo retorted. His rationale for wanting the Tesseract was straightforward. He wished to ascertain if it could transport him home, given that it was a space gem within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If it could not facilitate his return, he would have to resign himself to life in this realm. Sky's full name is Daisy Johnson, a woman of approximately 21 years and a hacker. Beyond this, I possess little information. Fury furrowed his brow, recognizing the name as somewhat familiar. Yongbo's association of her with the Tesseract indicated her significant stature. He resolved to look into her background shortly. What, precisely, is the purpose of the Cosmic Cube? If S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed as you have described. I might contemplate entrusting the cosmic cube to you." Yang-bo scoffed, recalling that when he was engaged in his own schemes, the Marvel films had yet to premiere. He cast a disdainful glance at Fury, choosing silence over words. Observing Yang-bo's reluctance to take action, Fury turned directly to Coulson and instructed, "Coulson, proceed to the sandbox base and retrieve the 084 cosmic cube. I shall grant you the necessary authorization." At that moment, Fury had yet to grasp the true power of the cube and had not harnessed it to create weapons. Thus, the cube remained stored within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sandbox base. Upon receiving the command, Coulson felt an immediate sense of relief and quickly departed, fearing that lingering any longer might expose him to secrets that could lead to his own silencing. Chapter 56. The Cosmic Cube. As Coulson stepped out of the office, he gently closed the door behind him, his face reflecting a sense of relief. Upon turning around, he caught sight of Jasper Sitwell standing behind him, and a flicker of concern crossed his mind, recalling the list that Yang-bo had mentioned. Nevertheless, a smile blossomed on his face as he greeted, "Long time no see." Prior to the Hydra incident, Coulson and Sitwell had maintained a commendable rapport. In fact, before ascending to the rank of senior agent, they had partnered for a considerable duration. Sitwell reciprocated the smile, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, it has been a while, Coulson. I have some matters to discuss with Director Fury. I'll reach out to you when I have the time." "Certainly, no problem. I, too, have a mission at hand, so I shall take my leave." With that, Coulson turned and departed. Sitwell did not immediately knock on the office door. Instead, he watched Coulson's retreating figure and discreetly contacted others through his earpiece. Once Coulson had exited, he composed himself and rapped lightly on the office door. "Come in." Sitwell entered the office, casting a subtle glance at Yang-bo before proceeding directly to Fury's desk, placing the documents he held upon it. "Director, here are the files you requested." Fury noticed the enigmatic expression on Yang-bo's face and nodded at Sitwell, saying, "Leave them here. You may return to your duties." Sitwell turned and left without any unnecessary pleasantries, knowing that Fury's office was one of the few places they, Hydra, could not monitor. His visit was merely a cursory glance. As the door clicked shut, Yang-bo pulled his chair closer to Fury's desk and remarked meaningfully, "Sitwell is a splendid point of leverage." Fury, rather than responding, inquired, "Can you now divulge the purpose of the cosmic cube?" Hearing Fury shift the topic, Yang-bo sighed, lazily reclining in his chair as he produced a cigarette and tossed one to Fury. The cosmic cube is not merely a box. It is the key to unleashing cosmic warfare. Once activated, it will open a portal, drawing the attention of all races capable of sensing its energy to Earth." "A box?" Fury quickly seized the crux of the matter, his interest in the so-called cosmic war waning, for he too had his own cards to play. "What lies within the box?" "A luminous blue gem," Yang-bo replied nonchalantly. "Let us discuss it further once we retrieve the item. By the way, Director Fury, could you possibly sponsor some weaponry for me? As you know, individuals like myself feel utterly vulnerable without arms in hand." Fury. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson re-entered, carrying a silver briefcase, placing it on the desk as he announced, "Director, I have retrieved the item." Fury nodded, forgoing any small talk as he promptly opened the suitcase. Inside lay a square, semi-transparent block, from which a faint blue glow emanated, hinting at something at its core. Yang-bo could hardly contain his excitement. This was the space gem. Collecting 6 infinity stones could summon the dragon. Cough, cough. It could yield the power of a snap. Moreover, the cubic cosmic cube appeared particularly pleasing to his eyes, as his affinity for the world of Minecraft led him to believe that squares embodied the essence of truth. With eager eyes fixed on the cosmic cube, he cheerfully remarked, "Fury, this artifact is destined for me." Fury, observing Yang-bo reach out to grasp the cube, quickly interjected, "Be careful, this." However, seeing Yang-bo effortlessly hold the cosmic cube in his hands rendered Fury momentarily speechless. Ordinary individuals could not directly touch the cosmic cube without being consumed by the power it unleashed. Yet, Yang-bo's nonchalant demeanor compelled Fury to suppress his concerns. At that moment, Yang-bo was oblivious to Fury's reaction. The instant he seized the space gem, a long-absent notification sound echoed in his mind. Loading travel map. Loading successful, a map materialized in Yang Bo's consciousness, illustrating a two-dimensional layout of the area within a 100-meter radius, adorned with numerous colored dots. There were white, green, and an abundance of red points. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the significance of the various colors. Green represented Coulson, indicating friendliness. White symbolized fury, denoting neutrality, and red, of course, signified those harboring hostility towards him. After searching for some time, Yang Bo failed to locate the teleportation function he desired. Is it merely an ordinary map? I mustn't be greedy. Being able to distinguish allies from foes is already quite a feat. With the map in hand, Yang Bo felt more empowered regarding his forthcoming actions. He then directed his focus to the cosmic cube in his grasp, which, apart from being slightly cool to the touch, evoked no other sensations. Yang Bo felt a twinge of disappointment, yearning for home, muttering to himself, teleportation portal. Yet, the cosmic cube remained unresponsive. Fury, are you certain this is genuine? You wouldn't attempt to deceive me with a fake, would you? Fury remained silent, but the clarity in his singular eye conveyed the truth. This was indeed the authentic cosmic cube. Now, Yang Bo found himself at a loss. This item held no apparent utility for him. Upon stowing it in his backpack, an introduction to the cosmic cube immediately appeared. Cosmic Cube, unknown item, module not loaded. Yang Bo let out a deep sigh, retrieving the cosmic cube from his backpack for another thorough examination, persistently experimenting with various manipulation techniques. Yet, the cosmic cube remained as unresponsive as ever. Akin to a frigid heart, must this contraption rely solely on the infinity gauntlet to unleash its potential? That cannot be right. Didn't the time stone wielded by the Ancient One function remarkably well? Finally, with a sense of resignation, he turned to Fury and remarked, "This contraption is of no use to me at all. Let us instead discuss the matter of Hydra. It is time to initiate the Avengers Initiative and assemble a team composed of superhumans to counter Hydra. Only then will you have a chance to regain control of S.H.I.E.L.D." This plan sounded rather familiar. As Fury listened to Yang Bo, he found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that Yang Bo seemed to possess a prophetic ability, curiously, he inquired, "Whom do you think should be selected for this team?" Yang Bo tossed the tesseract into his backpack and, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, replied, "Just follow your instincts. Director Fury, could you kindly take me home? I plan to go fishing and see if I can catch something substantial this time." As he gazed at the red dot on the mini-map, a radiant smile spread across Yang Bo's face. Chapter 57. Surprises always arrive unexpectedly on a sunny day with a gentle breeze. A figure sat on a sofa by the lake in Central Park, leisurely fishing with a square-shaped fishing rod in hand. A ripple swiftly approached the bobber, and at the moment it touched, the bobber plunged dramatically beneath the water. Yang Bo quickly lifted the rod, and an enchanting book, radiating a purple glow, soared from the depths, ultimately landing in his hands. At last, an enchanted book had emerged. Filled with excitement, Yang Bo opened his backpack, gazing at the mesmerizing tome glowing within. Lacking lapis lazuli, he could only hope that fishing would yield some enchanted books with favorable attributes. Fire Arrow 1. Not bad. His eyes fell upon his meticulously polished sniper rifle resting beside him, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. He promptly retrieved the anvil he had crafted earlier and placed it on the ground. After stowing the rifle back into his backpack, he opened the anvil interface and inserted both the sniper rifle and the fire arrow enchantment book. Noticing the requirement of 7 experience levels, his heart raced with excitement. By all that is holy, this is possible, he thought. I must inquire with Coulson and Fury about the strongest individual weapon available. If I were to reel in a book of infinity, it would be sheer bliss. Without hesitation, he spent the 7 experience points to enchant the sniper rifle with fire arrow. As he retrieved the weapon from the anvil, he was astonished to see the once jet black surface enveloped in a radiant purple glow, identical to that of the enchantment book. Gently pulling the bolt, a smile graced Yang Bo's face, though it quickly morphed into a wry grin. I've been fishing for ages. Is the efficiency of these Hydra operatives truly this dismal? With no targets to practice on, Yang Bo felt a sense of helplessness. He had assumed that upon returning to Central Park, Hydra would be unable to resist taking action once more. However, in reality, Hydra showed no signs of movement. The mini-map revealed not a single red dot within a 100-meter radius. Yang Bo refused to believe that Hydra would let him off the hook, and he contemplated two possibilities. Either Hydra's surveillance radius extended beyond the mini-map's 100 meters, or the enemy was not represented as a red. The latter seemed exceedingly improbable. Back to fishing. Yang Bo cast his line into the water once more, waiting in silence. Moments later, ripples danced upon the lake's surface. With the addition of bait 3, the fishing pace quickened, though most catches turned out to be mere fish or other assorted debris, with the chances of snagging an enchanted book remaining low. With a gentle tug, a fish leapt swiftly from the water. Time slipped away, and as the sky was painted a fiery red by the setting sun, Yang Bo remained by the lake, quietly fishing the entire day, unaware of the passage of time. Sighing, he reluctantly reeled in his line and stood, stretching lazily. Glancing up at the sky, he murmured to himself, "My backpack is full again." The assortment of miscellaneous items he had caught was overwhelming. It was time to head home. With a pat on his backside, Yang Bo felt relieved that he had activated the data mode. Otherwise, any ordinary person would have found their rear numb after sitting for an entire day. Casting another glance at the small map, he noted the absence of any red dots. And with a hint of dissatisfaction, he pursed his lips before diving into the crystal-clear lake, swimming towards the entrance of his home. Upon returning, he meticulously organized the day's fishing haul into a chest. The number of enchantment books was woefully inadequate, barely filling a box in a day. Sighing, he retrieved 2 books of Power 4 and combined them on an anvil to create one of Power V, adding the specially reserved Infinity enchantment, which he then applied to his sniper rifle. A smile graced Yang Bo's face as he caressed the weapon's body, as if tenderly touching a woman. "Yang, you have finally returned." Boar, flapping his grand wings, soared over. Yang Bo chose not to disclose the recent attack. It was already evening. Shouldn't they venture out for a hunt? At the mention of hunting, Boar's wing-flapping speed noticeably quickened. "All right, let me tidy up a few things first, and we shall set out." Yang Bo decided to enchant his diamond sword, dismissing the idea of enchanting his iron armor, deeming it unworthy. After some time, he acquired a Sharp V, Durability 3, Looting 3 diamond sword and a Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Experience repair diamond pickaxe. He needed to find more experience repair books. Once again, Yang Bo experienced a significant boost in strength. As he prepared to leave with Boar, he instinctively glanced at the small map and was taken aback to see several red dots appearing above him. The red dots were scattered and with narrowed eyes. Yang Bo pondered. It was evident that this group, harboring hostility towards him, was searching for his location. "There's a tracking device on me," the thought emerged in his mind, and he quickly began to inspect himself, soon locating a discreet sticker-like object on his lower back. Just as he was about to stash it in his backpack, he reconsidered and beckoned to Boar, "Come here." He then affixed the tracker to Boar, instructing, "Fly towards the tunnel that leads to the lake." Boar, being astute, glanced at the device on himself and without hesitation, darted towards the tunnel. Yang Bo keenly observed the red dots on the small map. Predictably, they all halted, with most following Boar's lead towards the lake. However, 2 individuals remained behind. As Yang Bo had lingered in that spot for a considerable time, "I was just about to test the gun, and now you've arrived." Emerging from the tunnel, he retrieved an invisibility potion from his backpack and drank it, carefully digging through the grass blocks above, while remaining aware of the 2 lingering enemies' positions. The effect of the invisibility potion proved even stronger than in the game. While in the game it only rendered the player invisible, in reality, even the weapon in Yang Bo's hand vanished from sight. 2 individuals clad in casual attire are presently leaning against a tree, feigning nonchalance while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Were it not for the crimson dots on the small map indicating their presence, one might easily mistake them for mere playful passers-by. Yang Bo found an opportune spot to lie prone and steady his sniper rifle. "Let us collect some interest first." Huff, huff. Holding his breath, he locked onto an enemy through the scope, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. A dull yet powerful gunshot reverberated through the air, and soon Yang Bo was confronted with a scene that churned his stomach. The head of the targeted individual vanished as if a bomb had exploded within it, shattering into fragments, with both the body and the splattered remnants igniting into flames. Strangely, The corpse was reduced to ashes while the surrounding wild grass and tree trunks remained unscathed. The other person, upon hearing the gunfire, swiftly retrieved an automatic rifle from a nearby black bag, glancing toward Yongbo's direction while hastily taking cover behind a tree trunk. Yongbo was taken aback by the sheer force of the anti-material sniper rifle, his complexion paling at the gruesome spectacle before him. It was indeed his first encounter witnessing the devastating impact of a sniper rifle on an ordinary person. Goodness, such power. To think. Even a shot to the thigh might not guarantee survival for him. He must possess remarkable fortitude to endure this. Chapter 58. The Malevolent strikes another member of Hydra, pale-faced, crouched behind a tree. Though he belonged to Hydra, he was not one of the Suicide Squad members. Witnessing the fate of his comrade, fear gradually gnawed at his heart. Where are they? Damn it, where is the enemy? He found himself amidst a dense thicket. And from his experience, the enemy could not be too far away. Otherwise, the bullets would be thwarted by the chaotic branches and trunks surrounding him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead and fell to the ground. Suddenly, his sixth sense alerted him to imminent danger as a fierce dog lunged past him, seeking refuge behind another tree. Unbeknownst to him, Yongbo was merely a few meters away, observing his performance with amusement. How intriguing! Yongbo decided to grant him a dignified demise. Stealthily, he approached from behind and brought his hand down forcefully upon the back of the man's neck. A dull thud echoed, but contrary to Yongbo's expectations, the man merely stumbled and collapsed to the ground, remaining conscious. Damn it, movies are indeed deceiving. The enemy reacted swiftly, pivoting to aim his gun at the spot behind him, pulling the trigger. However, Yongbo had already anticipated this move and had vacated the area, retrieving a baseball bat specially designed to deal with vampires from his backpack. With all his might, he struck the man on the head. A crisp sound resonated through the air. This time, the enemy could no longer withstand the blow. His eyes fluttered shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yongbo examined the baseball bat and remarked, "Indeed, this proves most effective." With one hand, he dragged the man and discarded him near the entrance, casually removing the headphones from the unconscious figure and placing them over his ears. Unfortunately, no sound emerged. It seemed they had switched frequencies upon learning of the assault in this vicinity. If he couldn't hear anything, so be it, in the face of strength. Tactics were but a jest. With renewed confidence, Yongbo tossed the headphones to the ground and crushed them beneath his foot. The earlier gunfire had surely alerted the others. A glance at the mini-map revealed that the small red dots were not converging towards him. Rather, they were retreating towards the edge of the forest, nearly escaping its confines in the blink of an eye. Panic surged within Yongbo as he thought, "I cannot let this prize slip away." He swiftly consumed a bottle of speed potion too, augmenting his speed by 40%, and rapidly pursued the red dots. With an unyielding spirit, he soon caught up with the group. Half crouching, he steadied his rifle, aimed, and fired. The powerful recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle propelled his body back 2 steps. Yet he emerged unscathed. I can wield a heavy sniper rifle like a mere assault weapon, though the muzzle rise is quite formidable. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck one of the men in the abdomen, cleaving him in two. His body was torn asunder by the overwhelming force, and an assortment of bizarre hot pot essentials scattered in midair, igniting spontaneously. The fiery arrows proved to be an exceptional enchantment for silencing foes and obliterating evidence. Henceforth, all weapons must be imbued with fire arrows or flame enhancements. It was simply too convenient. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, igniting a fresh blaze. This band of individuals had dashed out of the woods, rendering them mere living targets before the heavy sniper, fearful of missing his mark. Yongbo had even moved a good 10 meters away to take aim. "Turn around and kill him," one shouted, prompting the remaining 4 to swiftly draw their weapons. However, upon surveying the empty grassland, their expressions turned grim, realizing they had no chance to fight back. Bang! The enemy can turn invisible. Bang! Yongbo's movements became increasingly adept, leading him to muse. Indeed, real combat is the finest way to hone one's skills. He felt no concern over the revelation of his own invisibility. Tat tat tat. The last 2 men frantically pulled the triggers, while Yongbo lay flat on the ground, bullets whizzing past his head with a sharp hiss. Bang! The once eight-man squad had dwindled to a solitary figure as the others were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air with a gentle breeze. The intense gunfire had already captured the attention of nearby tourists who, unlike their compatriots, had no inclination to risk their lives for mere spectacle and hastily retreated. The remaining individual watched helplessly as his comrades were transformed into charred remains. Even with professional military training, he teetered on the brink of madness in this battle where the enemy was nowhere to be found. Yang Bo deliberately spared this one. For a simple reason, the others were marked in red, while he alone was marked in white. Even if he isn't one of the Hydra, he cannot possibly be a white dot. Shaking his head, Yang Bo approached from behind while the adversary was out of ammunition, tapping him on the shoulder. In the instant the man turned to retaliate, Yang Bo deftly rendered him unconscious with a baseball bat. Bang. Not a good hit. The sound is rather dull. Grasping the man by the ankle, Yang Bo picked up the weapon dropped by the enemy. Though he held it in low regard, it was still a weapon to be sold when time permitted. Upon returning to the entrance, the earlier foe remained in a deep slumber, suggesting that the baseball bat's method was quite effective. Digging into the earth, he prepared to transport the two. If only the backpack could accommodate a living person. This thought sparked Yang Bo's imagination. If it could, he would certainly fill it with Marvel heroes and villains. Bull. He called loudly, unsure if the other could hear him. Remarkably, the unconscious white dot agent awoke, the first action being to reach for his waist. Unfortunately, Yang Bo had thoroughly relieved him of all his belongings. Not only the gun, but even the buttons on his clothes had been discarded into the magma. Surveying his surroundings, the agent caught sight of Yang Bo, whose invisibility potion had worn off, revealing him in full view, brandishing an AS-50 sniper rifle, the ominous muzzle pressed against his forehead. I'm curious to see who is faster, me or you, Yang Bo remarked with a playful grin. The man swallowed hard. He seemingly perceived the specter of death raising its scythe, resting it upon his neck, and in an instant, cold sweat drenched his back. Yang Bo, observing the terror in the man's eyes, chuckled and said, "Next, I shall pose questions, and you shall provide answers. Not if you comprehend." The man nodded vigorously. The fate of his former comrades had already shattered the defenses of his heart. Reality is far less forgiving than the protagonists of films, akin to Yang Bo himself. Armed with beauty, he would undoubtedly falter. Your name? Jerry. This name. Surely you cannot be your father's biological son. In America, it is as peculiar as someone bearing the name Sun Wukong in our homeland. And your gender, do not misconstrue this as anything but respect. You must understand that in America, there are 112 recognized genders, each deserving of protection against discrimination. Male. Chapter 59. Subverting new subordinates. As Yang Bo engaged in pleasant conversation with the other party, Boar flapped his wings and returned. Jerry gazed at the enormous bat behind Yang Bo, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. A bat over a meter long was indeed a rarity. Not all bats are like the Malayan flying fox, which can reach 2 meters. A bat. Yang Bo had long anticipated Boar's arrival, as he was the only green spot in the vicinity. Yang, what is the situation with these two? Do you require my assistance in their transformation? Boar promptly landed beside Yang Bo, his vampiric senses discerning that these individuals were merely ordinary humans and not vampires. Jerry, half reclined on the ground, felt his pupils constrict sharply. More astonishing than the giant bat was the fact that this bat could speak. Yang Bo pointed to the man still unconscious on the ground and addressed Boar, saying, "He is an undercover agent from Hydra embedded within SHIELD, and he has also assaulted me. Boar, I entrust him to you. Transform him into a vampire. By the way, please check if he has any poison in his mouth. I would prefer he doesn't die too easily." Yang Bo's words were also intended for Jerry's ears. From their previous conversation, he had discerned that Jerry was not the type to be overly fanatical. If he truly were a Hydra agent, he would have been shouting "Long live Hydra," and perishing before him. Long live Hydra. The agent, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, seemingly having regained consciousness without Yang Bo's notice. His previously pale complexion swiftly turned a sickly green, indicative of poisoning. Yang Bo hurriedly produced some milk, his expression tense as he prepared to use it. "Do you wish to die? Did you consult me first?" He pinched the man's mouth and poured the milk inside. The effect was immediate. The green hue on the man's face began to dissipate. However, while the milk could alleviate the symptoms, it could not heal the damage caused by the potent toxin. This man appeared to be in even greater agony than before. But as long as he was alive, there was hope. I leave him in your care. With a thud, Boar reverted to his human form, his large frame landing on the ground, a look of excitement gracing his features. His small hands rubbed together incessantly, revealing that he had indeed lost some weight. Previously, his hands could hardly touch. He grinned sheepishly and said, "Boss, may I have him thrown over?" Young Bo sighed, bending down to grasp the agent by the collar and toss him to Boar. Without hesitation, Boar sank his fangs into the man's neck, eliciting a feeble scream from the agent. Boar appeared even more exhilarated. Adhering to a principle of not wasting, Boar fed with remarkable cleanliness, the scene surprisingly harmonious, devoid of any gruesome imagery. In less than a minute, Boar discarded the man aside, licking his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Jerry and said, "Boss, he is currently undergoing transformation. Whether he succeeds depends on him. Does he require transformation as well?" He pointed a finger at Jerry, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yang Bo observed the figure on the ground and approached, retrieving a bottle of healing potion to pour into the individual's mouth. If this did not sustain him, there was little more that could be done. "Boar, I still have use for you." Boar nodded and, with a soft puff, transformed into a bat and took flight. He now preferred this form over his immobile original state. Yang Bo turned and walked steadily towards Jerry, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously, instilling a heavy sense of pressure upon Jerry. "Jerry, let us resume our little game. Did you visit this place the day before yesterday?" At that moment, Jerry felt as though his mind had turned to mush. The events of the day had been too overwhelming for him to process. "I did visit." Yang Bo nodded gently. "Are you affiliated with Hydra?" Jerry hesitated, then quickly shook his head. "I have no idea what Hydra is." Yang Bo was not surprised by this response. If Jerry had claimed he was not part of Hydra, it would have been more peculiar, as Hydra had long since vanished from public view, concealing their existence. Ordinary agents were oblivious to Hydra's affairs, especially those former soldiers who had transitioned out of the military. "Very well, Jerry. By rights, you came here to eliminate me, and under normal circumstances, I should eradicate you. However, I sense you are merely a pawn being manipulated, utterly unaware of the larger picture, which is why I have spared you. Now, I pose one final question. Are you willing to become my subordinate?" Jerry glanced at his trembling comrade lying nearby and recalled those whom Yang Bo had dispatched. He felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy and forced himself to regain composure. Meeting Yang Bo's bright gaze, "I wish to know what Hydra is." Yang Bo proceeded to elucidate the nature of Hydra, presenting an impartial account devoid of embellishment or defamation. Jerry fell into deep contemplation, particularly chilled by the revelation that S-H-I-E-L-D had been overtaken by Hydra. Finally, he looked up at Yang Bo and declared, "I am willing to join you." A radiant smile broke across Yang Bo's previously impassive face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He reached out, pulling Jerry up from the ground, exclaiming, "A wise choice," as he stowed the diamond sword that had been poised at Jerry's throat back into his backpack. It was clear that this was not an act of intimidation. Rather, Yang Bo was concerned that Jerry might stray further down a perilous path. Grasping Jerry's hand warmly, he guided him toward a nearby red reclining chair, embodying a sense of hopeful encouragement. "Jerry, from now on, you may call me sir. I will make the necessary introductions with S-H-I-E-L-D. You need not worry about any other matters. I am well acquainted with your former leader, Director Fury. I'll call him shortly. Now, please, lie down." With a deceptive guise meant to ensnare the young, the figure pinned Jerry to the hunter's injection chair, brandishing a colossal syringe filled with a milky substance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the remnants of uncrushed garlic floating within. "Commander, what is the purpose of this?" Jerry, reclined in the injection chair, felt a surge of panic, especially upon seeing the syringe, which resembled an infant's arm in size. "Just lie still. It will be over swiftly. If you endure just a little, you shall become stronger. Do you not aspire to be a superhero like Captain America?" Jerry fell into silence, succumbing to the allure of power. He glanced once more at Yang Bo and the syringe in his hand, resignedly closing his eyes. A piercing scream erupted from his lips as Jerry's eyes widened in horror, veins bulging on his forehead. The pain was excruciating. The 3 seconds of the toxin's effect made him feel as though he had perished, with terror etched in his gaze. He fixated on the syringe in Yang Bo's grasp, vowing never to experience the sensation of garlic juice entering his body again. Meanwhile, Yang Bo observed the similar scent emanating from Jerry, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Welcome to the Hunter Association. Chapter 60. The Iron Man saga commences with a sharp crack. The whip lashed against the transformed vampire agent. Yang Bo, his face contorted with rage, wielded the instrument with a fierce intensity. Through Jerry, he had discerned that the agent's name was Alan, a moniker that seemed almost too trivial for the moment. The whip struck Alan's flesh, leaving 2 grotesque wounds that gaped open like a maw, a visceral display of suffering that vividly illustrated the phrase skin torn from flesh. Jerry, your turn. Put some muscle into it. Yang Bo passed the whip to Jerry, who was still acclimating to his new form. Earlier, Yang Bo had endured considerable pain to transfer 6 vials of vampire blood, elevating Jerry's level to 2. Consequently, he could now activate the first 2 skills of the Hunter class. Although Jerry did not experience an explosive surge of strength, his stamina and speed had been significantly enhanced. Particularly with the skill, increased attack speed, he felt as though he could tap into a capability reminiscent of bullet time. As he grasped the whip and gazed at Alan, suspended against the wall, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. Despite their lack of close acquaintance, they were comrades, and a sense of shared sorrow for a fellow being arose within him. Gently biting his lip, he tightened his grip on the whip and, managing a faint smile, turned to Yang Bo. Commander, should we not inquire about a few matters? Inquire? Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. There's no need. If he wishes to speak, he will. If not, no amount of questioning will yield results. My intention in striking him is merely to vent some pent-up frustration. If you wish to ask, then do so. If not, just assist me in administering punishment. Worry not for his life. He is now a vampire. And even if his limbs are severed, they will regenerate. If necessary, we can replenish his blood supply. With that, he turned and sank into a nearby sofa. Casting a glance at the small map, no new red dots appeared, but numerous white dots had emerged, indicating that the earlier gunfire had attracted the attention of law enforcement. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his phone from his bag and dialed Carlson. He gestured to the visibly conflicted Jerry, saying, Jerry, if you find it difficult to act, take a breather while I make a call. After all, he isn't an outright villain, so if you're hesitant, we can always revisit it later. After a brief ring, the call connected. Yang, hold on a moment. Carlson's voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation, came through, followed by the sound of footsteps, indicating he was seeking a secure location. After several seconds, Carlson inquired, what's the matter? Speak up, what bad news do you have this time? Yang Bo chuckled in response. Why do you assume there can't be good news when I call you? Having collaborated on numerous occasions, the two had grown familiar with one another, and Carlson occasionally indulged in light-hearted banter. Well, if memory serves, each time you call, it's either for me to help you gather items, or because you've been ambushed. So what is the story this time? Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh. You certainly have a knack for reading people. The agents of Hydra have come to surveil me, but I have eliminated them. I have spared one Hydra member and the sole S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, while the rest have been dealt with. You may wish to inform Fury. He should be aware of the situation. I am curious if you have any interest in this Hydra agent. If not, I shall dispose of them shortly. Carlson paused momentarily before responding. Yang, I am currently in Los Angeles, attempting to establish contact with Tony Stark. Your actions have instilled a profound distrust within Fury regarding the internal members of S.H.I.E.L.D., and as the only one privy to the details, I find myself quite overwhelmed. I shall inform Director Fury. He is preparing to assign Agent Romanoff to take over my duties and liaise with you. Upon hearing this, Yang was taken aback. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984 in Stalingrad, was trained from a young age as an agent by Soviet operatives. The enhancements made by the Soviet government significantly slowed her aging process and bolstered her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of physical and mental training, She has become a lethal force akin to a deadly Black Widow spider, having betrayed the Soviet operative organization, the Red Room, to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Although she is of considerable age, her beauty, particularly her physique honed by rigorous training, evokes a certain restlessness in the mind. Yang contemplated purchasing a vehicle for himself. Yet occasionally hailing a cab did not seem too burdensome. Moreover, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, out of respect for broadcasting standards, Black Widow had yet to reach the level of public transport. Addressing Coulson on the other end of the line with utmost seriousness, he stated, "Let us refrain from further contact. I fear Natasha may misconstrue our communications." Coulson replied, "Do not jest with me, Yang. I must inquire if you are aware of Tony Stark's recent disappearance." You're asking me? Pray, do not tell me that S.H.I.E.L.D. is incapable of investigating this matter. If you truly lack clarity, perhaps you should join Fury in washing dishes at a Chinese restaurant. Coulson was momentarily rendered speechless by Yang's retort, and after a few seconds, he resignedly responded, "We do indeed have a suspect, Obadiah Stane, a shareholder at Stark Industries. He has been covertly engaging in arms dealings with terrorists. It appears that he may have a hand in the abduction of Tony. Well, that is acceptable, not entirely inept." Yang concluded, forming his assessment of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was astonishing that such a seemingly formidable organization could not locate the Ten Rings hideout in Afghanistan. Yang found it incredulous. The implication was that Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. was disinclined to see Tony return. "Coulson, I wish not to discuss this matter further. Iron Man is currently in a formative stage, and I prefer not to encounter an arrogant and foul-mouthed Iron Man in the future. Thus, I do not wish to influence the unfolding narrative." As he pondered, Yang's thoughts drifted to Ivan Vanko, the antagonist from Iron Man 2. This is truly a remarkable talent, far superior to the so-called scientists in Justin Hammer's industry. Most importantly, it is certain that his father is still alive. If we can locate him, it would be akin to a buy-one-get-one free offer. With this thought in mind, Yang Bo felt no inclination to waste time. Although there remains a considerable distance before the plot of Iron Man 2 commences, what if Anton Vanko were to unexpectedly meet his demise? That would be an immense loss. Consequently, when it comes to treating Anton Vanko's affliction, Yang Bo felt no pressure whatsoever. A bucket of milk combined with a healing potion should suffice. If not, he could always transform him into a vampire. "Coulson, since you are in Los Angeles, I shall refrain from further conversation with you. Please provide me with Black Widow Natasha's contact information, as I have some serious matters to discuss with her." Coulson, face forward, not backward. Chapter 61, A Bountiful Harvest in Hell's Kitchen. Jerry maneuvered a black SUV through the chaotic streets, transporting Yang Bo, as a shadow loomed ominously overhead. The vehicle moved at a sluggish pace, barely faster than a leisurely jog, while sporadic gunfire echoed from the narrow alleys. Yang Bo inhaled deeply, reflecting, "Jerry, as expected, the air in America is indeed sweet, infused with the essence of freedom." Jerry remained silent. Although Yang Bo's words seemed flawless, he sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in his tone. At that moment, a somewhat dilapidated motorcycle roared up from behind, its engine growling as it pulled alongside the driver's window. The rider, a black man, abruptly slammed the brakes, leaving a long, dark skid mark on the pavement. "Hey, hand over your cash. Don't move." One of them brandished a handgun, aiming it at Jerry's head, while the other leaped off the motorcycle, pointing his weapon at Yang Bo. "If you don't want a hole in your head, you'd better hand over the money." The man spoke, glancing around nervously, his body restless and agitated. Sighing, Yang Bo thought, "Indeed, this is Hell's Kitchen." Before he could finish his musing, the imposing figure of Paul descended from above, crashing onto the motorcycle rider. Seizing the moment when the other assailant was momentarily distracted, Yang Bo swiftly grasped the gunman's arm and twisted forcefully. A sickening crack echoed, followed by a pained scream. Yang Bo caught the falling handgun and tossed it onto the back seat, where an alarming assortment of at least 20 to 30 various weapons lay stacked. Striding out of the vehicle, Yang Bo unapologetically stepped onto the assailant's chest. He turned to Paul and urged, "Hurry, take care of this one too." "Sure thing, boss." Toss me a few more bottles. This blood jar is full. Paul's excited voice chimed in as young Bo hurled several glass bottles his way. Jerry also exited the driver's seat, deftly rummaging through the pockets of the two assailants. Having spent an entire night searching through dozens of petty criminals and a dozen vampires, he had become quite the expert. Buzzing. The phone vibrated in Young Bo's pocket. He extracted it to find an unfamiliar number, and instantly, the name of the Black Widow flashed in his mind. Upon answering, a sultry voice greeted him. Mr. Young Bo? Is that you, Natasha? Indeed, I am Natasha Romanoff, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will be your point of contact moving forward. I have arrived at Times Square in New York. Her voice was alluring yet imbued with an air of aloofness. Just wait for me a moment. With that, Young Bo forcefully kicked the head of the thug beneath him, silencing his cries abruptly. I'm currently attending to some matters outside and shall return shortly. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Bull and said, All right, the dawn is approaching. Let us return home. Upon hearing this, Bull immediately transformed into his bat form, revealing the unflinching thug beneath him, whose rising and falling chest attested to his continued existence. This evening, Bull had not taken a life. He merely drained the thugs of their blood, allowing them to survive just enough to draw breath. Whether or not they would be scavenged by vagrants for some peculiar purpose was a concern beyond the reckoning of the few present. Bull seized the blood in glass vials, taking flight to perch atop the vehicle, where he obediently lay down. Hearing the noise from the roof, Young Bo called to Jerry, Let us head home. The black SUV sped away, leaving behind nothing but a legend in Hell's Kitchen. 20 minutes later, Young Bo returned to the entrance of Central Park, glancing around but failing to spot Natasha. He exited the vehicle and retrieved a pickaxe, stowing the car within his backpack. Jerry, having previously witnessed Young Bo extract the car from the bag, was nonetheless astonished anew by the spectacle. As they walked homeward, the impending dawn rendered Bull's transformation untenable under the sunlight, and Young Bo certainly did not wish to carry Bull home. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, he caught sight of a figure standing at the edge of the woods, a silhouette clad in a form-fitting black suit. Accentuating her alluring curves, her cold visage devoid of any smile, as she scrutinized Young Bo with a discerning gaze. Soon, Young Bo approached the edge of the woods, extending his hand with a smile. Welcome, Ms. Romanoff. Greetings, Mr. Young Bo. The Black Widow maintained her stoic demeanor, shaking hands with Young Bo before stating, I have received orders from Director Fury. I will now be responsible for liaising with you to assist in resolving your issues. Young Bo nodded gently, but the expressionless countenance of the Black Widow extinguished the fervent and wicked thoughts that had ignited within him. While he held an appreciation for beauty and desired to engage in flirtations, he was not inclined to pursue those who rebuffed him. He was not lacking in wealth and could easily procure a yacht or host a grand banquet instead. Then let us converse as we walk, Young Bo suggested. Turning with Jerry in the direction of home, he continued, I need your assistance in locating two individuals, Anton Vanko and his son Ivan Vanko. Anton Vanko is a physicist, albeit currently exiled to Siberia. I require S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help to locate him, but please refrain from sending anyone to make contact. I wish to retrieve him personally. Understood. I will contact Director Fury at once. The Black Widow replied readily, committing Young Bo's words to memory as she produced a gray communicator from her chest pocket, initiating contact with Director Fury. Moments later, she approached Young Bo, saying, Director Fury is on the line for you. Young Bo's expression momentarily faltered as he instinctively took the communicator, raising an eyebrow in a feigned manner, and said, Hello? What did you say? I can't hear you well. The signal is rather poor. There is no sound. Is your device malfunctioning, Ms. Romanoff? With that, he returned the communicator to Black Widow, completely disregarding Nick Fury's voice emanating from it. Black Widow had no choice but to take the communicator back. A smile spread across Young Bo's face. Ever since he had surreptitiously stowed the Tesseract in his backpack, the stubborn director had been yearning to reclaim it. He had even blocked Fury's number, yet Fury still lingered on the matter. It was quite amusing. Really, did he not realize that with the Tesseract firmly in his possession, there was no way it could be relinquished? At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury's expression darkened, eclipsing even the soot of a cooking pot. Were it not for the fear of eliminating Yongbo, the Tesseract, which had been absorbed into another dimension, might never be retrieved. Fury found himself contemplating the unthinkable. Initially, he had merely intended to test Yongbo's resolve, but instead, he had been outmaneuvered. Resigned, he could only place his hopes on Black Widow, instructing her, maintain a good rapport with him, and report any developments to me. Chapter 62. Leisurely daily life. The abode, though modest, invited one to take a seat. The Black Widow accompanied Yongbo to his home, instructing Jerry to fetch a bottle of soda, an item he had specifically procured for entertaining guests. The matter concerning Ivan Vanko required urgent attention. His father was gravely ill, and Yongbo feared that prolonged delays could lead to irreparable consequences. Seated on the sofa, Yongbo spoke earnestly as he accepted the soda from Jerry, uncapping it and taking a sip, albeit regrettably, it was not chilled. Not a problem, Mr. Yongbo. However, do you possess any more detailed information? It would simplify our search for them. Yongbo shrugged, replying, I have no further details. This is all I know. If I had the specific address, I wouldn't require your assistance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, they are, after all, human, even in seclusion. It's improbable that they would leave no trace. Whether through the internet, television, phone calls, or even shopping, there will always be remnants. Moreover, Anton Vanko was formerly a partner of Howard Stark but was unfairly treated and subsequently expelled from the United States. You might commence your investigation from that point. The Black Widow nodded, deeming this information sufficient. Should they fail to unearth more, it would suggest that S.H.I.E.L.D. was better off disbanding. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from a nearby black room, prompting the Black Widow's instinctive glance in that direction. A smile crept across Yongbo's face as he rubbed his nose and remarked, You know, I have quite a few enemies. So it's only natural to invite one or two over for a visit, isn't it? The Black Widow regarded him with a knowing look and then said, I possess numerous interrogation techniques. Do you require my assistance? Prior to her arrival, she had received some intelligence from Fury, aware that Yongbo had a traitor from S.H.I.E.L.D. in his possession. This was one of the reasons for her personal visit. She needed to extract information from him to report back to Director Fury. Feigning surprise, Yongbo stood, extending his hand to grasp the Black Widow's delicate, seemingly frail hand. Exclaiming, That sounds splendid. Come with me. How is it that her hand, accustomed to handling firearms, remains so soft? Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. has some special skincare regimen? I must inquire with Coulson when the opportunity arises. He thought as he led her to the guest room, a luxurious suite he had constructed specifically for Hydra Zarlin. The guest chamber was entirely crafted from obsidian, a material harder than Yongbo had anticipated. Even when struck by his enchanted sniper rifle, it merely sustained minor cracks, which would mend within 3 seconds if left undisturbed. According to Yongbo's tests, it would require at least a dozen shots from the sniper rifle to breach the obsidian, effectively thwarting any thoughts of escape from the captive. The iron door at the entrance was the most vulnerable point. Nonetheless, for safety, Yongbo had installed 2 layers of iron doors. At that moment, the doors were ajar. And before entering, he caught sight of the corpulent figure of Boris sitting in the corner of the room. With a small whip in hand, Yongbo relentlessly struck Alan. Observing the gleeful expression on Boar's face with a furrowed brow, he quickly interjected, Boar, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. It was not out of concern for the Black Widow's impression, but rather the comical sight of Boar's short arms flailing ineffectively, devoid of any semblance of intimidation. Upon hearing this, Boar reluctantly transformed into his bat-like form. Had he not, he would have occupied more than half of the cramped room, leaving Yongbo with little space to maneuver. Boss, leave him to me. I assure you, I can extract every detail from him. Even if you wish to know the age at which he first engaged in self-pleasure, I can make him divulge that. Yongbo rolled his eyes in response. I am not a pervert. I couldn't care less about that. Very well, you stay put and observe closely. Learn a thing or two about the interrogation techniques employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Yongbo stepped aside to allow the Black Widow to enter. She first reached out to caress the slightly warm obsidian wall before directing her attention to the agent Alan, who was suspended against the wall. His combat uniform had been stripped away, leaving him in nothing but his underwear, his body marred by numerous purple welts, quickly healing under her astonished gaze. With a yellowed sock stuffed in his mouth, his eyes were devoid of life, numbly staring ahead. Even as the Black Widow approached him, he displayed little reaction. I hope I haven't broken him, Yongbo thought, feeling a pang of concern at the sight of his vacant expression. If he were indeed broken, it would require capturing another, along with the time-consuming process of transformation and conditioning, which was exceedingly burdensome. Stepping closer, he gently patted Alan's cheek, prompting a flicker of awareness in his eyes, now filled with terror as they locked onto Yongbo spit out the sock. I have some questions for you. Yongbo had no desire to handle someone else's foul sock, especially one that appeared particularly odorous. Upon hearing Yongbo's command, Alan tentatively flicked his tongue and expelled the sock from his mouth. The reason he hadn't done so earlier was that Yongbo possessed 100 ways to compel him to reinsert it. Satisfied that Alan was now compliant, Yongbo nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Alan, that smile appeared grotesquely menacing, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, though he dared not utter a sound. Yongbo glanced at the Black Widow and remarked, I leave him in your capable hands. I shall tend to some wheat, should he refuse to cooperate. Do not hesitate to call for me. He then added, oh, and this. Retrieving a vial of blood from his bag, a gift from well-meaning citizens of Hell's Kitchen. He noticed Alan's gaze fixated on the vial, driven by a thirst for blood. Yongbo, unconcerned, uncorked the bottle and poured its contents into Alan's mouth. And in an instant, his exterior bore no visible scars. He produced another vial and handed it to the Black Widow. Well, you've witnessed the effects. If you find it insufficient, simply have Boar come to me. Having spoken, he paid no heed to the intricate expression in Black Widow's eyes and turned to leave the guest room. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Boar's boisterous voice from within. Hey, gorgeous. The boss wants me to learn interrogation techniques from you. You can't keep any secrets. Yongbo chuckled and shook his head, calling out to Jerry. He placed a hand on Jerry's shoulder and walked towards the expanse of farmland he had cultivated, warmly declaring, Jerry, this is the realm I have established for you. It shall be entrusted to your stewardship from now on. Chapter 63, The Snowstorm of Siberia. A few days later, a Kun-style fighter aircraft pierced through the clouds, arriving at the snow-blanketed expanse of Siberia. Yongbo gazed out of the window, inquiring, Are you certain Ivan Vanko is here? Before him lay an endless white landscape, devoid of any other hues. Gradually, the aircraft decelerated, and the Black Widow sat beside Yongbo, fiddling with her tablet. After several days of interaction, she had gleaned some understanding of Yongbo's character, his penchant for revenge, and a slightly unhinged demeanor, coupled with an obsession for vampires, compelled him to venture out nightly in search of them. Moreover, he exhibited a certain timidity. His hand hovered just 2 fingers away from her thigh. Yet he dared not bridge the gap. Observing this, a subtle smile graced the Black Widow's lips. As a professional agent, she could easily discern Yongbo's inner thoughts. Upon hearing Yongbo's query, she tapped her tablet and replied, Indeed, our investigations have confirmed that Ivan Vanko is right here. Yongbo felt his heart race. Ivan Vanko was of paramount importance. With him, the creation of a reactor would alleviate his concerns about the refrigerator's power supply. If Ivan Vanko were to discover that Yongbo sought his assistance merely for the sake of electricity, he would undoubtedly be tempted to pry open Yongbo's mind to uncover its contents. As the plane descended from the skies, Yongbo finally beheld the buildings below. Several wooden cabins were sparsely scattered across the ground, their roofs laden with snow, easily overlooked unless one observed carefully from above. Flurries danced in the air, and not a soul was in sight on the roads below. At that moment, the Black Widow produced her tablet and presented it to Yongbo. The screen displayed an aerial view of the town. She pointed to one of the houses and said, Yongbo, Ivan Vanko resides in that very building. Based on his recent pharmaceutical purchases, it is evident that his father's condition is quite dire. Yongbo nodded, cross-referencing his small map to pinpoint Ivan Vanko's residence, and replied with a smile, Of course, if his father's health were satisfactory, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. With a slight jolt, the aircraft touched down. Yongbo rose and made his way toward the lounge. Natasha, I will go check on them. Please wait for me on the plane. The Black Widow nodded gently. Standing as she said, All right, Be cautious. According to our findings, Ivan Vanko possesses certain flaws in his character. Apart from his father, he seldom interacts with anyone. Yes, I will be careful. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, allowing a frigid gust of wind to sweep inside. The other ordinary crew members shivered in response to the chill, yet Yang Bo, clad in but a single garment, seemed impervious to the cold, likely due to the absence of a weather module. He made his way toward Ivan Vanko's house, retrieving a shovel from his backpack and digging into the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground. A multitude of snowballs tumbled to the earth, which he carefully stowed away in his pack. Seizing the opportunity to gather more snow for his return, he envisioned crafting a snowman, thus ensuring an endless supply of snow. Although snow held little utility within the game, in reality, it could at least chill a few bottles of beer and cola. As he continued to dig while advancing toward Ivan Vanko's residence, he pondered the duration of the blizzard that had blanketed the area. The snow had already obscured half of the Vanko family's door. A series of heavy knocks resonated through the air. Ivan Vanko, attending to his ailing father, immediately furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the door. Rarely did anyone visit his home, especially in such inclement weather. Setting down the food in his hands, he rose to address his father, saying, "Father, please wait here while I investigate who it is." Anton Vanko lay on a decrepit wooden bed, appearing gravely ill. Summoning his strength, he managed to utter, "Ivan, be careful." Cough, cough. A fit of coughing interrupted Anton's words. Ivan nodded in understanding, gently patting his father's chest, assuring him, "Do not worry, father." Standing at the threshold, Yangbo looked quizzically at the white dot on his mini-map and knocked twice more on the door. What is going on? Are the two of them asleep inside? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the white dot on the map moving toward the door, prompting a smile to break across his face. With a creak, the door swung open. Just as Yangbo was about to speak, a dark barrel of a shotgun emerged from the gap, aimed directly at his forehead, a double-barreled shotgun. Following this, a man's voice inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Yangbo felt no anger. It was only natural to be met with such suspicion in the rugged land of Siberia. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I am Yangbo, here to seek Ivan Vanko. I wish to recruit you for my endeavors." Upon hearing his name, Ivan hesitated momentarily before squeezing out a response through clenched teeth. "I have no desire to work for you. Please leave." He began to withdraw the shotgun and attempted to close the door. I believe you will find it difficult to refuse the remuneration I offer, Mr. Vanko." The door, which had been on the verge of shutting, paused as Ivan's voice echoed from within. "Is it merely about money? Get lost. Even if I were to starve, I would not accept your coin." Yangbo raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his demeanor. "Oh, it seems we have triggered the allure of irresistible temptation." His voice remained calm and unhurried as he continued, "I can cure your father's ailment." As the words fell, the door swung open with haste, revealing Ivan's appearance to Yangbo clad in a tattered cotton coat. He sported a shoulder-length hairstyle reminiscent of the Black Widow, albeit streaked with gray, giving him the semblance of a man in his 40s despite being in his 30s. His iron teeth glimmered menacingly. "If you deceive me, I shall end your life." Yangbo loathed this phrase. If you truly wished for my demise, why not simply pull the trigger? Such threats bore no substance. With a dismissive snort, he retorted, "You are more aware of your father's condition than I am. If I do not arrive, he has at most a month left. Soon, you will be an employee under my command. Allow me to impart a lesson. Do not utter threats without understanding the other party." Before Ivan Vanko could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yangbo retrieved his sniper rifle from his backpack and pressed its barrel against Ivan's temple, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the double-story building, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. The deafening sound nearly sent Ivan Vanko into unconsciousness, blood oozing from his ears. Seizing the moment of his disorientation, Yangbo stowed the double-barreled shotgun back into his bag and produced a vial of healing medicine, prying open Ivan's mouth to pour it inside. "You shall be the first to test the efficacy of this remedy for your father." Chapter 64. There is no one I cannot move upon entering the room. Yangbo found the once spacious area cluttered with various items and equipment. He carefully sidestepped the debris in the corridor and proceeded towards the location indicated by the small map, where a white dot awaited. Casting a disdainful glance around, he remarked without any attempt to conceal his contempt, "Ivan Vanko, are you sure you don't reside in a pigsty? How can you endure this? How can your father?" Yangbo's scornful voice jolted Ivan, who stood frozen at the doorway. The effects of the healing potion took hold the moment Ivan consumed it. His previously bleeding ear had returned to normalcy. However, having danced with death, his reflexes were somewhat dulled. Turning around, he noticed Yangbo making his way toward his father's room, and Ivan snapped back to reality, suppressing his inner dread. "Stop right there," he exclaimed. Beneath his carefree exterior lay a heart of filial piety. In the narrative, with Ivan's skills, he could easily become a figure of success in any company. Yet, he remained steadfast to his father's dying wish, to eliminate Tony Stark, granting his father peace. Yangbo glanced back at Ivan, who was striding toward him, a smile spreading across his face. "You must have felt the effects of the potion I just gave you. How do you find it? Don't you wish to try again? All I need is for you to work for me. Is that not simple? I imagine you would not wish for your father to leave you so soon. He has toiled his entire life. It is time he enjoyed some respite." As soon as he spoke, Yangbo froze. "What on earth? How did such villainous words escape my lips?" Sigh. "Never mind. I am not exactly a paragon of virtue." Convincing himself internally, he donned a determined smile and gently pushed open the wooden door leading to Anton Vanko's room. The dilapidated door creaked open, revealing an environment that, while better than the chaos outside, still left much to be desired. Anton Vanko looked feebly at Yangbo, wishing to move, yet his body lacked any strength. Yangbo smiled and nodded at Anton before approaching him directly. "I wish to attempt to heal you. If you agree, simply blink. If not, you may disregard my presence altogether." Anton Vanko remained silent, his gaze fixated on his son, despite his frail state, on the verge of losing consciousness. He registered Yangbo's request and chose not to make a decision for his son. "Very well, I accept your terms, provided you can heal my father." Ivan's voice resounded behind Yangbo, firm and resolute. Yet, Yangbo knew that should he fail to heal Anton Vanko, he would undoubtedly become a more coveted target for Ivan's wrath than even Tony Stark. However, if Anton Vanko were not healed, neither father nor son would survive the day. To eradicate the roots is essential. Otherwise, with the spring breeze, they shall sprout anew. From his backpack, he procured a bucket of milk and poured it into Anton Vank's mouth, followed by a healing potion. Under the combined effect of the milk and the treatment, Anton's complexion transformed visibly, taking on a rosy hue. Yangbo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Your father is currently in a state of great weakness. Even if his ailment is cured, he will require time to recuperate." Before he could finish his thought, Anton Vank unfurled the blanket, now devoid of its original color, and sat upright on the bed. An expression of exhilaration spread across his face. I am healed." He felt the pain within him dissipate, as if the previous suffering had been nothing but an illusion. Upon witnessing his father rise, Ivan nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief and rushed forward to embrace him. "Father." The two locked in an embrace. And nothing is more heartwarming than extending a hand to those engulfed in despair. Anton released his son and, with his slightly clouded eyes, turned to Yangbo. Finally able to regard him earnestly, gratitude evident upon his face. "Thank you, regardless of what you seek from us. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue from the depths of hell." Yangbo waved his hand with a smile, replying, "I have already stated my demands. This is merely part of our transaction. There is no need for such formality." He approached a wall adorned with photographs and magazine covers of Tony, reaching out to pull down one of the images, then turning to the father and son. "What? Do you seek vengeance? Even if you were to slay him, Anton, your honor shall never return, and your son would spend a lifetime in prison. Now is the time to demonstrate sincerity. If sincerity fails to move others, it must surely be insufficient." He carelessly tossed aside the photo of Tony. "Anton, all you have left to bequeath your son are knowledge and hatred. Work for me. I can provide the wealth you require." From his backpack, he retrieved a gold ingot and placed it upon the ground. As scientists, both Vank father and son instantly recognized its significance. "Honor." He struck the television, which emitted a series of sharp sounds, revealing an interview featuring Tony. "I can help you obtain it all. Come with me." Observing the white dots on the minimap representing the two, young Bo felt no disappointment. He lacked the domineering aura that would compel obedience through sheer presence. There is no rush. We shall cultivate them slowly. After all, this father and son duo need only develop the microreactor. Ivan reached out to touch the gold that young Bo had produced, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Though he did not place great value on money, the establishment of a laboratory and the procurement of materials necessitated financial resources. Money may not hold paramount importance, yet life invariably reveals the necessity of it in numerous facets. Yang Bo scanned the various blueprints and equipment scattered across the table and inquired, "Organize your belongings. We are heading to New York. That shall be our home from now on." Ivan Vank and Anton Vank exchanged a glance, after which Anton spoke first. "Ivan, from now on, he shall be your superior. Let us embark together to America and reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to the Vank family." Assisting the father and son in hastily packing the essential items from the room into their backpacks, primarily consisting of blueprints and books, and ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Yang Bo led the two back to the Kuan-style fighter jet. Upon seeing Yang Bo's return at the boarding gate, the Black Widow inquired, "Have you completed your task?" "Indeed, I have. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Please convey to Fury that I owe him a favor," Yang Bo earnestly stated before guiding the Vank father and son towards the lounge aboard the aircraft. Chapter 64, With Talent in Hand. The world is mine. Within a fast food establishment in New York, Ivan felt a pang of regret. He believed that his agreement with Yang Bo had been made in haste. Initially, he had assumed that Yang Bo's imposing demeanor and grand claims were backed by substantial influence, at the very least comparable to Stark Industries. However, upon arriving in New York, he discovered that Yang Bo possessed virtually nothing. Even their return flight had been borrowed. Not only did he lack a professional laboratory, but he did not even have an appropriate facility. Glancing at Yang Bo, who was distractedly observing a leggy beauty by the roadside, Ivan sighed deeply, feeling as though he had stumbled into a pit. Were it not for the fact that the gold Yang Bo had presented was undeniably genuine, he would have considered returning to Siberia with his father to cultivate potatoes. "Boss, what shall we do next?" Ivan's voice broke Yang Bo's reverie. Wiping the corners of his mouth to remove traces of saliva, Yang Bo turned with an earnest expression and replied, "Rest assured, I have enlisted the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D. to procure a workshop in New York. The laboratory you desire is currently under construction. Your immediate task is to work alongside your father to construct a small reactor. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round." Yang Bo had casually tossed 2 gold ingots onto the Kuan-type fighter jet, requesting Black Widow's assistance in acquiring a suitable facility and equipment in New York. If funds proved insufficient, he instructed them to contact him. Ivan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yang Bo's approach. Just as Tony Stark had managed to fabricate a reactor in a cave using rudimentary equipment, Ivan believed he could do the same. This was precisely why Yang Bo had sought him out in Siberia. Talent is the most precious treasure. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Bo packed some food to take back for Jerry. He felt concern for the unfortunate boy, who had been subsisting solely on bread, resulting in a pallid complexion. The trio ambled leisurely through the streets of New York, heading towards Central Park. Ivan, who had never visited New York before, surveyed his surroundings with excitement, though his expression remained stoic, as if everything were merely commonplace. In contrast, his father, Anton Vanko, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, how much has changed here. When I was last here, there were hardly as many cars on the road, and there weren't nearly as many chocolate shops." Fortunately, his voice was not loud. Otherwise, the nearby individuals might have rushed over to remind him of the nuances of political correctness. Yang Bo, occasionally glancing at a map, suddenly noticed a red dot appear on it. He halted in his tracks and turned his gaze towards the dot's direction, just as a car sped past him. Inside was a man in his 30s, who did not spare him a glance. Yang Bo's mind began to piece together the clues. Hydra operatives, he thought. He chose not to dwell on it. After all, Hydra's presence was pervasive, particularly in a bustling metropolis like New York, where operatives could be lurking in any sector. Observing Yang Bo's sudden halt in the direction of his gaze towards the departing vehicle, Ivan asked, perplexed, "What is the matter with that car?" Young Bo shook his head with a smile and said, "It's nothing, just suddenly reminded of a few things." With that, he continued his walk towards the park. He was not being dishonest. Upon seeing the Hydra agents, he indeed recalled certain matters, stroking his chin as he pondered. It seems that Hydra is affiliated with a company called Cyber Technology. Perhaps I could take a stroll there sometime and conveniently borrow some equipment. Certain advanced devices were simply unattainable for purchase, and Yang Bo had no means to borrow them directly from his foes. As a patriotic citizen, he firmly believed in the truth that without arms and artillery, the enemy would forge reality for us. After a brief stroll, he entered Central Park and continued deeper into the woods. At that moment, Ivan surveyed the lush surroundings and could not help but inquire, "What are we doing here?" "Home," Yang Bo replied. "We might be living here for a while." Ivan's expression darkened, and he internally scoffed. "Living here? Are we going to pitch a tent?" It was not until Yang Bo unearthed the ground, revealing an entrance to the underground, that Ivan ceased his frivolous thoughts, and instead, his interest in Yang Bo's capabilities was piqued. "Boss, is your special ability a supernatural power or technology? May I study it?" Yang Bo shot Ivan a glance and replied, "My abilities are quite profound. You are still young. Take my advice, you might not grasp it well. Focus on your reactor instead." He genuinely wished for Ivan's well-being, as he himself was unclear about the nature of his own abilities. If Ivan became engrossed in researching Yang Bo's powers, it would surely be a waste. With that, he pointed to the passage beneath their feet. "You all go down first. I will seal the entrance. Since you wish to study, we shall discuss it after you have crafted what I need." Ivan did not linger on the matter and promptly descended the tunnel, followed closely by Anton and Vank. Yang Bo brought up the rear, using dirt to seal the opening. Upon returning home, Yang Bo felt a profound sense of belonging, akin to a wanderer returning to his roots. He possessed the traits of a homebody. If not for necessity, he would never wish to venture outside. The slumbering Pio awoke swiftly upon hearing the commotion, soaring to land beside Yang Bo on the sofa. "Boss, you are back. Is this the prey you brought for me?" Pio now regarded Yang Bo with increasing reverence, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the Vank father and son who had returned with Yang Bo. The Vank duo was equally captivated. Although both were physicists, the appearance of a talking bed ignited their immediate desire to study it. Yang Bo, observing their expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and said, "First, calm your thoughts." He called out to Jerry, who was busily chopping wood, and once Jerry approached, he continued, "Let me introduce you. You will all be colleagues henceforth, albeit with different roles. This is my subordinate peer, a vampire by nature." He then extended his finger towards the approaching Jerry and remarked, "This is Jerry, who is also one of my subordinates, currently engaged in the profession of a vampire hunter." Ignoring the astonished expressions of Ivan and Anton, he continued with the introductions. "These two are my employees, Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko." The three of them, along with a vampire, exchanged nods and shook hands, thus acknowledging one another. Yang Bo lazily rose from the sofa and strolled towards the distance, stating, "Anton and Ivan, come over here. I will carve out a space for you to place the equipment you brought from your home. However, I must inform you in advance that there is no electricity here, so you will need to devise a solution for that yourselves. Once the reactor is constructed, I will share my vision regarding the prototype with you." The father and son exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Chapter 65. The new workshop and familiar surroundings. The following day, Yang Bo, bearing the fruits of his recent endeavors, arrived at the small compartment of the vampire hunter. It was time to elevate his level. He presented the vampire blood he had collected to the vampire hunter. Without any extravagant effects or the sudden manifestation of lightning, Yang Bo successfully advanced to level 5, earning himself 2 new skill points. Opening the skill panel, he resolutely opted for the 3rd skill branch. Upon acquiring the skill double, he could utilize and craft dual crossbows, as well as enhance them. The skill, weapon enhancement, permitted the user to fortify their weaponry, with the ability to create enhanced dual crossbows, coupled with specialized crossbow bolts. Ordinary vampires would scarcely require a second shot. Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction, though he remained composed, primarily due to the fact that, with the acquisition of an anti-material sniper rifle, he regarded the damage of standard weaponry with disdain. Were it not for the fact that the creatures did not drop loot unless using modded or original weapons, he would not have bothered crafting such trifles. Approaching the hunter's weapon table, he gathered various materials to forge a metal dual crossbow. After toying with it for a moment, he stowed it in his backpack. Buzz. The phone rang. The workshop had been purchased, situated in the suburban industrial area. As soon as he answered, the voice of Black Widow resonated from the other end. A satisfied smile spread across young Bo's face. Black Widow's efficiency was truly remarkable. Just yesterday, she had returned from Siberia. And today, she had finalized the workshop arrangements. If the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were consistently this high, perhaps I could see some advantages during the Hydra uprising. A seed of thought was planted in his mind as he spoke into the phone. Great. I'll head over with my team right away. Silently noting the address Black Widow had provided, young Bo felt a sense of DJVU about the location. Though he dismissed it and hung up the phone, seeking out the duo engrossed in reactor research. Let us pause for a moment. We acquired the new workshop. Let us go take a look. The Vank duo nodded slightly, setting aside their blueprints. Jerry, please drive us there. He called to Jerry, who was busy sowing wheat. Although young Bo had spent some time in New York, apart from Central Park, he was utterly unfamiliar with the rest of the city. Having wandered aimlessly at night without any specific destination, the four arrived at the location Black Widow had indicated. Young Bo, with a furrowed brow, surveyed the workshop before him. Glancing at the desolate surroundings that appeared as if they had been licked by a dog, evidence of his past exploits. Damn, no wonder this address felt somewhat familiar. Not far away lay the residence of Blade, with the two workshops merely 100 meters apart. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the concrete floor echoed from within the workshop, and a sensual figure emerged. Young Bo's eyes brightened at the sight of the newcomer's attire. The quintessential urban office lady is adorned in a fitted black blazer, complemented by a crisp white shirt beneath, while the lower half is clad in a form-fitting black pencil skirt, measuring approximately 30 centimeters, evoking a sense of beauty that might be revealed with every confident stride. Yet, drawing from years of experience in online browsing, young Bo is certain that this is merely a pair of trousers masquerading as a skirt. Her long, elegant legs are enveloped in black stockings, and she stands poised in black high heels with red soles that enhance her speed. The visitor is none other than the Black Widow. Her face partially obscured by stylish black-rimmed glasses and a document folder in hand, she strides directly towards young Bo. With a gulp, young Bo swallows hard, sensing an echo of his own heartbeat, as if several instances of swallowing were resonating in the air around him. His mind races, formulating a singular question. A beauty trap? Is my weakness so conspicuous? However, before he can utter a word, the Black Widow speaks directly, presenting the procurement certificate and transfer agreement for the land. Absently, young Bo accepts the documents and carelessly tosses them into his backpack. Thank you for your assistance, he exclaims, having only exchanged a bit of gold with her. Without her guidance, he would have had no idea how long it would take to acquire a factory. He gestures towards the distant factory owned by the Blade and inquires, "Are you aware of the situation regarding that factory?" It is evident that the Black Widow has conducted her own research and is aware of the Blade's circumstances. Adjusting her glasses, which lack lenses, she replies, "The place where the Blade resides is rented." Young Bo, upon receiving this information, is not surprised. Given the Blade's desperate situation of robbing vampires and so-called underworld dwellers, he cannot fathom how he could afford to purchase a factory. A radiant smile spreads across his face as he leans closer to the Black Widow and whispers, "Is there a chance to acquire that property?" The Black Widow pauses for a moment, quickly grasping young Bo's intention to become the Blade's landlord, and finds it somewhat amusing. Certainly, this industrial area has a single owner who is eager to sell, provided the price is right. Upon hearing this, young Bo's demeanor shifts to that of an eager tycoon, cheerfully exclaiming, "In that case, let us purchase as much as we can. We're not short on funds." With that, he leads Ivan and his son Jerry into the factory. Inside the facility, which is devoid of any furnishings, young Bo nods in satisfaction. Were it in disarray like the Blade's chaotic workshop, he would have to expend considerable effort to clean it. Instead, he envisions merely partitioning the space with blocks to create distinct areas. Anton, Ivan, the planning for this place is entrusted to you. It shall be your home from now on. As Anton and Ivan survey the spacious factory, their minds begin to craft visions of the future, prompting them to engage in discussion. Meanwhile, Yongbo glances at the small map, noticing a green dot appearing at the periphery of the factory, and instantly, the image of the blade materializes in his mind, as there are only a few individuals represented by green dots in his vicinity. In the company of Blade, Carlson, Pole, and the newly transformed Jerry, Carlson was in Los Angeles trying to recruit Tony, while Pole was napping at home during the day, leaving only Blade present outside the factory. As anticipated, Blade's figure leapt through the open window and approached the group, his expression one of astonishment as he addressed Yongbo. "Yang, what brings you here?" His gaze then shifted curiously to the Black Widow, an instinctual awareness informing him that this woman was extraordinary. Although he too was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., his role was primarily to assist with certain exceptional non-human incidents, akin to a guest expert. The Black Widow's attire struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall her identity. Upon seeing Blade's arrival, Yongbo stepped forward, arms wide open, embracing him as he exclaimed, "I have purchased this factory and intend to establish a laboratory here. Soon we shall be neighbors. You can take charge of the security here." Yongbo promptly assigned Blade an appropriate role. Chapter 66. Hellish Transit. Dagger stood in a state of bewilderment, questioning why he felt as though he had been sold, when he had merely come to assess the situation here. I must travel to another city." This time, it was Yongbo who appeared surprised, promptly inquiring, "What is your purpose? Has something happened?" Dagger flashed a grin that revealed his prominent canines. "Many vampires in New York have fled. I haven't received any information about them for several days. I intend to visit other cities to gather intelligence, to establish a forward base for our hunting guild." Yongbo nodded in agreement, having observed the same phenomenon. Even with the dual advantages of a small map and heightened perception, tracking down vampires had become somewhat arduous. Logically, it was improbable that the vampire population in New York had dwindled so drastically. Dagger's revelation clarified the situation. Indeed, the vampires had absconded. "Very well. You should proceed to the other cities for reconnaissance. Call me anytime. I will rally support for you," Yongbo remarked, then added, "By the way, would you like to bring Paul along? He has considerable experience dealing with vampires now." Upon hearing Paul's name, Dagger immediately envisioned the man's corpulent figure, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the thought. He had no desire to endure the sensation of grappling with a hefty pig once more. Observing this, Yongbo did not press the matter further. The two then exchanged insights regarding strategies for the new cities when Ivan Vanko approached. Yongbo turned to him, addressing him as boss. "We require additional equipment." "Not a problem. We shall venture out this evening," Ivan replied, pausing briefly before adding, "We also need some rare materials." "Absolutely. We shall take care of that tonight." Yongbo maintained a cheerful demeanor. Ivan was perplexed, having been there for less than a day. He was still unclear about what Yongbo meant by venture out. However, having received a positive affirmation, he chose not to delve deeper into the topic and resumed his discussion with his father. Casting a glance around the factory, Yongbo furrowed his brow slightly. Although it was suitable for constructing a laboratory, it felt rather desolate for residential living. Contemplating further, he resolved to experiment with the possibility of establishing a hellish transit system. If successful, it would greatly facilitate movement. In the game, traversing 1 meter in the underworld equated to 8 meters in the main world. And with the addition of hellish portals, rapid interdimensional travel could be achieved. "I will first create a safe house. Dagger, Natasha, if you have matters to attend to, please proceed," Yongbo instructed, retrieving a pickaxe from his backpack and heading towards a corner of the workshop. Dagger nodded at Yongbo, stating, "I will return to discuss with Whistler about which city to visit." Without further delay, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, the Black Widow smiled softly and asserted, "Accompanying you is my mission." Yongbo offered no reply, instead moving deeper into the workshop, swiftly striking the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, his form vanished beneath the surface. In that moment, Ivan Vanko suddenly found the prospect of researching the reactor less enticing. Exchanging glances with his father, They followed the Black Widow towards the corner together. A black hole, measuring 1 meter square at its entrance, held a torch at its base, illuminating the depths of the cavern. By the time the crowd approached, Yang Bo had already excavated over 10 meters deep and began to widen the tunnel. His figure was entirely obscured from above. Only the rhythmic sound of digging could be heard. The Black Widow, gazing into the abyss, felt a spark of excitement. This was an unparalleled opportunity to understand Yang Bo's capabilities. After contemplating his character, she boldly asked, "Yang, may I descend to take a look?" The clattering from below ceased, and soon Yang Bo's figure emerged at the entrance. Observing the heads peering down, he couldn't help but chuckle, calling out, "Just a moment." He retrieved wooden planks from his backpack, constructed a crafting table, and fashioned some ladders to accompany the passageway. Upon resurfacing, Yang Bo, wearing an expression of exasperation, addressed the gathered individuals. "What is so fascinating? It's merely a hole." He turned to Ivan and his son, inquiring, "Have you finalized your designs?" Anton Vank, locking eyes with Yang Bo, awkwardly smiled. "Well, the rest can only proceed once the equipment arrives." "All right then, if you wish to see, feel free to come down." Yang Bo was indifferent to their curiosity and returned underground. The first to follow him was the Black Widow. Yang Bo stood below, watching her ascend, anxious that her high heels might cause her to slip and fall from the considerable height. After all, it was over 10 meters. And even the Black Widow, despite her enhanced physique, would not fare well from such a drop. Soon, she reached the bottom, but Yang Bo's expression was far from pleasant. "Bah, it's just pants," she exclaimed, turning to continue expanding the subterranean space. Before long, a space exceeding 100 square meters materialized beneath the factory. The Black Widow crossed her arms, her face betraying no emotion, yet the astonishment in her eyes was unmistakable. She had encountered many individuals with special abilities, but never had she seen someone as complex, stable, and controllable as Yang Bo. It was a revelation unlike any she had previously encountered. Yang Bo surveyed the surrounding area. This size should suffice, but it requires some renovation. The walls were still composed of ordinary dirt and stone, appearing quite chaotic. As a player of Minecraft, he could not allow such disorder to persist. He extracted the hell bricks acquired from the nether and swiftly replaced the surroundings. "Step aside and stand on the prepared ground." Yang Bo cast a disdainful glance at the insincere Black Widow as he filled in the last patch of space. Ivan Vank reached out to touch the somewhat worn wall, unable to discern the material from which it was made. "Boss, what is this?" Upon hearing Ivan's inquiry, Yang Bo revealed a knowing smile. "These are hell bricks I unearthed from the depths of hell. If you have time, I can take you to experience the scenery of the nether." His words were sincere. Whether one believed them was a matter of personal interpretation. Yang Bo did not directly construct a portal. Instead, he instructed Black Widow to assist him in gathering information about Cybertech Corporation while also procuring some essential equipment, enabling Ivan Vanko to fabricate the first-generation reactor. Once everyone was dispatched, Yang Bo sealed the entrance and then excavated a suite in the corner, establishing a new nether portal. After activating it, he gazed at the portal emanating purple particles and promptly plunged into it. A wave of familiar dizziness washed over him, and when he regained clarity, he found himself in a blazing crimson world. Stepping out of the portal and surveying his surroundings, he stood frozen in place. The environment felt strikingly familiar. Not far away was the platform he had constructed, and the location was in close proximity to the portal at home. Could it be that reality was not scaled at 1/8, but rather at 100? Chapter 67. The remnants of the nether. A chilling scream pierced the air, prompting Yang Bo to swiftly turn his gaze towards the source of the sound. A malevolent spirit, with a grotesque visage, expelled a fireball that hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Having endured countless explosions, Yang Bo had developed a reflexive response to the spirit's cry. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, he instinctively retrieved an enchanted diamond sword from his backpack, adopting a stance akin to that of a baseball player. With a resounding thud, the fireball was intercepted and redirected, soaring past him without inflicting any damage. This entire sequence of actions unfolded purely on instinct. Once he regained his composure, he promptly extracted his sniper rifle from the backpack, aiming with precision at the spirit and pulling the trigger. The spirit's form flickered crimson, and its health bar diminished by more than half in an instant, leaving but a sliver. Just as the spirit prepared to retaliate, he fired another shot from the sniper rifle, causing the malevolent entity to plummet from the air and dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Regrettably, no loot materialized from the encounter, not even the most basic experience orbs. Having vanquished the spirit, young Bo furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surrounding area, filled with wandering zombie piglins and ordinary piglins. Establishing a nether transport system on the surface posed considerable danger, thus, it would be far safer to construct it underground. This also provided an opportune moment to excavate some nether remnants, allowing him to upgrade his diamond armor to netherite. Previously, Yongbo had scoured numerous nether fortresses to amass enough diamonds for crafting a complete set of diamond gear. Now, he intended to utilize the remnants to enhance his equipment further. He encircled the portal with nether bricks to shield himself from the spirit's gaze, swiftly placing torches and digging downward. Before long, he reached the 12th layer beneath the surface, consulting his map to pinpoint his location, and began excavating a 3-3 tunnel towards home. With the efficiency of his enchanted pickaxe, the netherite was as fragile as tofu. However, the durability of the tool was rapidly depleting. Even under the influence of experience repair, it struggled to withstand such wear. Observing the dwindling durability of his pickaxe, a look of exasperation crossed Yongbo's face. Damn it, high efficiency is a double-edged sword. Perhaps I should surface to gather some quartz to repair my pickaxe. I can't afford to lose it, as I have no diamonds left. Quartz, a mineral unique to the nether, held little significant purpose in its original form, serving merely as a decorative material. Yet, it offered substantial experience points, making it an excellent choice for leveling up through mining. After investing some time, Yongbo successfully repaired his pickaxe and resumed his excavation towards home, occasionally unearthing a few pieces of nether remnants, though their scarcity was disheartening. Half an hour later, Yongbo examined the coordinates on his map and murmured, "It should be about right." He began to dig upwards at a 45-degree angle, soon emerging in a peculiar forest, with the portal to his home visible in the distance. Estimating the time, Yongbo realized that what would have taken over an hour by car in the Marvel Universe now required merely a few minutes via nether transport. This is indeed remarkably convenient. It seems that traversing through the nether is the most efficient means of travel. Upon returning home through the portal, Yongbo wore a satisfied smile. He immediately deposited all 17 fragments of ancient remnants he had excavated into the furnace. Each nether alloy ingot requires 4 nether alloy shards and 4 gold ingots for synthesis. However, Yongbo had already devised a plan to upgrade all of his equipment to the alloy set first, thereby enhancing his sustained combat capabilities once more. After a series of metallic clinks, he utilized the forge to upgrade all his diamond gear to nether alloy equipment. Upon revealing his gear, Yongbo admired the black and purple alloy armor adorned with a shimmering violet aura, reminiscent of a formidable warrior. How splendidly striking! He was quite pleased with his current appearance, which exuded a sense of solidity and weight. Returning to the workshop, Yongbo constructed several rooms, designated as employee dormitories and offices for Ivan and his son. Sitting on the sofa in the makeshift office, Yongbo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, observed Anton and Ivan before speaking softly. "You both understand that I require your assistance in constructing a reactor. However, I do not merely need a power source for a refrigerator." Flicking ash into the ashtray, Yongbo sat up straight, gazing earnestly at the two men. "I need you to create a set of combat armor powered by the reactor's energy, one that is capable of traversing both the skies and the seas. Given the ample availability of materials and equipment, I trust this should not pose a significant challenge for you." Ivan Vanko, seated across from Yongbo, nodded slightly at his words. Although the task was somewhat intricate, it was merely a nuisance to him. He had previously contemplated various applications for the reactor, albeit not in the context of battle armor. "This is not a problem." Ivan seized the food prepared by Yongbo from the table and began to eat, revealing a set of robust teeth. Meanwhile, Anton Vanko, exhibiting greater composure, sat on the sofa akin to Yongbo, clutching a cigarette and exhaling wisps of smoke. Since arriving in America, Anton gradually relinquished decision-making power to his son. increasingly resembling a pure scientist. Yang Bo was quite pleased with Ivan Vanko's prompt agreement to his request. I understand that you may not fully trust me yet, but I can assure you that you will not find a better employer than I. Well, Ivan, in addition to the battle armor, I entrust you with the issue of electrical supply for the household. Ivan replied, do not presume that being the boss grants you the liberty to act arbitrarily. If you mention household appliances again, I may have to reconsider our arrangement. However, this was merely a thought he entertained silently, as the impression Yang Bo left on him during their first meeting was profoundly etched in his mind. Furthermore, at the end of the day, Yang Bo was his father's savior, and he would not allow trivial matters to sour their relationship. Yang Bo, after finishing his words, retrieved a detailed dossier on the cyber technology company from his backpack and began to examine it attentively. Before long, a smile graced his face as he turned to Ivan and said, this evening, accompany me. We shall procure some equipment and materials. Ivan, without contemplating the reason for the nocturnal shopping expedition, readily consented, his mind already racing with plans on how to craft the armor that Yang Bo had described once they had acquired the necessary supplies. Chapter 68. Arriving with enthusiasm. Departing with disappointment, Yang Bo sat in the front passenger seat, gazing at the glaring cyber technology logo emblazoned on a distant building, his chin resting on his hand as he mentally prepared for a zero-cost acquisition. Jerry, take a drive around. I'll call you when the task is complete. Yang Bo patted Jerry, who was at the wheel, and tossed a vial of invisibility potion to Ivan in the back seat. Open it and take a sip, but remember to return the bottle. With that, Yang Bo exited the vehicle. Ivan hesitated briefly before uncorking the vial and pouring the potion into his mouth. Oh no, Ivan was startled by the potion's effect as he watched his own form vanish. How is this even possible? Observing Ivan's disappearing act from the back seat, Yang Bo was quite pleased with the potion's efficacy. Even though he could only track Ivan's location through a miniature map, he teased, you're a physicist, not a wizard. Don't ponder too much about the potion. Just follow my lead. Ivan, as the door swung open, Ivan stepped out of the car, and Yang Bo similarly retrieved a vial of invisibility potion to drink. Ivan, just head towards the building, and I will follow you. Understood. The small dot representing Ivan on the map began to move towards the cyber technology building, with Yang Bo trailing behind. Jerry, seated in the driver's seat, saw the rear door close and promptly drove away from the location. Cyber technology is a global high-tech corporation engaged in numerous fields, with biotechnology being its forte, which explains their subsequent research into the dilemma virus and death soldiers. The branch in New York is merely one of their many global subsidiaries. Soon, the duo arrived at the building, now shrouded in nightfall. The entrance was firmly shut, with two security personnel seated nearby, sipping coffee and occasionally casting glances towards the door. Observing this, Yang Bo whispered, let us head to the back of the building. For others possessing invisibility, entering the edifice would either require passing through the main entrance or finding a way to climb in. However, to Yang Bo, the building appeared as inviting as a beautiful woman devoid of clothing. The two meandered around to the side of the building, where Yang Bo halted Ivan, opened the minimap, and prepared to assess which areas had fewer adversaries. Yet, the moment he unveiled the map, Yang Bo fell silent. The red dots scattered across the map appeared to be a mere 3 or 4, while the remaining were a dense cluster of white dots. It soon dawned on him that regardless of whether they were Hydra agents or vampires, they all relied on the majority of unsuspecting, ordinary individuals. Much like capitalists who always aspire to be the oppressors, only a handful of leaders within cyber technology were Hydra affiliates, while the vast majority consisted of oblivious workers. Since we are here, let us proceed to investigate. Yang Bo retrieved a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and, identifying a secluded section of the wall, began to strike it with remarkable speed. The concrete wall proved to be scarcely more resilient than iron or in the face of the diamond tool. Mere moments later, a breach measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height emerged in the wall. Without needing to summon him, Ivan instinctively approached. Let us proceed. Upon entering, Yang Bo deftly replaced the concrete he had dislodged. The room was an ordinary storage space, filled with cleaning tools, and due to the late hour, it was devoid of any occupants. Exiting the room, Yang Bo seized Ivan's clothing, guiding him towards the staircase while attentively observing the mini-map for surrounding light points and environmental details. The first floor was straightforward, lacking any notable features apart from a few simple rooms. Ascending swiftly, they soon reached the fourth floor, at which point the mini-map revealed a clear layout of the area, indicating several peculiar rooms. Noticing a sealed security door, Yongbo inwardly lamented before using the pickaxe to dismantle it. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms blared, causing Yongbo to frown. He then spotted the surveillance cameras within the building. The personnel in the monitoring room were as bewildered as Yongbo, for the door to the fourth floor had seemingly vanished into thin air. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the first floor, indicating that many individuals were ascending. Observing this, Yongbo tugged at Ivan's shirt, whispering, "We must depart." They brushed past a throng of security personnel and retraced their steps to exit the building. Had I known, I would have gone in alone. Yongbo sat on a long bench, his expression one of frustration as he gazed helplessly at the distant building. If he had been alone, he could have stormed inside, dismantled the equipment, and stuffed it into his backpack without concern. Even if gunfire or other advanced technology were deployed, he could simply leap from the upper floors to perform a graceful landing. Having Ivan along was proving to be a hindrance, yet, without him, Yongbo could not discern which equipment was truly valuable. Never mind, I shall recruit a biologist to assist next time. Soon, the effect of the invisibility potion waned, revealing two figures on the bench. Ivan, tomorrow I will provide you with funding. Acquire whatever equipment and materials you require. If there are obstacles that money cannot resolve, inform me, and I shall devise a solution. Yongbo resigned himself to procuring secondary-tier equipment. Acquiring truly top-notch devices was a formidable challenge. Suddenly, he recalled Fury's figure, realizing that now he was privy to the inner workings of SHIELD. Perhaps consulting him could indeed yield access to the agency's equipment. Ivan, however, displayed no particular reaction. During their time in Siberia, he had conducted research with an assortment of makeshift devices. So now, with access to second-tier or even first-tier equipment, he felt no discontent. Yet, at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with one inquiry. "Boss, do you have any more of the potion you gave me? Could you possibly provide me with another vial?" Yongbo gazed into Ivan's fervent eyes, sighed, and retrieved a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack, tossing it to him. "The potion lasts for 8 minutes, and you have already experienced its effects. Once you manage to extract the reactor, you may delve deeper into your research." He too was curious about what innovations could emerge from this digitized elixir. He took out his phone to contact Jerry, who soon arrived, driving back in his car and parking it before them. Settling into the passenger seat once more, Yongbo glanced at the safety door nestled in his backpack, a smile breaking across his face. Employing a method of self-encouragement, he mused, "At the very least, this trip was not in vain. I managed to bring back a safety door." With a press of the accelerator, Jerry swiftly departed from the location, then inquired, "Boss, where are we headed?" Leaning against the passenger seat, Yongbo softly replied, "We are off to seek out the vampires lurking in the shadows, tonight. I am in a foul mood and wish to have a heart-to-heart with them." Internally, Jerry couldn't help but think, whether you're happy or not, you still seek out vampires. Can we not find excuses next time? Chapter 69, the new module, Twilight Forest. A tranquil week has passed, and Yongbo's life is gradually finding its rhythm. By day, he ventures into the nether to seek out fortresses or indulge in fishing, while by night, he sends Jerry out to scour for all the red dots. Another fulfilling day has come to an end, as Yongbo stepped out from the passenger seat of the car and gazed at the sun rising on the horizon. The warm rays enveloped him, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds from a distant park. He stretched languidly. Loading Twilight Forest module. Loading successful. Suddenly, a familiar synthesized sound resonated in his mind, causing Yongbo, still mid-stretch, to freeze in place. Twilight Forest. This module is undoubtedly one of the most iconic in my world, and it ranks among the ones he is most familiar with since his first encounter with modding. The diminishing presence of vampires had rendered his recent days somewhat dull, often prompting him to call and inquire about the situation on Blade's side. However, time was too short. Blade had yet to find his footing, lacking even a suitable base. Turning to Jerry, who was seated in the car, Yongbo called out, I'll head back first. You go to the factory and keep those unruly folks away from the premises. Understood, boss. Jerry replied as he drove off. Watching Jerry's retreating figure, thoughts of exploiting S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra once again crossed Yongbo's mind, for he had too few capable hands at his disposal. Upon returning home, a man approached him directly. Boss, you're back. The voice was filled with humility as he stood respectfully beside Yongbo. This individual was none other than Alan, the Hydra captive. A few days prior, during Yongbo's visit to the guest room, he was taken aback to discover that this man's red dot on the mini-app had inexplicably turned green, and he now complied with Yongbo's commands, even appearing honored when whipped. Yongbo had been momentarily astounded, ultimately concluding, could this unfortunate lad have been broken, given that he had transformed into a green dot? Yongbo decided against further tormenting him and assigned him to oversee the agricultural tasks that Jerry had previously managed. To facilitate this, he had even transformed Alan into a vampire within the mod, though he refrained from granting him any upgrades. Casting a glance at the various crops that had been harvested and the newly planted saplings, Yongbo nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He then retrieved some food he had purchased earlier and handed it to Alan. This is for you. Eating bread every day isn't sustainable. I'll find some animals for you to manage soon, and we can improve our meals. With excitement, Alan received the food as though it were a treasure, hurriedly expressing, thank you, boss. Just give me any tasks, and I will see to them. Observing Alan's obsequious demeanor, Yongbo couldn't help but shiver slightly and quickly waved his hand. All right, go eat. I have other matters to attend to. With a dismissive wave to Alan, he strode towards the nether portal, retrieving his pickaxe to excavate a small chamber adjacent to the portal, intent on crafting a gateway to the Twilight Realm. He constructed a 4x4 framework from dirt, leaving a 2x2 space in the center to fill with water, thereby creating an infinite water source. From his chest, he retrieved a variety of flowers he had previously collected from seeds, planting them in the soil surrounding the pool. Taking a deep breath, Yongbo prepared for the activation of the Twilight Portal, which differed from that of the Nether, requiring the sacrifice of a diamond into the water pool. Most crucially, the activation would summon a bolt of lightning to strike the pool. While the damage was minimal, he was no masochist. He quickly retreated a safe distance, extracting a diamond from his backpack and, with a practiced motion honed from his fishing days, tossed the gem into the water. A deafening thunderclap echoed, startling even Yongbo, who had braced himself for the sound. A bolt of lightning cleaved the thick earth, striking the pool, transforming the once clear surface into a portal reminiscent of the Nether, albeit situated on the ground. On the couch outside, Boar stirred slightly at the noise but soon returned to slumber, while Alan, who was dining, glanced towards Yongbo with a flicker of concern in his eyes. However, he refrained from approaching without Yongbo's directive, wary of uncovering truths better left undiscovered. Yongbo gazed at the successfully activated portal, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. At long last, he could amass a wealth of resources, liberating himself from the need to scavenge for scrap metal outside the factory. Rarely had a traveler found themselves in such a predicament, initially. He had pondered where to scavenge for iron, yet now, the abundance of rare resources such as redstone and lapis lazuli eluded him. Approaching the portal, Yongbo scrutinized the purple gateway beneath his feet, ensuring his backpack and gear were intact before steeling himself and leaping into the portal. There was no disorienting sensation. Instead, he was enveloped in darkness, followed by the reassuring solidity beneath his feet. The sounds of cicadas filled his ears, interspersed with the occasional call of various creatures. This forest was alive with numerous oak, birch, and twilight trees, their forms towering majestically. The ground was adorned with a tapestry of flowers, mushrooms, and unique twilight flora. Countless animals roamed freely, embodying a serene and harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, Yongbo felt akin to a muggle stepping into Hogwarts, surrounded by an enchanting spectacle. He had entered a realm shrouded in eternal night, teeming with new organisms and vegetation. Not far ahead, a towering edifice loomed, the Lich Tower. Yongbo instantly recognized its identity. This Gothic structure was grand, once brimming with the essence of civilization but now in a state of disrepair. Within lies the domain of the second boss, the Lich, in the Twilight Forest. At that moment, a deep blue goblin materialized in a clearing, clutching a book enveloped in magical radiance. Upon its appearance, it hurried directly towards Yangbo. Well, this is more akin to a bear monster. Its appearance is quite abstract, Yangbo remarked, unable to suppress his discontent at the sight of the creature's name hovering above its head. This entity bore little resemblance to the goblins of his recollection. Having not vanquished the Naga boss, he found himself in the Lich's territory, where goblins would spawn nearby, each carrying an explorer's journal, precisely the tome in the goblin's possession. He drew forth his diamond sword and awaited the diminutive creature's approach. With a gentle leap and a downward slash, the sharpness of the diamond sword, enhanced to level 4, swiftly depleted the goblin's meager 13 hit points. He picked up the goblin's dropped item, the notes on the spire. I haven't encountered this before during my gaming adventures. I wonder what secrets it holds. Yangbo opened the journal and began to peruse its contents. Explorer's Journal. Gnawed by beasts, I commenced my examination of the peculiar aura surrounding this tower. Each brick of the edifice is safeguarded by a potent enchantment. I have never witnessed such formidable power. This spell even extends to the surrounding area. Were I my homeland, I would possess numerous methods to counter such magic. Yet here, my resources are scarce. I shall delve deeper into my research. Several entries later, significant progress. During my journey, I encountered a serpentine behemoth ensnared within an ornately decorated courtyard. At that moment, I picked up a tattered feather, neglecting the green scales scattered about. It has since become apparent that these green scales possess the magical properties necessary to dispel the enchantment, albeit their potency is exceedingly weak. I must confront the serpentine behemoth directly to obtain a fresher specimen. Chapter 70. The arrival of Naga boss Yangbo's arrival shattered the tranquility of the Eternal Night Forest, disrupting its once harmonious ecosystem. He flawlessly executed the behavioral code of the Fourth Cataclysm, leaving chaos in his wake. At long last, he could indulge in a sumptuous pork chop from the game. With a freshly roasted piece of meat in hand, Yangbo gleefully savored it, restoring his previously diminished hunger meter to its maximum in an instant. Next, he needed to seek out a raven to craft a magical map. The limited range of the mini-map was simply insufficient. Ravens, small wild creatures of the dust forest, spawned throughout the woods, often congregating near the obsidian pillars. In the distance stood a solitary obsidian column, topped with a blue lapis lazuli stone. As he approached, he noticed 3 pitch-black ravens perched on the ground around the column. Startled by Yangbo's voice, the frightened ravens flapped their wings and let out frantic cries, attempting to take flight. However, their speed was hardly remarkable. Akin to an elderly man with a cane, Yangbo retrieved his enhanced crossbow from his backpack, and a targeting reticle appeared before him. He aimed at the most vocal raven and loosed a bolt. The raven, with only 10 hit points, was struck and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a solitary black feather that drifted down to the ground. The first raven yielded a feather, such fortuitous luck. He had no intention of sparing the remaining 2 ravens either. This time, however, he chose to wield his diamond sword imbued with looting 3, as the drop rate for raven feathers would be influenced by this enchantment. Yet, the ravens lingered in the air, reluctant to descend. First, he decided to mine the lapis lazuli stone and see if that would coax the 2 remaining ravens down. He took out a cobblestone and constructed a makeshift platform beside the obsidian pillar, successfully extracting the lapis lazuli stone into his backpack. Standing at a height of over 10 meters, Yangbo gazed at the ravens soaring not far away, and a bold idea struck him. "Prepare for my aerial strike," he proclaimed. Leaping from the top, he descended with his diamond sword, striking one of the ravens that had not flown far enough in time. 2 feathers plummeted alongside him. Thanks to his feather-falling protection, his health only decreased slightly. The enchantment of feather falling proved exceptionally beneficial. With a merry disposition, Yangbo collected the feathers into his backpack and glanced at the last raven. "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time." Next, he needed to synthesize the magical map, which required a magical map core, one of the materials being raven feathers. The remaining ingredients were torchberries and glowstone dust, of which he had some from his previous mining in the nether. Now, he simply needed to find the torchberries. Surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted a fissure emerging on the ground and promptly made his way towards it. Torchberries were a commonly found plant in the dusk underground, emitting a faint glow. When destroyed, they would yield a torchberry, and with scissors, they could be harvested completely. The so-called fissure is a gateway to the underground, and true to expectation. At the entrance of this cave, there blossomed the luminous torchberry plants. The cave itself is rather shallow. Yongbo stepped inside and gathered all the torchberries into his backpack. These berries, while providing only a modest boost to satiety, grant a 5-second glow buff. With all the materials collected, it was time to craft the magical map. Should he first seek the hollow mine or the Naga? Soon, Yongbo synthesized a blank magical map at the workbench. As he held the map and silently invoked its use, the previously empty parchment revealed the surrounding terrain. Upon closer inspection, he noted that not far to the west lay the courtyard of the Naga boss. Raising his gaze toward the direction of the boss, he tucked the map away with a light chuckle, murmuring, "First, I shall send the Naga away, and then I will pursue the mine." With that, he dashed toward the Naga's courtyard to the west. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yongbo arrived at the periphery of the Naga's courtyard. At this moment, he was erecting stone pillars, standing atop one to survey the internal environment. The courtyard was adorned with various pillars, intricately carved, and at its center stood a cage-like monster spawner. The instant Yongbo stepped into the courtyard, the spawner vanished, replaced by a colossal green serpent, entirely comprised of massive blocks. Each segment of its body was intricately assembled from primal energy, with gaps of at least 10 centimeters between the segments. The Naga immediately noticed the uninvited guest, gliding directly toward Yongbo, destroying every block in its path upon contact with its head. How immense! Yet I relish the challenge. The sensation within the game did not fully convey the scale of the Naga boss, but experiencing it firsthand made it abundantly clear how enormous it truly was. With one hand firmly gripping his shield and the other brandishing a reinforced crossbow, Yongbo aimed for the Naga's head and initiated his assault. Upon being attacked, the Naga abruptly halted, its basketball-sized eyes fixating on Yongbo suddenly. The block beneath him shattered, and he plummeted from the air. As the Naga observed Yongbo on the ground, its eyes turned a fiery red, and it lunged forward with a gaping maw, moving at remarkable speed. Yongbo hastily raised his shield. With a resounding thud, he was knocked back several steps, but sustained no damage. Meanwhile, the Naga's eyes glazed over, becoming cross-eyed, and a dazed particle effect appeared above its head. Quickly switching to his diamond sword, Yongbo grasped the hilt and charged forward, striking the Naga's head. The boss's health bar swiftly dwindled, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds emanating from the tail of the Naga. Each time the Naga accumulated 10 points of damage, a segment of its body would be destroyed, although its speed would increase. The brief moment of dizziness swiftly dissipated. Upon regaining her senses, Naga quickly pivoted, inadvertently colliding with Yongbo, who was caught off guard. However, clad in enchanted gear forged from the alloy of the lower realms, he merely lost a trivial amount of health. With the rapid assault granted by his vampire hunter skills, Yongbo's strikes were relentless, his diamond sword relentlessly cleaving into Naga's form. As the inaugural boss of the Twilight Forest, she posed little challenge. Her defeat was easily attainable by intercepting her charge. In a matter of moments, Naga's health dwindled to a mere sliver, though her speed had increased exponentially since the beginning, rendering Yongbo unable to pursue her. He could only stand still, awaiting her next offensive move. With a resounding thud, Naga once more collided with his shield, and as his sword descended, her health was swiftly depleted, her colossal head emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds before vanishing entirely. In the midst of the monster spawn point, a treasure chest materialized. Phew. That was remarkably simple. With a countenance reminiscent of a refreshing drizzle, Yongbo sheathed his weapon and joyfully dashed towards the loot. Chapter 71. The peacock feather fan. This trophy is exceedingly unattractive. Yongbo gazed disdainfully at the Naga spoils obtained from the treasure chest. This object could be worn upon the head and emitted a sound reminiscent of the boss's miniaturization. Yet, which gentleman from China would wish to don something so garishly green atop their head? Of course, those with peculiar tastes may reach out to me. Within the chest lay over a dozen palm-sized Naga scales, which, when utilized for crafting, would inherently possess enchanting effects. contemplating the green scales in his hand. Yang Bo was lost in thought. If I were to dematerialize these scales, could I forge a biological armor endowed with unique attributes? Ivan Vanko and his father had already succeeded in developing a reactor, and the refrigerator at home was now operational. However, only the weaponry for the armor had been crafted thus far. The other components of the armor remained under study. With this notion in mind, Yang Bo retrieved a magical map from his backpack, preparing to seek out a hollow mine. Such a mine not only harbored a wealth of minerals, but also an abundance of treasure chests, from which one could procure numerous precious items. Moonlight Worm Queen, Peacock Feather Fan, Transmutation Powder, and her magnet. Additionally, he required a dismantling station, iron tree ingots, steel leaves, and naga scales. There were many hollow mines, and Yang Bo swiftly pinpointed the nearest medium-sized one. The rare items within treasure chests varied across large, medium, and small mines. With the medium mine containing the dismantling station and the Peacock Feather Fan, precisely what Yang Bo needed at present. He jogged to the mount-shaped hollow mine, lightly furrowing his brow. Having been a northerner before his traversal, the shape involuntarily conjured images of his ancestral tomb. It was not merely similar, it was strikingly identical. Yang Bo smiled faintly, harboring no superstitions regarding such things, and directly approached the southeast corner of the hollow mine to place a torch. Countless dragons looked to the mountain. Each coil is a barrier. If the gates are locked 1,000-fold, surely a sovereign resides here. Muttering to himself, Yang Bo produced a shovel and pickaxe, delving into the mine's depths. Suddenly, he pondered his own style. In a tomb-raiding world, he would undoubtedly belong to the mountain-moving faction. Not to mention the treasures within the tomb, even the murals on the walls and the beautiful floor tiles would be excavated without hesitation. Why were there so many monsters inside? Could it be that there were no spawning limits in the real world? This was rather troublesome. The red dots on the mini-map were densely packed. Fortunately, Yang Bo did not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, he would have found it unbearable. Before long, the tunnels within the mine were excavated, and what greeted him was a deluge of arrows and slime balls. Oh my! Yang Bo, quick-witted and nimble, thrust a torch into the fray, and then used a stone to seal the entrance before him. How was he to enter? Were it not for the 0.5-second invincibility frame post-dematerialization, he might have very well met his demise. Casting a glance at his health, he noted a mere 2 drops lost. However, looking ahead, he could see the quills of arrows protruding ominously. It was evident that his head bore a striking resemblance to that of a hedgehog. With a sense of resignation, Yang Bo descended deeper, employing the most pragmatic yet shameless tactic of foot care to gradually cleanse the mine of its monstrous inhabitants. Aside from the usual creatures that respawned from the original version, there were also unique beings from the Twilight Forest. The red-capped goblin, red-capped engineer, goblin, swarm spiders, wraiths, fire beetles, slime beetles, and trap bugs. Nevertheless, these were merely ordinary creatures, posing no real threat to him. At that moment, a figure draped in green caught Yang Bo's eye. A zombie villager. His voice brimmed with excitement. For after spending so long in the Marvel Universe and the Nether, he had nearly forgotten about the villagers. Upon arriving in the Twilight world and encountering a zombie villager, he was reminded of those cunning merchants. He had almost overlooked these traders. With them, an iron farm or a fully automated farm could be established. And if the librarian could encounter a pillager captain, the mass production of undying totems would no longer be a distant dream. However, Yang Bo was not confident in rescuing this zombie villager from the throng of monsters. Now that he was aware that the Twilight could spawn zombie villagers, he knew there would be ample opportunities in the future. His primary focus was to eliminate the creatures within. Time passed swiftly, and the once dense population of monsters dwindled significantly, yet they continued to surge forth as numerous spawners remained within the mine, endlessly generating creatures. Observing the green creeper silhouettes in the mine, Yang Bo conceived a bold idea: to take a gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. He crouched down and squeezed through a gap, enduring several attacks along the way. He swiftly consumed a healing potion too and dashed deeper inside, casually placing torches in the dark corners, illuminating the cavern with newfound brightness. With a smile gracing his face as he beheld the mass of monsters crowding behind him, Yang Bo brandished his shield, pressing it firmly in front of him, undeterred by its rapidly depleting durability, and charged into the midst of the creepers. The chilling sound sent shivers down his spine, yet Yongbo chuckled mischievously. The ensuing explosion created a massive crater in the ground, obliterating a multitude of nearby monsters with the creeper's self-detonation. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the creepers. The remaining scattered creatures were no longer a concern, as the illumination from the torches had significantly slowed the monster spawn rate within the cave. This expedition into the mine proved to be immensely fruitful, yielding a plethora of treasures from the chests. Gazing at the vibrant peacock feather fan in his hand, he aimed it at an approaching red-capped goblin and gently waved it. A powerful gust erupted from the fan, sending the goblin hurtling 6 or 7 meters away. Yongbo stared in astonishment at the fan, murmuring in disbelief. Has this thing been enhanced? With this fan in hand, facing the next boss, the Lich would be akin to entering easy mode, as any attack launched by the Lich could be effortlessly deflected with the peacock fan. Moreover, after leaping into the air and aiming towards the ground, one could soar to an impressive height of 15 meters. With recent enhancements, it is conceivable that one could ascend even higher. Regrettably, the apparatus cannot be utilized while airborne. Otherwise, Yongbo would have already taken flight. Upon returning home, he unloaded the miscellaneous items from his backpack into a chest, including steel leaves, iron tree ingots, naga scales, and redstone. He then ventured to the nether, utilizing hellish transportation, and arrived at a suburban factory. Ascending from the underground, he discovered that the original exit had been transformed into an office. The once empty factory had now been partitioned into numerous rooms, bustling with a multitude of employees moving to and fro. These individuals were talents he had recruited from other companies. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Wank duo to construct formidable machines like the Gundam or the EVA unit. Seated in his executive chair, he pressed a button on the telephone, and soon a woman's voice resonated. Boss, please inform Anton Wank and Ivan Wank that I have matters to discuss with them. Chapter 72. The concept of biological armor within Yongbo's office. He wrapped his fingers upon the desk, drawing Ivan's attention back to the matter at hand. So, how goes it? Are you confident in integrating this into the armor material? Ivan, holding the materials that Yongbo had placed before him, wore a complex expression. He lifted his gaze to Yongbo and inquired, does this material truly possess the unique abilities you mentioned? Yongbo nodded, gesturing towards the deep green steel leaf on the desk. If fashioned into clothing, it will confer a level 2 flame protection effect. Realizing that Ivan might not fully comprehend the implications of flame protection, he elaborated. Each level of flame protection reduces flame damage by 8 and decreases ignition duration by 15. Ivan paused, incredulous at the specificity of such data. It seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, he began to calculate silently, pondering that if Yongbo's assertions held true, a level 1 reduction of 8 in flame potency would indeed classify it as a remarkably resilient fire-resistant material. He committed the characteristics of the material to memory, preparing to conduct experiments upon returning. Then, recalling a recent news report, he spoke directly. Boss, an unidentified humanoid flying object was spotted in Los Angeles the other night. I suspect Tony Stark has developed his armor. I wish to restore my father's honor. Genius is not the sole province of Stark. Yongbo furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the minimap where Ivan had transformed into a green dot. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. Very well. It is time for you to step into the limelight. How goes your electric whip and armor? Ivan nodded, responding, the weaponry, including the electric whip and chainsaw, is complete. However, the chainsaw is susceptible to damage when confronting harder materials due to limitations in its construction. As for flight capabilities, we are not yet there. Currently, it can only perform ground attacks. Yongbo acknowledged with a slight nod, recognizing that achieving flight for an armor heavier than Ironmonger was no trivial task. Although Ivan was a genius in his own right, he had yet to reach Tony's level. Yet, Yongbo felt no disappointment. Even if his ally was not the best, he remained one of his own. If necessary, he could always seek wisdom from Wakanda to ensure Ivan could acquire advanced knowledge. Excellent. In the coming days, focus on enhancing the armor, particularly in terms of remote attack capabilities. Aim for a heavy armor unit. Energy absorption is essential. At the very least, we need to incorporate energy conversion. Should you require anything, just submit a request. Do not worry about funding. Ivan nodded, feeling fortunate to have such a generous employer in Yangbo. As he prepared to depart the office with the materials provided, Yangbo's voice resonated behind him. Remember, test this material first before integrating additional components. We cannot afford to waste time. There are matters arising on Tony's end. Once you finalize the armor, I will find a way to help you incorporate some extraordinary abilities. Yangbo's thoughts turned to the enchanting table. If it were indeed possible to imbue the armor crafted by Ivan with enchantments, it would undoubtedly enhance its capabilities significantly. However, if the game world deemed the armor as mere equipment, it could only be enchanted once. Should materials be utilized in its creation, perhaps numerous attributes could be stacked. Regardless of the method chosen, a comparison could only be made once Ivan completed the armor. Upon hearing this, Ivan nodded and left the office, returning to the laboratory. Hearing footsteps, Anton Vank, immersed in studying blueprints, looked up at his son, who was clutching a pile of materials, and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "These are some special materials given by the boss," Ivan replied, placing the materials on the nearby workbench and sinking into silence as he sat down. Noticing his son's demeanor, Anton, filled with concern, asked, "What's wrong, son? Is there a problem?" Ivan raised his head, revealing a smile that rendered his already fierce visage even more daunting. "Father, the boss has agreed to let me seek out Tony Stark." Upon hearing Ivan's words, Anton's expression darkened, recalling the injustices he had faced. A heavy silence enveloped the father and son. After a moment, Anton approached Ivan, enveloped him in an embrace, and gently said, "Son, I have reflected on this. We should not be consumed by hatred. You are my most cherished achievement, not that reactor." Ivan nodded, returning the embrace with equal fervor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he declared, "I understand, Father, but this time I will prove that I am stronger than that Tony fellow." Due to years of exposure, Ivan harbored an indescribable animosity towards Tony, feeling that everything the latter possessed should rightfully belong to him. Yet, with his father still alive, he no longer bore the intensity of a life-or-death vendetta. However, he felt compelled to surpass Tony in technological pursuits to resolve the turmoil within his heart. "Be cautious." Anton refrained from saying much more, harboring a sense of regret deep within. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted them. The two separated, and Ivan approached the laboratory door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Yangbo standing outside. "Boss, is there something else?" Yangbo smiled, saying, "Apologies. I suddenly remembered that I hadn't finished what I was saying earlier." He then stepped into the laboratory and approached a computer, retrieving a blueprint from the 1974 Stark Expo and projecting it onto the adjacent wall. This was a compilation of all available information regarding the expo that Yangbo had specifically arranged to be gathered online. The only difference was that he lacked Jarvis. Yet he had Ivan. With a smile, he beckoned Ivan, saying, "Come take a look." Yangbo positioned him at the holographic operating table and asked, "What does this resemble to you?" Ivan furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the expo blueprint, his mind racing. However, he did not see any footage of Howard and thus remained unaware that this was a precious piece of knowledge passed from a father to his son. He had not even considered it in relation to new elements. Anton Vank approached, gazing at the familiar blueprint, and remarked, "Is this the blueprint for the exhibition hosted by Howard?" Yangbo nodded, opting not to prolong the suspense. He pointed to the center of the blueprint and stated directly, "Consider the central position as the atomic nucleus. Eliminate all roads, trees, and the entrances and exits of parking lots. Then, denote the protons and neutrons as a structured wireframe model." After finishing, Yangbo shrugged and added, "That's all I know. This is the new elemental information left by Howard, which is far superior in both storage and output compared to the palladium reactor. The rest is up to you. Such matters require the expertise of professionals." Anton Vank's complexion suddenly paled. He had always believed that Howard had usurped his research findings, but upon hearing Yangbo's words, he realized that Howard had indeed developed a new elemental reactor that surpassed the palladium reactor. Yangbo reached out and patted Anton on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right that you lost to Howard. You still have Ivan." Anton instantly came to his senses, glancing at Ivan, who was engrossed in research, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 73. Greed is Original Sin. Nightfall at Los Angeles Airport. Young Bo, adorned with a pair of black sunglasses, disembarked from the aircraft, followed closely by Ivan and a statuesque Caucasian woman. "Boss, the car awaits outside. Shall we head directly to the hotel?" Young Bo adjusted his sunglasses and surveyed the sparse crowd in the terminal. After several hours of flight, it was now evening, though he required no rest. Anna and Ivan did. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Anna, let us return to the hotel for now. A brief respite is in order. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to Stark Industries." "Understood, boss." Anna, Young Bo's highly paid secretary, not only met his aesthetic standards but also exhibited remarkable professional prowess, helping him maintain the seamless operation of the company. Why not a male secretary? With light laughter, the trio exited the terminal and boarded a Mercedes-Benz van parked roadside. Ivan occupied the front passenger seat, gazing out the window to absorb the scenery, while Young Bo reclined in the back, eyes closed. Although appearing to rest, he was keenly attuned to his surroundings through his mini-map and heightened sensory perception. Indeed, a change of locale is essential for inspiration. The vampires in New York have nearly retreated to the sewers, while those in Los Angeles are excessively abundant. I must intervene shortly to restore ecological balance. Following an upgrade, Young Bo's awareness of vampires had significantly expanded. In just over 10 minutes, he had detected more than a dozen, and this was merely in a bustling area. Darker corners or vampire congregating spots would surely yield even greater numbers. Before long, the vehicle halted before the hotel. After ensuring Anna and Ivan were settled, Young Bo departed alone. In comparison to New York, Los Angeles boasted fewer skyscrapers, making it easier to locate a discreet spot. Retrieving a sports car from his backpack, he aimlessly cruised the streets in search of suitable targets. With a joyful screech, Young Bo parked at an apartment complex, the mini-map indicating the presence of at least a dozen vampires within. It had been a long time since he encountered such a bounty of vampires. Tonight promised to be fruitful. Striding purposefully toward the apartment, he arrived at door 307 and knocked. A surly voice emanated from within, as if disturbed from some illicit affair. "Damn it, who is it?" Young Bo maintained a smile, though his gaze turned icy as he softly replied, "Hello, community outreach." The night swiftly passed. Upon returning to the hotel, Young Bo reflected on his luck from the previous evening, where the drop rate for vampire blood had been exceptionally high. He had amassed enough materials to elevate his hunter profession by 2 levels, as well as acquire a vial of pure blood 1/6. However, upon entering his room, Young Bo's expression darkened, revealing a sense of vexation. "Damn it, these vampires have no taste. Why is the title of the blade so melodious? Terms like Daywalker and Blade Warrior sound splendid, yet when it comes to me, I am dubbed the Night Butcher. Even the name Dark Night Hunter would be more acceptable. However, there is little he can do about it. After all, the mouth belongs to a vampire, and all he can manage is to ensure they remain eternally silent." With a sense of resignation, he reclined backward, sinking into the softness of his bed. As the sun ascended from the horizon, its rays streamed through the window, illuminating Young Bo. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. "Hello, who is it?" "Coulson." "Young, it's me, Coulson. I've heard you've arrived in Los Angeles. Is that correct?" Upon hearing Coulson's voice, Young Bo instantly perked up, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he jested. "Indeed, I just landed in Los Angeles last night." "Coulson, your intel is rather swift. It seems I am being monitored. It was Romanoff who contacted me last night, informing me of your arrival in Los Angeles. What brings you here, Young? Do you require my assistance?" "Of course, assistance is indeed needed. How is your mission progressing? Since Tony Stark has halted weapon manufacturing, could you inquire if he might sell some equipment? You know my venture is just beginning, and I am in dire need of resources." Coulson, contemplating Young Bo's request, replied, "I can inquire on your behalf, but the outcome is beyond my control." "I understand. Whether it succeeds or not is inconsequential. He does not possess everything. Where are you? Care to join me for a meal? I am currently at Stark Industries, preparing to discuss matters concerning Tony with Ms. Potts." Just a moment. Coulson did not hang up, and Young Bo overheard the dialogue on the other end. "Ms. Potts, we had an appointment. Have you forgotten? Then, the voice of Tony's secretary, Potts, resonated. I haven't forgotten. We can proceed now. Follow me. Now. Yes. Right now. Come along. To your office. I assure you, this conversation will be unforgettable. Hearing the exchange from Coulson's end. Vivid scenes from the movies flooded young Bo's mind. Since the advent of digitization, his memory had remarkably enhanced. Coulson, it seems you want to have time to join me for a meal. Let us forego the equipment matter. Remember to call when you need assistance. With the earpiece on, Coulson naturally heard young Bo's words. All right, I will seek you out when time permits. We shall converse again soon. After hanging up, young Bo lay on the bed, his gaze sharpening as he softly murmured, It's better to arrive early than to be fortuitous. Obadiah, I shall accept your legacy. The scientist who assisted Obadiah in researching the armored suit, though unable to complete the miniature reactor, had crafted the ironmonger armor, which should not be underestimated. He currently lacked talent in developing the flight capabilities of the armor. Once Obadiah perishes, he must find a way to retrieve the data and researchers from Area 16. And if possible, the equipment as well. I believe Tony wouldn't mind trading these useless items for his own life. Gazing at the battle armor that Ivan had meticulously crafted, its exterior shimmering with a faint magical luminescence, a confident smile graced his face. A gentle knocking echoed through the room, and young Bo, without a hint of doubt, recognized it as his diligent secretary. Anna, Ivan would never knock so tenderly. Come in. The door is unlocked. As the door creaked open, Anna stepped inside. Boss, when shall we depart? Young Bo leaped from the bed, straightening his shirt, while Anna promptly retrieved a suit hanging nearby, assisting him in donning it. We shall set off immediately. Please inform Ivan that it is time for him to showcase his talents. Chapter 74. Indeed, I am seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Young Bo wandered through Stark Industries, marveling at the array of advanced weaponry on display. Today, neither Tony, Pepper, nor Obadiah had the luxury of time to entertain them. The reason was twofold. They were all facing life-threatening crises, and more realistically, young Bo's company lacked the clout to warrant their attention. At that moment, Ivan's expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions. He was reluctant to concede that Tony surpassed him in prowess. Yet the weapons exhibited by Stark Industries undeniably sparked a plethora of insights within him, akin to a sudden epiphany. Young Bo gently patted Ivan on the shoulder, chuckling softly. No need to be overly excited. By tonight, we shall transport everything back and study it at our leisure. Ivan stood momentarily in a daze. But soon a similar grin broke across his previously menacing visage, a testament to the truth behind the saying, one who associates with the virtuous will become virtuous. One who associates with the wicked will become wicked. As they exited Stark Tower, a figure caught young Bo's attention. A rotund, bald man clad in a snug light gray suit, none other than Obadiah, the primary antagonist from Iron Man 1. Watching Obadiah enter a car, young Bo chuckled softly to himself. This man was nearly a third of the weight of Boris. It seemed he was preparing to confront Tony for the reactor. Contemplating for a moment, young Bo approached the driver, instructing to Tony Stark's Freedom City. Freedom City was the name of Stark's seaside villa. The driver, also an employee of young Bo's company, had been strategically placed in Los Angeles. Upon receiving the command, he promptly started the vehicle, heading towards Tony's residence. Boss, are we going to find Tony Stark? Ivan, seated in the passenger seat, could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to inquire. Young Bo nodded gently. We are going to save his life. Ivan, taken aback, asked, Save him? Is he in danger? Young Bo pointed to the speeding Rolls-Royce ahead, saying, Obadiah, a shareholder of Stark Industries, is also the mastermind behind Tony's abduction. Noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of those in the car, young Bo merely smiled and continued, He has secretly reached an agreement with terrorists, and the evidence has been obtained by Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts. Now, he's panicking and preparing to act recklessly. He has crafted a more formidable suit based on the blueprints left by Tony, but his subordinates are incapable of creating a reactor. He is on his way to procure one from Tony. Ivan furrowed his brow, rapidly processing the information. He did not wish for Tony to perish before he could defeat him. Boss, are we to eliminate Obadiah? He asked, glancing at Obadiah's vehicle a short distance ahead. Yongbo nodded slightly. Indeed, but not at this moment. What you must do is wait until Obadiah acquires the reactor and dons the ironmonger suit to best Tony. And then you shall strike. In the vehicle, the driver and Anna, Yongbo's secretary, displayed no reaction upon hearing Yongbo instruct Ivan to eliminate Obadiah. Their demeanor showed no hint of panic, which caused Yongbo to smile subtly. He openly discussed these matters in the car, serving as a precaution for the two, ensuring that the generous benefits he provided would render them selectively deaf and blind at times. What are we going to see Tony for? Yongbo's smile bloomed brighter as he replied, Isn't it to save Tony's life? I feel uncomfortable taking something from others without reason, after all. Tony and I are not enemies. He then turned to the driver, saying, Hurry, overtake them. Understood, boss. Please hold on. The Mercedes business vehicle roared to life. Surging forward with impressive power, the force of acceleration pressing him deep into the massage seat. 20 minutes later, Yongbo observed Obadiah's vehicle entering the villa and instructed those beside him, You two wait here for a moment. Ivan and I will head inside. Yes, boss. He tossed a vial of invisibility potion to Ivan, who, having prior experience with it, said nothing as they approached the front door, which should have been tightly shut, but now showed no signs of closure. It appeared that Obadiah had disabled the villa's security system. Yongbo shook his head, recalling how Obadiah had suddenly appeared behind Tony in the movie, with Jarvis providing no alerts or warnings. This suggested that Obadiah had indeed disabled Jarvis. After consuming the potion, they ventured into the villa's interior. Upon entering the lounge, they were greeted by a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a clear view of the cliffs and the azure sea below. Soon, they spotted Chongwei, witnessing Obadiah dismantling the reactor from Tony's chest. Tony's face was ashen, devoid of color, resembling a vampire. He was paralyzed, with only his eyes able to move. Once Obadiah removed the reactor, the shrapnel within Tony's body began to shift towards his heart, putting him in imminent danger of death with each passing second. At that moment, Obadiah appeared unconcerned about Tony's plight. Instead, he gazed with satisfaction at the reactor in his hands, posturing as a victor as he proclaimed, Oh, this is truly beautiful. Tony, this is the symphony of creation's fate. As he spoke, Obadiah seated himself beside Tony, raising the reactor and feigning benevolence. What a masterpiece! Look at it. It is your final legacy and the core of a new generation of weapons. He then produced a small briefcase and placed the reactor inside. No longer casting a glance at Tony as he softly remarked, You shouldn't have involved Potts. I had intended for her to survive. Rising, he turned to leave without a trace of sentiment. Once Obadiah had departed, Yongbo addressed Ivan, saying, Villains perish through their own verbosity. Ivan, remember, never speak unnecessarily until the enemy is dead. Utilizing milk to dispel invisibility, Yongbo presented a bucket of milk to the nearby Ivan, instructing him, Drink this. After uttering those words, he approached the slumped figure of Tony Stark, who, in a daze, gazed at the suddenly appearing Yongbo with a hint of excitement. Weakly, he implored, Save me, the reactor, and the basement. Rest assured, I will save you. Yongbo replied, Ivan, please make a trip to retrieve the reactor from the underground laboratory. Upon finishing the milk, Ivan heard Yongbo's command. He glanced at the seemingly lifeless Tony on the sofa, and without hesitation, darted towards the staircase leading to the underground garage. Yongbo, mimicking Obadiah's earlier demeanor, sat beside Tony and cheerfully remarked, Tony Stark, I believe it is time for us to discuss the value of your life. You may think I am taking advantage of your predicament, but let me be unequivocal. Indeed, I am capitalizing on this opportunity. I trust you won't mind. And no, Tony stammered, momentarily taken aback, before Yongbo abruptly stood. Is that a no? Then I shall take my leave. Mind, Tony murmured. Yongbo smirked. Fortunately, I move slowly. Otherwise, you would be in quite the predicament. Chapter 75. I am the electric cable. Within a disordered garage that also served as a laboratory, Yongbo surveyed the haphazardly arranged equipment with keen interest. He turned to Tony Stark with earnest intent and stated, I do not require monetary compensation. I trust you would not mind if I appropriated some equipment and took a few luxury vehicles. At that moment, Tony Stark's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Potts, rendering him indifferent to Young Bo's request. He casually replied, "From this moment until my return, you may freely take anything from the villa, including my collection of automobiles." Young Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth slightly agape as he gazed at Tony's figure with admiration, incredulously asking, "Really?" "Absolutely." With that, Tony strode to the side and soared through the ceiling, launching himself into the city. Young Bo, watching the hole in the ceiling, murmured to himself, "Indeed, he is a billionaire. Such audacity." Shortly thereafter, James Rhodes received word and arrived at the villa. "Tony, are you in?" Upon entering the desolate villa, James was taken aback. The once lavishly decorated home had been reduced to a shell, with even the wooden flooring vanished. He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Has Tony moved?" Meanwhile, Young Bo, brimming with satisfaction, was aboard a helicopter en route to Stark Industries. He turned to Ivan, his expression one of awe, and remarked, "I have never encountered such demands in my life." Ivan remained silent. Young Bo patted the boxes secured in the helicopter and instructed the driver, "You will take Anna back to the hotel. The matters ahead are beyond your purview." Turning to Anna, he added, "Contact the hotel and arrange for a landing spot." Anna nodded slightly, responding, "Understood, boss." Suddenly, his phone rang. Noticing the call from Carlson, Young Bo answered, teasingly asking, "Hello, Carlson, what is the matter? Are you being pursued by a metallic fellow?" Carlson's mood soured further upon hearing Young Bo's words. "Young, I need your assistance. Obadiah from Stark Industries has constructed an armored suit and is currently in pursuit of me and Ms. Potts. If you are able." A loud crash interrupted him, causing Young Bo's expression to shift to one of concern. "Carlson, what is happening there?" "Hold on, I'm on my way." He felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of Carlson perishing after having aided him on numerous occasions. "Hurry." The helicopter tilted again, accelerating as Young Bo's thoughts raced. Just then, Carlson's voice came through again. "I'm all right. Another individual in armor has arrived and sent Obadiah flying." Young Bo paused, contemplating, why is Tony taking so long to arrive? Is the power of the arc reactor less than depicted in the films? "Carlson, find a place to hide. Do not charge forward with your little handgun. I will be there shortly." At this moment, Young Bo had already spotted the Stark Industries building, and he could reach it in a mere 2 or 3 minutes. The phone intermittently relayed sounds of metal clashing and explosions. Young Bo turned to Ivan beside him and inquired, "How prepared are you?" Ivan nodded, reassuringly replying, "Do not worry, boss. I have just reviewed Tony Stark's armor data. His design is far too conservative." "Very well, get ready." 2 minutes later, Young Bo beheld the fierce battle unfolding on the road below. The colossal and menacing Ironmonger was currently hurling Iron Man with tremendous force, sending him crashing into a wall, where his body became embedded. One must commend the remarkable shock absorption capabilities of the armor in the Marvel Universe. It is undeniably a marvel of advanced technology, defying all logic. He retrieved an ender pearl from his pocket and handed it to Ivan, saying, "Hold this and throw it to the ground." Young Bo then demonstrated, as a multitude of purple particles enveloped him, and he was teleported directly to the ground. Ivan also utilized the ender pearl to teleport onto the road, but upon arrival, he immediately coughed up blood. Young Bo produced a healing potion from his backpack and offered it to Ivan, stating, "Although this allows for teleportation, it comes with side effects. Drink this potion first." When a person throws an ender pearl, they are teleported to the point where it lands, consuming the pearl in the process, and the user suffers 5 points of damage. For an ordinary person like Ivan, with merely 20 points of health, losing a quarter of his life was indeed significant damage. Ivan accepted the potion and drank it down. The effects were almost instantaneous, alleviating his pain. He bore no resentment towards Young Bo for not forewarning him of the potential injury. It was entirely reasonable to endure a minor cost for the opportunity to wield such spatial traversal capabilities. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, and numerous vehicles lay abandoned on the highway as pedestrians fled this tumultuous scene. Observing the armored conflict, Carlson spotted Young Bo approaching and quickly made his way over, earnestly asking, "Do you have confidence in confronting that larger armor? If not, we should retreat. DS support will arrive shortly." Young Bo retrieved Ivan's armor from his backpack, Its gray exterior exuded an overwhelming presence, with his right hand gripping a massive chainsaw, and skull insignias adorning the shoulders and knees. A palpable sense of loyalty emanated from the armor, a reflection of his peculiar sense of humor. "Go forth, Ivan. Prove your worth." Ivan nodded solemnly and approached the mech. A scanning beam emitted from the helmet of the armor, scanning him thoroughly. And soon an electronic voice resonated from within the suit. "Electros." Then, the armor's midsection opened, revealing a glimpse of 3 second-generation new element reactors inside. Ivan stepped into the suit, and as if imbued with life, the colossal chain blade began to whir, emitting a resonant hum. The electric armor enveloped him entirely. And as the massive suit turned its head to glance at Yongbo, it strode purposefully towards the Iron Tyrant, resonating with a thunderous roar. Adhering to Yongbo's principle that more is better and larger is more beautiful, Ivan's electric armor towered half a meter above the Iron Tyrant, immediately capturing its attention upon arrival. "Who are you?" Obadiah's voice quivered with unease. The electric armor was evidently formidable, especially with the ominous, buzzing chain blade in hand, instilling a sense of dread. Ivan remained silent, and suddenly, several openings appeared on the armor, from which numerous small missiles were launched, striking the Iron Tyrant. Unfortunately, they triggered a cloud of smoke, invoking the law of smoke without harm. At this moment, the positions of both parties were clearly defined. Obadiah, having been pushed back several steps, retaliated with a volley of missiles. The electric suit made no attempt to evade, boldly charging forward, bolstered by its enchanted explosion protection. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had been in a state of stupor, suddenly felt the world around him had become unfamiliar. Just a day prior, everyone was merrily engaged in tank and aircraft games. How had it come to pass that anyone could now summon a suit of armor? Chapter 76. This is the second time I have saved you. The chainsaw roared as it struck the shoulder of the Iron Overlord, emitting a ferocity that surpassed even the notorious Chainsaw Killer. Sparks flew in every direction. The Iron Overlord appeared larger and more formidable than Iron Man's armor, yet in reality, it was merely a bully to the energy-depleted Iron Man. Can you believe that the power transmission rod of the Iron Overlord is designed on the exterior of its armor? With a resounding crack, the transmission rod at the shoulder was severed by the chainsaw, causing the right arm to move in an increasingly erratic manner. Obadiah's furious voice resonated from within the armor. "I will double the benefits Tony offered you." As he spoke, flames erupted from the soles of the Iron Overlord's feet. It realized that engaging in close combat with its opponent was nothing short of a reckless endeavor. Suddenly, Obadiah discerned a weakness in the electric armor. "Huh. You have not installed any flight mechanism." Obadiah immediately began to struggle, knowing that without the ability to fly, regardless of his prowess in hand-to-hand combat, he would only become a living target once he took to the skies. Ivan, within the electric armor, remained silent, with a slight lift off the ground. The Iron Overlord was jolted by a collision from Iron Man, the disparity in their weights making even a stumble a significant feat. Seizing the moment, the Iron Overlord broke free from Ivan's control. Flames ignited once more beneath its feet and behind it, preparing for ascent. Obadiah's voice echoed again from his armor. "I offer you a chance, stranger. I will provide more than what Tony has given you." Just as Tony was about to charge forward, Ivan made his move. 2 whips, radiating a silvery glow, extended from the armor's arms and swiftly ensnared the Iron Overlord. "You are unworthy." This was the first time Ivan spoke since engaging in battle. A powerful current surged through the whips, electrifying the Iron Overlord. The flames from its flight mechanism extinguished instantly as the overwhelming electricity disrupted the control systems within. With a forceful tug, Ivan pulled the Iron Overlord closer, and the chainsaw buzzed to life again, aimed at the vulnerable joints of the Iron Overlord. Meanwhile, Yongbo, alongside Coulson, observed the spectacle with a sense of amusement, pointing out various aspects of the combat as though he could easily participate. The Iron Overlord is nothing more than a thick-shell turtle. Since it has forsaken agility, why not maximize its firepower? He remarked, and Tony is merely a fragile assassin. Faced with this pure tank, he is reduced to mere scraping. Coulson, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself at ease watching the unfolding scene. "Young, what is the situation with that armor?" Coulson inquired. Yongbo chuckled and replied, "I recently opened a company in New York. This is a prosthetic produced by my company, It falls under medical devices. Coulson gazed at the electric armor resembling a chainsaw killer, his mouth twitching slightly. At that moment, he felt a compelling urge to grab Yang Bo by the collar and demand, "You must be joking. At the very least, you ought to have some credibility." In a brief moment, the Iron Tyrant was disassembled by the electric cable, transforming into a mere iron coffin. Within it, Obadiah emitted a harrowing scream, likely due to the unintentional severing of his fleshly arm during the dismantling process. After discarding Obadiah onto the ground, the electric cable turned its gaze towards Tony. A wave of malevolence washed over Tony, compelling him to take a slight step back as he murmured to his armor system, "How much energy is left?" For energy remaining, it is advisable to replace the power source promptly. "I know without you telling me." Glancing at the reactor embedded in the Iron Tyrant's chest, Tony contemplated retrieving it. However, the intense scrutiny from the electric cable before him deterred any reckless movements. Despite the dire circumstances, Tony's sharp tongue could not be restrained. "If you don't come closer, I can handle it myself." "And who are you?" Though Tony remained silent, Ivan made no move until Tony spoke, at which point Ivan hurled the electric cable, ensnaring Tony and yanking him forward. "I am Ivan Vanko. Remember this name, Tony Stark. Today, I shall demonstrate that you are not the only genius in this world." As he spoke, he extended his hand, beginning to tear apart the armor of Tony's suit like peeling a lobster. While Tony struggled against his restraints, he retorted, "Ivan Vanko? Huh? A genius? Who dares to claim such a title nowadays? And your armor is utterly grotesque, devoid of any sense of aesthetics." Though his words dripped with sarcasm, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. "Sir, energy remaining at 3. Sir, armor damage at 30. 35. 40. Be silent." Tony was swiftly extracted from his suit, only to be discarded beside the Iron Tyrant. "Tony Stark, you should replace your core. I fear you will soon lack the strength to speak," reduced to a mere salted fish lying on the ground. Yang Bo, observing the scene, noted Ivan's equally sharp tongue. Tony, sprawled on the ground, presented a pitiful sight. His armor was reduced to a mere framework, with only the helmet remaining intact. Yang Bo approached Tony, intending to offer a hand, recognizing the value of the support Tony had provided. Coulson accompanied him. With a beaming smile, Yang Bo reached Tony's side and helped him to his feet, deftly knocking out the wailing Obadiah in the process. He then gently twisted and removed the reactor from the Iron Tyrant's chest. "Mr. Stark, we meet again. For the sake of your health, you should replace this reactor." Pausing momentarily, he added, "By the way, I am quite fond of the sports cars in your collection." Tony's mind momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, first glancing at Yang Bo, then at the motionless electric cable armor nearby. "If you like them, I could gift you a few more." Yang Bo's eyes sparkled as he extended the reactor towards Tony. "Really? I am truly grateful. By the way, I have a fondness for the weaponry developed by your company. Might you be willing to grant me a few?" Just as before, a mere 10 minutes to make my selections would suffice. Although Tony sensed something amiss, he generously replied. Of course, however, he turned his gaze towards the side, where he noticed the presence of Ivan. He was not oblivious. He understood that Yang Bo must have some connection with this armored suit. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as the cockpit of the suit opened, and Ivan emerged from within. Tony, of course, had not forgotten the silent man who had accompanied Yang Bo, assisting him in retrieving the reactor from the laboratory. Although the outer shell of the suit had been stripped away, the interior remained largely unscathed. Tony exited the suit and approached Ivan, locking eyes with him as he inquired, "I wish to understand why." Upon hearing Tony's words, Ivan suddenly broke into a menacing grin and with a fierce expression. He unleashed a punch that struck Tony squarely in the face. As a Russian scientist, Ivan was no stranger to hand-to-hand combat. With a single blow, he rendered Tony unconscious. "This is for my father." Chapter 77. Special treatment for boastful remarks a few minutes later. After learning from Yang Bo about the complex relationship between his father and Anton Vank, Tony gingerly touched his swollen cheek and rose from the ground, pondering the necessity of honing his hand-to-hand combat skills. Observing Ivan, who had inexplicably produced a toothpick and was now holding it in his mouth, Tony maintained a stern expression and extended his hand towards him, saying, "I apologize for the matters concerning your father." Yang Bo, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. He never anticipated that Tony would concede. Ivan wore a sardonic smile as he lightly tapped Tony's hand without reciprocating the gesture, stating, "You need not apologize to me. It is precisely because my father sought to profit from the reactor that your father expelled him from the United States, banishing him to the desolate lands of Siberia. Do you understand how he has endured these past 20 years?" He gestured towards the towering Stark Tower behind Tony, continuing, "Tony, you too profit from your inventions. Should I not suggest that you deserve to be sent to the wilderness of the American West?" Tony was rendered speechless by the retort. With a scoff, Ivan stepped closer and rapped his knuckles against the reactor embedded in Tony's chest, saying, "Palladium poisoning can be quite excruciating. I would prefer not to witness your demise. Otherwise, I would lose a great deal of amusement." He then turned to inspect the electro-armor, as this marked its inaugural combat experience and many issues had surfaced. Yongbo approached and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Stark, I must take my leave. I am not particularly fond of appearing on television." The battle had ceased, and the sky was now filled with news helicopters, if one were to name the most efficient individuals in America. Yongbo personally felt it would be these journalists. Tony, how are you?" Pot suddenly appeared, her eyes red-rimmed as she rushed towards Tony, using both hands to assess his condition. Noticing her distress, Tony smiled and embraced her, softly saying, "Are you worried about having to find a new job?" He remained blissfully unaware of Yongbo behind him, who was busy gathering the remnants of the electro and the fallen ironmonger into his backpack. Yongbo cast a glance at Tony and Pepper, waved to Coulson, and led Ivan towards the Stark product exhibition area. Upon hearing this, Potts broke free from Tony's embrace, wiping her tears as she declared, "I will find a new company ahead of time. Regardless of where you go, your boss will always be me," Tony quipped, exuding his wealthy charm. "Ahem, pardon the interruption, gentlemen. If you do not depart soon, you may find it difficult to leave," Coulson remarked with a smile as onlookers began to gather. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up beside him, and the driver opened the door with a courteous gesture. 20 minutes later, as Tony gazed at the ruins of his villa, his expression was one of disbelief. He pushed open the remaining door and stepped into the unfinished space within. Turning to Coulson, who stood behind him, he inquired, "Can you please tell me this is merely a figment of my imagination?" Coulson chuckled softly, "I regret to inform you, this is no illusion. For now, all you can do is hope that gentleman is punctual." Upon hearing this, Tony's mind instantly conjured the image of Yongbo's beaming smile and radiant eyes. "Just give me 10 minutes. Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he addressed Coulson. "No, I must return." Meanwhile, Yongbo and Ivan were comfortably settled in the first-class cabin of their flight back to New York, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Yongbo turned to the individuals beside him and remarked, "This trip has yielded quite the bounty. Ivan, Anna, what have you gleaned from our encounter with Tony?" Anna couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "I know. It's that one should never acquiesce to the request of the boss." Yongbo rolled his eyes and retorted, "Indeed. One must never agree too easily. And of course, punctuality is paramount. When I say 10 minutes, it means 10 minutes. Even if I truly fancy that tank, I wouldn't relent." Ivan, Anna, Yongbo, on this occasion, refrained from excessive mischief. He merely strolled through the weapons exhibition area and acquired some advanced armaments, intending to have his company conduct research to achieve mass production and enhance the long-range strike capabilities of the electric cable. A few hours later, the plane touched down at New York Airport. As soon as they disembarked, Yongbo spotted a familiar bald figure. His expression froze as he noticed Fury, clad in a black trench coat, leaning against the car door with his hands in his pockets. His single eye fixed intently on Yongbo, pretending not to see Fury. Yongbo continued towards the airport hall. "Anna, I believe I just spotted a brilliant friend of mine. Alas, perhaps I miss him so much that I'm experiencing hallucinations." To the side, Fury, "Mr. Yongbo, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Yongbo immediately feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Am I longing for my dear old friend too much? I could have sworn I heard his voice." Fury's already darkened expression deepened as he hurriedly grasped Yongbo's arm. "Mr. Yongbo, I have matters of importance to discuss with you." Seeing there was no escaping, Yongbo quickly replied, "Let us not talk about the cube. If you mention it again, I might just drop dead right in front of you." bleeding profusely. Fury. This isn't about the cube. I have other matters to address. Upon hearing this, young Bo sighed in relief. I thought it was something else. Well then, what is it you wish to convey? Without uttering a word, Fury opened the door to the front passenger seat. Young Bo, with resignation, turned to Ivan and Anna and said, "You two head back. I'll manage from here." They nodded and walked away as company vehicles awaited outside the airport. Young Bo glanced at Fury, settled into the passenger seat, and Fury drove off. Along the way, young Bo, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Just tell me what's on your mind. After a period of investigation, I have confirmed the veracity of your claims. Significant issues have indeed arisen within S.H.I.E.L.D., and I, too, find myself under scrutiny." Young Bo smiled gently and remarked, "Director Fury, if you consider it from another perspective, you have been quite successful. You infiltrated Hydra and have even risen to the position of leader, an accomplishment few could attain." Fury, undeterred by Young Bo's words, continued, "Aside from the Avengers, I intend for Coulson to assemble a specialized team of agents. I hope you can assist." Young Bo paused momentarily before shrugging and replied, "What can a mere idiot do well, like me, do to help? I am currently relying on you to provide some benefits from S.H.I.E.L.D. favors." Upon hearing this, Young Bo was taken aback, his smile fading as he furrowed his brow in seriousness. "I can assist Coulson when the time comes. Let him bring his team members before me. I possess a unique ability to discern whether they are affiliated with Hydra, though I cannot ascertain their ties to other factions. Furthermore, I can provide an outdated version of the battle armor for Coulson's team, albeit at the cost of materials. Fury, I shall repay the favor. But should you require further assistance, you will need to devise a means to owe me another one." Chapter 78. The Twilight Lich Boss. After enjoying a meal, Young Bo was escorted back to the factory by Fury. He promptly retrieved various essential devices from his backpack, lamenting the absence of the Jarvis main program server, which was not housed in Tony's villa. However, he did manage to bring back the adorably crafted mechanical arm that Tony had made during his childhood. After a long day, it was time to rest. Although numerous items remained in boxes in Los Angeles, he yearned to return home, fish for a while, and then explore the Twilight Forest. The remaining items were of little consequence. He could retrieve them when he had more time or when he activated a more advanced storage module. Upon returning to Central Park through hellish transportation, he settled into his familiar sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath as he cast his fishing line into the lake. Glancing at the minimap in his mind, Young Bo murmured in confusion, "Why haven't they sent anyone after 2 waves of Hydra? This is rather impatient. At least 10 attempts should be made." As time slipped away amidst his musings, he caught a plethora of items from the water, most of which he discarded into the lava. He chuckled, Protection 4 on 3 books. "My luck is quite favorable this time." As night fell, Young Bo packed up his fishing rod and returned home. No sooner had he stepped inside than his nocturnal companion, Bo, fluttered over, eagerly inquiring, "Are we going out to work?" Observing Bol's exuberance in the evening, Young Bo smiled and replied, "Bol, why don't you take a stroll on your own for a while? I have some matters to attend to tonight." Bol's spirits dampened slightly at the response, but the thought of having the vampires who once looked down upon him beneath his feet reignited his enthusiasm. "All right, boss, give me a few more bottles, and I'll venture further afield. There are far too few vampires around here at present. Indeed, when I have the time, I'll take you to explore other cities. I discovered in Los Angeles that the number of vampires there is significantly greater than what I encountered previously in New York." Bol's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I must make time to visit other cities." With a flap of his tiny wings, Bol departed, while Young Bo made his way towards the portal leading to the Twilight Forest. Once again stepping onto the soil of the Twilight Forest, Young Bo gazed at the towering Lich Castle. Following his victory over the Naga, the magical barrier that enveloped the castle had vanished. As he approached the castle, he contemplated. "The staves dropped by the Lich are indeed valuable. It seems I must defeat several more to at least collect 4 of them." Upon reaching the castle, he found all entrances sealed. Taking out his pickaxe, he began to excavate a passage through the wall. The interior of the castle was shrouded in darkness. And as Yang Bo entered, he was greeted by a few sheets of white paper that slapped against his face with a resounding crack. How uncouth to resort to a sneak attack. Yang Bo focused his gaze and beheld several necromantic tomes levitating in midair. These tomes, which only manifest within the confines of lich towers, resembled open books surrounded by a few floating sheets of paper. Drawing forth his diamond sword, he advanced towards the tomes, only to realize he had acquired a slow-acting negative buff of 2. How exasperating it was, akin to a toad that, though harmless, still irks the senses. The tomes inflicted a mere 6 points of damage, a trivial matter for Yang Bo, who was clad in enchanted nether gear. However, the negative buff proved to be quite bothersome. Not wishing to waste any milk, he swiftly equipped a bow imbued with fire arrows and aimed at the creatures, doubling the damage from flames. In comparison to the cavernous mines, the ordinary monsters within the Lich Tower were significantly fewer. As Yang Bo methodically eliminated them, one by one, he lifted his gaze to the castle's apex, where a cage was discernible within the upper chamber, the spawning ground of the Lich. Ascending to that level would summon the Lich boss without delay. Below lay an abyss of darkness, while the Lich's chamber was brightly illuminated. Without hesitation, Yang Bo recognized that his strength was more than sufficient to confront the Lich. He hastened to the upper level, where a Lich adorned with a golden crown materialized. Surrounded by 5 translucent golden shields, a magical fireball hurtled towards him, resembling a blob of magma from the original game. Observing this, Yang Bo deftly waved a peacock feather fan, resulting in a resounding explosion. Regrettably, he was too distant for the blast to breach the Lich's shields. From his backpack, Yang Bo retrieved a splash-type instant healing potion and hurled it towards the Lich. A multitude of crimson healing particles erupted, shattering one of the shields that enveloped its form. The Lich's shields could withstand the vast majority of damage from both the original game and the Twilight Realm, yet being an undead entity, it was particularly vulnerable to instant healing potions. Of course, if one were willing to exert the effort, magma could suffice as well. Under the onslaught of a series of healing potions, the Lich's magical shield was rapidly compromised, leaving only the straightforward phase of melee combat. Yang Bo produced a wooden boat, meticulously prepared for such encounters, and positioned it beneath the Lich's feet. The Lich obligingly sat upon it, leading to a mere test of attrition. In less than a minute, the Lich boss lay defeated at Yang Bo's feet. Opening the spoils chest, he retrieved the items dropped by the Lich, his eyes settling on the dusk staff nestled within. Ah, I had hoped for a blood-sucking staff, but alas, I must collect everything. Yang Bo grasped the dusk staff, a scepter crafted from bone and a deep blue ender pearl. Aiming it at the wall, he unleashed a magical pearl that soared forth, striking the surface. The speed was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, the staff bore a striking resemblance to a mace. As he waved it lightly, he was pleasantly surprised by its excellent handling. Alas, it bore no damage in close combat. Shaking his head in resignation, Yang Bo expressed his discontent. He stowed the spoils into his backpack and proceeded to carve an opening in the wall. Gazing down at the dizzying height, he brandished his peacock fan and leaped from the pinnacle of the castle. As he neared the ground, a gentle flap of the fan summoned a gust of wind that cushioned Yang Bo's descent, allowing him to land softly on the earth below. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Yang Bo found himself yearning for another such experience. Yet reason reminded him that opportunities would abound in the future. He glanced at the towering dusk oaks surrounding him, seizing the moment to search for a tree hollow. He recalled that treasures hidden within such hollows could yield rare saplings. Perhaps he might discover seedlings of the time tree and the metamorphosis tree. It would be fascinating to plant one at home and observe the transformations it might undergo. Chapter 79. The enigmatic twilight saplings in the twilight forest. Yang Bo gazed at the majestic twilight oak before him. From his backpack, he retrieved a flint, striking it with a crisp snap, igniting a brilliant flame. The fire swelled in the wind, gradually consuming the towering oak. Strangely, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Yang Bo's mind. Setting the mountain ablaze will lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the trees of twilight stood at a considerable distance from one another, alleviating any concerns of igniting the entire forest. Soon, a glimmer of excitement shone in Yang Bo's eyes as the flames devoured the oak's leaves, revealing a chest and a spawner hidden within. With the treasures acquired from the twilight, Yang Bo returned home. After organizing the chaotic array of items he had gathered, his gaze fell upon several saplings, lost in thought about where to plant them. The transformative tree and the time tree would be best suited for his home. Perhaps he would expand his dwelling shortly. Both saplings required ample space to grow, comparable to the towering oaks of the main world, reaching heights of at least 20 to 30 meters. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw Boar, who had been out searching for vampires, returning. Has time truly passed so swiftly? He mused, then inquired of Boar as he approached. What was your yield today? Curse it. I have no idea where those creatures have hidden. In an entire night, I only found 3. Even the shadows of the undead have diminished significantly. We can no longer slay them. We must nurture them instead. Yongbo chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. He and the blade were like clockwork, venturing out each night to trouble this group of vampires. Those who were not utterly stubborn had long fled to other cities. No need to fret. When I find the time, we shall expand our operations into other cities. He affectionately patted Boar's head, though his true form was rather grotesque. He appeared quite charming as a bat. When the time comes, you shall feast to your heart's content. As he prepared to enlarge his underground grove, his phone rang urgently. Boss, the factory is under attack. Upon answering, Jerry's voice burst forth, mingled with the sounds of gunfire. Alarmed, Yongbo immediately rose and headed towards the portal to the lower realm. Do you know who is behind this? Boss, there are numerous assailants, and they have no intention of breaching the factory. They are attacking from the periphery. Jerry hesitated before continuing. It seems they are trying to draw you out. Yongbo furrowed his brow. The only group that came to mind was the Hydra. I thought the Hydra had ceased their pursuits in recent days. It appears they have prepared quite the surprise for me. Very well, I will arrive shortly. Ensure you remain safe. Remember, as long as there are people, everything else can be handled. With that, Yongbo ended the call and plunged into the portal. At Yongbo's factory, a multitude of armed Hydra personnel emerged. Their presence rendered even more audacious due to the remote location chosen by Yongbo. Not only were there armed individuals, but also an array of heavy weaponry. And 2 aerial vehicles hovered above. Ivan, clad in his cable combat armor, concealed himself within the factory. Lacking flight capability, he had only ventured a few meters before being forced back, his exosuit sustaining considerable damage. It appeared that these assailants intended to capture them alive. As the visor of the cable armor opened, Ivan's expression darkened. The enemy's firepower was evidently sufficient to overwhelm them effortlessly, yet they refrained from launching a full-scale assault, instead opting for a gradual advance. What did the boss say? Ivan inquired, casting a glance at Jerry. Jerry responded, the boss said he would arrive shortly. However, a look of concern clouded his face as he added, but before Jerry could finish his thought, Ivan grasped his unspoken fears. A sinister smile crept across his face as he reassured, do not worry, once the boss arrives, we will at least be safe. Jerry was merely apprehensive. Although Yongbo possessed certain extraordinary abilities, facing such a multitude armed with heavy weaponry seemed an insurmountable challenge. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you need not fear. At that moment, Yongbo's voice echoed behind them. The small map revealed the enemy's numbers to be at least in the hundreds. What is our casualty count? Yongbo's expression darkened. He had the ability to resurrect, but his employees and subordinates did not share this gift. Each member of his team had been meticulously selected, and losing even one was a source of profound anguish for him. Jerry quickly responded, we have lost 8 men. Yongbo's eyes reddened upon hearing this. His security team consisted of only 21, including Jerry. The loss of nearly half his personnel was a devastating blow, and 4 are critically injured. With tears in his eyes, Yongbo retrieved a healing potion from his backpack and tossed it to Jerry. As long as they are alive, injuries are acceptable. You know how to use this. Save them. Jerry nodded and hurried towards the room designated for the injured. Ivan, what about our researchers? Were there any casualties? Ivan nodded. The researchers are unharmed. Only one sustained a minor injury during the initial chaos. A sigh of relief escaped Yongbo. The researchers he had recruited were invaluable assets. Though not on par with Ivan and his son, they were nonetheless indispensable. Take all personnel to my office. I have already opened the passage to the underground. Ensure everyone is hidden there. I will handle things here. Ivan looked at Yongbo and replied, I wish to stay and test the armor. Yongbo considered sending him back, but, seeing the determination in Ivan's eyes, nodded in agreement. First, secure the personnel. Then we shall create a proper uproar. With a mechanical whir, Ivan leapt from his armored suit, nodding at Yongbo before sprinting towards the location where the staff were taking cover. The enemy was alarmingly close to the workshop now. Yongbo retrieved his most reliable sniper rifle from his backpack, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the entrance of the workshop. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, a gaping hole was blown in the area behind him. Although his health had not diminished significantly, the tremendous force hurled Yongbo through the air. The enemy can pinpoint my location, he mused, furrowing his brow. This was undoubtedly the work of advanced technology akin to that found in Marvel. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets streamed through the newly created opening. Reacting swiftly, Yongbo brandished his obsidian shield before him. The bullets struck the obsidian and were deflected instantly, leaving no mark, not even the slightest crack. Without hesitation, he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack and consumed it. However, under the relentless barrage of fire, he found himself unable to move. Glancing at the ground, he produced a pickaxe and began to excavate a tunnel, emerging from a nearby spot. Steadying his rifle, he squeezed the trigger, and a cloud of crimson mist erupted from the scope. Blood for blood. Chapter 80. The guide indeed proves formidable. Bang. Bang. Each blossoming blood flower signifies the complete demise of an adversary. It represents their final words left in this world. The enemy's counterattack was swift as a rocket propelled through the air, its tail trailing white smoke. Boom. 7 health points. This explosion's power is still manageable. He gulped down a healing potion, replenishing his vitality. Bang. Yongbo pulled the trigger once more. Upon hearing the gunfire, the enemy intensified their assault, launching 7 or 8 rockets towards his position. Damn it. Realizing the imminent danger, Yongbo quickly retreated underground, sealing off the opening above him. A series of explosions erupted from above, shattering the stone barrier that had once secured the entry. Despite his dwindling health, Yongbo remained composed. He calmly produced a healing potion too and poured it into his mouth, casually taking a bite of roasted meat. The enemy intends to capture me alive. This was evident. They were testing his resilience. Otherwise, they would have resorted to indiscriminate missile strikes. Not even the security personnel or the laboratory staff would escape certain death. By refraining from a proactive assault, I am allowing Hydra to perceive me as an easy target. It appears I must have a serious discussion with Pierce after today. A glint of determination flickered in Yongbo's eyes. He had not provoked Hydra. The sole matter that could have piqued their interest was his revelation to S.H.I.E.L.D. concerning Captain America. He pondered why Hydra was so invested in him. Could it be due to that miraculous algorithm from Zola? After contemplating, he began to tunnel towards the workshop's exit from underground. Brock Rumlow discarded the rocket launcher, pressing a button on his earpiece with one hand. Commander, the target has appeared. The enemy's defensive capabilities exceed our estimates. We are attempting to apprehend. Just as Rumlow was reporting to his superior, another explosion of blood blossoms erupted nearby. Caution! The enemy has emerged from the workshop. Suppress their fire. Ignoring the report, he seized a nearby machine gun, aiming at the breach in the ground, and unleashed a flurry of bullets, only to have them blocked by an unexpected formation of black stones. Capture net, Rumlow shouted, and many switched to new weapons, targeting Yongbo's location, hidden behind the obsidian. Yongbo sensed something was amiss with the gunfire. Suddenly, numerous black dots filled the sky, which then detonated, transforming into massive nets that descended upon him, blocking all avenues for escape. Yongbo was merely cloaked, not entirely invisible. A swarm of Hydra operatives quickly closed in, just as he prepared to retreat underground again. An epiphany struck him. Why should I flee? Is this net not unclaimed? The moment the net touched the ground, Yongbo lightly struck it with his sword. And with just 2 strikes, the large net disintegrated into loot, which he promptly stowed in his backpack. The Hydra personnel gazed in bewilderment as a plethora of specially designed capture nets vanished without a trace. At that moment, a perfectly round, deep green orb materialized out of thin air, tracing a precise arc before descending among a group of Hydra soldiers. The Ender Pearl moved at a leisurely pace. Yet many quick-reacting soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards it, resulting in no effect whatsoever. the bullets simply passed through the orb. When the pearl touched the ground, a distinct swish echoed, and from where Yang Bo had been standing, a multitude of purple particles emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Bang, bang, bang. Utilizing the Ender Pearl to infiltrate the crowd, Yang Bo relentlessly pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle, swiftly striking down 7 or 8 individuals. Lamrim quickly realized that Yang Bo had employed the peculiar orb to reposition himself. Instantly, he activated the communication device in his ear, exclaiming loudly, "Capture mission failed, annihilate." The 2 aircraft that had been hovering in the air immediately adjusted their course, aiming for Yang Bo's location. While the mounted multi-barrel machine guns on the aircraft began to whirl, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets akin to rain upon him, Yang Bo hastily shielded himself with obsidian. However, cracks began to rapidly form on its surface. He could not help but curse under his breath, inwardly lamenting, "Damn, these guys have overwhelming firepower." Suddenly, he heard a sound distinct from the bullets as 2 missiles sped towards him, unnoticed by Yang Bo as he sheltered behind the obsidian. With a deafening crash, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in the shelter of Central Park. Damn. With no time to spare, he scrambled out of bed and charged towards the Hellgate, descending into the nether, racing swiftly towards the factory. Meanwhile, Ivan led all the staff and surviving security personnel into the underground space beneath the factory. The once modest area was now crowded with panicked individuals. "Father, I leave this to you. I must ascend to assist the boss." Ivan calmly addressed his father, Anton. Ignoring the worry etched on his father's face as he turned and made his way towards the passage, climbing the ladder. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo was hastening home. Consuming speed potions to reach the location with utmost urgency, all he desired was to don his battle armor and eliminate the foes disrupting his research. Soon, he arrived at Yang Bo's office, where the gunfire outside had ceased. Ivan's expression faltered, turning a shade darker as an ominous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the boss is in trouble? Cautiously, he opened the door, finding the outside deserted, and proceeded towards the spot where he and Yang Bo had parted ways. At this moment, the Hydra outside the workshop ceased its assault, and everyone cautiously probed the location of Yang Bo due to his invisibility. They were uncertain whether he had vanished entirely or taken refuge underground, which left them somewhat apprehensive. Ramlo furrowed his brow as he surveyed the recently bombarded area and instructed the 2 individuals beside him, "You two, go investigate." Following his command, the 2 Hydra soldiers wasted no time and promptly advanced towards the last known position of Yang Bo, weapons drawn. Bang, bang. One of them unleashed a volley of shots into the empty circular pit, and Ramlo did not intervene. Instead, he observed the unfolding situation with grave seriousness. Report. There are no anomalies here. After a thorough inspection, one of the soldiers announced loudly to Ramlo. Ramlo pressed his earpiece and communicated with his superior, "Sir, the target has vanished once again." It was evident that the adversary had departed, mirroring their initial operation. After sustaining significant damage, they had disappeared without a trace. Uncertain of what was conveyed from the other end, Ramlo replied earnestly, "Understood, sir." He then turned to address everyone, commanding, "Bring back all research personnel, except for Ivan Vanko and Anton Vanko. Anyone who dares to resist may be eliminated on the spot." With a slight wave of his hand, all Hydra soldiers surged towards the workshop. Chapter 81. Ivan's severe injury emerging from the portal in the factory's shelter, Yang Bo sprinted forth, his composure intact despite the exertion of the past 10 minutes. He pressed a stone button on the wall, and the sound of pistons activating resonated, revealing a narrow tunnel suitable for a single person. As he advanced, he encountered his subordinates, their weapons trained upon him. "Boss! Boss!" A cacophony of voices erupted, and Jerry promptly approached, exclaiming, "Boss, Ivan has returned to find you." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's pupils constricted sharply. He disregarded further conversation, hastening towards the tunnel leading to the workshop. "Stay here safely. No one is to ascend until I return." With that, he began to ascend. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed ominously. Yang Bo leapt from the opening, casting a glance back before retrieving the floorboard he had previously excavated from his backpack, fitting it seamlessly into place with the surrounding ground, leaving no trace of disturbance. He gulped down a vial of speed potion, And as he prepared to consume an invisibility potion, a resounding crash echoed, the wall collapsed, and a battle suit crashed through, tumbling into the room and collapsing against Yang Bo. The suit was in tatters, its mechanical arm, once wielding a chainsaw, now severed and sparking with electricity. With piercing eyes, Yang Bo discerned a copious flow of blood from the severed arm, indicating that not only the mechanical limb had been destroyed, but Ivan's own arm was grievously injured. Yet Ivan, resolute as ever, showed no inclination to surrender. Supporting himself with his remaining arm, the suit revealed dark launch ports, from which a dozen small missiles surged forth, creating a series of thunderous detonations. The other mechanical arm brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon their assailants, while the Hydra operatives retaliated with an unrelenting stream of rockets. Yang Bo, his frustration mounting, extracted a splash-tight instant healing potion 2 from his backpack and hurled it towards the battle suit, shouting, "Ivan, get out quickly," perhaps drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. His voice went unheard. Realizing this, Yang Bo dashed over, leaping onto the suit and striking it with his hand. 1. Ivan, hurry out. He then produced an obsidian shield, positioning it before Ivan. At last, Ivan responded. The visor of the battle suit retracted, revealing his pale visage. A faint smile graced Ivan's lips as he gazed at Yang Bo, stating, "Boss, the suit is damaged. I cannot exit." His tone was devoid of despair or elation, as though he spoke not of himself. Yang Bo, unwilling to accept Ivan's words, strained to pry the suit open. But it proved futile. Moreover, due to the user S-bond, the suit was impervious to Yang Bo's efforts. Damn it. With a fierce strike against the armor beneath him, Yang Bo's expression twisted into a snarl. The Hydra outside, upon spotting the obsidian, immediately recognized Yang Bo's presence and escalated their firepower. Even the aircraft waiting for orders outside launched their assault, causing Yang Bo's painstakingly constructed workshop to be laid bare. Swiftly, he surrounded himself with obsidian, realizing with a jolt that he had almost forgotten. "Ivan, remain still. I shall relocate you underground first." With that, Yang Bo brandished his pickaxe, beginning to excavate the blocks beneath his armor. At that moment, he yearned for the hammers from other mods that could extract a 3x3 area at once. Fortunately, his efficiency V diamond pickaxe was remarkably swift, and soon, the silhouette of the electric armor vanished beneath the surface, arriving at the underground refuge. Seeing his son's condition, Anton rushed forward, a look of concern etched across his face. "Son, are you all right?" Ivan chuckled lightly, his tone defiant. "I'm fine, don't worry, father. It's just that the control system of the armor has malfunctioned, and I can't exit for now." Yang Bo glanced at Ivan, recalling how he had once faced Iron Man and War Machine alone in a film, daring to lift his helmet and taunt Tony Stark, a testament to his inner pride. He had chosen to follow Yang Bo largely because he had saved his father, yet now he bore the consequences. Having lost an arm, a significant loss for someone of their scientific ilk. Once again, the sound of bombardment echoed overhead. Yang Bo reached out, tapping gently on Ivan's armor, producing a series of dull thuds. With a solemn tone, he declared, "Ivan, and everyone present, I assure you, I will provide an explanation." He retrieved a bed from his backpack, placing it in a corner and setting a respawn point, then swiftly constructed a barrier over the breach he had just excavated. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered that the obsidian walls had become riddled with holes. While ordinary bullets could not penetrate the obsidian's defenses, some heavy weaponry could still cause significant damage. The explosions outside were relentless, and he had to dig towards the surface quickly. The area had now drawn Hydra's fire, making it impossible to reveal himself. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Yang Bo glanced at the caller ID. It was Director Fury. "I've received word that your factory is under attack." Yang Bo, hearing Fury's words, scoffed. "Fury, not only have you lost sight in one eye, but now your ears are clogged as well. Over 100 armed Hydra agents have deployed 2 rotorcraft, besieging me for nearly half an hour. And you're only now aware of this. 8 of my men are dead, and Ivan has sustained serious injuries. Someone must be held accountable." As Fury made his way to Los Angeles to recruit Tony Stark, his expression darkened upon hearing Yang Bo's words. Just as Yang Bo had pointed out, he had indeed become both deaf and blind. Had it not been for his informants, he would still be in the dark about the situation. "Mr. Yang Bo, I have informed the captain, and he is currently rushing towards your location. Let me survive first. Yangbo abruptly ended the call. At that moment, he had already excavated to the periphery of the workshop, his head emerging from the ground. The once thriving workshop had now transformed into a desolate ruin, with only a few steel beams standing amidst the debris while the rest lay in tatters. He glanced upward at the helicopter gunship hovering above. Lacking any extensive means of destruction, Yang Bo could only wield his sniper rifle as an improvised anti-aircraft weapon. His sniper rifle, inherently capable of continuous fire and further enhanced with limitless enchantments, unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the aircraft above.